Chapter 61 No Bodhisattva. Song Gu saw Yu Yao interacting with Gao He, and was alert. Tong Xiangyu saw it, but was anxious. Tong Xiangyu regretted not taking the opportunity to tell Yu Yao about the danger of this place. She was worried while picking up rice and dishes. After a few bites, she realized that Song Gu didn't pick up any food for her this time. What if she ate the drug food? Tong Xiangyu immediately looked at Song Gu, but found that Song Gu picked up his chopsticks casually. Zeus and Nana didn't recommend dishes earnestly anymore, but just ate together at the table normally. Zeus said, "We went out to search for survivors and supplies as usual this afternoon. I wanted to take you out to see the situation of Taiyuan. But Xiaowei said that you two were not feeling well. So Nana said that you should rest first and go out to see after you are well. There is no rush." Yu Yao nodded and said thank you. Tong Xiangyu understood that these dishes should not have been drugged, because everyone had to eat together. And she and Yu Yao had both had their periods. So even if they wanted to escape, they would definitely wait until this period was over. Tong Xiangyu picked up food frequently, and decided to finish eating quickly. To talk to Yu Yao about business. When Song Gu heard what Zeus said, his first reaction was that if these people went out, the defense of the base would definitely be the weakest. But escaping during the day would be too obvious. Unless it was the hottest time, when everyone was resting, or when everyone was doing collective activities. Otherwise, it would be safer at night. It was just that at night, it would be more difficult for them to escape. After dinner, the two sides separated. Tong Xiangyu did not go back to Building 11 directly, but said she wanted to go and see how Granny Yin was doing. Xiaowei said she would send someone to rescue Granny Yin, and that she would be well soon. She wanted to see how she was doing. Song Gu was not surprised at all. A little bodhisattva. Tong Xiangyu took Yu Yao with her without saying anything. Song Gu had not planned to go with her. But as soon as he saw Tong Xiangyu taking Yu Yao with him, he knew what Tong Xiangyu was going to do. Granny Yan's room had no electricity. And of course no surveillance. So it was a good place to talk. Little milk tea. Tong Xiangyu turned around. Yu Yao also turned around with Tong Xiangyu. Song Gu said, "Come here, I have something to tell you." Tong Xiangyu let go of Yu Yao's hand and walked towards Song Gu. Song Gu took Tong Xiangyu aside to talk. Yu Yao looked at the two people avoiding her, lowered her eyes. After a while she looked around, her mood seemed to have adjusted, and her attention quickly focused on the green vegetables planted in the field. There was a green caterpillar as thick as a finger on the green vegetables. Song Gu told Tong Xiangyu what he saw at the dinner table, and the unknown and dangerous things that Yu Yao carried. Tong Xiangyu frowned after hearing this, and whispered, "We can't leave Yao Yao in this dangerous and scary place just because of a possibility you imagined. Tong Xiangyu, if we escape successfully, and she stays here alone, will you be able to live in peace in the future?" Song Gu raised his lips to answer, but he couldn't say it. Tong Xiangyu suddenly thought of how Song Gu would answer, and without giving Song Gu a chance to speak, she immediately said, "Anyway, I can't feel at ease." Seeing Tong Xiangyu like this, Song Gu felt a headache. But she couldn't just leave Tong Xiangyu here and walk away. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Gu looked unhappy, and her tone softened, and she whispered, "Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I will first test her attitude, and then act according to the situation." Although she said so, Tong Xiangyu was very sure of Yu Yao's choice. Yu Yao treated them as friends. When she thought they might have left, she didn't even care about her stomachache and ran downstairs to look for them. They had such a good relationship. Of course, Yu Yao would not stay in such a place. Tong Xiangyu returned to Yu Yao. Song Gu put one hand in his pocket, frowned, and followed Tong Xiangyu not far away. "Yao Yao, what are you looking at?" "Big green vegetables." Yu Yao looked up, smiled and stood up. "Are you finished?" "Yes." Tong Xiangyu looked at the green vegetables planted on the ground, and knew in her heart that this place was actually very good. A place more suitable for survival and waiting for rescue than Grandma Tian Place. Even though Zeus and Nana always said that rescue would not come, and the country had abandoned them. But as long as they survived, they would definitely be able to wait for the day when rescue came. However, after Song Gu told her about all the abnormalities and dangers, Tong Xiangyu would definitely not stay any longer, as they were weak, and were naturally weak against men. Once things developed in the worst direction, it would be worse than death. If she ends up in that situation, Tong Xiangyu and Yuan will be bitten to death by the monster. "Yao Yao." Tong Xiangyu said first, I see you and Gao He seem to get along well, you won't fall in love with him. Right? Yu Yao blushed immediately. No. No, and he won't fall in love with me, he just takes care of me because I'm not feeling well. Tong Xiangyu, it doesn't matter whether he likes me or not, what matters is you, do you like him? Yao Yao, tell the truth. Yu Yao nodded after a while with a red face. She lowered her eyes, shyly misty, and said, no boy has ever been so nice to me. And he is very considerate and good-looking. Good-looking? Tong Xiangyu thought about it, and couldn't even remember what Gao He looked like. But Tong Xiangyu didn't say that they were going to escape immediately, but said, are you going to leave with us in a few days? Yu Yao was stunned. Tong Xiangyu looked at her expression, not missing a single detail, and immediately asked, aren't you going to go with us? Yu Yao hesitated. Tong Xiangyu, just say it. It doesn't matter. Yu Yao was silent for a long time, without looking at Tong Xiangyu. She lowered her eyes and said, I have no ability to survive outside alone. If I leave this base and separate from you outside, I will eventually come back here. Now it was Tong Xiangyu's turn to be stunned. She didn't even think of this. Just when Tong Xiangyu was about to tell Yu Yao that this base might not be as safe as it looked, she suddenly heard a dense and ambiguous sound coming from a distance. Tong Xiangyu looked up, and it seemed that the sound came from the first floor of Building 9, where Yin Pa was. At this time, Song Ge, who had been following Tong Xiangyu not far away, had already walked to their side, and directly stopped Tong Xiangyu from going to see. Song Ge said, there are others here. Let's go back. Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. Song Ge, did you hear it? Strange sound, it seems to be. Song Ge interrupted. I didn't hear it. How could it be? Tong Xiangyu turned around and wanted to ask Yu Yao. Yu Yao said, I heard it, reciting the sutra, reciting the content of the Supreme Great Compassion Dharma, I have an impression of it. As she said, Yu Yao curiously walked over to the sound. Tong Xiangyu saw Yu Yao go, and immediately followed. Song Ge looked at Yu Yao eager back, and frowned even deeper. Several middle-aged people gathered in the narrow and crowded residence of Yin Pa. 3 men and 2 women, wearing casual clothes, expressionless, turning the Buddhist beads in one hand, and reading and chanting in the other hand. Yin Pa was lying on the bed. The little girl was nowhere to be found. The chanting lasted for about 10 minutes. After that, the woman in the lead said to Yin Pa, the Lord will heal you. Have a good rest. You will recover tomorrow. When several people came out, Song Ge had already watched the fun. Tong Xiangyu and Yu Yao were pulled aside and hid, watching the group of people leave. Tong Xiangyu felt unbelievable, it was outrageous. Xiaowei said that Yin Pa would get better, it wouldn't be like this. Right? Yu Yao looked at it, and felt that it was understandable. People need faith. Even though the heavy rain took away all my family members, I was desperate, very painful, but when I fell into the pond, I still instinctively asked the Bodhisattva to save me. And the Bodhisattva really saved me. Tong Xiangyu frowned when she heard this. But the Bodhisattva didn't save you. It was Song Ge who saved you. Yu Yao said, it was the Bodhisattva who sent Song Ge. I even think that it was the Bodhisattva who arranged for you and Song Ge to come to our house to rest at that time. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but be speechless when she heard this. How could these two be related? It was just a coincidence. It happened. Yu Yao asked again, who is Grandma Yin? Do you know her? Her granddaughter found us and hoped that we could help call a doctor. At this point, Tong Xiangyu took the opportunity to say, but guess what? The doctor didn't diagnose or treat her at all. Now they just let these few people chant sutras. But how can chanting sutras be useful? Sister Nana also said that the medical facilities are complete. Personal safety is guaranteed. Is that how it is guaranteed? It's not reliable at all. Taking medicine is taking medicine. This is belief. The two have different meanings. Yu Yao rarely insisted on her own opinion, and said, sincerity is the key to success. Yu, I know most of you city people don't believe in these things, but without faith, life will be empty. Sincerity is the key to success. It really works. You can try it later. Seeing Yu Yao being so stubborn, Tong Xiangyu had to say, what if this place is actually very dangerous? People are evil. We don't know Zeus and Nana at all. Yu Yao said, I didn't know you at all before. Meeting is fate. These are all arranged by the Bodhisattva. This is how I met you. It's the same when I came here. There is a will of heaven in the dark. Tong Xiangyu was at her wit's end, and turned to look at Song Ge. Song Ge's frown had completely relaxed. In her opinion, Yu Yao had said so much, Tong Xiangyu would definitely not make trouble for herself. But Song Ge still underestimated the innocence and straightforwardness of this young lady. Tong Xiangyu pulled Yu Yao over and said seriously and solemnly, "What if the men here beat you, force you to violate you, and use you like an object, day after day, year after year?" Yu Yao was stunned. Song Ge wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Song Ge took a deep breath, looked at Yu Yao, and could only hope that this person was not hopelessly stupid. Although bringing one more person would increase the risk. This person was Yu Yao, the risk was even greater. But Song Ge knew very well that if he really left without telling Yu Yao, Tong Xiangyu would definitely be unhappy because of this matter, and even depressed to the point of blaming herself and crying. Song Ge thought, just this time, the last time. Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao nervously, waiting for her answer. After hearing this, Yu Yao was stunned for a long time before shaking her head and saying, "No." Tong Xiangyu was so anxious to see Yu Yao was so innocent, and said anxiously, "What if? Let me make an assumption. If it is really so dangerous, will you still stay here?" Yu Yao lowered her eyes and said, You don't understand. In fact, I feel more at home here." Following Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu, she clearly felt that she was always the one who was excluded and not accepted. In this situation, if she stayed outside, she would die. If she stayed here, she could at least live. And brother, he also said that he would protect her. Seeing Yu Yao like this, Tong Xiangyu finally understood and gave up. She let go of Yu Yao's hand and turned to look at Song Ge. Song Ge pursed his lips tightly, and had to clean up the mess for this young lady. Song Ge scolded loudly, "Little milk tea. I know you really want Yu Yao to leave with us in a few days. But you can't talk nonsense. If we assume this, if others hear it and take it seriously, wouldn't that be a big misunderstanding?" Song Ge said, "Here we have food, drink, shelter, rules, faith, reliance, and friends. It is safe and lively, and we can take care of each other when we encounter danger. It's not like outside, where you can't predict life and death when you encounter monsters, and even if you survive by chance, you will have to sleep in the open and have to eat one meal a day. Speaking of this, I don't want to leave anymore." Song Ge said to Yu Yao, "Let's talk about it in a few days, and then we can see whether we can leave or not." Chapter 62 Women. Although Song Ge said so much to make amends, he was not sure whether Yu Yao really believed it. Just in case, on the way back to Building 11, Song Ge deliberately stepped back, let Tong Xiangyu go back first, and asked Yu Yao alone, "She is talking nonsense, you won't take it seriously, will you go and tell that Gao He?" Yu Yao was stunned, and immediately denied it, and said, "I know, of course I won't." Then, Yu Yao felt some humiliation in Song Ge's words. She should have been used to this kind of emotion, but now she heard it, she still felt her heart was stabbed. "I regard you as a friend. I know she said that because she is worried about me. How could I tell others?" Yu Yao subconsciously used the word said. "Not nonsense." Song Ge's expression was unclear, and he said, "That's good." When Yu Yao heard the 3 words Song Ge replied, she suddenly remembered the way the two of them talked to her in a secretive manner before, and how she went out without saying hello in the morning, and the anxious expression on Tong Xiangyu's face when she pulled her to talk. Maybe it was really as Yu Yao said? But Yu Yao shook her head, telling herself not to think too much. Tong Xiangyu walked very fast, and went to the bathroom as soon as she returned to the room. She had a bad premonition, and took off her pants and looked. She really had her period. I don't know if it's the effect of the bag of motherwort or what. Tong Xiangyu's face turned pale. Since it's been delayed for so long, just come a few days later, why come now? Tong Xiangyu was very worried. It would be bad if her menstrual period interfered with Song Ge's escape plan. After washing her underwear, Tong Xiangyu took a hair dryer to dry it, while thinking, fortunately, I don't have dysmenorrhea, at least I won't be held back in this aspect. Tong Xiangyu came out of the bathroom, and suddenly thought of a good opportunity to confirm with the surveillance camera. Tong Xiangyu was about to have her period, so she took the sanitary napkin packaging bag openly. But Tong Xiangyu didn't tell Song Ge about her period. Tong Xiangyu was afraid that Song Ge would change his plan after knowing it, and staying here for one more day would be more dangerous. If Yu Yao didn't leave, to be honest, it would be more convenient for them. But at the same time, there would be fewer people to keep watch. In fact, Tong Xiangyu had another idea, which she didn't dare to tell Song Ge. She wanted to tell Yu Yao honestly that they were going to escape from here, and then let Yu Yao cover them up, or even assist them. Tong Xiangyu believed in Yu Yao. But Song-gu didn't. It was obvious that Song-gu would oppose it, so there was no need to say anything. In the afternoon, Tong Xiangyu followed Song-gu to check the site again. Several fishermen were still catching fish in the mud, and it looked like they were almost done. Tong Xiangyu saw the sister in the morning walk to the fish pond, put down the pot of something in her hand. The ground was full of mud, the big fish in the basket jumped around, and a few mud spots splashed directly into the pot. The woman turned and left. After a while, the woman came out again, covering the pot with a lid. The woman shouted, "The water is ready. Put it here." Several men who were busy stopped working one by one, walked to the edge of the fish pond, and stepped on the telescopic ladder to climb up. Tong Xiangyu looked at him, and suddenly remembered the tears that the other party couldn't hold back in the morning. If you want to escape, it is definitely the safest and most successful method to cooperate with the outside. But Tong Xiangyu was not sure whether Song-gu, who didn't even believe Yu Yao, would believe a strange woman who had lived here for a while. Song-gu saw that there were 2 surveillance cameras in the backyard of the community, one on the left and one on the right, both in the corners. But Song-gu guessed that no one would pay attention to this place normally, not to mention whether there are 6,000 people in the first 10 buildings of the community, except for 2 shared buildings. The remaining 8 buildings are full of people, and hundreds of houses are equipped with surveillance cameras. Don't even mention whether the network of the self-built base station is enough. Even if it is enough, no one will always keep an eye on hundreds of surveillance screens, unless it is a special point-to-point monitoring. No one would stare at the surveillance footage in the backyard, which was usually quiet. After all, except for them, the people living here seemed to have adapted well, and had no intention of leaving. Some of them were completely brainwashed believers, and the rest should have the same thoughts and ideas as Yu Yao. They would die if they went out, so it was better to stay here. Because they had seen how terrible the monsters outside were, they were even more reluctant to leave the safe and secure survivor base. Not to mention that Zeus and Nana repeatedly emphasized that the national government had abandoned them, leaving them to fend for themselves, and that rescue would never come. They would not go out far away to die. But Song-gu did not believe it. Unless there was no leader left in the country, otherwise, police forces and resources from all sides would be sent to reinforce the disaster area and rescue the survivors. Song-gu curled her lips expressionlessly. She could not believe anything, but she would always believe this. Song-gu looked at the wall of the community coldly, thinking to herself, it would be best to find a place where I could see the situation outside the wall. Song-gu. Song-gu came back to his senses and looked at Tong Xiangyu. What's wrong? Tong Xiangyu quietly waved to Song-gu. Song-gu walked over, and then saw the young woman behind Tong Xiangyu, the one who had just delivered a pot of food to the men, looked to be in her 20s, very young, but her face looked numb and haggard. Tong Xiangyu introduced, "Sister, this is Song-gu, my friend." The woman nodded to Song-gu. Song-gu thought that she was really just dozing off, and was handed a pillow. She didn't hesitate, and asked directly, "Can we go upstairs to take a look?" The woman was stunned. Tong Xiangyu was also stunned, turned to look at Song-gu, not knowing what she was going to do. Song-gu said, "Look at the scenery outside." As soon as we entered Taiyuan, Zeus and Nana invited us into the base. We heard that the entire Taiyuan had fallen, and we wanted to see how badly it had been destroyed. The woman listened to Song-gu's words, and didn't know if she believed it, but she said, "Follow me." When they entered the house, the woman asked, "There is still lemonade, do you want some?" Yes. Thank you, sister." Tong Xiangyu smiled and said, "The sun is so hot. I'm thirsty all the way here." There were cups in the kitchen, and the woman poured 2 cups of lemonade. Song-gu originally just wanted to go up to take a look at the situation and get a general understanding. But seeing the situation, he could only stand and wait together. With the lemonade, the 3 of them went upstairs together. The woman took Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu to the top floor. Standing high, you can see far. Outside the community is an ordinary alley, similar to the suburban alleys in Kiching, just as messy and empty. But the difference is that it is not quiet outside. Song-gu listened carefully, and there was always some movement, but he could not see anything. The woman seemed to know what Song-gu was wondering about, and said, "There are several wolfhounds outside, locked in iron cages." Song-gu frowned. "Won't the barking of dogs attract monsters?" The woman said, "I thought so at first. But you see, half a month has passed, and those dogs are still alive and well." Song-gu, "Do they bark every day?" "No. the woman said, but who would pay attention to those? Songga put his hands in his pockets and thought silently. Tong Xiangyu was terrified. If there were dogs, how could they escape? Even if they were locked in a cage, they would still scream. If they barked at night, the people at the base would definitely find something wrong and chase them. They didn't know the way to tie in, and they might encounter monsters at any time. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to escape if they were attacked from both sides? Maybe you can sleep well here? The woman suddenly said. Tong Xiangyu was slightly stunned, not understanding what she meant. Songge's heart sank, and he looked at the woman. The woman did not look at Songge, her eyes were fixed on the distance, and she said softly, "Yes, you young people certainly sleep well. I am old. I have something on my mind recently and can't sleep. I will go to get some sleeping pills this afternoon." Tong Xiangyu finally realized it, but she couldn't believe it, looking at her sister. The woman's eyes were slightly red, and then she took a deep breath. She looked back at the two of them, and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. "Let's go back after drinking. It's hot now. Be careful of heat stroke. Come back in the evening when it's not so hot. I just want to steam buns. You can come and eat." Songge was silent for a moment, and replied, "Okay." On the way back after finishing the work, Tong Xiangyu was puzzled, and asked Songge in a low voice, "Is she going to help us? Did she know we were going to escape?" Songge originally thought that Tong Xiangyu had told that woman, but seeing Tong Xiangyu's shocked expression on the top floor, he knew that the woman had guessed it herself. Songge, it seemed so. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge's expression, but couldn't tell what she was thinking, and couldn't help asking, "Do you trust her?" "Songge, I'm worried," Songge said, "but do we have any other choice?" "Fraud. Yu Yao is a time bomb. We can only escape when she is not completely brainwashed and her stance is not completely biased towards this evil cult. If Gao He tells Yu Yao that it is very dangerous outside Taiyuan, and going out means death, Yu Yao might tell Zeus, Nana, and the others that they seem to want to go out for the sake of friends. It will be troublesome then." The two returned to their residence in Building 11. Yu Yao was not in the living room. The door of the small bedroom was open a little. Songge glanced over and saw Yu Yao sitting at the table, holding the scripture and reading it intently. Songge signaled Tong Xiangyu to be quiet. The two entered the room. "It's so hot, take a nap." Songge raised his voice a little, saying, "Let's go to that sister place to eat buns in the evening. Let Yu Yao and Zeus Nana tell them, and we won't go over." Tong Xiangyu knew that Songge was talking to the surveillance camera, so she nodded and said loudly, "Yes." There was no time to lose. Songge was going to leave at night, so he had to have a good sleep to recharge his energy. The sun was gradually setting. Tong Xiangyu was still not awake when Songge woke up. Songge got up and washed his face, then opened his backpack, took out something from it, and put it in his pocket, and left the rest untouched, not even zipping up the backpack. The luggage was still there, which meant that he would not run away. If he really had to prepare for departure under surveillance, it would definitely alert the enemy. As long as he could get out, he would not starve to death. The backpack was not an old item, and Songge did not even look at it. Songge woke Tong Xiangyu up. Chapter 63 Betrayal. "Let's go!" Songge's words were a double entendre. Tong Xiangyu sat up from the bed, rubbed her eyes and nodded. Tong Xiangyu knew that they couldn't bring anything with them. Looking at the thousands of parcels that she had worked hard to open in her backpack, she carefully selected the necessary items to take with her on the road. Tong Xiangyu picked up a sanitary napkin, and asked Songge to wait for her outside. Not only did she change her sanitary napkin, Tong Xiangyu also changed her skirt, putting on loose long clothes and pants that were more convenient for escaping. Then Tong Xiangyu turned around and walked to the backpack, intending to take 2 sanitary napkins. For a girl who is menstruating, it is normal to carry 1 or 2 sanitary napkins with her for emergency use. However, when she was looking through her bag, Tong Xiangyu suddenly saw the pills she had risked her life to steal from the warehouse in the morning. If nothing goes wrong, they can successfully escape tonight. This medicine is useless. But Tong Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, and somehow sandwiched the tablets between 2 sanitary napkins, and then took them out in front of the surveillance camera and put them in her pants pocket. Walk out of the bedroom. The dim afterglow fell into the living room from the huge transparent window, dyeing everything dark yellow. Yu Yao was still reading in the room, but she turned on the light, and changed from sitting upright to supporting her face with one hand. Tong Xiangyu knocked on the door. Yu Yao looked up. "Yu Yu?" Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao innocent and clear eyes, and thought that they might never see each other again after this separation, and felt a little complicated. Song-gu shouted, "Little milk tea." Tong Xiangyu came back to her senses, and said to Yu Yao, "Yao Yao, Song-gu and I will go to a sister house in the community to eat buns for dinner. Will you join us? Or do you want to go to Zeus Nana's place for dinner?" In fact, she knew that Yu Yao would meet Gao He when she had dinner with Zeus, and she would not want to miss the opportunity. Sure enough, Tong Xiangyu heard Yu Yao ask, "Are you going now?" "Yes. Go there early to see if I can help." Tong Xiangyu made up an excuse. Yu Yao still had a book in her hand, and had no intention of getting up. She looked at Tong Xiangyu and said, "Then you go first." I read for a while. This sentence already showed her attitude. First, she didn't ask which building we were eating in. And second, she didn't ask the specific time. It was obviously just a hasty reply. Tong Xiangyu understood. So she said, "Then if you see Zeus and Nana at night, tell us." Yu Yao okay. He could leave after saying this. But looking at Yu Yao, who lowered her head to read again, Tong Xiangyu scratched the door frame with her fingers, and was hesitant to speak. Song-gu noticed her mood and took her away without saying anything. In the backyard of the community, the big fish in the fish pond had been caught, and the 2 fish ponds were refilled with water. Under the setting sun, the water surface was shimmering. Perhaps the water temperature was high, and some fish fries swam to the surface to breathe. The aluminum telescopic ladder was casually leaning against the wall of the residential building. There was still some half-dried mud on the steps. It seemed that they had just finished work not long ago. Those people forgot to take it back. Or they thought it was troublesome, and didn't take it back. Song-gu watched, and vaguely sensed something was wrong. Was it too smooth? But Song-gu's footsteps only paused slightly, and he walked in. The woman was already making buns, kneading the dough, mixing the stuffing, and steaming the buns. She did every step herself, without asking anyone else to help. When Tong Xiangyu and Song-gu went in, the kitchen was filled with hot air, because the first floor was converted from a garage. There were no windows, and the hot air from the high fire could not be dissipated. The woman saw the 2 people coming empty-handed, and was puzzled for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. She smiled and said that the buns would be ready soon, and they should sit down and drink some water first. Tong Xiangyu asked, "Where are the uncles working?" "They are busy all day, and they went back to rest." The woman said, "No one usually lives here, but they want to rest, and they feel thirsty and hungry, so they set up a kitchen." Tong Xiangyu, "So that's how it is." Tong Xiangyu said again, "Sister, can I help you make buns too?" The woman asked, "Can you do it? It doesn't look that difficult." Tong Xiangyu said, as she folded up her sleeves and went to wash her hands. Tong Xiangyu thought she was not stupid. She learned things quickly. Her fingers were quite nimble. Besides, it was just a bun. However, she tried to make one and found that it was difficult to control the extremely soft dough. After she finished, she couldn't even make a fold. Look at her sister putting buns on the steamer, one by one, as beautiful as textbooks. Tong Xiangyu's desire for knowledge reached its limit, and she begged her to teach her. The woman smiled, but she couldn't resist, so she patiently taught her a little bit. In the small space, the atmosphere was very good. Everyone was having fun. The steamed buns were ready, but the woman was too lazy to serve them to those people. She served white porridge to Tong Xiangyu and Song-gu, and also served a bowl for herself, and then sat down. The 3 of them sat together to eat dinner. The woman asked about Keqing, and only then did she know that the situation was even worse than that of Taiyuan. Tong Xiangyu said, "There should have been a government notice at the beginning, but we were in the basement at that time and could not receive anything. However, it seems that there should be many survivors in the center of Keqing City, and perhaps there is such a perfect place to avoid." "Perfect?" The woman turned her back to the surveillance camera, showing a sarcastic and numb look, taking a bite of the bun and a mouthful of porridge. Song-gu ate 5 or 6 buns in the evening, drank a bowl of porridge and served it again. Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu to eat more, according to the base's crazy way of looting supplies. Take whatever you see. There should not be much food left for them within a few kilometers. Song-gu didn't think there was anything wrong with the steamed buns and porridge. When the steamed buns came out of the pot, she helped to take them off the steamer while they were still hot. When she casually put them into the basin, she observed the woman's expression, and there was no reaction. When she ate the steamed buns just now, The woman just took them casually, and didn't eat any in particular. Porridge was even more impossible, because everyone ate from the same pot. Unless you made a fuss about the bowl. However, if the woman really wanted to attack them, there was no need to do anything unnecessary. She could just inform Zeus Nana directly, and they would have been taken down first. Almost finished eating. The woman took out another tray of buns. The style of the buns was completely different from the ones they had just eaten. The woman said, "Take these buns home and eat them. Don't eat them now. You will feel sleepy if you eat too much." This was said in a very obscure way. But Songgu understood. These buns were added with sleeping pills. They were fed to the dogs outside to prevent them from barking loudly and alerting other people in the community. Tong Xiangyu took it and thanked her repeatedly. It was already very dark at that time. Tong Xiangyu guessed that Yu Yao should have met Zeus and the others for dinner. Of course, if she asked Yu Yao to bring it, she would definitely bring it. It was dinner time. Of course, other people in the community must also be having dinner. Okay, I'm going to deliver buns to everyone. The woman picked up the stainless steel basin with the remaining buns, and said to Songgu and Tong Xiangyu with a double meaning, "You guys go back quickly. I'm going to lock the door. There are no street lights here at night. It will be very dark. Be careful when you go back." Tong Xiangyu was grateful. "Yeah. Thank you, sister." The woman put the basin on the ground and locked the door. When the woman locked the door, Songgu knew that there was no surveillance in the corridor outside the house, and looked at the telescopic ladder from a close distance. "You guys should leave quickly." The woman lowered her voice, and she did not stop when she said this. And her voice would not be heard by anyone except Tong Xiangyu and Songgu. Tong Xiangyu looked at the woman's figure going away, and she was very moved. She turned to Songgu and said, "Songgu, look, there is really a good people." Before he finished speaking, the buns in his hand were taken away by Songgu. Songgu said, "Throw the buns over the outer wall first." Songgu's aim was very good. She threw a stone at random to make a noise, and sure enough, she heard a dog barking, and then threw the buns out one by one. Tong Xiangyu whispered, "Can such a loud barking really attract the attention of other people in the community?" "Probably not," Songgu said, "but it will definitely scare you. When you climb over the wall, several wolfhounds will roar at you. Aren't you afraid?" Tong Xiangyu, "Why should I be afraid? Dogs are loyal friends of humans." "Okay." Songgu decided not to argue with this young lady, and turned around and walked back to the residential building to get the ladder. However, when Songgu held the aluminum ladder with both hands, I don't know if it was because the ladder was heavier than expected, or because she used too much force, her eyes suddenly went dark for half a second. Tong Xiangyu noticed her pause at that moment, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Songgu?" "Nothing." Songgu calmed down, and picked up the ladder again with both hands. The telescopic ladder was 5 or 6 meters long, and weighed 50 or 60 kilograms, and it was not easy to control the center of gravity. This place was still some distance from the back wall of the community. Songgu asked Tong Xiangyu to keep watch. "If you see anyone, tell me as soon as possible. It's dark here, and there are no streetlights. They will definitely bring flashlights when they come over." Tong Xiangyu, "Okay." Tong Xiangyu immediately ran to the path to see. Songgu took a deep breath, and walked down the stairs with the aluminum ladder. However, there were several steps down the stairs, and she felt black in front of her eyes again, which was a dizzy feeling. Songgu immediately put the ladder back on the ground, using the force to support herself from falling. This time it was definitely not an illusion. Something was wrong. When these 3 words appeared in Songgu's mind, she immediately looked up at Tong Xiangyu, who was running away in small steps. But Songgu no longer had the strength to shout, and her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. More and more heavy. Before the darkness completely fell in front of him, Songgu saw Tong Xiangyu running away and falling straight forward. Falling to the ground. Damn it. Songgu's heart sank. And then, he completely lost consciousness. These 2 people really have the courage to sneak away? Brother He, do you think the leader will not hurt them? They are my good friends. Don't worry about this. We won't hurt girls. At most we will lock them up and restrict their range of movement. Night is the most dangerous time outside. Zombies in the entire Taiyuan come out to look for food at this time. If they go out, not only will they kill themselves, but they will also attract all the zombies here, bringing a catastrophe to our base. Xiaoyao, this time it's all thanks to you. I was worried too. Why didn't they tell you if they were leaving? You can escort them through Taiyuan. That's right. Brother He, are they okay? When will they wake up? Didn't you say Songgu is very strong? The medicine in the flower is enough for them to sleep for a day and a night. Let's go report this to the leader first. The two people's conversation became farther and farther away. Tong Xiangyu's hands were tied, and she was in a very uncomfortable position in the corner. Her brain was dizzy, and she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Her eyelids were too heavy to open. But Tong Xiangyu still recognized the voices, one of which was Yu Yao. Songgu. Tong Xiangyu moved her lips, but she was not sure if she shouted. She wanted to move, but she had no strength at all. Tong Xiangyu used all her strength to move an inch. And then she fell to the ground from leaning against the wall. There was a cold pain in her knees and elbows. But Tong Xiangyu didn't have time to pay attention to this. She couldn't see around her. The room where they were locked up was very dark, without any light. Tong Xiangyu guessed that this should be an unused garage, because there were no windows, which was why it was so dark. Her bound hands were cold. Tong Xiangyu fumbled around on the ground, touched a handful of rough dust, and then touched something else. Songgu? This time Tong Xiangyu found that she had shouted. But Tong Xiangyu immediately lowered her voice. She touched and found that it was Songgu's ankle, which was also tightly tied with ropes. Tong Xiangyu shook Songgu hard, but he showed no signs of waking up. Tong Xiangyu didn't know whether Songgu was alive or dead. She was panicked. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. But tears came out first. Yu Yao. I didn't expect Yu Yao to really betray them. Chapter 64 Feeding Medicine. Tong Xiangyu cried so hard that her breathing became rapid. She inhaled the dust on the ground into her lungs, causing her to cough violently. But despite the noise, Songgu did not wake up. In the darkness, one could not sense the passage of time. The room was cold and quiet. Tong Xiangyu had never felt so helpless and scared. She cried while holding Songgu's ankles tightly. Her cold fingers could feel the warm body temperature. Suddenly, Tong Xiangyu remembered a sentence that Songgu often said to her. Don't cry. Can crying solve the problem? Yes, you can't cry. Crying can't solve any problem. Tong Xiangyu sniffed, trying to calm down and analyze. Yu Yao left with Gao He, and heard that they were going to find Zeus. So Zeus and Nana didn't know about the series of things that happened when she and Songgu wanted to run away, and were drugged, knocked unconscious and tied up. Before Zeus and his men came, it was also the best time for them to escape, because there would be no one guarding outside. Once Zeus came, they would either be transferred or monitored. That's right. With tears in her eyes, Tong Xiangyu reached out to touch her pocket, and felt something soft. Sanitary napkin. The sanitary napkin was still there, which meant Gao He only tied them up, and did not search them. The military knife that Songgu carried with him must also be there. Tong Xiangyu struggled to move on the dirty and dusty ground, and a few fingers that could move moved upwards, all the way from the ankle to the calf, and then to the thigh, and then groped for Songgu's waist. Tong Xiangyu prayed nervously in her heart, it must be there, it must be there. The next moment, Tong Xiangyu touched the hard dagger-shaped folding military knife, which was on the inside of Songgu's trouser waist. After confirming that the weapon was still there, Tong Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Xiangyu calmed down and began to think about the various responses that would follow. She could use the knife to cut the rope on her wrist before Zeus and the others came, and then save Songgu. But the problem was that Songgu was still in a coma. Tong Xiangyu heard Gao He say in a daze that he had drugged them, and the drug would allow them to sleep for a day and a night. 1 day and 1 night. Then when we wake up, we will be stuck in the mire and can't escape even if we have wings. Tong Xiangyu didn't think there was anything wrong with waking up early. Songgu ate a lot at night, and she had a small appetite, so it was normal for her to wake up first. But when will Songgu wake up? Unconscious people are very heavy. Tong Xiangyu asked herself if she had the strength to take the unconscious Songgu away from this terrible place. And if she escaped and was caught, the end would definitely be more tragic. So Songgu must wake up first. The rope on her wrist was tied very tightly. Tong Xiangyu's fingers were cold and numb. She clearly felt that her blood was not flowing smoothly. But she couldn't care less now. Tong Xiangyu tried to adjust her posture. Fortunately, she was thin and flexible. When she fell to the ground and her hands were tied behind her back, she could still let her left hand cooperate with her right hand to touch the right trouser pocket. She used her fingertips to pinch and pulled out the pills between the 2 sanitary napkins little by little. A little bit. A little bit. It was out! Tong Xiangyu was so happy that she didn't realize she was sweating. She was very glad that she stole the medicine in the morning and took it with her before leaving in the afternoon. Tong Xiangyu immediately knelt up, crawled upwards, and groped for it with her fingers. When she was about to touch Song Gu's mouth, Tong Xiangyu wiped her hands carefully on her clothes, even though her clothes were not very clean. Then took a piece of medicine from the tablet and stuffed it into Song Gu's mouth. However, Song Gu remained absolutely alert in his sleep, and his mouth was tightly pursed. Tong Xiangyu tried with her fingers, but she clenched her teeth tightly and couldn't get the pill in at all. What to do? Tong Xiangyu tried several times but failed, and she was extremely anxious. Suddenly, a picture flashed through her mind, but then she shook her head. No, she couldn't do that. Maybe Song Gu could wake up quickly without taking medicine? Wait a minute. Time passed by. Tong Xiangyu became more and more nervous, and later, even if there was a little movement outside, she would be startled and look over, even though she couldn't see anything in the dark. No, this won't work. Let's try. Tong Xiangyu gritted her teeth, like a risk-taking, put the pill she dug out on Song Gu's lips, and then turned around. However, after turning around, she couldn't feel around with her fingers, and had no idea where Song Gu's mouth was. Tong Xiangyu calmed down, knelt in the quiet darkness, and pricked up her ears to listen carefully to Song Gu's almost inaudible and steady breathing, then slowly bent down and lowered her head. Not the mouth. Chin? Cheek? In the darkness, Tong Xiangyu became more nervous. But the object that made her nervous had obviously changed. Her lips fell on the warm skin, and Tong Xiangyu's ears turned red. Her heartbeat was boom boom boom, and almost jumped to her throat. She couldn't even tell for a moment whether she was saving someone or taking the opportunity to bully someone. Tong Xiangyu was nervous and careful at first, but after repeated failures, Tong Xiangyu's face turned from blushing and her heartbeat to being extremely anxious. If she kept delaying, Zeus and his people would come. Fortunately, I always succeeded in pecking and kissing along the way. Tong Xiangyu finally touched the small pill. She licked the pill without saying a word. Her tongue tip was not sensitive to bitterness, but the bitter taste still reached her forehead instantly. Tong Xiangyu's face wrinkled into a ball, and she shivered with bitterness. Then she immediately shouted, Song Gu! Song Gu! In the darkness, Song Gu did not respond. Tong Xiangyu planned to make a quick decision. She took a deep breath and went straight for it. She kissed Song Gu's mouth and used her tongue tip to pry open Song Gu's teeth. But she soon found that she had been deceived by the TV series. How could you pry open the teeth that couldn't be opened with your fingers with your tongue? Tong Xiangyu felt that the medicine was about to dissolve in her mouth. She pressed against Song Gu's mouth and shouted angrily, Song Gu! With a shout, Song Gu's originally tightly closed teeth loosened in an instant. Seeing that it worked, Tong Xiangyu immediately pushed the pill into the other's mouth. However, the pill had almost dissolved. Tong Xiangyu hooked Song Gu's tongue and stirred it under the sound of her heartbeat. When she pulled it away, she realized what she had done, and was so scared that her whole body went limp. However, since it had already been done, Tong Xiangyu decided to go all out. Fearing that the drug was not effective enough, she peeled another pill. With experience this time, Tong Xiangyu quickly found Song Gu's lips, put the tip of her tongue against the pill, and successfully delivered it. However, after delivering it, Tong Xiangyu suddenly came to her senses. No! Song Gu was no longer clenching her teeth. Why not just put the medicine in her mouth with her hands? Why did she have to feed it mouth to mouth? But she had already fed it. The next step was to wait anxiously. Time passed by minute, Zeus and his men did not come, and Song Gu showed no signs of waking up. From a biological point of view, liver drug enzymes can increase the speed at which the liver metabolizes drugs. In a sense, it can play a detoxifying role. But whether it actually works, and how long it will take to be effective, Tong Xiangyu had no idea. She only had theoretical knowledge. The room was cold and dark. Tong Xiangyu waited for a long time for Song Gu to wake up, and began to think about their fate. They would become the forbidden food of the people here, like that kind sister. Losing their freedom and being used by men as objects to vent their physical desires, or even more inhumane. Wait, Tong Xiangyu suddenly froze. What about the elder sister? According to Gao He, the drug was put into the flour, and the elder sister also ate the buns. So didn't the elder sister fainted? If Zeus knew that the elder sister helped them escape, would she end up in a worse situation? Tong Xiangyu's brain had terrible guesses one after another, making her shudder with fear. She had already run out of strength, but she struggled hard again. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Since Zeus and the others hadn't shown up, it was very likely that they would come after dinner. After all, they were drugged and tied up, so it was impossible for them to run. In this way, the time left for them increased. Tong Xiangyu reached out to Song-gu again, and this time, she made another new discovery. There was a small tubular object in another pocket of Song-gu clothes. Lipstick? No, it's a lipstick-shaped flashlight. Tong Xiangyu eyes lit up. She still remembered that when she first unpacked this thumb-sized lipstick-shaped flashlight from the express box, she ran to show it to Song-gu, smiling and saying that this design was too talented, but it was so mini, it looked like a toy. Song-gu put the batteries in the flashlight, and surprisingly found that the brightness was quite good. Tong Xiangyu immediately took out this flashlight that was easy to use and carry, and turned it on, with courage. The light beam instantly dispelled the darkness. Everything she saw confirmed that Tong Xiangyu's guess was correct. This was a garage that had not been cleaned yet. There was dust on the ground, and some useless sundries piled up. Tong Xiangyu quickly shone the flashlight on Song-gu. Song-gu closed his eyes, frowned, and still showed no signs of waking up. Tong Xiangyu did not dare to look at Song-gu's mouth, and quickly looked down. Although she had just touched it with her hand, she was completely relieved when she saw it with her own eyes. Song-gu had no external injuries. As long as they were not injured, it would not affect their next escape plan. So, wake up quickly. Just thinking this, Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard footsteps outside. Tong Xiangyu was startled, and immediately turned off the flashlight and squeezed it into her palm, then fell to the ground and pretended to sleep. She was even afraid of making a sound if she fell too quickly, so she was very careful when lying down. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes, and her heart slowly rose to her throat. The footsteps finally stopped outside the door. Tong Xiangyu suddenly frowned slightly. No. This movement. Chapter 65 Escape. There was a sound of a door being pushed outside, and the rolling door was pushed, making a loud clattering sound in the dark. How could a normal person push the door like this? Tong Xiangyu sat up again, and leaned on her knees to stand up. Fortunately, her feet were not tied up. She didn't use a flashlight, and just walked over in the dark. Although she only took a quick look, Tong Xiangyu remembered the general layout of the garage. She went straight to the door, and found that there was no debris piled up there. The small garage was more than 10 meters long. When the shutter door was pushed again, Tong Xiangyu was startled, but then, Tong Xiangyu heard a small voice outside shouting, "Sister, sister?" It was really the little granddaughter of Grandma Yin, who had some intellectual problems. Tong Xiangyu immediately turned on the flashlight, ran behind the shutter door, and said, Qian, sister is here, don't push the door first." Qian outside stopped moving obediently after hearing this. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. "Qian, how did you know we were here?" "I saw it." "Did you see any adults?" "No." "Qian, listen to your sister. Don't stay here. Hurry back to Grandma's house." The little girl didn't say okay, she just whispered, "Grandma is always sleeping." Tong Xiangyu felt a prick in her heart. "I'm so hungry." Tong Xiangyu felt complicated, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and immediately whispered, "Qian, do you still remember the house where your sister lived? You go up to the second floor, the key is on the door, you open the door and go in, you enter a large room, there are 2 backpacks in it, there are a lot of delicious food in the bags. You go get it and eat it." "Qian, what about my sister?" Tong Xiangyu said, "My sister is fine. Take your backpack back to Grandma's house, and don't come over again. Okay?" Although she said so, Tong Xiangyu thought, Granny Yin is dead, and no one will take care of Qian anymore. Tong Xiangyu felt compassion. But she is really in a difficult situation now, and she and Song-gu may not be able to escape, let alone take care of a child. People in the community should just not know that Granny Yin is dead. If they knew, they would definitely settle Qian. As for the purpose of the settlement, Tong Xiangyu forced herself not to think about such far-reaching things. Listening to the footsteps of the little girl running away, Tong Xiangyu walked back to the corner slowly with a flashlight. It hurt a little when she walked. She looked down at her knees. The knees of her pants were worn out, and there were dried bloodstains. It should be caused by the fall. It hurts a lot. Tong Xiangyu sat down in the corner, turned around to look at Song-gu who was still not awake, and turned off the flashlight. Time passed quietly in the darkness. Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard the movement again. It was too quiet around her. Familiar footsteps came running. Soon, The voice of the little girl calling her sister came from outside the shutter door again. Tong Xiangyu took a deep breath, frowned and stood up again. Tong Xiangyu walked to the door and said softly, "Qianqian, didn't I tell you not to come again? Sister school bag. Here it is." Tong Xiangyu said, "Sister doesn't want it anymore. There are some food in the bag. You can take it back to Grandma's house to eat." "Okay." Qianqian didn't say anything. But she didn't leave. She just stood outside. Tong Xiangyu was afraid that if this continued, Zeus and the others would see Qianqian and then take their anger out on the child. So she had to change her words. "How about this? Leave the bag at Grandma's house. And I find you when sister comes out." "Okay." This time Qianqian said okay, and then ran away quickly. Tong Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. And just as she was about to turn back, her eyes fell on the shuttered door in front of her. A ray of dim light came through the gap at the bottom of the shutter door. Tong Xiangyu suddenly remembered that this kind of garage shutter door requires a key. But the survivors living in the community now came in from outside. And they don't have the garage key. Which means that the garage shutter door must have been pried open. It's not locked. Just pull it upwards, and it will be opened. Tong Xiangyu was overjoyed. But it was still the same old problem. Songgu was not awake, her knee was injured again. It was impossible for her to carry Songgu away from here. Unless they hid. But Zeus found out that they had escaped, and knew that they could not escape far, so he would definitely conduct a carpet search. How about hiding at Yanpo's house? Maybe no one would search under Yanpo's bed. But if she ran all the way there, she would definitely meet someone on the way. Tong Xiangyu frowned and thought carefully. The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and rethink where she could hide. There is also a fish pond. The fish pond is the most convenient. After the people leave, they can escape by climbing over the wall. But she has learned diving, so she has a certain foundation and ability. She doesn't know if Songgu can swim, and Songgu is still unconscious. Suddenly, there were several voices and hurried footsteps outside. Tong Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately laid down in the corner next to Songgu, returning to the uncomfortable position she had at the beginning. As the voices got closer, Tong Xiangyu felt her heartbeat getting faster and faster, but she carefully found that there was no sound of Zeus. The shutter door was pulled up, and a strong beam of light that could penetrate the eyelid shone directly at her. Tong Xiangyu used all her strength to control herself, not to move her eyes. The flashlight was quickly retracted. "Gao," he asked, "do you want to find someone to watch them first?" "No need. You drugged them and tied their hands and feet. They can't escape." The man pulled down the shutter door. "Send more people to watch each house first. Don't cause a commotion. Nana didn't come back? She's been bitten. And you still expect the leader to bring her back? Half of the people went out this time. And the leader is in a bad mood. Don't go and offend him. And don't talk about these two women." "Yes, Brother Chen." The two talked as they walked, and the sound of their conversation quickly faded away. Tong Xiangyu waited for a long time, and when she was sure there was no movement, she opened her eyes in the dark. Nana was bitten? Zeus and the others went out to collect supplies today, and something went wrong? It seems that there is no time to take care of them for the time being. Tong Xiangyu quickly touched Songgu's waistband. She touched the military knife. Just as she was about to reach inside the waistband, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Songgu's breath, which was barely audible at first, disappeared. Tong Xiangyu's mind went blank in panic, and she was heartbroken. "Songgu? Songgu, are you dead? Songgu?" After knowing that the person who touched her waistband was Tong Xiangyu, Songgu breathed a sigh of relief and no longer held her breath to wait for a counterattack. But she was still dizzy, and she said in a hoarse voice, "Are you okay? Songgu, you're awake." Tong Xiangyu experienced great sorrow and joy in a short period of time, and couldn't help crying with joy. "Great. What's the situation now?" Songgu only knew that her hands were tied, but the man's binding skills were not very good. She was about to untie them, but her vision was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. "It's Yu Yao. Yu Yao told Gao He that we were going to escape." Tong Xiangyu complained in a hurry. But before Songgu could speak, she hurriedly said, "I take out your knife first, and cut the rope on my hands. I heard that Zeus and the others encountered monsters when they went out today. And Nana was bitten. It seems that several people were in trouble, and they don't have time to deal with us." As they were talking, Tong Xiangyu suddenly felt something gripping her wrist. Tong Xiangyu, Songge? Songge untied the rope on the young lady's wrist in the dark. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Songge? Songge. Aren't your hands tied? Songge, tied, the knot is not tight. The knot tied by real kidnappers becomes tighter the more they struggle. I have a flashlight. Tong Xiangyu quickly turned on the lipstick-shaped flashlight. Songge took a look and said, mine. Songge took the flashlight and stood up with the help of Tong Xiangyu. However, Songge's legs were weak. His feet were staggering. And his head was even more dizzy. On the other hand, the eldest lady looked fine except for the tears on her face. Songge, let's go, Xian Jufu said. Okay. Tong Xiangyu was about to help Songge walk. But Songge stopped her, immediately turned off the flashlight, and pulled Tong Xiangyu back to the corner. Tong Xiangyu didn't know what happened. But after a while, she heard footsteps coming back. Gao He was in a bad mood. He originally wanted to report to the leader that Songge and Tong Xiangyu wanted to escape and make a great contribution. However, he did not expect that the leader would not be able to leave smoothly today, and he also lost several brothers. His contribution was directly suppressed by Chen Hai, who thought he was the leader's right-hand man. How could he not know Chen Hai's plan? He suppressed this matter first, and then took the credit for himself tomorrow. How could such a good thing happen in the world? Gao He opened the shutter door, walked to the corner with a rage, bent down and grabbed him. Unconscious. Tong Xiangyu screamed in pain. Gao He suddenly realized something was wrong. But it was too late. The next moment, he was hit hard on the back of his head by a hammer. Gao He's eyes went dark. He lost his resistance and fell to the ground stiffly. The hammer was picked up by Songge from the pile of debris in the garage. She was determined to kill him because she only had one chance and could not afford to miss it. She had just woken up and had no strength. This was a strong man. If he hadn't hit him on the back of his head, the two of them together would not be a match for this man. After the attack, Songge did not waste time to finish off the man. She just quickly tied the man's hands behind his back with the rope she had just untied. It was impossible for her to let him break free. Tong Xiangyu asked for help. Songge, my hair? My hair. Songge went to help Tong Xiangyu with her hair, only to find that the man was holding it tightly and could not take it off. Can the hair be cut off? Songge had pale sweat on her forehead. She asked Tong Xiangyu opinion before doing it. Tong Xiangyu immediately said, no. Songge's hand, which was originally holding the military knife, moved up, then cut his fingers. Tong Xiangyu was startled and hurriedly said, cut his hair. Cut his hair. What if she cut off her fingers? What if those bloody fingers were hanging in her hair? That's too scary. Songge cut off the hair without saying a word. Tong Xiangyu helped Songge out of the garage. When they walked out of the garage, they found that this was actually the garage next to the residential building where the sister steamed buns for them. There were no houses next to it, and there were several fish ponds in front of them. The dim moonlight fell half on the ground and half on the water. The surroundings were quiet and silent. Songge had recovered some of her strength and was going to get the telescopic ladder against the wall. Tong Xiangyu knew that sleeping pills were not metabolized that quickly and saw this and hurriedly said, let me do it. Let me do it. Songge cooperated and stepped aside. Tong Xiangyu took a deep breath and made full preparations and tried her best to lift the ladder. However, the ladder was only suspended half a centimeter in the air before it fell back to the ground. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu to leave, and Songge rubbed her temples with her palms, and after a while, she took a breath and lifted the entire aluminum ladder all the way to the back wall, and she climbed up first to take a look at the situation outside. It's not as dark outside as in the garage. Songge has good vision in the dark, and can see the alley, the cage, and the black dog lying down after eating the buns. In the dark, Songge also heard a lot of rustling sounds. It's the sound of electricity. Today, Zeus and his friends were killed by monsters when they went out, so they are fully armed and on alert. There is an electrified wire fence. How can they get out? And these people are on full alert, which means that the situation outside is indeed very tricky, and a group of people will suffer. What should the two of them do? But now there was no time to worry about that. Songge came down the ladder and said to Tong Xiangyu, get some quilts. Tong Xiangyu didn't ask why, but only asked where to get them. They should be in the rooms upstairs. Tong Xiangyu asked Songge to stand and rest and not run, and she ran up and down twice, and brought down quilts one by one. When she went downstairs again, Tong Xiangyu heard a scream. She thought Songge was in trouble, and she ran downstairs in a hurry, and almost fell in the middle. But Songge was fine. And the other person fell to the ground. Songge walked out of the shadows. She looked up and met Tong Xiangyu gaze. And explained, she was too noisy. Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything. She breathed a sigh of relief. And went downstairs with the quilt in her arms. After going downstairs, she found that Songge was holding something in her hand. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened slightly. Isn't this my bag? Yes. Yu Yao took it. Yu Yao? Tong Xiangyu frowned. How is it possible? I asked Qianqian to take it. But didn't she ask Qianqian to take the backpack to Yanpo's place? Tong Xiangyu asked Songge, where did you pick it up? Songge looked at the person, who was knocked unconscious by his knife. In Yu Yao's hand? Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and then looked at the person lying on the ground. Only then did she recognize that it was Yu Yao, and all sorts of complicated emotions surged in her heart. Yu Yao lay on the ground motionless. Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Songge. She just fainted. Songge explained. Forget it. Tong Xiangyu didn't want to face Yu Yao now. She ran all the way with a thick blanket in her arms. She climbed up the stairs and threw it outside. After a few beds, she could jump. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu, are you scared? Tong Xiangyu shook her head. It's not more scary outside than inside. Songge couldn't help but smile, and reached out to wipe the blood splattered by the man on Tong Xiangyu's face, and said, don't be afraid. After that, Songge first climbed the telescopic ladder, stood on the top of the wall, threw the backpack down, and then jumped accurately onto the quilt thrown by Tong Xiangyu outside the wall, and then rolled to release the force. Although the wall was high, it had layers of cotton as a buffer, so the damage was minimized. Songge relayed the quilt and turned on the flashlight on the side. Tong Xiangyu quickly climbed up the wall with the ladder. Songge stood on the quilt and stretched out his hands to her. Tong Xiangyu, it's so high. Are you crazy? Make way. I can jump by myself. Don't you believe me? Songge didn't make way. Tong Xiangyu stopped talking and jumped down directly. Songge shifted his center of gravity slightly backward, and after catching Tong Xiangyu, he skillfully released the force from his arms and spine, and fell on the quilt while holding her. The two successfully landed and both fell on the quilt. Their eyes met. Songge looked at Tong Xiangyu closely, and for some reason, he couldn't speak for a long time. Tong Xiangyu suddenly narrowed her eyes, and said with a smile, the air outside is much better than inside. Songge, what do you think? Chapter 66 Update 1. Songge was not as optimistic as Tong Xiangyu, but he did not say anything to dampen the mood. He just let go of Tong Xiangyu and said, let's find a place to spend the night. When they see Gao He, they will know that we have escaped. Tong Xiangyu asked, do you think Zeus and his men will send people to catch us back? They are too busy now, but it may not be the case later. Songge picked up his backpack and flashlight, turned his head, and looked at the iron cage, where 3 wolfhounds lay motionless. Songge originally thought that they had eaten the drug buns and were knocked unconscious, but now it seems that this is not the case. These dogs not only did not snore, they did not even have any breathing fluctuations. They were obviously dead. As for how long he had been dead, Songge turned around and asked Tong Xiangyu, do you smell anything? Tong Xiangyu, it's the stench of a rotting corpse. I haven't smelled it in the community for 2 days. As soon as Tong Xiangyu jumped down, it was all this stench. Because the air is not circulating, the smell sinks, and the hot weather makes it more obvious. Songge thought it was true. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to be careless. They were not out of danger yet. She hugged Songge's arm. Songge, let's go quickly. Which direction? Songge, call the troops and generals. Tong Xiangyu? Wherever you call. Go there. Songge pointed to the direction he had called. This way. Tong Xiangyu slightly widened her eyes. So careless? Songge, yes. It was careless. I let you do it next time. You have better luck than me. That was also careless. Songge smiled and said nothing more. Songge was actually still a little dizzy, but she took Tong Xiangyu with her, and was fully alert to the surroundings, and pricked up her ears to receive any unusual movements within the range. But it was very quiet. Zeus once said that zombies are used to coming out at night to look for food. How could it be so quiet? Songge moved his flashlight left and right to illuminate the road ahead and the surroundings. Compared to the horrible sight of all kinds of rotten corpses on the main road, The situation in the alleys was slightly better, and they were basically dried up by the sun. Not far away, a male corpse fell on the doorstep. His limbs and face were shriveled, cockroaches were crawling in the empty eye sockets, and a rat with shiny hair and dark eyes came out of the empty trouser legs. Song-gu walked over, and the mouse stopped for a moment alertly, then turned around and ran away quickly. It was 45 or 46 degrees Celsius during the day, but it was very cold at night. The temperature difference between day and night was very large. Tong Xiangyu rubbed her arms, followed Song-gu step by step, and did not dare to fall behind. The alley was narrow, with a brick road under her feet, and stone brick walls of residential houses on both sides. In the darkness, only the light of Song-gu's flashlight was shaking. The two footsteps of them were staggered together. There was no need to move forward. Song-gu knew that if they encountered a monster in such a place, they would be in danger of death, and the success rate of resistance and escape was very low. They still had to return to the main road and find a car to drive out of Taiyuan. At least the road conditions in Taiyuan looked much better than those in Kicheng. The residential buildings on both sides were silent. Song-gu chose a house that looked newly decorated and entered. The door was wide open. When he entered, he found that it was an old courtyard of the Sahyuan type. The corpses on the ground were gnawed beyond recognition, and there were old dark brown bloodstains on the ground. The small pond in the middle of the yard dried up, leaving only a bottom, in which a swollen corpse sank, and the white bellies of the goldfish and koi, which had been dead for too long, were all oozing green oil. Song-gu walked in. The house had obvious signs of being violently swept, and things in the lobby were scattered all over the floor, as if a den of bandits had broken into it. There was only an empty bed, a chair, and an empty desk in the bedroom. Zeus men were like locusts passing through, and everything that could be used and eaten in these residential buildings was looted away. After moving the inventory of various stores, they also looted these places. Obviously, they would not leave a way for others to survive. Song-gu had expected this. Song-gu knew that Zeus and his men suffered during the day and were under martial law at night, so they would definitely not risk coming out to catch the two of them. So she closed the door and put the bolt on it. If those people came out to look for her, she could not close the door, because the doors of the houses on both sides of the alley were all open. Suddenly, a door was closed, and it said, "We are hiding here?" But since he was sure that Zeus would not send anyone to find them, Song-gu needed to be on guard against monsters. Song-gu locked the front door, closed the lobby door, locked the bedroom doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Tong Xiangyu angrily said to Song-gu, "I know why everyone didn't come out. Zeus robbed and destroyed these things. If there is no rescue, the survivors will not be able to survive." Song-gu did not comment, let out a long breath, walked to the bed, sat down, closed his eyes, and rested. Tong Xiangyu was shocked to see her like this, and walked towards her quickly. Song-gu. Song-gu. Are you okay? Yeah. I feel dizzy. Song-gu was very dizzy. She had been trying to hold on since she woke up, and she had used up all her energy. Now she was sweating all over and felt dizzy. Even when she sat, she felt that her waist was not her own, compared to Song-gu, who was so weak. Tong Xiangyu, who was obviously in a worse physical condition, was fine. Song-gu looked at her and felt that her voice was hoarse and floating. "Are you not dizzy?" "Me? I'm fine. I just felt really sick when I woke up." Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu sweating and hurriedly said, "Drink more water. Drinking water promotes metabolism. As long as you get rid of the tranquilizers in your body, you will feel better." Song-gu couldn't move. Tong Xiangyu took the bag and found the mineral water. She was glad to have the bag. Tong Xiangyu unscrewed the bottle cap and carefully fed Song-gu water. Under the light of the flashlight, Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu's lips were thin on the top and thick on the bottom, and were pale pink. At this moment, his mouth was slightly open, and the tip of his tongue could be vaguely seen. Tong Xiangyu's heart trembled for no reason, and her hand twisted, and the water immediately flowed onto Song-gu's face and neck. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Tong Xiangyu apologized repeatedly and wiped the water off Song-gu, and then fed him again. Song-gu felt that Tong Xiangyu was acting a little abnormal, but Song-gu's brain was groggy now, and she couldn't think about so many things. She could only close her eyes and rest. After drinking the water and resting for a while, she looked at the backpack and said, "You said the child helped you carry the backpack. Then why didn't you ask her to carry mine?" "Because she's hungry." And there's nothing to eat in your bag. Then, there's nothing else in your bag except food. Of course there's something else. Tong Xiangyu immediately searched. But after searching for a long time, she found that there were really some useless things. The only thing that could be used was a band-aid. She sighed, and rubbed a new pair of underwear in her hand. Tong Xiangyu looked at the bathroom with the light of the flashlight, and then walked in cautiously. There was no body in the bathroom. Tong Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief, and she changed her underwear and sanitary napkins. After such a lot of exercise in one night. Of course it leaked. Tong Xiangyu threw the dirty underwear into the trash can, stood up to wash her hands, and then remembered that the water must be cut off here. So she withdrew her hand from touching the dusty faucet switch. There is no harm without comparison. From this point of view, Zoo's community is indeed the Garden of Eden. Tong Xiangyu thought unconvincedly, when they settle down temporarily in a less dangerous place. She will also make a simple rainwater collection and purification device, and then get a solar panel to power it. Although it is impossible to be large-scale and professional, it is definitely enough for her and Songge to use daily. Tong Xiangyu walked out of the bathroom. Songge heard the noise and opened his eyes to look at her. Songge, you should sleep a little longer. Tong Xiangyu walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Songge and said, you have always been the one keeping watch for me. This time it's my turn. Songge was not stubborn. She really needed to rest, to keep her strength and spirit. Songge, call me if you need anything. Tong Xiangyu, yeah. Don't worry. Songge fell asleep quickly. Tong Xiangyu was bored alone, and suddenly noticed the dried blood on her knees. She rolled up her trouser legs, wanting to clean the wound and put a band-aid on it to avoid infection. But when she lifted her trouser legs, Tong Xiangyu saw that the abrasion on her knees had formed a thin layer of scab. Tong Xiangyu touched it with her fingers, and it didn't hurt much. Can abrasions heal so quickly? Tong Xiangyu was surprised, but she had never been injured before, so she didn't know if this was normal. She blew on the wound on her knees, and didn't think much about it, and put her trouser legs down again. Songge fell asleep. There was no need to treat the knee injury. Tong Xiangyu took the flashlight and turned it off, to save battery power. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. The same darkness, not long ago in the garage. Tong Xiangyu was panicked, afraid and anxious, but now she was extremely calm. Although she had not escaped from the Taiyuan, she might not even have escaped from Zoo's sphere of influence. But she felt inexplicably relieved. As she felt relieved, Tong Xiangyu inevitably thought of Yu Yao. Although Tong Xiangyu was drowsy at the time, she remembered what Yu Yao said. Yu Yao said she was worried that they would be in danger if they escaped at night. But if she was really worried, as a good friend, why didn't Yu Yao stop them in person, communicate with them, but told Gao He instead, and drugged and kidnapped them? Since they didn't plan to go through Zeus, they decided to leave secretly. Of course they had their own reasons, but Yu Yao actually betrayed them directly. Forget it. Tong Xiangyu didn't blame Yu Yao. Yu Yao said that she didn't know everything about her and Songge, and she didn't know everything about Zeus and Nana. Songge saved Yu Yao in the rainstorm, and was Yu Yao's savior. So Yu Yao stuck to Songge and trusted him. When Songge resolutely abandoned Yu Yao, and was about to part ways with her, Zeus and Nana became Yu Yao's second savior. So Yu Yao would certainly stick to Zeus people and trust them. At this time, what was the friendship built up by spending time together day and night? It was so fragile. Only interests. Tong Xiangyu sat on the bed with her knees hugged, thinking about Qianqian, and also thinking about the sister who helped them. She thought about their future and ending. But Tong Xiangyu asked herself again, is it really good to take them out? There are so many unknown and terrible dangers outside. They are in danger every day. They have to sleep in the open air. They don't even have a place to sleep well. They are always worried. If they are given a choice, they may be more willing to stay in the community base like Yu Yao. At least there is no danger to their lives, and their food, clothing, housing and transportation are guaranteed. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but think of Grandma Tian, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, Dan and Ying and Zhu Lulu. How are you? That night, she and Songge went to the supermarket to get a limited amount of rice and noodles. Now more than a month has passed, and there was a terrible torrential rain that lasted for many days. Are they okay? Are they still alive? The disaster is ruthless and cruel, without distinguishing between the old and the young, the noble and the humble, taking away everyone's life easily. When will the rescue come? Is this really the end of the world? Can they still wait for rescue? Mom and Dad, where are you? Chapter 67 Second Update. Songgu had always been a light sleeper. Under the effect of the drug, she finally had her first deep and peaceful sleep in more than 10 years. When Songgu woke up, it was already bright. Songgu turned her head and saw a certain young lady who said she would keep watch, sleeping quietly beside her with her limbs curled up, with a sweet face and long breathing. It should be late. Songgu looked at the time on her watch. It was only 4:30 in the morning, but the bright sky outside had already passed through the curtains. Songgu did not wake Tong Xiangyu up, and went to the bathroom. When he saw the things in the trash can, Songgu was stunned. And then he held his forehead. This young lady. How come she is having her period? Tong Xiangyu was sleeping well, but suddenly she had a nightmare. In the dream, she and Songgu failed to escape, and Yu Yao followed Zeus Goha, replaced Nana's original position, and stood on the opposite side of him. Tong Xiangyu woke up in anger, and found that Songgu was not there. She was so scared that she sat up and shouted, Songgu! Songgu, outside. Tong Xiangyu's heart finally calmed down. She got out of bed and walked to the lobby. Songgu looked back at her. Watching the night? Tong Xiangyu was embarrassed. I saw that it was already dawn, so I thought I'd take a nap, only for a minute, but I didn't expect to fall asleep directly. How long did I sleep? I don't know, it's 7 o'clock now. Songgu said, eat something, and then we set off. Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up. You already know the route? Songgu, go north. Songgu looked at Tong Xiangyu and said, Student Tyrant, you should be able to tell which direction is north. Right. Tong Xiangyu said, of course. You don't have to be a tyrant to do this, I teach you later. Songgu, no need to teach. Tong Xiangyu? As you said, you can do it even if you're not a tyrant. From now on, you are forbidden to show your love to any small animal when you see it. Songgu reminded Tong Xiangyu before walking out of the door. Remember? Tong Xiangyu pouted. I'm not that promiscuous. Am I? You even call the enemy's guard dog a loyal friend. Then I said a friend of mankind. Not mine. Tong Xiangyu argued. Although Zeus and his gang are the representatives of the devil in the world, scum is also human. Songgu, wrong. Scum is scum, not human. Is that right? The two walked out of the door. The alleys in the daytime did not look as gloomy as they did at night, but the dazzling and hot sunlight shone on the ground, distorting the air. Songgu walked to the right and said, No kidding. Stay away from cats and dogs as soon as you see them. And then tell me. Tong Xiangyu reacted so quickly. Songgu would not repeatedly remind her of an unimportant matter. She immediately said, Do you suspect that cats and dogs have also been infected and turned into monsters that bite people? Yes. Songgu said. It must be animals that bit Zeus and the others, because Zeus and his group did not move at night. They always went out during the day, which means that zombies would come out to look for food at night is true. But since it was so safe during the day, why did several of them suddenly die? It means that the accident happened very quickly, and they were caught off guard. Or it was something they had never seen before. So the animal mutation should have happened recently. At least the Zeus group, who had established a safe zone for 3 months, were defenseless. Songgu had only heard the barking of those wolfhounds twice, and he felt a little familiar before, but he had never remembered it. When he woke up in the morning, he found that it was the same as the little white dog on the stone beach, with a hoarse barking and a low volume. Songgu also remembered a black unknown object he had seen in kitchen before. It was covered with hair and moved very fast. Now it seemed that it was a pet cat or dog that had been infected with the virus. At that time, it was just infected, and it had not yet turned into a monster. So the first reaction when it saw people was to run, not to attack. But now, those animals that turned into monsters began to attack people. Tong Xiangyu was still incredulous. But how could it be? The monster virus has been out for so long. It stands to reason that if animals were to be infected, they would have been infected a long time ago. How could it happen suddenly? Is there any opportunity? Songgu, no opportunity. Songgu said, it's just that the incubation period is long. Just like the monster virus lurking in the human body, is there any opportunity for outbreak? It will erupt like a gusher when the time comes. Tong Xiangyu was convinced. At this time, she suddenly remembered. The little white dog before, well, may have been infected with the virus. Songgu was also surprised that the young lady could think quickly, and said, it has a tendency to attack, but it doesn't dare to really attack. And its eyes are cloudy gray-white like those monsters. Tong Xiangyu said, I thought it was a puppy with congenital disabilities. Tong Xiangyu was afraid. Then I just brushed shoulders with death? How could you just brush shoulders with it? You were almost rubbing it and getting hot. Song Ge said, the puppy will definitely come to you if it turns into a monster. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. Why are you looking for me? Don't you feed it every day? You have nurtured it for so long. You must have some feelings for it. Goodbye. Tong Xiangyu was very disappointed when she talked about this topic. Yu Yao and I have been in love for so long. Didn't she betray me if she said she would? How could you imagine this? Song Ge, can't imagine it? Tong Xiangyu was annoyed. Of course not. Song Ge said, that's because you haven't seen much. Miss, thank you Yao for giving you the first lesson in human nature in your life. Don't trust others in the future. Tong Xiangyu, what about you? What about me? Can't I trust you too? I'm not someone else. Song Ge put his hands in his pockets and said, of course it's best not to believe it. I don't. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Ge's arm and smiled at him. I will believe you. You are the only one I have. Who else can I believe if I don't believe you? Where are your parents? I haven't found them yet. Before they are found, you are the only one I believe in. After they are found, you are the only one I believe in. Song Ge laughed angrily and said nothing. Tong Xiangyu was still upset. But why did Yu Yao do that? Couldn't she just pretend she didn't see it? There are two possibilities. 1. People's jealousy and the mentality of wanting to take someone else down with them even if they die. She may have realized that the place is terrible. Since she can't go with us, let us stay together. But didn't we say we would take her away? Song Ge didn't say that because this take her away was only once, and it was impossible to bring Yu Yao a sense of belonging. Song Ge said, so there is a second possibility. Yu Yao was completely brainwashed. Zeus and his rhetoric were so powerful, and Yu Yao was a weak-willed person. The other party threw her a rope that looked like an olive branch, but was actually a life-saving straw. She didn't even have time to grab it, so how could she still doubt it? Tong Xiangyu sighed sullenly. So what do you think will happen to Yu Yao in the future? It has nothing to do with me. Song Ge. Song Ge saw that Tong Xiangyu was in a depressed mood and changed the subject. Speaking of which, my mouth is very bitter. Tong Xiangyu immediately shifted her attention and looked at Song Ge worriedly. Huh? Why is my mouth suddenly very bitter? It's not sudden. I felt bitter in my mouth when I woke up yesterday. What do you think happened? When Tong Xiangyu heard this, she remembered the scene of feeding the medicine at that time. Her face flushed red. She felt so guilty that she was trembling. Her ears were burning. She wanted to answer loudly and bluffingly. But she stuttered, I. How do I know? Don't you know? Yes. Tong Xiangyu responded. But her heart was already in a mess. Why did Song Ge ask this? What did her tone mean? Did she wake up at that time? Tong Xiangyu scared herself to death. Song Ge felt that Tong Xiangyu didn't need to hide it. Okay, I want to praise you, but you are so modest. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Praise me? Is it the medicine stolen from the warehouse? Song Ge guessed. It can force people to wake up from their coma? Tong Xiangyu realized that Song Ge was just curious about the bitter taste in his mouth. His face turned red and white. And finally he whispered, well, not really, it's just a liver drug enzyme inducer, which can promote your liver to synthesize liver drug enzymes, thereby accelerating the decomposition of drugs, and can quickly metabolize toxins and drugs in your body. Song Ge, okay, heavenly book. Tong Xiangyu tried to explain in plain language again. The liver can metabolize and detoxify. Now it just speeds it up, so that the sedatives can be metabolized quickly and shorten its effect on the human body. Song Ge, no need to explain it to me, I don't understand it either. Anyway, you saved me again, little milk tea. Tong Xiangyu blushed, and hummed softly with her eyes downcast. Song Ge thought again. But how did you get that medicine? Tong Xiangyu was really guilty. When she heard this, she was afraid that Song Ge would ask how to feed the medicine. She interrupted hurriedly and stuttered, Song Ge. I'm thirsty, and I want to drink water. Song Ge took out some water for her. There was only a bottle of mineral water in the bag. She drank half of it at night, and now there is only half a bottle left. Tong Xiangyu knew that water was precious. She only took a small sip, and suddenly she thought of how to change the subject. She returned the water to Song Ge, and then said, by the way, Song Ge, didn't I bruise my knee yesterday? It was quite painful. But when I looked before going to bed, it was actually scabbed. It was so fast. After saying that, Tong Xiangyu confirmed that everything was safe. She stopped and lifted her trouser legs to her knees to show Song Ge. Song Ge lowered his eyes, and what came into his sight was the eldest lady's straight white legs. There was no broken skin or scabs on her knees. There was nothing, only a little dark gray scab mark. Huh? Tong Xiangyu touched it curiously. Where's the scab? It fell off. Song Ge said, the scabs from your previous allergy also fell off very quickly. Right? Yes. Yes. Tong Xiangyu said, but I've never had an allergy before, so I don't know if it's fast or not. It's this injury. I'm sure it hurt a lot when I woke up yesterday. I was limping when I walked. Song Ge said, maybe you are also mutating. Tong Xiangyu was startled, looking at Song Ge. What did you say? Song Ge looked at her. I didn't say you would become a monster, but immunity evolution? Explain it with the ocean of knowledge in your mind. That's about it. Tong Xiangyu. Isn't it said that humans are the fastest adaptable creatures? Song Ge said, leading Tong Xiangyu into a yard, said, this damn place is impossible to get out of. We are lost. They had been circling around for nearly an hour without realizing it. All the houses in the alley were in the same situation, rotten corpses or dried corpses, and then the things in the house that could be used were emptied, and the things that could not be used were smashed. The only difference is that many people died here, while the people who died in the alleys of Kuching all turned into monsters. These people did not look like they had turned into monsters before dying, but there were obvious signs of being bitten by monsters on their bodies. Song Ge walked to the lobby and saw a little white cat in a cage. Of course, it had already turned into a dried cat, surrounded by maggots and flies. Song Ge walked around the lobby and went up the stairs. Tong Xiangyu followed her anxiously. Song Ge, please explain clearly. What mutation? Don't scare me. You really believe it? Song Ge strode forward and said, I'm just trying to scare you. I haven't mutated yet. When will it be your turn? Why do you have to mutate first? Then why did you mutate? Didn't you say that? When did my words count? I was just talking nonsense. Song Ge walked up to the second floor and didn't stop, and continued to walk to the third floor. Tong Xiangyu, Song Ge, what are you looking for? Looking for a way. Tong Xiangyu understood immediately. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Now that they are lost and can't go anywhere, they have to find a high place to look down at the layout and route of the suburbs before they can get out. Otherwise, going around in circles will only waste their energy and time. Song Ge stood on the attic and looked into the distance. Sure enough, they were getting further and further away from the main road that led them into the city. But Taiyuan is a big city after all. There are many main roads. Continue to the right, there is also a road, and there are not many vehicles. Moreover, Song Gezi looked carefully and found that there were really no monsters nearby. It was just an empty dead city. Could it be that they only came out to look for food at night? If so, if they chose to cross the center of Taiyuan during the day, would they still face a frontal attack or siege from all sides by the monsters? Song Ge thought for a while, and when he heard the noise, he looked back and saw that the eldest lady did not ask about the mutation, but was opening the drawers one by one. Song Ge, what are you looking for? Tong Xiangyu, find a map. Song Ge was speechless. How could a local family like this, who was born and raised in Taiyuan, have a local map? But Song Ge did not discourage the young lady's rare enthusiasm, and turned and walked into a house. Song Ge paused as soon as he entered the room, but soon continued to look for anything that could be used. Tong Xiangyu couldn't bear to see Song Ge leave her sight, and immediately stopped looking and followed Song Ge into the room. Before Song Ge could stop her, Tong Xiangyu screamed in fear. Song Ge, don't come in, I'm coming out. Tong Xiangyu immediately left without looking, but her heart was still beating as fast as 1,000 horses galloping. In the room, a rope was hanging on the beam, and the woman who had already become a mummy had long hair hanging down to her waist and a red skirt, a typical horror movie standard. Song Ge walked out of the room, considerately, closing the door. Chapter 68 Looting. The door was closed, but Song Ge said, You've seen it many times. Why are you still afraid? Tong Xiangyu said stubbornly, I was frightened, not afraid. Then go in and take a look. Why should I go in and take a look? To prove that you're not afraid. I don't want to prove such a boring thing. Tong Xiangyu said, as she saw Song Ge coming over, and immediately went over and hugged Song Ge's arms. Song Ge asked her, Are you not looking for a map? No. Tong Xiangyu said sullenly. There are not many people who put maps at home like Grandma Tian. Besides, there is nothing fun in Taiyuan, so they probably won't hide any travel brochures. Song Ge didn't comment. Tong Xiangyu saw her like this and realized something. Song Ge, have you thought about it a long time ago? No. You must have thought about it, but you just didn't tell me on purpose. Can't I give you something to do? No, just keep telling me about my mutation. You haven't mutated. How could you mutate if you're fine? I was just joking. Really? Really. Song Ge still found some useful things in the house. Old residential buildings often need to be hammered. Song Ge took a hammer, a bag of long nails, and a 30-centimeter iron wrench from the toolbox. The two returned to the lobby on the first floor. There were 2 rooms on the left and right in the lobby. Song Ge went to see them one by one. One was a bedroom, with a solid wood palm bed. The bedding was flipped open randomly. The windows were sealed with wooden boards and iron nails. There was no sign of damage. The wooden wardrobe and drawers were wide open. The clothes and pants were turned upside down. This is not the mark of a monster rampage. It is human destruction. The other room is the kitchen. The dishes are covered with colorful mold. Some of the hyphae are longer than fingers, and the tiled countertop is covered with mouse droppings and footprints of mice. Apart from that, there is no trace of blood or fighting. Song Ge walked into the kitchen and came out soon. Let's go! Tong Xiangyu looked at the extra rolling pin in Song Ge's hand and wondered, what are you doing with this? Song Ge waved it as a gesture. For self-defense. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Ge was not joking, and immediately said, how can I defend myself with this? It's so short. And when I use it, the monster will bite me. It's so light, and there's no way I can beat it back. Then this is for you. Song Ge handed the 40-centimeter long iron wrench to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu had just taken it upstairs, and it was so heavy. Song Ge asked the eldest lady, which one do you want? Tong Xiangyu silently chose the rolling pin, but felt that she would never use it. So she said to Song Ge, I already know how to make dumplings. I use this stick to roll out the dough in the future, and then make dumplings for you. Okay. Song Ge, I wait. But if there is a longer weapon, the longer the better. If the stick is too short, it's hard to say whether you hit the dog first or get bit by the dog. But later Song Ge searched several houses and found nothing. We can't waste any more time. Song Ge remembered the route out of this alley area, and took Tong Xiangyu to turn a few corners, and soon saw the spacious city main road, 2A lanes, and dry green belts. Song Ge asked Tong Xiangyu to stay where she was, and he went to check the situation first. Although there were no monsters or unusual noises along the way, the situation was special after all, and he could not be careless. Song Ge held the wrench and walked lightly, compared with the chaotic, crowded, cruel and bloody scene in Kiching. The streets he saw were as good as they could be, although they were also covered with rotten or dry corpses. Rats and cockroaches were still everywhere, and traces of car accidents and explosions were everywhere. But there are few cars on the lane. There will be no traffic jam. The young lady driving skills in Kiching, here, can't scratch the paint at all. And there is no trace of monsters. Song Ge? Tong Xiangyu asked in a low voice from behind. Are there any monsters? No, come out. The sun is high, and the sky is clear. Unlike the alleys with dense residential buildings, when you walk out, the surrounding temperature seems to be directly 3 or 4 degrees higher, even if you are wearing clothes. You can feel the burning pain of the direct sunlight. Tong Xiangyu took out a sun-proof jacket from her backpack and gave one to Song Ge. Song Ge, why do you have this in your bag? Tong Xiangyu put it on and said, because the sun is very strong. After that, she turned her head to look at the window, but noticed that her long hair was tied up with a bamboo hairpin, and there was a half-inch long hair sticking up on her head. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened immediately. Song Ge. Song Ge was startled and looked at her immediately. Tong Xiangyu's eyes turned red, pinching the short and sticky hair on her head with her fingers, looking at Song Ge, and said in a crying voice, what's going on? Why did you cut my hair so short? Song Ge immediately said, blame the Gao He. But you cut it? The situation was urgent at the time. I didn't pay attention. Tong Xiangyu pressed down the short hair with her palm. Wu, what should I do? It's so ugly. Not ugly. Song Ge said, you are so beautiful. You will look good with any hairstyle. What kind of hairstyle is this? As Tong Xiangyu was talking, she thought of how ugly she had been all morning, and she started to cry out of grievance. Song Ge said hurriedly, when we see a barber shop, I give you a haircut. Can you cut hair? Of course. I cut my own hair. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge hairstyle and said decisively, I don't want you to cut it. Songge. Tong Xiangyu took off her sunscreen jacket, covered the raised hair with a veil, and tied the sleeves under her chin. Songge said on the side, no need. I'm used to it. Tong Xiangyu heard it, hummed and said nothing. Songge sighed and decided to find a car first. Soon, Songge found that things were not as smooth as he had imagined. Although the road conditions were good, all the private cars parked on the roadside were broken. Some were damaged by trees. Some were damaged by people who committed suicide by jumping off buildings. And some were smashed by a series of car accidents. Finally, there were a few cars parked well, but they were damaged by human beings and their windows were smashed. Songge looked inside the car. The storage box was wide open, and the things inside were turned upside down. I don't know if it was done by Zeus and his men, or if it was when the monster virus broke out and the Order of the Cloud was in chaos. And the pickpockets, who usually stole and robbed, took advantage of the chaos to smash cars and steal things. All the cars I saw along the way were in a similar situation. Tong Xiangyu saw a pile of dead bodies, some of which were already dry bones. Some were rotten into mummies, and some still had stinking rotten meat that attracted flies to hover and suck. Tong Xiangyu frowned and looked up. It was a tall residential building. Judging from the degree of decay of the bodies, some of them were desperate and decided to jump to end their lives in panic, while some persisted for a long time, but finally chose to commit suicide after experiencing long-lasting despair. Tong Xiangyu saw many dead people and rotting corpses along the way, but every time she saw such a scene, she felt suffocated. The scorching sun made people dizzy. Even wearing a sunproof jacket, Tong Xiangyu felt that she could not hold on any longer. From the time she woke up and ate a bag of snacks to now, they had been walking for more than 3 hours without drinking any water, and their throats were already smoking. Tong Xiangyu opened her bag. In the only bottle of mineral water in the bag, less than half of the water was swaying slightly. Tong Xiangyu looked up and squinted. The sky was cloudless. The dazzling sun in the sky was as big as a footbath. Tong Xiangyu decided to endure it a little longer, but until she passed another traffic light intersection and didn't see a car on the road, Tong Xiangyu couldn't bear it anymore. She hesitated to take out the mineral water bottle and held it in her hand and asked Songge, Songge, I want to drink water. Songge, do you have to ask me before drinking water? But we only have this little left. Tong Xiangyu ran to Songge, shaking a half bottle of water for her to see. Her throat was so dry and uncomfortable, and looked eagerly. Can I have a sip? Songge said, this little water, if you don't drink it, it will evaporate. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help laughing, finally unscrewed the bottle cap, drank a small sip of water. The discomfort of her throat that seemed to be dry and sticky finally eased. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly handed the water to Songge. Songge, you drink too. Songge, I'm not thirsty. Tong Xiangyu saw that Songge's face was red from the sun, and her neck was covered with hot sweat. She handed it to her stubbornly. Nonsense. Your mouth is dry. Drink a sip. Songge couldn't resist, so she took it and pretended to drink a small sip, swallowed it, and gave it back to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was satisfied, screwed the lid on, and put it back in the bag. Songge didn't drink it, because Songge thought that there would be no other water resources nearby for the time being. First of all, the search team said by Zeus would definitely search for all the water. Secondly, if there are other survivors in Taiyuan, water, a resource that is indispensable to humans, will definitely be consumed the fastest. She can still bear it now, so she doesn't need to drink. The two walked for a while. Tong Xiangyu drank some water to relieve her thirst, so her mood improved again. When she passed by a robbed and destroyed optical shop, she ran into the shop, took out a pair of sunglasses from the window, and called Songge's name again. Songge stood on the side of the road, and saw the eldest lady wearing a pair of sunglasses that were almost bigger than her small face, and was speechless for a moment. Come in. Come in. Hide. It's too hot outside. Songge followed him into the store. Aren't you afraid that a monster will suddenly appear in a place like this? I didn't see any along the way. Tong Xiangyu said. Didn't Nana Zeus and the others also say that monsters and zombies only come out at night? Tong Xiangyu took off her sunglasses and put them on Songge's nose, then took a step back to look, and praised, wow. Cool. Songge looked up at the mirror and said without emotional intelligence, like a blind person. Nonsense. Tong Xiangyu picked a few more pairs of sunglasses, trying them one by one, because Song-gu said he looked like a blind person. Tong Xiangyu specially changed Song-gu's sunglasses with a pink heart frame. Song-gu asked, "Can I have the previous pair back?" Tong Xiangyu, "Of course not." The two walked out of the glasses store. Tong Xiangyu pushed her sunglasses. Looking at the city that was originally extremely dazzling under the scorching sun, she felt much more pleasing to the eye, said, "Based on this situation, the useful car should have been driven away by others, maybe Zeus and his people, maybe other survivors. Let's look for a bicycle to ride." "Yeah," Song-gu said, "we have to leave Zeus and his people's territory as soon as possible. This way we may find water." Chapter 69 Speculation. Song-gu quickly found a geared bicycle with inflated tires. Tong Xiangyu, wearing a sun-protective jacket, wearing sunglasses, pinched her nose and ran out of the public toilet. Although she was glad to bring her bag out, she still ran very far away before she gasped for breath, and said to Song-gu with a painful look on her face, "You can't imagine how smelly it is in there. Song-gu, you should be thankful that there are no monsters in there." Tong Xiangyu snorted, and began to speculate reasonably. "From the current point of view, I think everyone may really have no way to survive in this terrible situation, so they went to Zeus, and did not run away even though they knew that Zeus had problems. Because the situation here is much worse than in Kitchen. Although there are many monsters in Kitchen, at least there are still a lot of supplies in supermarkets and convenience stores, unlike here, where almost all the useful things have been moved away by Zeus' organization." Song-gu spoke rationally. "That's because a long time has passed." Song-gu said, "If people want to survive, when the stored food is eaten up, they must find a way to find supplies outside. No matter where they are, it's the same for the survivors in Kitchen, but they may not be as well trained as Zeus' team." Tong Xiangyu thought it made sense, nodded, and asked Song-gu, "Have you not had your period yet?" "Yes." "Is it delayed too?" "Yes." Song-gu responded casually. Stepped on the bicycle pedal. "It has never been correct." "I don't care." Tong Xiangyu, "Oh, I should have brought motherwort with me earlier. So both of us have to fight monsters and mutant animals while losing blood? Then you'd better not come." On the way, Tong Xiangyu saw another shop selling hats. The rolling shutter of the shop had been completely destroyed, with dried blood on it, and there were many rotting corpses and reptiles on the ground. However, many of the hats in the shop were still good. Tong Xiangyu took a beige fisherman's hat to cover her badly cut hair, then put on her sun protection clothes, and picked a baseball cap for Song-gu. Song-gu was still wearing the sunglasses with a hard frame, and the eldest lady kept trying the hat on his head. Song-gu said, "We are running for our lives. Can we have a sense of urgency? No matter how urgent it is. We can't leave Taiyuan today." Tong Xiangyu thought very openly. "It's so hot outside. Of course we have to take more precautions. Sunscreen is useless for this intensity of sunlight. Only hats can effectively block the sun." Song-gu couldn't argue with her, so he could only let her go. Song-gu watched Tong Xiangyu excitedly picking out one hat after another. Her little face was red and sweaty, but her eyes were still bright and beautiful. Song-gu couldn't help feeling a little strange. Originally thought that escaping from the base with all the food, clothing, housing and transportation, and being betrayed by Yu Yao, a good friend who had come all the way and trusted, this spoiled young lady would not be used to it, would be depressed, and even complain about everything. After all, she had seen all kinds of darkness in human nature, but she actually had nothing. She was having fun in the midst of hardship, and was still positive and optimistic. Now there was no sign of rescue, and the situation might be developing in a more serious direction. Not to mention whether her parents could be found, it was not certain whether the two of them could leave this strange city alive. But Tong Xiangyu didn't seem to worry about that at all, and she adapted quite well. However, Song-gu walked out of the store, thinking that having a hat would indeed make it less sunny. Setting off again, Tong Xiangyu hugged Song-gu's waist, looking at the street scene that was retreating at a steady speed. Although there was nothing to see in this devastated and horrible scene, Tong Xiangyu sighed. "If we hadn't met Zeus and the others, we might have already left Taiyuan." "Song-gu, are you sure?" Tong Xiangyu, "Of course." Tong Xiangyu thought, "What is there to be unsure about?" Song-gu said, "But according to our habit, rest during the day, travel at night. Maybe we will just encounter those monster corpses that come out to look for food at night, and then be besieged and bitten to death." "Impossible." Tong Xiangyu was full of confidence. You will be very cautious when you go to a strange place. How can you rush so rashly? You must hide somewhere to observe clearly first. Song-gu raised his eyebrows and did not comment. Tong Xiangyu leaned against Song-gu and nodded at his back. After a long while, he said, Song-gu, I think people should look forward. No matter what they do, they should be full of hope, and they should not be depressed. What do you think? Song-gu, am I depressed? No, I'm talking about myself. Tong Xiangyu shut up after she finished speaking. If she continued, she would be thirsty and want to drink water again. Now there is no trace of water along the way, so she must drink sparingly. Song-gu understood that. It turned out that this young lady was not born optimistic, but she really struggled in her heart before deciding to face it positively. In the end, she still has too little experience. Song-gu thought, perhaps it will take more painful experiences for this young lady who does not know the sufferings of the world and thinks the world is full of love to know that everything is not as good as she imagined. But then, Song-gu thought again. She didn't want such a cruel thing to happen to Tong Xiangyu. Taiyuan is not as big as Keqing, but it is a city after all. It is difficult to ride out with a bicycle. The high temperature scorches the sun, and the air is distorted. The whole deserted city is like a flaming mountain. At the end, it seems like there are sparks when you breathe. The two stopped at a commercial street. It is a little cooler here, but the situation is very tragic. Not to mention the stench. The whole street is either burned by explosions or collapsed into ruins. And the rotten meat and corpses are piled up like garbage in the whole aisle. One glance can make you imagine what kind of hell this place with the most traffic was like when the monster corpse tide broke out. Song-gu first determined the safety of this place, confirmed that there were no signs of monster activity, and then moved the bicycle to a cool place. When he was looking for a hat before, the bicycle was placed under the scorching sun, which scalded the young lady but, causing her to complain and say that it would be her fault if she had diarrhea later. Can't make mistakes again. Song-gu learns from his mistakes. There's not a single monster. Not a single one. Tong Xiangyu wandered around clothing and shoe stores, tapping the rolling pin in her hand out of boredom. Not only are there no monsters, there's not a single cat or dog. There were only countless corpses in varying degrees of decay, and various cruel deaths. Tong Xiangyu went from feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit at first, to now being able to frown and look away as if nothing had happened. Song-gu said, maybe they really won't appear until night. What time is it now? Tong Xiangyu asked. Song-gu looked at her watch, frowned immediately, and turned to look at the sky outside. Tong Xiangyu didn't hear Song-gu answer. Looked at Song-gu. What's wrong? Song-gu, 5:30. Song-gu said, but it looks early. To confirm, Song-gu walked out and looked up. Although it was not too late before 6 o'clock, it was generally not dark until 7 o'clock. But today the sun showed no signs of setting, and it was still hanging high in the sky. Tong Xiangyu didn't take it seriously. Didn't the days last longer and the night shorter before? It's past 5 o'clock. No wonder I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first. Tong Xiangyu took out some snacks from her bag. Seeing this, Song-gu temporarily put aside his doubts and walked into the store. I can't rush today. I sweat too much but don't get enough water. It's easy to get dehydrated. Tong Xiangyu opened a chocolate bar. She propped up her face and looked outside. She took off her sunglasses curiously and put them on immediately. The street conditions she saw after taking off the sunglasses became more terrible. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional rat coming out to look for food and making a little noise. Tong Xiangyu muttered to herself, so where did all those monsters go? Song-gu guessed, they should have hidden themselves. Some cool place, such as an underground parking lot. Tong Xiangyu, when we were in Keqing, you also said that monsters might be afraid of heat. But it turns out that although the monsters hide in the shade of trees and in shops during the day, they will still chase us when they see us. And the intensity of sunlight will not affect their speed. Tong Xiangyu said, if that's the case, why doesn't the monster come out during the day? Song-gu ate beef jerky to replenish his energy, and didn't say anything. Tong Xiangyu thought about it, and suddenly said, Song-gu, do you think there is such a possibility? The monster has died naturally in so many months, and Zeus and his people are deceiving everyone. Song-gu, yes. Then what? Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu paying attention to her, and she instantly became excited. She analyzed seriously and said, the monster is dead, but Zeus is still deceiving everyone that it is dangerous outside. His purpose is to establish authority, control everyone mentally, and gather more and more people to oppose the government. Song-gu, yeah. Tong Xiangyu eyes lit up, looking at Song-gu. You think it's possible too, right? Song-gu didn't think it was possible. Song-gu said, according to what you said, the monster has died naturally. Then why didn't the survivors find out? They left their hiding place, and came out to see that there was no danger. Shouldn't they leave Taiyuan together? Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song-gu added, and if the monster died, the country should also respond immediately, such as sending troops to support all parts of the country, at least repair power facilities and networks first, so that people's hearts can be stabilized, right? Tong Xiangyu felt that what Song-gu said made sense. But after thinking about her own position and concept, she proposed another hypothesis. What if the monsters appeared at different times? For example, Keqing appeared earlier than Taiyuan, and other places may be later. In this way, the monsters here died, but other places have not yet. Song-gu thought it was possible, so he did not refute it. Tong Xiangyu continued to analyze in depth. Zoo's security base has been established for so long, and there are so many supplies in the community. They should have established several strong, professional and mature supply search teams, and they would be very vigilant when they go out to perform tasks. But why would they still get bitten? Unless they thought there were no monsters in the city, so they were very careless, and they never thought that there were suddenly mutated animals in the city, which caught them off guard. Song-gu said, but they were careless, or maybe because they were sure that monsters would not come out during the day. Yes. But yours is possible, and mine is also possible. Seeing that Song-gu did not deny it, Tong Xiangyu was slightly excited. The first thing they did when they saw us was to stop us from passing through the Taiyuan. Maybe they were afraid that we would discover the truth? Song-gu, so? Tong Xiangyu said excitedly. We'd better find a telescope store, get some tools, and then look down at night and observe. Chapter 70 The Sun Never Sets. Song-gu rejected Tong Xiangyu's idea of finding a telescope store. Song-gu had good eyesight, so there was no need to do that. With that time, it would be better to find some water. If you don't drink water, you die of thirst. The two were lucky. In this busy commercial street, there was actually a water dispenser with unfinished water in the store, and it was not polluted, although the time interval was a bit long. But no matter how old the water was, it would not kill you, but if you don't drink water, you will definitely die. Song-gu drank the water first, and it didn't taste strange, so he let Tong Xiangyu drink. The two drank a little bit several times, and poured the rest into the spring water bottle. In this way, they almost drank up the half bucket of water in the water dispenser. Tong Xiangyu was a little full, and sat in the store without wanting to leave. Song-gu put safety first, and checked the front and back doors. Although he was sure there was no danger around, it was not suitable to stay overnight. First of all, there were many rotting corpses here, and the smell was bad. Secondly, the front and back aisles were narrow, and there were obstacles on the road. More, in case of danger, it will affect your escape. Finally, it is impossible to observe the movement of monsters in this place. It is better to find a taller building. But tall buildings have their own risks. First, climbing up and down the stairs is physically demanding. Second, the escape space is small. Furthermore, who can guarantee that a closed space will be opened? Will a group of hideous and terrifying biting monsters rush out from it? So, you can only observe outside the corridor, and then find a relatively safe place to spend the night. Song-gu was thinking. Tong Xiangyu suddenly called her, Song-gu. Song-gu looked over immediately. What's wrong? Look, is this clock accurate? It's already 6:30 in the evening? Tong Xiangyu pointed to the clock hanging on the wall in the store. There was a row of bloodstains on it, but the clock was not damaged, and the second hand was still accurately beating. Song-gu raised her hand to look at her watch. Tong Xiangyu came to Song-gu to look, and the watch also showed 6:30. The two looked at each other, and went outside to look together. The sun not only did not set, but it was hanging high in the center of the sky, as if it was 11 or 12 o'clock at noon. Song-gu asked, is it possible that some external factors made the watch run faster? Tong Xiangyu thought about it seriously, and said, it may be affected by magnetism. Because the hairspring is a component that is easily magnetized. Once magnetized, it should be normal to run 2 or 3 hours faster. Song-gu has been calculating the time of sunset based on the watch recently. It is true that the days are getting longer and longer. But basically the sun is already setting at around 6:30, and it is completely setting with only afterglow at around 7:00, and the sky darkens at around 7:30, and it is completely dark at around 8 o'clock. But now, it is already 6:30, and the sun is still hanging high in the sky. Song-gu could not find any other explanation except that the watch was broken. Tong Xiangyu asked Song-gu, "It was so early that day, should we continue on our journey?" Although Song-gu thought that the watch must be wrong, she still had a bad feeling in her heart. She said, "Let's find a car. We should be able to find a car nearby." Because of the location and industry, the commercial street is prosperous and bustling. Once the monster erupts, it will be destroyed in an instant, leaving no chance for struggle and escape. That's why the two of them were able to find the half bucket of water that was not finished. In addition, the situation here is terrible, and the hooligans dare not come here to smash cars and steal things. The possibility of vehicles being damaged by human and external forces is relatively small. As expected, Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu took a casual walk and found several illegally parked cars intact. But how to drive a car without keys? Song-gu thought about it and decided not to look for the car, but to look for the keys first. Song-gu looked for car keys on the pants of the rotting corpses. Usually there was no car key, but she found one and compared it everywhere to see which car it was. But it was not the one around. Tong Xiangyu watched Song-gu looking for a needle in a haystack, crossed her arms, and was very reluctant. She didn't want to pick the trouser pockets of the dead at all, especially those who were either rotting and full of maggots or were just dried bones. Tong Xiangyu stood aside, watching Song-gu turn over the cars one by one without any concern for the dirt or stench. The sun was blazing overhead. Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips, pushed up her sunglasses, and said, "Song-gu, you might as well go to the parking lot to find it." Song-gu stood up and looked back at her. Tong Xiangyu said, "When people encounter such a terrible thing, their first reaction is to drive away. People who go to the underground garage usually have car keys." In fact, Tong Xiangyu just said it casually, but Song-gu agreed, "You are right. I know where the parking lot is." Tong Xiangyu couldn't believe it. "Are you serious? But didn't you say that the monsters might hide in the underground parking lot?" "It's just a guess." Song-gu said, "Monsters will be attracted by noise. Let's make some noise first. If there are no monsters, we go in." Tong Xiangyu was depressed. Song-gu said, "It's true that the success rate of finding a car there is higher." Tong Xiangyu said softly, "Well then." Before Song-gu rode his bike to the commercial street, he passed by a large shopping mall. Because the shopping mall must be the first choice for Zeus and his men to search for supplies, Song-gu didn't stop at that time and continued to come to the commercial street. Now he was riding back with Tong Xiangyu. The lifting pole in front of the underground parking lot of the mall had been lifted, but the situation at the scene was even more tragic. Even though Song-gu had seen many horrible things along the way, he couldn't help but frown when he saw this. The corpses were piled up, blood was flowing all over the ground, the rotten body parts and intestines on the ground were like wet kitchen waste, countless maggots were slowly wriggling in the sun, reflecting sparkling light. Even though Tong Xiangyu was wearing sunglasses, she couldn't help but vomit, and turned her head to vomit. Song-gu found a few plastic bags. Tong Xiangyu thought Song-gu was using them to vomit for her, so she reached out to take them. But Song-gu squatted down and asked her to lift her feet. Tong Xiangyu subconsciously lifted her feet first, but she quickly realized what Song-gu was going to do, and immediately put her feet down, saying, "No, I won't get off." Even if there were plastic bags between them, she didn't want to step on those things. "I can't drive." Song-gu looked up at her and said, "Shall I push the whole car up for you later?" Tong Xiangyu whimpered. Song-gu patted her ankle lightly. "Be obedient." Tong Xiangyu had no choice but to lift her feet. After Song-gu put 2 plastic bags on her, she said angrily, "When we find a car, I will definitely teach you how to drive. I will let you drive from now on." Song-gu, "Okay." It was bright and dazzling outside, but the underground parking lot was pitch black. The stench inside was even stronger than Song-gu had imagined. Song-gu didn't get too close. She swung her iron plate hand and knocked on the wall, making a continuous sound. At the same time, she was alert to all the movements in front and around her, and her ears were sharp and listened carefully. The knocking sound continued for a while. The surroundings were still quiet. Song-gu turned around and said to the young lady standing in the sun, "Come here." Although Tong Xiangyu resisted very much, she had no choice but to force the issue. She took a deep breath, and was stimulated by the stench again and vomited out all the water she had drunk before. She vomited for a long time. After Tong Xiangyu vomited, she rinsed her mouth with a little mineral water and then tried to adjust her state and followed Song Ge tangledly. Song Ge stretched out his hand to her. Be careful. The ground is a little slippery. The ground is not a little slippery. Tong Xiangyu's pretty face was tangled up. She grabbed Song Ge's hand, and while being held tightly, she stepped carefully on the rotten intestines that could not be avoided. After turning a corner, the underground parking lot was pitch black. Song Ge turned on the flashlight, and the reflective strips on the wall and the ground reflected light. Tong Xiangyu took off her sunglasses and hung them on her collar. Looking at the scene in front of her, her stomach was churning wildly. But she couldn't vomit anything, because the underground parking lot was cool, isolating all the scorching heat outside. Without the high temperature and exposure to the sun, the ground was covered with blood and rotten flesh. Every time Tong Xiangyu stepped down, she felt like she was stepping into a muddy mud, and it made a sticky sound. However, there were a few hard bones, and even a skull covered with hair in this muddy mud. Tong Xiangyu's hair stood on end, and she regretted her proposal 10,000 times. If she was given another chance to choose, she would definitely find a needle in a haystack with Song Ge in the commercial street. Tong Xiangyu felt uncomfortable in her nose and throat, and she was in an extremely uncomfortable state. It was only because Song Ge was holding her hand that she had no way back. So she forced her legs to tremble and walked forward. With this level of decay, there is no way to find pants. Song Ge took Tong Xiangyu to the parking lot on the upper floor. As expected, the situation on the second floor was much better. At least the corpses and bones were not rotten into a pile. Tong Xiangyu said weakly with a pale face, more people died in Taiyuan than in Kicheng. That's because the people who died in Kicheng became monsters. Song Ge led Tong Xiangyu away, while keeping an eye out for monsters hiding around. The situation on the third floor parking lot was even better, because there was a large wall without glass installed. Bright sunlight came in from outside. It was dry and bright. At least the first floor was not as tragic as the lower floor, which seemed like sheer hell. Song Ge let go of his hand, and immediately started looking for the key. Tong Xiangyu didn't want to stay in this ghost place any longer. Her scalp was numb, but she still forced herself to suppress the repulsion and disgust in her heart, and squatted down to pick up a bag next to the female corpse. When she reached out to pick it up, Tong Xiangyu's mind flashed all over the lying female corpse, suddenly turning around to bite her. Or the whole corpse flew over and stretched out its hands to strangle her. Or a black shadow appeared on her body and rushed directly towards her. All kinds of terrible scenes flashed by. Tong Xiangyu frowned, picked up the bag and stepped back a few steps. Then she quickly opened the bag and looked down. Lipstick, makeup mirror, tissues, keychain, wallet. She searched several times, but couldn't find the car keys. Little milk tea. Tong Xiangyu was startled, and threw the bag in her hand directly out. Song Ge caught it. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge in panic. Why did you suddenly call me? Song Ge knew he was in the wrong, looked down at the bag, and saw the car key from the inner pocket. Song Ge took it out, and then walked to the eldest lady and patted her chest. Tong Xiangyu was confused. Song Ge said, "Don't be afraid." After Song Ge comforted her, he pressed the car key and planned to look for it row by row. But some people are just so lucky. A bag they picked up contained car keys, and it was the third car in the row. The lights of the red BMW flashed. Song Ge raised her eyebrows, walked over, first shone the flashlight around. To make sure there was no danger, she opened the door and looked inside, to make sure there was nothing in the car, then shouted, "Let's go, little milk tea. This one is automatic." Tong Xiangyu got in the car, and could still smell a little perfume in the car, and immediately felt much better. It's easy to drive. Even the most convenient automatic transmission will slip. After the tire surface was covered with slippery rotten corpse slime, Tong Xiangyu stepped on the accelerator several times, and finally climbed the slope successfully. After Tong Xiangyu left the underground parking lot safely, she put on sunglasses and said excitedly, "Let's go. We're leaving the city." Song Ge glanced at his watch. It was 7:45, and then looked at the sky. The sun was still hot, burning the earth. Chapter 71 Puppy. With the air conditioner on, the car was a million times more comfortable than the hot summer weather outside. Tong Xiangyu was in a rare good mood, humming a song, steering the wheel, driving quietly and quickly on the empty streets. "I don't know how long I drove." Song Ge suddenly said, "You drove the wrong way." Tong Xiangyu hurriedly reduced the throttle, stepped on the brake, turned to look at Song-gu. Song-gu looked at the familiar streets outside, and said, "You are driving back. This is the direction to Kicheng. If we continue driving, we will be back near Zeus base." Tong Xiangyu was shocked. "How is it possible? I was driving north all the time." "Song-gu, how did you determine the direction? The sun rises in the east, and sets in the west." Song-gu was silent for half a second. "Does the sun rise and set now?" Tong Xiangyu said, "I determined it before. And I was driving towards the commercial street." Song-gu, "Yes. But this is not a straight drive. You drove around the city." Tong Xiangyu, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "I forgot." Song-gu did not explain what he was thinking about just now. Today's weather was really abnormal. But if he really wanted to say it, it was groundless, and it seemed more like he was overthinking. Tong Xiangyu's driving skills were already quite good. She successfully turned around in one go. Hearing Song-gu answer, Tong Xiangyu felt incredible. "You can forget this? What were you thinking about just now?" Song-gu said it was nothing, and then looked at the electronic display screen of the car. The time in 24-hour format was displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. It was exactly 2024 now. If watches and clocks are affected by the so-called magnetic force, will the time on the car also be affected? It was 8:30, and the sun was still as bright as noon. "Is that normal?" Tong Xiangyu asked. "Are you still going to learn to drive?" Song-gu came to her senses. She couldn't understand why the day was so long. So she simply gave up thinking about it and said, "Learn. Will you teach me now?" Tong Xiangyu was a little depressed after hearing that. "But this car is automatic. And I want to teach you to drive a manual car." Song-gu, "Teach you automatic first. And then teach you manual when you find a manual car." Tong Xiangyu eyes lit up. "That's fine. Automatic transmission cars are very simple. You only need to master the brake and accelerator pedals. The car will move as soon as you release the brake. And it will accelerate immediately as soon as you step on the accelerator." 5 minutes later, Song-gu sat in the driver's seat. He drove steadily all the way. Seeing that Song-gu got the hang of it quickly, Tong Xiangyu was quite proud of herself. A good teacher produces good students. Song-gu suddenly asked, "How do you turn the steering wheel?" Tong Xiangyu looked up and saw that it was a T-shaped intersection. If she didn't turn, she would crash into it. She was shocked. "Oh, I forgot how to turn the steering wheel." She quickly helped Song-gu to steer the wheel. Song-gu was indeed a fast learner. He mastered the basic driving skills in just half an hour. Tong Xiangyu, however, was shocked by the moment and did not dare to take it lightly. She often asked, "Song-gu, are you tired? If you are tired, don't force yourself. Tell me. Let me drive. Others need half a year to take the first, second, third and fourth driving tests. You only took half an hour." Song-gu just responded and did not stop the car. The car sped along quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Song-gu saw a very iconic building in the distance. She glanced at the time on the car display, stepped on the brakes gently, and then slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Tong Xiangyu thought she was tired from driving, and immediately went to unbuckle her seat belt. Song-gu asked, "Are you sleepy?" Tong Xiangyu didn't understand why Song-gu asked this question out of nowhere. It was still so early. How could she be sleepy? But when it came to sleepiness, she yawned involuntarily before she spoke, and rubbed her eyes. Tong Xiangyu remembered something. "By the way, what time is it now?" Song-gu didn't answer, but tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, and suddenly said, "Little milk tea. Do you still remember the mirage we saw in Kicheng?" Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu and nodded. "I remember." Song-gu stopped pointing, looked at Tong Xiangyu and asked, "Is it possible that the sun we see now is a mirage?" "Of course not." Tong Xiangyu denied it immediately without thinking, and then patiently explained, "You should know that the most basic principle of mirage is the refraction and total reflection of light. The sunlight refracted in the air with different densities is a mirage. Here, sunlight is the medium. Just like we see ourselves through the mirror, we can't see ourselves without a mirror, but it is impossible to see the mirror in the mirror." The example Tong Xiangyu gave was very easy to understand. Song-gu understood it. Song-gu was silent for a moment, and said, "It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening now. How to explain it?" Tong Xiangyu was shocked. "How is it possible?" Song-gu stretched out his hand to show Tong Xiangyu his watch, and then pointed at the car display screen to signal her to look. The two times matched exactly. Both were 9:53 in the evening. Tong Xiangyu couldn't believe it after reading it, and lowered the window to look out, but the hot temperature outside the car was like a fire. And the stench of rotting corpses surged in. Tong Xiangyu immediately raised the car window again. Her brain quickly fell into a storm of thoughts, trying to explain this strange phenomenon with all the knowledge she had learned. Song Ge was thinking, if the sun does not set for 24 hours, then they cannot stay awake for 24 hours. They must take a proper rest. It is not suitable to hide in the car. It is stuffy without air conditioning. The fuel consumption is not sustainable with air conditioning. Song Ge noticed that the whole journey was safe. She wanted to go to the city hall building alone to see the situation. If there is no danger, she would call the eldest lady over. After all, it is faster and more convenient to move alone. Song Ge said to Tong Xiangyu, you stay in the car and rest. I go take a look and come back soon. But how could Tong Xiangyu stay alone? She immediately stopped brainstorming and decisively said to Song Ge, I want to go with you. Before getting off the car, she didn't forget to take her rolling pin with her. This place is close to the center of Taiyuan City. The situation is certainly not optimistic. But compared with the situation in the underground parking lot, it is already as good as it can be. The front of the city government is full of cars, tightly blocking the door. Song Ge looked inside through the thin film on the car windows. Almost all the cars were empty, except for some that were damaged, with rotten and dried bodies inside. Walking past the front yard full of cars, around the dried-up fountain, Song Ge led Tong Xiangyu into the first-floor lobby with broken glass all over the floor. There were large patches of blood on the floor, bodies, broken meat and intestines, and the dusty desk at the front desk was in a mess, which showed how chaotic the situation was. Song Ge looked around, and cautiously led Tong Xiangyu up to the second floor. The doors of several offices on the second floor were open, and the terrible situation inside was obvious at a glance. But the office here was facing the wrong direction. Song Ge walked to the end of the corridor and stood outside the locked office. She put her ear to the door to listen, but it was quiet inside. She stepped back and knocked with a wrench, but there was still no movement inside. Song Ge tried to open the door, but the handle was locked. Without saying a word, Song Ge smashed the handle with an iron wrench and drove in. A foul smell hit her face. Song Ge raised her hand to fan the air, walked into the room, saw several mutilated corpses, and many people's feces on the ground, pulled open the curtains, and found that the windows of the office were completely covered with A4 paper and file bags. No wonder the whole office was so dark. Tong Xiangyu frowned, covered her mouth and nose and followed Song Ge. Song Ge, what are you looking for? Song Ge avoided the obstacle on the ground, walked over and tore off the paper on the window. The dazzling sunlight instantly shone into the room. At the same time, as Song Ge expected, the scene at the entrance of the government building, all in sight. Even the car they parked on the side of the road. Song Ge said, it's 10 o'clock in the evening, we must find a place to rest, and then study the current situation carefully. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened slightly. You don't want to choose this place? Right here. Can we change places? Tong Xiangyu's face was full of confusion. It's so smelly and dirty here. The whole building should be in the same situation. Song Ge said, this floor is just right, with a wide view from front and back. And it is close to the center of Taiyuan City. You can see if the monster corpses will appear at night. The floor of the whole building was covered with dust, and there was no sign of monster activity. Even if the monster appeared, it would not come here. It was very safe, Tong Xiangyu said. But Zeus and the others said that monsters only come out at night. And the sun is still so bright now. As soon as she finished speaking, Tong Xiangyu noticed that the light outside had changed. Tong Xiangyu immediately walked to the window and looked up. She saw that the sun, which had been in the middle of the sky all day, had shown signs of shifting and was now falling. And its falling speed was as fast as the sunrise. Tong Xiangyu was watching in shock, and was suddenly dragged behind the curtain by Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu was about to ask. Song Ge immediately made a silent gesture to her. Tong Xiangyu was secretly shocked when she saw this. Although she didn't see or hear anything, she still subconsciously moved closer to Song Ge. Song Ge listened for a while, and slightly lifted the curtain. Tong Xiangyu looked out through the gap. There was a small pet dog that came from nowhere, not even as tall as a person's knee, with a bell hanging around its neck jumping around. It didn't come to their building, but ran happily towards the door. The puppy looked healthy, except that the hair on its face was covered with dark brown blood, and the hair on its body was all messy and solidified into strands. Tong Xiangyu was surprised, And just as she was about to speak, Song-gu covered her mouth and hid aside. Song-gu frowned, as she heard more noise than that. However, this place was far away from Zeus' base, and although it was bright now, it was already late. It was reasonable that Zeus and his men would not risk coming out at this time after being severely injured. But Song-gu was sure that he heard footsteps. And there were more than one. As expected, the hoarse barking of the puppy soon sounded. Song-gu peeked again, and the puppy had already rushed to the door. And at the door was a group of strong, armed adult men. They looked unfamiliar, and they didn't look like Zeus people. Dog! Damn! It scared me. I thought it was something else. Someone shouted. Song-gu watched the puppy rushing towards the man. And the man squatted down and seemed to want to pick up the dog's neck skin to see, but was stopped by another person halfway. And the person who stopped him kicked the puppy away. The pet dog flew several meters away and fell heavily to the ground, whimpering softly, as if it had suffered a serious injury. The man kicked it away and said to his companion in a vicious voice, "You dare to touch it without knowing what it is?" The man touched his nose embarrassedly, stood up and replied, "It's just a puppy." As soon as he finished speaking, the puppy that fell to the ground snored in its throat and pounced on them again. Chapter 72 Dilemma. Tong Xiangyu, who was hiding behind the curtains, saw this scene, and her heart was lifted. Although Song-gu also said that the cats and dogs in the city might have mutated, but in her eyes now, it was just a poor little dog looking for death. The man saw that the dog was not knowing how to live or die and dared to pounce on him and bite him, and he gathered his strength to kick it again. This time, his strength was stronger and more fierce. He wanted to kick the dog's internal organs to pieces and break all the bones in its body. However, this time, the dog was not kicked away by him, but bit his shoe instead, and he couldn't kick it away no matter how hard he kicked. The man was a little panicked, kicking and kicking randomly. Song-gu heard from afar that the man who first discovered the dog hurriedly said, Brother Ji, don't worry. Don't move. I catch it." The man was about to grab the dog's neck skin, but the man who was bitten picked up the weapon in his hand, a 1-meter-long solid iron rod, and smashed it hard on the dog's head. The puppy's skull was smashed in an instant, sunken in, and blood flowed out of its mouth. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. Song-gu watched coldly. The dog had its head smashed, but it did not let go, still biting the man's shoes vigorously, and stretched out its limbs to grab the man's legs fiercely. At this moment, someone shouted in panic, "There are dogs! The dogs are coming again!" Song-gu also saw that several stray dogs of different sizes and breeds rushed out from the darkness. With the same goal, all attacked the group of people, including a half-human tall black giant dog with erect ears. The sun's unusually fast setting speed also added to the tension and panic. Some people turned on bright flashlights, and the others began to deal with the 7 or 8 dogs in a panic. In fact, each person was 1.8 meters tall, strong and healthy. It was impossible for them not to be able to deal with a few stray dogs. Among the 7 or 8 dogs, there was only one giant dog, and the others were only knee-high. If they were ruthless, they could be beaten to death with a few sticks. However, even though several people tried to kill them, the dogs were so strange that they could not be killed at all. Every time he fell, the next attack would be stronger and more fierce. Song-gu saw the bitten man stabbed a dog with an iron rod, and he was just venting his anger. Before he could relax, the dog had already stuck the iron rod in his body and continued to bite him fiercely. Unkillable, this is beyond common sense. They only knew that there were zombie monsters, but they never thought that dogs would suddenly mutate. The man was reluctant to drop his weapon, and was bitten before he could react. He screamed, "Ah!" after the iron stick man was bitten. A group of people tried to save him in a panic. They were outnumbered to begin with, and the formation was in chaos. Soon, the stray mutant dogs bit each of them to death. The afterglow faded, and the sky quickly darkened. Tong Xiangyu watched several people being bitten to death by dogs, her face pale. Song-gu saw that the people bitten to death by the mutant dogs did not turn into monsters, but all died on the ground. Among them, the iron stick man was surrounded by several wild dogs, and their sharp teeth tore off pieces of flesh and blood. After a while, only a bloody skeleton was left. At this time, the giant black dog raised its head and barked twice. Soon, in the faint dusk, more stray dogs gathered from all directions. Song-gu looked expressionlessly, but was horrified in her heart. From these strong men, she could already imagine what happened when Zeus and his men encountered an accident that day. These mutant dogs are more difficult to deal with than monsters. They are no less numerous than monsters. They are small and easy to hide, they attack quickly, they have a good sense of balance, and they even retain the ability to quickly gather their companions. Perhaps the animals still have a keen sense of smell and hearing. Song's heart sank to the bottom. Song went to close the office door, moved the tables and chairs to block it, and cleaned up the feces and crushed it to cover their breath. After doing all this, Song went back to the window to look. It was completely dark. Only the moonlight was bright. In the dark night, hundreds of pairs of fluorescent animal eyes moved in the darkness. Although Song was mentally prepared, his scalp tightened and he pulled the curtains. Now the office was dark. Tong Xiangyu grabbed Song's sleeve accurately and asked in fear and panic, Song, what should I do now? Is it really as you speculated? The dogs have all mutated, but with so many dogs, how can we escape? Song turned on the flashlight and said, we didn't see these dogs during the day. They may only come out at night like the monsters. Let's wait until dawn to see. Tong Xiangyu asked, what if these dogs don't leave during the day? Song, instead of worrying about that, you might as well worry about whether the sun will rise as usual tomorrow. After all, it will not set until 10 o'clock tonight. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Yes, today's day is so long. What if the night is especially long next time? Wouldn't the danger they face be much greater? Song said, don't think too much. I will take you out. Tong Xiangyu heard Song's calm voice, and her heart suddenly calmed down. If she was left alone to face this situation, she might really panic, but with Song around, she always felt that things were not that bad. Eat something first. Song said, if you have anything to say. Let's see what's going on tomorrow. Tong Xiangyu used to dislike the stench of this office, but now her olfactory center is tired after staying here for a long time, so she doesn't feel that bad anymore. She opened her backpack, took out biscuits, chocolates and meat jerky, and handed them to Song. Song only took one bag of meat jerky, and gave the rest back to Tong Xiangyu. Originally, she planned to put the table and chairs together to sleep at night, but Song found a sliding door next to the bookcase, and cautiously opened it, only to find that there was a lounge of 6 to 7 square meters inside, and a small bathroom. The situation was certainly not good. The bedding on the single bed in the lounge was so dirty that the color could not be distinguished, and it smelled bad. There was no water in the bathroom, and it was blocked and smelled even worse. But after all, there was human feces in the office, and one could not expect the bathroom to be good. Tong Xiangyu was very annoyed that she had her period at this time. When Tong Xiangyu came out after changing, she saw that Song had already done it and was sleeping. The dim moonlight shone into the lounge through the small window. The bedding on the single bed had been thrown away, and Song was sitting at the head of the bed, leaning against the wall and resting with her eyes closed, and she was holding a feather duster in her hand. Tong Xiangyu knew that Song was very tired, so she didn't bother him. However, she didn't want to separate from Song, so she quietly crawled to the inside of the bed, sat next to Song, and leaned against him with her knees hugged. Tong Xiangyu thought she couldn't sleep, but she had been working non-stop for 13 or 14 hours since early morning, and she was also having her period, so she couldn't stand it. After a while, Song heard Tong Xiangyu even breathing beside him. Song then opened his eyes. The temperature difference between day and night was large, and the floor was low, so it was a bit cold at night. Song covered Tong Xiangyu with a thin blanket, and then lifted the thin curtain beside the window to look out. Dozens of wild dogs were still wandering around the government compound. Xian Jufu. I don't know if it's a daily routine, or if they didn't plan to leave because they had eaten their fill today. As for the monsters, I still haven't seen a single one. Song planned to keep watch outside, but he couldn't sit still later, and fell asleep, but he was still in a light sleep, and remained alert in his sleep. So, when the sun fell on his eyelids, Song opened his eyes. Before, he was worried that the day would not come, but now Song looked at the scorching sun outside the window, and he was somewhat relieved. Looking at the time, Song was stunned. The hand of the watch fell on 3:20. But was it early morning or afternoon? There shouldn't be sunlight in the early morning. But if it was afternoon, then they slept for 17 hours? No, Song knew her body very well. It was impossible for her to sleep that long. Song turned her head. The eldest lady was sleeping soundly. Song lifted the curtain a little, and saw that the dozens of dogs were gone. Just as she was thinking about whether to wake up Tong Xiangyu and leave now, Song-ge found something wrong. She looked carefully, and saw a shadow moving under a pickup truck. It was a dog. Song-ge frowned. Is this mutant dog afraid of light and heat, and cannot appear in the hot sun, or does it simply not want to forage in the hot sun? If these dogs don't leave, then they will be surrounded when they go down, and their fate will be the same as those people. Song-ge got up, and went to the office to find something that might be useful. At this time, Tong Xiangyu also woke up from her sleep. She called Song-ge first, and then walked out of the lounge. Song-ge turned around. Did I wake you up? You should sleep a little longer. Tong Xiangyu felt sleepy and tired. Her limbs ached. Her head felt dizzy. But she shook her head. I'm not going to sleep anymore. It's already so late. Not late, Song-ge said. It's only 3:30 in the morning. Tong Xiangyu was stunned after hearing this, thinking that she had misheard. What did you just say? What time is it? Song-ge, it's less than 4 in the morning. Tong Xiangyu was shocked, and her sleepiness was immediately scared away. She looked at the scorching sun outside the window. How is it possible? Song-ge couldn't figure it out either. He opened the pen in his hand and threw it back on the table, and continued to search, saying, This weather is strange. We'd better leave here as soon as possible. But there is a dog downstairs. We need to think of a way. Tong Xiangyu walked to the window and opened the curtains. Looking carefully, there is still a dog? Where is it? Song-ge, who was looking for something, suddenly stopped, and immediately strode to Tong Xiangyu's side, pulling her to the side to hide. Tong Xiangyu became nervous. Song-ge paused for a moment, gently stretched out his fingers to open the curtains, and when he saw clearly what made the noise, Song-ge's expression was stunned. At the gate of the government compound, the blood on the ground was dry and only bones of several corpses were left, and something was moving quickly towards the government building. Song-ge had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that it was a courier box. A courier box? Even if Song-ge was quick to accept things, he could not imagine that the courier box had also changed. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-ge had a strange expression and became even more nervous. Song-ge watched the courier box run into the gate. Suddenly, the puppy hiding in the shade under the pickup truck rushed out. The puppy barked and was aggressive. It was the white dog that bit people yesterday. The courier box stopped suddenly. The dog and the box were in a standoff. The white dog barked at the express box non-stop. Song-ge immediately looked around, wanting to see where the stray dogs came from. At this time, Tong Xiangyu suddenly shouted in surprise, Bye-bye? Song-ge retracted his gaze, and quickly glanced at Tong Xiangyu, following Tong Xiangyu's gaze to look out the window. Just as he was about to ask what Bye-bye was talking about, the next moment, he saw the express box being flattened by the little white dog. The box had a mouth, and a white puppy with tangled hair and cloudy eyes came out from it. Two little white dogs confronted each other. Song-ge remembered, and his lips tightened instantly. No way, I just made a joke before, but this dog actually chased after him. The poodle was frightened by the pounce of the white dog at first, and when it came out and found that the other dog was not big, it immediately took an attacking posture. The white dog took the initiative to attack. The poodle dodged and bit back, but was also dodged. The two dogs separated after a tentative attack, and confronted each other again. Song-ge saw other stray dogs coming, and just paced and watched in the shade, and did not participate in the fight. Tong Xiangyu watched nervously, and whispered, Come on. Bye-bye. But Song-ge took Tong Xiangyu's hand, and walked out of the office. Tong Xiangyu staggered after being pulled, and said in panic, What's wrong? Song-ge, go upstairs. She had a solution. Chapter 73 Fire. Tong Xiangyu followed Song-ge. What are you doing upstairs? Song-ge said, looking for something. Wood, plastic, paper, curtains. Tong Xiangyu listened to these unrelated things, and immediately reacted. Flammable? Song-ge, yes. Currently, Song-ge knows that there are two ways to kill monsters. One is to shoot their heads, and the other is to burn them. Dogs are small in size, and their heads are also small, but they are much faster, so it is difficult to shoot them accurately in the head, not to mention that there are so many of them, so he could only choose the second method. If the puppy with the express box on its head had followed Tong Xiangyu set all the way here, then they would soon be discovered hiding in the building. At that time, this group of vicious dogs that cannot be killed would tear them to pieces. Therefore, they had to strike first. The situation in the offices on all floors was similar. with rotten and dried corpses and traces of random looting. Song-gu moved very quickly and ran straight to the window. She stepped on the armrest of the chair with one foot and the windowsill with the other foot. She took out a military knife and cut off a whole curtain in 2 or 3 strokes. She measured the distance with her tiger's mouth and cut a hole. Tear the cloth into strips and then tie them together. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu quick and steady movements and did not waste time, quickly collecting various flammable items in the house and placing them at the door. When moving the chair to the corridor, the chair legs accidentally hit a tall bookcase by the door. Tong Xiangyu heard some unusual noises and looked up, only to see a corner of a gift box sliding out. Tong Xiangyu was curious, so she put down the chair and stepped on it to reach it. But she was not tall enough and could not touch the gift box. Tong Xiangyu called, Song-gu. Song-gu was about to tie the curtain ropes, heard Tong Xiangyu calling, looked up, saw the eldest lady standing on a chair. Song-gu tied the last knot and strode over. Tong Xiangyu got off the chair. Song-gu stepped on it, tipped slightly, and took out the gift box, which was a bit heavy. Song-gu, what is it? Tong Xiangyu, I don't know. Song-gu opened it and saw that the outer packaging of the gift box was very good, and when he flipped the lid, there were 2 bottles of high-purity liquor in white porcelain packaging embedded in the hard red box. Song-gu was surprised, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Tong Xiangyu. How did you find it? When I was moving the chair out just now, I bumped into this cabinet, and the box was exposed. Song-gu wondered how someone could be so lucky. He was originally worried that the fire would not burn fast enough. But now this problem has been solved. The plan was simple: to lead all those mutated ferocious wild dogs into the building, to the upper floors, and set it on fire, while they themselves escaped through the curtain ropes prepared in advance. But the government building was too big, with 7 or 8 offices on each floor. Once the targets were dispersed, the danger would increase. After all, there were only 2 of them, but there were hundreds of wild dogs. So, not only did they have to burn, but they also had to burn them together. It would be much easier with strong liquor. Song-gu moved the flammable materials such as the office tables and chairs that Tong Xiangyu had sorted out to the middle of the stairs between the 3rd and 4th floors to block the retreat route, and also deliberately left a gap for the wild dogs to climb up. In addition, Song-gu used tables, chairs, brooms and other flammable materials to pile up high to block the right side of the corridor on the 4th floor, so that the group of wild dogs would run to the right and only chase to the left. Only the first office was left on the left, and flammable obstacles were also piled up in the corridor on the side. Song-gu wanted to bring all the dogs into this office and burn them to death. After piling these up, Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu downstairs and set up the same checkpoints on the 3rd floor. The same thing happened on the 2nd floor. Song-gu piled up flammable materials and heavy iron cabinets behind the door of the office where they had stayed overnight to prevent wild dogs from attacking outside, and then took a mouthful of white wine and directly spit it on the door. For a while, the whole room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu back to the window, and Song-gu looked out the window. The 2 dogs were still fighting, and the number of stray dogs around was increasing. Song-gu removed a wooden chair leg neatly, and then tore off the clothes from the dead body and wrapped one end of the wood, lit it, and put the torch on the table. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu preparing everything without saying a word, and felt a little nervous for some reason. Song-gu, is this really okay? Of course it can work. Song-gu pulled a curtain rope hanging outside the window, turned around and reminded Tong Xiangyu, don't throw the torch before I come down, and don't open the door. Tong Xiangyu nodded hurriedly. When Song-gu leaned out of the window, Tong Xiangyu looked at her worriedly and said, Song-gu, be careful. Song-gu looked at her. I know. Song-gu quickly climbed up to the 3rd floor along the curtain rope. Song-gu also moved and arranged the office on the 3rd floor, sprayed white wine on the door and inside the room, then took out a strip of curtain cloth and poured white wine on it. Using it as a fuse, the obstacles on the 2nd and 3rd floors were connected to the obstacles between the 3rd and 4th floors. Song-gu then deftly climbed over the obstacles between the 3rd and 4th floors and connected the pile of obstacles to the final office with the curtain cloth. To ensure that everything went well, Song-gu cut off 2 more curtains and followed the lead to insert them into the obstacle, spraying the white wine as well. Finally, Song-gu walked into the office, sprayed and poured the remaining white wine. Song-gu looked at everything in front of her calmly. She repeatedly thought about whether there were any mistakes or omissions in the whole plan, and made sure there were none. Song-gu walked to the window, and removed the iron rod on which the curtain was hung. Song-gu looked downstairs, and saw that the local white dog was constantly losing ground, and other wild dogs were eager to rush up and bite the skinny, but extremely ferocious poodle. Song-gu opened the window directly, and threw a flower pot down. Bang! The huge sound hit the ground, which did not scare away the wild dogs. The wild dogs all looked up, and saw that it was food. They were all excited and turned around, and rushed to the government building with shouts. Tong Xiangyu was on a lower floor, seeing dozens of ferocious and terrifying vicious dogs rushing up. She was so scared that her hair stood up, and she quickly ran behind the door. Even though Song-gu had piled up a lot of things to block the door, she was afraid that the dogs would rush in. Song-gu was listening to the noise on the 4th floor, and found that the shouting did not come upstairs. She waited for a while, and guessed that the white wine might not cover up the smell of people. So she went to the 2nd floor. Song-gu opened the door, and looked down from the staircase. Sure enough, dozens of wild dogs rushed to the office, where Tong Xiangyu was at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Song-gu immediately knocked loudly on the stair railing with a wrench. As the bang 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 sound fell, a giant black dog with 2 long ears erect, and half of its face rotten rushed up swiftly. It was very fast, and only sharp white teeth were left on half of its face. Even though the stairs were full of obstacles, it jumped up in a few jumps. This speed was far beyond Song-gu's imagination. Song-gu was startled and immediately went upstairs, entered the office, and slammed the door. The black dog was very fast, almost hitting the office door with its front and back feet. Song-gu's heart was pounding like thunder, and she stood against the office door without moving. Soon, there were more and more barking sounds from dogs of all sizes outside. Song-gu calmed down, pursed her lips, and waited patiently until she heard the black dog barking a few times. Suddenly, Song-gu felt a chill on the back of her neck. Although she could not see anything, she vaguely felt gusts of cold wind from all directions, as if wild dogs from all directions were rushing towards her. It wasn't Song-gu's illusion. The barking of dogs in the corridor outside was getting louder and louder, and more ferocious, and the situation was obviously getting more and more dangerous. This was the first time that Tong Xiangyu had acted separately from Song-gu. She heard the barking of the mutant dogs outside becoming more and more arrogant and ferocious. Her palms were full of cold sweat, and her scalp was tightening. At this moment, Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard a small dog bark outside the door, which was somewhat familiar. Was it Bai? It was different from the other vicious barks. Tong Xiangyu heard the dog outside the door barking a few more times, which was also different from the hoarse barks that were vigilant and full of threats before. She didn't know if she was overthinking it, but she always felt that this bark was a bit aggrieved and coquettish. The other dogs barked, and then quickly faded away. It seemed that they rushed upstairs. Only this dog was still outside. Who else could it be but Bai? But how could she open the door? Song-gu said that cats and dogs were mutated. It was forbidden to show love to any animal. Tong Xiangyu also knew that Bai was dead. Now Bai was a mutated dog. When he saw a person, he would go crazy and bite him. Once bitten, it would be over. Tong Xiangyu thought so. But her hands trembled slightly. But after they ran away, the building would burn down. Bai! Go down quickly. Tong Xiangyu was afraid of attracting the attention of other dogs, so she didn't speak loudly. But she had just said one sentence, and the dog outside became more and more excited. The barking sound became louder and louder. At the same time, other dogs rushed over. Tong Xiangyu was startled. She only heard the sound of dogs biting each other outside, and the sound of banging on the door. Tong Xiangyu immediately moved away from the office door, and ran to the window to wait. She was extremely anxious. She didn't know what was happening to Song-gu upstairs. Song-gu relied on her own strength to hold the door. The impact of the external force was getting stronger and stronger. The crazy wild dogs kept hitting the door, and roared ferociously. It should be almost done. Song-gu listened to the chaotic and terrifying barking of dogs outside, and confirmed the distance between herself and the window again. She pulled a potted plant to block the door, and then ran to the window in 3 steps, and stepped on the windowsill, just waiting for the wild dogs to hit the door. But I don't know if the potted plant is too heavy, or the wild dogs can't smell the human scent, and they actually want to retreat. Song-gu could only go back behind the door, and swung the wrench and knocked twice. The next moment, another vicious dog pounced on him. The door panel was shaken by the bangs. Song-gu moved the potted plants away and grabbed a light chair. The impact outside the door was getting stronger and stronger. Song-gu's forehead was covered with sweat. She calmed her heartbeat and calculated the time in her mind. Counted to 3, 2, 1, and rushed to the window again. This time, the wild dogs outside the door broke into the door almost at the same time, snarling and roaring into the office to bite people. Song-gu immediately used a lighter to light the curtain cord fuse next to him. The flames burned directly, and the entire office was sprayed with high-purity liquor. In just a moment, there was a huge fire everywhere. The mutant wild dogs were covered with liquor as they climbed up, so the flames ignited them directly with just one touch. The fire was raging, and there were countless dogs barking. Among them, the black dog was particularly ferocious. The ferocious dog barked and tried to bite Song-gu by the window in the raging flames. Song-gu grabbed the curtain and swung directly into the office on the 3rd floor. She cut the curtain rope that would soon burn, and ignited the curtain fabric lead on the 3rd floor. The flames burned along the rope to the outside of the door, and the office also began to burn. Song-gu then descended to the 2nd floor along another curtain rope. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu. Her eyes lit up, and she was very happy. Song-gu. But Tong Xiangyu quickly remembered and said anxiously, Song-gu. Bai also came upstairs, just outside the door, seeing that there was no sign of a stray dog downstairs. Song-gu interrupted Tong Xiangyu. I pick you up downstairs. Remember to throw the torch. After that, Song-gu grabbed the curtain rope and slid down to the 1st floor in 2 or 3 seconds. Song-gu looked up. Come down. Throw the torch first. Tong Xiangyu hesitated for a second, thinking that Bai might have traveled thousands of miles to find her day and night, and felt uncomfortable for a moment. But then she thought, maybe Bai came all the way here just to get more food? If the fire is not lit, the mutant stray dogs will run downstairs, and they will be the ones to die. Tong Xiangyu decisively picked up the torch and threw it. The torch caught fire as soon as it touched the ground. Tong Xiangyu was startled, and quickly slid down holding the curtain. Tong Xiangyu's hand strength was not enough, but fortunately Song-gu caught her steadily below. Tong Xiangyu landed on the ground, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, when she saw a skinny dog with cloudy eyes rushing towards her ferociously. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she screamed, Song-gu. Be careful. Song-gu reacted very quickly. She took the iron stick, and knocked the dog unconscious with a sharp sound, and did not wait for the wild dog to get up and attack again. She strode over and pierced the dog's head fiercely. The dog's limbs twitched a few times, and soon died. Sure enough, a mutant dog can be killed by shooting it in the head. Song-gu didn't think much about it, and took Tong Xiangyu's hand and ran out. Before running, he poured the remaining white wine on the ground, and set a fire to let the 1st floor burn. In this case, no one would see that they burned the government building, and no one would pursue it. Song-gu pulled Tong Xiangyu out. The stray dogs could not be burned out, and if the noise was louder, it might attract the mutant stray dogs around, so they had to leave quickly. Tong Xiangyu was still looking back frequently, even though the whole building was shrouded in flames and billowing smoke, until she was dragged into the car by Song-gu. Chapter 74 Drunk. Song-gu opened the car and stepped on the accelerator. The government building was ablaze with smoke, and the terrible black smoke was rising into the sky, blocking out the sun. Tong Xiangyu leaned against the car window to watch, until the car drove away and disappeared. She retracted her sight, and took off the bag on her back. Song-gu drove steadily, and said to Tong Xiangyu, I have something in my pocket, take it out and have a look. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu's trouser pocket, and reached out to take it out in confusion, and took out a piece of paper that had been folded many times. Tong Xiangyu asked, What is it? Song-gu, take a look. Tong Xiangyu opened it, and found it was a map. There were 7 big characters Taiyan city structure map in the center of the map. The government building they had just burned down was marked with a prominent red star on the map. The north of the map was Kuching City, and the south was Zihu City. All the routes were clear at a glance. Tong Xiangyu was very surprised, and looked at Song-gu. Where did you find it? Song-gu, it's on the wall. Tong Xiangyu asked me why I didn't see it. She was excited and thrilled. With this map, they no longer had to go around in circles in this terrible city. Tong Xiangyu quickly looked at the map, compared the road signs and surrounding buildings, and determined the direction Song-gu was driving. She said to Song-gu, Go straight first. Song-gu, okay. Tong Xiangyu quickly took out a pen from her backpack, and then lay on the platform. She needed to plan the simplest and clearest route out of the city, because she had not yet entered the center of Taiyan City, and the surrounding road conditions were still very complicated. After drawing carefully for a while, Tong Xiangyu felt sleepy. She raised her hand and rubbed her dry eyes. I didn't sleep enough last night, and I had such a thrilling escape. Now that my tense mood has relaxed, I fell asleep soon. Song Ge didn't wake Tong Xiangyu up. He gently took out the map and drove according to the route she had drawn. More than half an hour later, Song Ge drove onto a bridge across the river. The river is called Zitai River. The river water, which is dozens of meters deep, has completely dried up. The riverbed is cracked. You can see dead fish and corpses dried up in the sun. The situation is not much better than that in Kiching. Song Ge looked at it, and felt a little hot for some reason. Maybe he was too nervous when he escaped just now, and now he felt uncomfortable after relaxing. Or maybe the air conditioning in the car was a little stuffy. Song Ge felt suffocated, so he lowered the window on his side. The heat outside the car hit him. Song Ge felt a little better. Soon, as a novice driver who had just learned to drive, Song Ge put his elbow on the window and controlled the steering wheel with his right hand. Sitting in an untidy posture, the body leaned towards the car window. The sun was still scorching. Song Ge's eyes swept across the dry river, then turned his head to look at the eldest lady, who was sleeping on the platform of the co-pilot. The sun in front of him shone on that overly delicate and beautiful face, the delicate skin that could be blown away, the eyebrows like willow branches, the long and curly eyelashes casting shadows, the small nose, the red and moist lips. Song Ge looked, suddenly. Bang! Sounded. Tong Xiangyu immediately woke up from her sleep, looking around in panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? Song Ge also woke up from a dream and looked forward. Their car hit the iron guardrail on the right side of the bridge. There is a non-motorized vehicle lane on the right side of the guardrail, and the bridge fence beyond it. Once the car rushes out of the fence, it will fall from a height of dozens of meters, and finally fall on the dry riverbed and explode. The car will be destroyed, and the people will die. Tong Xiangyu looked at the scene in front of her. She was really shocked, and turned to look at Song Ge. Song Ge had already remembered to reverse. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Ge had no emotional fluctuations, and just thought it was a minor bump, but when she saw Song Ge's face, Tong Xiangyu was shocked. Song Ge, why is your face so red from the sun? Why did you open the car window? It's so sunny outside. It's hot, Song Ge said. Tong Xiangyu didn't understand. Isn't the air conditioner on in the car? You open the window, of course it's hot. Tong Xiangyu said, close the car window quickly. Song Ge responded with an "oh," reached out and fumbled on the left side. After a while, he really obediently raised the car window. After raising the window, Song Ge started to reverse. Song Ge stepped on the accelerator lightly, but the car accelerated instantly, the rear of the car. Bang! The car hit the railing in the middle of the bridge lane. It hit it, but Song Ge's foot was still on the accelerator pedal, and the engine was roaring. Tong Xiangyu was very scared, and hurriedly said, brake. Step on the brake. Song Ge. Song Ge paused for 2 seconds, and then stepped on the brake with his other foot. The car finally stopped. Tong Xiangyu immediately turned off the engine and took out the car key. She was still in shock, but she was sure that Song Ge was wrong. Song Ge? Huh? Song Ge turned his head to look at Tong Xiangyu. Although there were 2 car accidents in a row, Song Ge looked very calm. Tong Xiangyu grabbed Song Ge and looked him up and down, and asked nervously, are you okay? Are you injured? They had just escaped from the government compound, relying on Song Ge to attract the firepower of all the mutant wild dogs upstairs. What if something went wrong? Tong Xiangyu had never seen Song Ge like this. Song Ge looked at Tong Xiangyu and replied, no, I'm not injured. So you're not feeling well? Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to touch Song Ge's forehead. It was hot when she touched it. Tong Xiangyu was shocked and wanted to measure it again immediately, but was caught by Song Ge the next moment. Song Ge's hand was even hotter. Song Ge held Tong Xiangyu's hand and moved her hand from his forehead to his face, saying, your hand is so cool. It feels good. Tong Xiangyu was at a loss. Song Ge not only held Tong Xiangyu's hand and pressed it against her face, but also pressed it against her chin, ears, neck, and continued down. Tong Xiangyu saw that she was about to put her hand into her collar, and came to her senses, and immediately withdrew her hand with a blushing face, and said angrily, Song Ge, you are crazy. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu take it back, and frowned in dissatisfaction. However, Song-gu still remembered the business, and she reached out to Tong Xiangyu for something. "Give me the car keys." Tong Xiangyu refused without thinking. "No. How can you drive like this?" Tong Xiangyu got down from the passenger seat, walked around to the driver's seat, opened the door, and said to Song-gu, "Come out. I drive." Song-gu paused for half a second, and was about to get up from the seat, but was immediately pulled back. Tong Xiangyu, seat belt. Song-gu, oh, right. Song-gu lowered his head to find the buckle of the seat belt. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu like this, and became more worried. She didn't wait for Song-gu to unbuckle his seat belt, and took the initiative to help. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu bending down and leaning into the car. A faint fragrance floated through his nose, and in front of him was a thin and white neck like jade. Song-gu reached out and touched it. There was sweat. Song-gu scraped off the thin sweat with his fingers. Tong Xiangyu instantly got goosebumps and looked up at Song-gu in panic. "What are you doing?" Song-gu showed her his finger. "Sweating." Tong Xiangyu blushed, feeling awkward, stepped out of the car, said, "Okay, get out." Song-gu walked out of the car, but did not let Tong Xiangyu get in, but grabbed Tong Xiangyu's arm. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu. "What's wrong?" Song-gu, "I know." Tong Xiangyu heart tightened. "What do you know?" "That must be a kiss mark." Tong Xiangyu was silent for a long time before she caught up with Song-gu's unusually erratic train of thought and asked, "Are you talking about the red mark behind Nana's ear?" Song-gu nodded. "Yes." Tong Xiangyu paused for a moment, then said, "Why are you suddenly talking about that?" They had already escaped from the base, and would soon be able to leave Taiyuan. Whether it was a kiss mark or not was no longer their business. Song-gu said seriously, "We need some evidence." Tong Xiangyu couldn't keep up with her thoughts again. "Ah?" But just as she finished speaking, Tong Xiangyu was pressed onto the car by Song-gu. The car body was scorching hot under the scorching sun. Tong Xiangyu cried out, but before she could get up, Song-gu had already pressed her down. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened, as if she was struck by lightning. Song-gu lowered his head, and the pleasant fragrance became stronger. Song-gu looked at the smooth and delicate skin in front of him, which was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and had a beautiful luster like a precious jade that had been polished for a long time. Song-gu turned his head to look at Tong Xiangyu's small, red ears. After carefully measuring the location of the kiss mark behind Nana's ear with his eyes, Song-gu lowered his head and kissed her. Tong Xiangyu was completely frozen. She held the car's surface tightly with both hands. Her fingertips turned white, but she held her breath and dared not move. Song-gu kissed her and left, seeing that the whole skin he kissed had turned red. Song-gu frowned in confusion. "Wrong?" Song-gu stared for a moment and lowered his head again. Tong Xiangyu's fingertips, holding the car surface, were more forceful. She could feel Song-gu kissing the skin behind her ear, his tongue tip lightly sweeping, his lips sucking slightly, his hot breath spraying on her neck. And all the feelings were magnified. Tong Xiangyu felt numb, and her brain went blank. Her whole body was trembling slightly, and her face was even red. Song-gu." Tong Xiangyu's voice was thin and trembling. Song-gu sucked seriously for a while, and then he stood up and moved away when he heard Tong Xiangyu scream. There was a red mark on the red skin behind the ear. Song-gu looked at it, slightly startled. After the awareness came to an end, Tong Xiangyu was finally able to breathe carefully. She turned her head, but when she smelled it up close, Tong Xiangyu was slightly surprised, and finally knew why Song-gu suddenly became so abnormal. Tong Xiangyu raised her voice and asked, "Song-gu, are you drunk?" Song-gu came to his senses and said, "No, I didn't drink." After answering, Song-gu stood up straight, no longer encircling Tong Xiangyu between himself and the car, and walked straight to the other side of the car. Tong Xiangyu grabbed Song-gu, and she saw Song-gu confidently walking towards the railing between the two-way lanes. If he took another step, he would stumble. He couldn't even walk in a straight line. No wonder he drove the car like that. "And you still say you're not drunk?" Tong Xiangyu was embarrassed and annoyed, and raised her hand to wipe the skin behind her ear, which still felt numb. Chapter 75 Blackout. Tong Xiangyu put Song-gu in the passenger seat, helped her fasten her seat belt, and then came out to check the damage to the car after the 2 consecutive collisions. The front of the car was dented, and the rear bumper was knocked off, which was not a big problem. Tong Xiangyu finally returned to the driver's seat with peace of mind, But she did not drive immediately. Instead, she took the map and pen, and carefully drew all the remaining routes. They were very lucky. The car was almost full of gas. Not only could it drive out of the city, but also could continue to drive for a long time. Although the route to the center of Taiyuan City is complicated and unfamiliar, there are few cars parked on the road. Compared with the endless queues of cars in Kicheng, the roads in Taiyuan can be said to be car-free. Tong Xiangyu determined the route and planned to drive on the road. Although Songge was tied to the passenger seat, he was not quiet. Seeing that Tong Xiangyu had drawn the map, he reached out to take a look. Tong Xiangyu saw that Songge was looking at it seriously and did not want to disturb her. However, when she retracted her eyes and fastened her seat belt, she realized that something was wrong. Tong Xiangyu looked up again and found that she was not mistaken. Songge did hold the map upside down. Tong Xiangyu hesitated for half a second between pretending not to see and reminding him, but chose to kindly remind the drunkard, "You hold it upside down." Songge looked at Tong Xiangyu calmly, and then turned the map over. Tong Xiangyu almost laughed, leaned over and turned the map upside down, and then stuffed it back to Songge. "Look at it this way," Songge said lazily and slowly. "I know." The implication was that she was meddling in other people's business. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help laughing, thinking, "You know nothing?" When she started the car, she thought again, "I don't know how long it will take for Songge to sober up." Tong Xiangyu knew the cause and effect of Songge drunkenness. The purity of the 2 bottles of liquor was very high. Songge had no tools, so he just put the liquor in his mouth and sprayed it out. The rooms on several floors were arranged like this. Although he only put it in his mouth and didn't swallow it, there must be some liquor left in his mouth. He swallowed it with his saliva, and it must be drinking a lot. Tong Xiangyu thought, from this point of view, it is a blessing in disguise that it took so long to get drunk. If they were drunk when the mutant wild dogs went upstairs, or when they jumped out of the window to rappel, or when they were waiting for her on the first floor and were attacked by the lone wild dog, they would have died. I can only say that they were lucky. Tong Xiangyu felt that it was a false alarm, and she was a little scared when she thought about it. She turned to look at Songge, but saw that Songge, who was just holding a map and reading it, had fallen asleep quietly against the car window. The sun fell on Songge's face. Songge has always been a rational person who is almost inhuman. He usually has no expression on his face when he is asleep. But now he is drunk, with 2 blushes on his cheeks, and he looks a little cute for some reason. Tong Xiangyu can't help but think of the way Songge pressed her on the car. She wanted to struggle at that time, but Songge was too strong, and she couldn't get up at all. When Songge sobers up, will he remember this incident? It is said that there are 2 types of drunk people. One type remembers every detail clearly, and the other type loses all memory. Songge was usually rational and calm. It should be the former, right? Tong Xiangyu couldn't think about it. She would get nervous if she thought about it. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with her fingers, her heartbeat accelerated, and her ears were red as she told herself, "It's okay, I just want to verify if it's a kiss mark." If Songge hadn't given up temporarily before, they would have verified it long ago. What's the big deal? The clear ones are clear, and the turbid ones are turbid. They are innocent. It was the same last time. Because she was kidnapped, Songge was unconscious again. Special cases require special treatment, so she would feed the medicine by mouth. Feeding medicine with mouth and verifying kiss marks with mouth are exactly the same. Don't panic. Tong Xiangyu kept telling herself not to panic, to stay calm, and to pretend to be natural when Songge wakes up. But Songge didn't wake up until the car drove out of Taiyuan. It was smooth to leave the city. No monsters were seen on the road, nor did they encounter mutant wild dogs. Zeus' zombie surrounding city was not even seen. Tong Xiangyu was more and more sure that Zeus was lying. Otherwise there would definitely be monsters wandering on the street the night before. There are traces of monsters during the day. There are so many monsters with nowhere to hide, so at least 1 or 2 of them will show up, not like now. The monsters may have died naturally. This incident made Tong Xiangyu relax a lot. Although mutant animals are also difficult, she and Songge have dealt with them perfectly once. At worst, they can do the same thing next time. It doesn't seem too difficult. At least it's easier than dealing with a group of monster corpses. It's just in vain. Tong Xiangyu shook her head, telling herself not to think too much. Tong Xiangyu drove out of the outermost suburban area of Taiyuan City on the map. The houses that were burned and collapsed in the rearview mirror were getting faster and faster. What came into view were no longer high-rise buildings, but mountains and fields. compared with the low mountains and fields outside Kaching. The mountains in Taiyuan were obviously dozens of times taller. The mountains were green and quiet. Tong Xiangyu drove on the wide provincial road. There was no obstruction in front of her. Occasionally, she could see many abandoned vehicles parked on the roadside. Finally leaving Taiyuan, Tong Xiangyu was in a good mood. She turned on the car music and turned down the volume. Song Ge heard the soft humming. Before he opened his eyes, his consciousness came back. He was startled. She fell asleep? Wasn't she driving? Song Ge suddenly opened his eyes, but found that the car was moving. What he was holding in his hand was not the steering wheel, but a map. Song Ge turned his head immediately, and saw Tong Xiangyu wearing sunglasses and humming while driving. Dreaming? Song Ge immediately thought so, and then pinched his thigh hard, and immediately felt the pain. Tong Xiangyu also found that Song Ge woke up. She stepped on the brakes quickly. The car stopped suddenly. Tong Xiangyu's pleasure of humming a song just now disappeared without a trace, and she became nervous in an instant, looking at Song Ge. Song Ge, are you awake? Song Ge, yeah. Song Ge asked Tong Xiangyu, what's going on? She clearly remembered that after she took Tong Xiangyu out of the government compound, she drove the car herself, and asked Tong Xiangyu to draw a route out of the city on the map, and then drove all the way to the bridge. How come Tong Xiangyu is driving now? And she is sitting in the passenger seat? Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu asked carefully, You forgot everything? Song Ge frowned. What did I forget? Just. Tong Xiangyu observed Song Ge's reaction, while her mind was racing. After a moment, Tong Xiangyu said tentatively, I forgot that you had a car accident and hit the bridge guardrail. We almost rushed off the bridge and were smashed to pieces. Song Ge denied without thinking, impossible. Tong Xiangyu said, Why not? You were drunk. Drunk? Song Ge felt that these two words were ridiculous. I didn't drink. Tong Xiangyu knew that it was useless to say more. She unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car. You get out. Song Ge got out of the car and soon saw the damage to the front and rear of the car. Song Ge was silent for a moment and said, I don't remember. Tong Xiangyu saw Song Ge admitting that he didn't remember, and her uneasy heart was instantly settled. Tong Xiangyu pushed the sunglasses on her nose and said, It's okay. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. I woke up the moment you hit the bridge railing, and then changed seats with you. Song Ge immediately looked at Tong Xiangyu. You are not injured. Are you? Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Song Ge frowned, looking around. Are we out of the city? Tong Xiangyu, yes. Song Ge raised his hand to look at his watch, 10:05. They woke up at 3:20, completely decorated the government building at 5:34, attracted the wild dogs to the back and successfully escaped from the building at about 5:50, then she drove for about half an hour. In other words, she was unconscious for nearly 4 hours. Tong Xiangyu saw Song Ge frowning at his watch and thinking about something, and immediately turned back to the passenger seat, took out a hat, sunglasses and a backpack, and put the first two on Song Ge, then took out some food from the backpack and handed it to Song Ge. Song Ge came back to his senses, took it and said thank you. You're welcome. Tong Xiangyu tore open the biscuit package and took a bite, then continued to search the bag, and then exclaimed, Ah! The chocolate has melted. Song Ge said, Eat it first. It's too hot, and it will melt easily. Tong Xiangyu was depressed, pouting. But I want to save it for later. Song Ge, it's okay. We can look for it later. Tong Xiangyu was shocked again when she heard this. Oh! I shouldn't have driven out of the city directly. There are no monsters or mutant animals in this city. We should collect more supplies to take with us on the road. Otherwise, there will be no village or store on the road. What should we do? Song Ge looked back. It's not too late to go back now. Are there no monsters in the city? No. Tong Xiangyu said, They must be dead. Song Ge opened the car door and wanted to get into the driver's seat. Tong Xiangyu quickly stopped him. Let me drive. I don't even know if you are completely sober. Song Ge said, You have been driving for 4 hours. If you continue driving, you will be driving due to fatigue, and you are more dangerous than me. Tong Xiangyu. Song Ge, don't worry, I am sober. Tong Xiangyu pouted. Song Ge said, I will drive slower. Tong Xiangyu had no choice but to turn around and go to the passenger seat. But when Tong Xiangyu turned to leave, Song Ge felt something flashing before her eyes. At that moment, before her brain could react, She had already grabbed Tong Xiangyu's hand. Tong Xiangyu was almost staggered by the pull, and looked up at Song Ge in confusion. At this time, Tong Xiangyu had already forgotten about Song Ge drunkenly checking kiss marks. Song Ge's eyes fell on the red mark behind Tong Xiangyu's ear. She reached out and touched it. What is this? Chapter 76. What a pity. What is this? What could it be? Tong Xiangyu blushed in shock, and immediately covered her ears, which were tingling and numb from Song Ge's touch, avoiding the topic. What is that? Song Ge. Let's go into the city quickly. It will be bad if it gets dark. It will be very dangerous. But Song Ge said, according to yesterday's situation, it will take another 12 hours for the sun to set. After that, Song Ge took off Tong Xiangyu's sunglasses that covered half of her face, and looked at her steadily. I want to ask you what's the matter with the mark behind your ear? Tong Xiangyu suddenly met Song Ge's eyes, without the sunglasses to cover. Tong Xiangyu panicked and opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed. After a while, she lowered her head and said something as soft as a mosquito. It was too vague, and Song Ge didn't hear it clearly. What? Song Ge lowered his head and approached Tong Xiangyu. As soon as Song Ge approached, he smelled a pleasant and faint fragrance on the other person. Song Ge was inexplicably dazed. This fragrance was pleasant and familiar, and it actually made her feel inexplicably moved. Her mouth was dry. She had smelled it before when she slept in the same bed, but she had never felt this strange. Tong Xiangyu was so close to Song Ge that she lost all her confidence and lied. That's right. I'm just allergic. Song Ge heard it clearly and took a half step back. You lied, Song Ge said. Tong Xiangyu's face was still very red. She lowered her eyes, twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and her heart was pounding. She didn't know what to say for a while. Song Ge looked at the eldest lady's flustered series of reactions, combined with the marks behind the woman's ears that he saw in the base before, and understood something. Song Ge didn't say anything outside, and let Tong Xiangyu get in the car, because it was too hot outside. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Ge didn't ask any more questions, and thought she had escaped. But before she fastened her seat belt in the front passenger seat, she heard Song Ge casually ask, What did I do to you after I got drunk? Tong Xiangyu was so scared when she heard this again that the buckle of the seat belt was inserted crookedly. Tong Xiangyu swallowed, forced herself to calm down, and told herself that Song Ge had no memory at all, and had completely blacked out. Then she turned to look at Song Ge, trying to pretend that she didn't understand. But Tong Xiangyu didn't have time to perform. Song Ge looked at her calmly. Did I kiss you? Tong Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Her ears turned red. Tong Xiangyu, sorry, Song Ge said. I don't remember. Tong Xiangyu hadn't recovered from her nervous stuttering when she heard Song Ge's apology. Tong Xiangyu was stunned, although her face was still red. But she quickly calmed down, gestured unconsciously, and said, It's okay. It wasn't a kiss. You just wanted to verify whether it was a hickey. Seeing that Tong Xiangyu was a little embarrassed, Song Ge turned the car around and asked again, Did I force myself on you? Tong Xiangyu was shocked when she heard Song Ge's words, although the situation was indeed like this at the time. It is far from being forced now. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly said, No, you didn't force me. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Song Ge tapped the steering wheel thoughtfully and whispered to himself, Oh, it was voluntary. Tong Xiangyu heard it. Tong Xiangyu. It's not voluntary. Tong Xiangyu's cheeks flushed again. But this time it was not because she was shy, but because she was irritated by Song Ge's habit of using black and white words. There were no cars on the road, so it was easy to drive. Song Ge tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers, and suddenly heard what Tong Xiangyu was saying. She looked over. What? Tong Xiangyu twisted her fingers together, and was too embarrassed to look at Song Ge, but she still raised the volume of her lies slightly. I said, the whole process was very short. You kissed me after you finished speaking, and it was over before I could react. Song Ge raised his eyebrows, looking at the road conditions, said casually, So it's a pity? Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Song Ge in surprise. What's a pity? Song Ge, the process was too short? Tong Xiangyu was teased by Song Ge's words, and was speechless. Her face turned red to the root of her neck. Finally, she said shyly, I didn't. Song Ge laughed. The car drove for a while. Compared to the outside of Kaching, the mountains here are higher, the weather is hotter, the air is violently distorted, as if the world is a big oven. The car was quiet, and neither of them spoke. Tong Xiangyu thought that the matter had been smuggled away. Looking at the scene outside the window that was constantly retreating, she thought it was okay. It was okay. Although she felt a little disappointed, and felt that the whole thing was too light. But it was not a big deal, Song-gu suddenly said. But it's a pity. Tong Xiangyu was obviously stunned. She heard it, but she didn't dare to look back at Song-gu, because she didn't know what Song-gu meant by saying this suddenly. As she thought about it, her heartbeat gradually lost control. Little milk tea. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly said ah and looked back at Song-gu. Song-gu asked, "Don't you ask me why it's a pity?" Tong Xiangyu was in a state of confusion, but she had to remain calm on the surface. What's a pity? Song-gu, it's a pity that I don't remember it. Tong Xiangyu unconsciously clenched her fingers in her palms. Why should I remember that kind of thing? That kind of thing only happens once in a lifetime. Isn't it a loss if I don't remember it? Song-gu asked, how does it feel? Tong Xiangyu's ears were red. Song-gu, you are crazy. How can I feel? Just a kiss and it's over. Song-gu said. Okay. Okay, don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Tong Xiangyu blushed and snorted loudly, and turned away. Song-gu didn't dare to tease her. However, in fact, it took quite a while to create the kiss mark. Tong Xiangyu touched behind her ear, and her fingertips touched it lightly, and that piece of skin seemed to be a little numb every time she touched it. What does a kiss mark look like? Song-gu must have kissed someone before. If he says he hasn't, he must be lying. How else could he kiss someone in one go? Tong Xiangyu thought, feeling a little depressed. She looked out the window, and decided not to think about it anymore. But she found that from a certain angle, she could see Song-gu driving the car from the reflection of the car window. Song-gu drove attentively and seriously. Although he didn't have any expression, he looked very good. Tong Xiangyu watched and watched. When she came to her senses, the car had already returned to Taiyuan. Song-gu knew that most supermarkets in the city center had been looted. It was either Zoo's or other survivors. I noticed it when I was riding my bike yesterday. The supermarket windows were all shattered, and the shelves were empty. There was no way there was any food left. So Song-gu did not drive the car to the city center, but parked it on the outskirts of the city. Why did you stop here? Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. Song-gu said, there are small convenience stores in the village. We won't be delayed for too long on the road. After all, we have a car. Even if we are not familiar with the road conditions or encounter any accidents, we can reach the next city in a day and a night at most. Tong Xiangyu got off the car with Song-gu. But she said, but in a place like this, if there are survivors, they will definitely rob the convenience store first. Right? Song-gu, yes. Let's take a look first. Tong Xiangyu guess was right. They even found 2 convenience stores. But they were all robbed. Not to mention food. Nothing was left. Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu in the car and drove a distance into the city. No monsters or mutated cats and dogs were seen on the road. Tong Xiangyu said, look, Song-gu, I told you. The monster must have died of natural causes. Song-gu said, what about the dead bodies? They've rotted. Tong Xiangyu's logic was self-consistent. Just like that underground parking lot, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. The monsters must have been hiding in the shade, but just like the virus suddenly broke out, the virus suddenly died again. Song-gu couldn't help but laugh. Tong Xiangyu immediately looked at Song-gu, a little angry. I know you don't think so, because you always think the worst of things. Song-gu said, of course I also hope it's like you said. Tong Xiangyu was easy to coax. Really? Really? Hee hee. Tong Xiangyu was proud. Just trust me, I have a very good sixth sense. Song-gu replied casually, yeah. I believe you. Seeing the convenience store, Song-gu parked the car and got out. The air conditioning in the car was comfortable and cozy, and the outside of the car was like an oven at 180 degrees. Tong Xiangyu zipped up her sun protection clothes to the top, and then pinched down the brim of her fisherman's hat, trying to cover her whole body. It's just too hot today. Tong Xiangyu looked down at the almost melted asphalt road and said, I don't know how high it is. Song-gu, I told you to wait in the car. I ask you to move when there's something. No need. I'm not an ice cube. I can't stand the sun. After Tong Xiangyu finished speaking, she ran to the convenience store in a hurry, just wanting to get into the shade as soon as possible. This convenience store didn't have anything either. Tong Xiangyu stood at the door of the store, fanning her face with her hands, Watching the air getting so hot that it twisted, she said, Song-gu, will we die of thirst? No. Song-gu checked carefully, trying to find a hidden door warehouse or something. There is still water in the car. You can go back. I'm fine now. Tong Xiangyu looked back at Song-gu and said, I'm just worried. You see? Last time there was a heavy rain in Kiching. The stream water rose sharply, and the water level receded within 2 days of clear weather. Even when we went to the other side, the stream water had dried up. Now it's like this. How can we bear it? Song-gu said. After a sunny day, there will be a heavy rain. Tong Xiangyu sighed. But heavy rain is not a good thing. Song-gu walked out of the store. You rest here for a while. I go look somewhere else. Tong Xiangyu immediately followed Song-gu, accusing, You actually left me here alone. You don't have to worry. Didn't you say that all the monsters are dead? What about the mutant dogs? Sorry. Follow me. It has been more than 3 months since the monster corpse tide broke out. Of course, everything that can be eaten and drunk in the supermarket and can fill the stomach has been sold out. The doors of the convenience stores, almost all had signs of being forcibly pried open and dismantled. Some stores even had many rotten mummies lying around. They looked like survivors hiding in the stores waiting for rescue. But they didn't get it. Song-gu walked around and found that the village was getting more and more remote. So he planned to go back. At this time, Tong Xiangyu shouted happily, Song-gu. Here! Here! Tong Xiangyu found a room with a lot of supplies. Song-gu took a look and found that the things were placed in a mess. It should be that the supermarket owner temporarily put the incoming goods here. It was a warehouse. Song-gu looked around and made sure it was safe before he pried the door open. As soon as he opened the door, dust flew everywhere. The things in the house were placed in boxes, and the boxes were covered with thick dust. Instant noodles, snacks, and the mineral water they needed most. Tong Xiangyu was squatting on the ground, struggling to hold a 5L bottle of orange juice to check the expiration date. Song-gu asked her not to look, saying that they had to drive the car in to load the goods. The road here was narrow, and she had just learned to drive, and her driving skills were not good. So Tong Xiangyu had to do it. Tong Xiangyu, didn't you say that we can reach Zihu City in 1 day at most? And we don't need to bring too much food? Song-gu, that's to give you a shot in advance, so that you won't be too worried even if you can't find food. Tong Xiangyu snorted twice, put down the drink, and walked out with Song-gu. Chapter 77 Strange Vision. When Tong Xiangyu was reversing, she taught Song-gu how to look at the rearview mirror and how to steer to avoid obstacles. Song-gu watched for a while and said, Let me try. Tong Xiangyu got out of the car to help her. After all, reversing the car looks easy, but it requires a lot of proficiency to do it. But after a while, Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu turning the steering wheel and backing the car into the warehouse in one go. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. Song-gu, did you really not know how to drive before? So amazing? Song-gu got out of the car and closed the door, also took a look at the situation, said, You taught me well. Tong Xiangyu blushed, followed Song-gu into the warehouse with some excitement. Really? Really? Song-gu, yeah. Tong Xiangyu was praised, and she became more motivated to move things. The two worked together to move most of the things in the warehouse, some of which were basic daily necessities, and mainly long-lasting food, such as pickled products, meat products, dried fruits, canned fruits, and water. There wasn't much mineral water in the warehouse. Only a few boxes. And Song-gu moved them all to the trunk. Tong Xiangyu finally held the 5L bottle of orange juice and was reluctant to let go, because Song-gu didn't let her take it. Song-gu saw that the bottle of orange juice was close to its expiration date, and he wasn't sure if the young lady's delicate stomach could handle it. Song-gu would definitely not drink it, because it was sweet and didn't quench thirst. However, seeing the other party's pitiful and weak expression, Song-gu still picked it up and put it in the car, and also put the steel pipe used to hook the rolling door into the car. Then drink this first, and finish it early. Tong Xiangyu suddenly became as happy as a child. Okay. Okay. The car drove out of the city. The sun was scorching, even though the air conditioner in the car was turned to the maximum. The hot sunlight shone through the car window and fell on her body, which was still unbearable. Tong Xiangyu didn't even dare to take off her sunscreen clothes. She would definitely get sunburned. She had been looking for supplies with Song-gu before, and she was sweating all over. Now she was holding the sweat in her sunscreen clothes. She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't imagine what she would do if she was exposed to the sun for 20 hours a day and there were only 4 hours of darkness. To prevent fatigue driving, the two took turns driving. When it was Song-ge's turn again, Tong Xiangyu asked Song-ge what time it was. Song-ge looked at his watch. 6:30 p.m. Tong Xiangyu got out of the car, looked up at the sky through her sunglasses. The sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky, and there was no sign of the sun setting. Tong Xiangyu felt hot and stuffy, fanned herself with her hands, and sat on the passenger seat, and poured out the orange juice she had opened before to drink. Who would have thought that the orange juice that was opened only 2 hours ago would have a distinct sour taste when she drank it now? She quickly opened the car door and vomited it out. Seeing her like this, Song-ge knew that they needed to take a break. They could not rest until the sun went down. Song-ge drove the car forward for a while, and then pulled over to a place with shade. The two got out of the car to rest in the shade. But it was shaded. But it was not cool at all. There was a large area of shade above their heads. But the air they breathed was still hot as fire. It would be better to stay in the car. Although it was exposed to the sun, at least the air from the air conditioner was cool. Song-ge threw away the bottle of spoiled orange juice. Tong Xiangyu looked at him eagerly. After throwing the orange juice, Song-ge took off his soaked sunscreen jacket, long sleeves and pants. The clothes and pants were already soaked by sweat. Song-ge took them off and threw them under the sun. Then, it was visible to the naked eye that the soaked clothes were quickly dried. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. She immediately took off her sunscreen jacket and t-shirt and threw them under the sun. Song-ge took out some water from the car and gave it to Tong Xiangyu, who was squatting. Tong Xiangyu took a sip and found that the water was also scalding hot. She frowned in disdain, but still took another sip before returning it to Song-ge. Song-ge took back and drank half of the bottle, screwed the lid on, and asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Tong Xiangyu looked up. "I haven't finished the chocolate yet. It's in my backpack." Song-ge helped Tong Xiangyu get the backpack. Tong Xiangyu rummaged through the bag, and found that several chocolate bars had turned into chocolate mud. She tore a small hole and sucked it like jelly. Noticing Song-ge's gaze, Tong Xiangyu handed her another one. "Do you want one?" Song-ge, "No. You can eat it yourself." The two rested for a while on the roadside. Song-ge climbed up the big tree that provided shade with swift movements, broke off a few branches with lush leaves, and placed them on the hood of the car to protect against the sun and cool down. Tong Xiangyu took the opportunity to throw the dried clothes into the car, letting the air conditioner blow them before putting them on. The car navigation system had no signal and could not be used, and no one knew how far away the next city was. Song-ge simply climbed up the tree again, and this time she climbed higher. Her hands and feet were very steady, and she climbed very quickly. Tong Xiangyu, who was standing on the ground, was terrified. She kept shouting, "Be careful." After Song-ge stood firm, Tong Xiangyu attention shifted to Song-ge's body lines. Although Song-ge was thin, she looked very strong. She was not the kind of thin that was too thin. She had a vest line, and the lines of her arms and thighs were also beautiful and smooth. Tong Xiangyu stared at Song-ge in a daze. Song-ge had finished looking and jumped down from the tree lightly. The road is still far away. There are no villages or towns for the time being. Tong Xiangyu came to her senses and asked, "What should we do?" Song-ge was going to get some clothes to wear, and said, "Let's go back to the car and rest for a while. It's too hot outside. By the way, I give you something." Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up slightly. "What?" Song-ge handed her something. Tong Xiangyu reached out to take it, and when she saw the huge black bug, she screamed in fear, turned her head, closed her eyes, and screamed in fear. "Ah! Ah! Song-ge! Take it away! Take it away quickly!" Song-ge took it from her hand. "Are you afraid of cicadas too?" Seeing Song-ge took it away, Tong Xiangyu pushed her angrily. "Why did you scare me?" "I didn't scare you." Song-ge laughed and said, "They are all dead." "Dead?" "Yeah. Probably sunburned to death. There are a lot of them on the trees." Song-ge said, "I didn't hear any cicadas chirping on the way here. They must have all been sunburned to death." Back in the car, with a comparison, the air conditioning is simply a treasure. Song-ge drove. Tong Xiangyu pulled down her fisherman's hat to cover her entire face to block the sun. Her eyes lit up again. She took off the hat, turned around and said to Song-gu excitedly. By the way, Song-gu, we can put sunscreen clothes on the brim of the hat. Make an ancient veil hat. This way we can better protect our whole body from the sun. Song-gu said casually. Can you do it? Tong Xiangyu nodded hurriedly. Yes. Yes, it's very simple. We only need scissors, and a few sunproof clothes, and needles and thread. Song-gu said. It's really not much. Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu was speaking in a sarcastic way, and snorted softly. We have all these things, such as needles and thread, and the palm leaves you used to weave a straw hat for me last time will do. Where are the scissors? Your knife. Sunproof clothes? We are wearing sun protection clothes. I also have one in my bag. It was originally prepared for Yao Yao. Song-gu heard it and said, Then we just need to find a palm tree for you. Tong Xiangyu said with a proud look. You don't have to look for it specifically. Just look for it on the roadside. Song-gu smiled. Yes, sir. But we didn't see any palm trees along the way. The mountains in Taiyuan are majestic and steep, with many peaks. The vegetation on the mountains is of course different from that in Kiching. The car drove around one bend after another, and climbed one mountain after another. Tong Xiangyu was hot and sleepy, and was a little dazed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the car suddenly braked suddenly. She was startled and woke up immediately. She thought something had happened again, and looked at Song-gu. Song-gu? Song-gu stepped on the brake, but his eyes were looking straight into the distance. Tong Xiangyu followed Song-gu's gaze, and found something unusual. The sky was cloudless before, but now there were dark clouds rolling in the distance. And the storm was coming. The situation was exactly the same as the rainstorm they encountered after leaving Kiching. Tong Xiangyu's heart sank, and she said hesitantly, No way. Again? If there were torrential rains in the next half-month, and there were more landslides on the road, wouldn't they have to rely on their legs to travel again? And there was no one to lead the way this time, which was even more difficult. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu anxiously. Song-gu, it's going to rain again. What should we do now? It's not raining. Song-gu's face sank slightly, and he started the car. The car drove forward. Tong Xiangyu heard the words "it's not raining," and was at a loss. Then she remembered that she was still wearing sunglasses, and took them off immediately. At a glance, she knew that although the sky was blocked by clouds in the distance, it was indeed not dark clouds, but billowing black smoke. Song-gu drove forward for a few minutes, and suddenly something unusual happened. Tong Xiangyu thought she had seen it wrong, and leaned forward, and then found that she was right. A large group of snakes, insects, rats and ants were migrating from the opposite side to this side. Because of the large number, they were so dense that the ground was almost covered with a layer of black, and they were moving quickly in the reverse direction, as if they had sensed something terrible. They fled collectively. Tong Xiangyu was horrified and uneasy. Song-gu. This. Song-gu pursed his lips. At first, there were few insects, and the wheels could run over them directly. But when there were more mice and other large mountain animals, the car could no longer drive, and was forced to stop. After stopping, I found that the sky was dark, and something was moving quickly towards this side. It was birds. The birds and animals scattered and fled. After leaving Taiyuan, I didn't see any living things along the way. Even the cicadas on the trees were dead, but now I can see everything at once. Song-gu pursed her lips and said, Don't look at it that way. Aren't you afraid that they carry viruses? Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she immediately raised the car window. Song-gu looked from a distance again, and the thick black smoke did not dissipate, rolling up to the sky. Because they had driven for a while, they were getting closer to this strange scene. Song-gu was already sure what it was. Chapter 78 Car Accident. It's a wildfire, Song-gu said. After a long period of exposure to the scorching sun, the temperature was high, and the air was extremely dry. Some fallen leaves and dead grass on the ground in the mountains and forests could easily cause forest fires. Seeing these insects and animals fleeing collectively, the fire should have been burning not long ago. If they drive over now, they may still be able to rush out. Once the wind spreads the wildfire, the situation will be bad. The sun will only shine, but if they are surrounded by wildfires, they will really be roasted. Tong Xiangyu asked nervously, What should we do now? Song-gu, let's try to drive through. No. Tong Xiangyu said, We don't know the situation ahead. How can we risk going through like this? What if other mountains are burning towards this side? Wouldn't that be equivalent to running straight into a sea of fire? Song-gu asked. What do you think we should do? For safety reasons, we should return first. Tong Xiangyu said worriedly. She looked at the situation in the distance, and said, let's find a place with a wide view and wait until night to see the situation. If the fire is far away, we can drive through it. The fire has just started. Song-gu said, it will take several hours until dark. Even a small fire will turn into a raging fire. There are so many mountains around. When the wind changes, the fire will rush over. Where can we run? Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu was right. There was thick smoke but no open flames. It was indeed a sign of a forest fire that had just started. She hesitated. Song-gu said, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can come back. Is that okay? Tong Xiangyu nodded in agreement after hearing what Song-gu said. Seeing her agreement, Song-gu stepped on the accelerator. And the insects and rats on the ground did not dodge, and were directly run over by the wheels. Sometimes the car would shake when it ran over big insects and mountain beasts. In the shaking, Song-gu said, the fire rushed up the mountain. And the smoke also rushed up. If it weren't for the evil wind blowing down, it wouldn't have much impact on the road we drove. Yes, Tong Xiangyu responded, although she was very nervous and worried. With Song-gu by her side, the unknown dangers ahead didn't seem so scary. The further they went, the more snakes, insects, rats and ants there were on the ground. The wheels began to slip because they had run over too many insects. Tong Xiangyu felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. There was even a choking smell of smoke inside the car. Tong Xiangyu looked ahead. They had already driven into the billowing smoke. The smoke covered the sky and the sun. It was thousands of times more severe than the fire in the government building. Even the sunlight was completely blocked, and the visible range was getting smaller and smaller. Although Tong Xiangyu was afraid, since she agreed and supported Song-gu's choice, she did not back down at this critical moment to affect Song-gu, but helped Song-gu turn on the car lights. The car lights came on. Song-gu saw that the road ahead was much clearer. Tong Xiangyu saw the raging smoke suddenly rushing down. Thinking it was not good, the wind on the mountain was pushing the mountain fire down. She immediately looked out the car window. The visibility was very low, but she didn't see any open fire for the time being. However, she didn't know if it was an illusion. She could already hear the crackling sound of the fire burning through the forest. Some black objects floated down from the sky like snowflakes, and some were deposited on the car windows. Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes wide. What is this? Song-gu, wood ash. The black wood ash is completely burned and cooled. The wood ash that has just burned and is blown away by the wind will carry sparks. Once it falls on combustibles, it will quickly ignite another fire. They must drive out quickly. Song-gu stepped on the accelerator, and quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. They have already driven completely into the thick smoke. The forest where the wildfire broke out should be nearby. A quick victory is needed. However, the road seemed to have no end. The front was covered with dim smoke, the visibility was getting lower and lower, and the choking smell of smoke in the car was getting stronger and stronger. They were already in a dilemma. Song-gu held the steering wheel tightly, and her feet did not loosen for a moment, but she felt regretful for a moment. If she was the only one in the car, she might have chosen to take such a risk. But no, Tong Xiangyu was also in the car. With just a moment of distraction, Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu suddenly unbuckled her seat belt. Tong Xiangyu unbuckled her seat belt, picked up a bottle of water from the back seat of the car. There were special towels in the car. She poured the water on 2 new towels for wiping the glass. After they were completely wet, she fastened her seat belt again, but crossed the center console, 1 towel to cover Song-gu's mouth and nose, 1 to cover herself, to prevent inhaling too much carbon monoxide poisoning. Song-gu saw that Tong Xiangyu was doing it in an orderly manner, and not panicking at all. The hesitation in his heart disappeared, and he became resolute again. The temperature around him was getting hotter and hotter. Song-gu pursed his lips tightly, and stepped on the accelerator harder and harder. The car sped. Under the thick smoke, the visibility gradually dropped to 0, and it was impossible to see whether the road ahead was straight or curved. But there were obviously fewer insects and animals on the ground. The car was almost not bumpy. This meant that they were getting closer and closer to the burning mountain. Tong Xiangyu couldn't see the road ahead at all. She could only know from the tachometer that Song-gu had driven the car to 100 yards. At this speed, if there were any turns or obstacles ahead, they would not be able to react in time, and the car would be destroyed and people would die. Realizing this, Tong Xiangyu's heartbeat quickened. But she was not afraid unexpectedly. She even accepted the upcoming death calmly. She had faced death several times. But never once did she want to die like this. Looking back at the past, the scene of Song-gu bravery at the intersection waiting for the traffic light was as clear as yesterday. The two of them had no intersection. When delivering the cake, Song-gu said happy birthday but didn't even raise his eyelids. But when the monster broke into the classroom, only Song-gu found another way to escape and caught her below. She was so shocked that her psychological defenses collapsed, and she hid behind a tree and cried. It was also Song-gu who found her and took her home. Song-gu complained that she was troublesome, but he fed her, clothed her, taught her to improve her physical fitness, and stood in front of her when Fan Mingyuan came. He would compromise when she made unreasonable requests, satisfy her selfishness, prepare gifts for her, and give in to her again and again without losing his temper. Song-gu is an orphan, but she is not as selfish, gloomy or a perverted woman as her classmates say. She is a person of flesh and blood, hard-mouthed but soft-hearted, and a very warm and kind person. Without Song-gu, she would have died in the classroom on the day when the monster zombies broke out. So what is there to be afraid of? With Song-gu around, she is not afraid of anything. Tong Seong-yu was so determined that her violent heartbeat turned back to a steady one. Let's die. Tong Seong-yu held such thoughts. But she saw that the thick smoke that originally covered the sky and the sun in front of her gradually faded away, and even the light of the scorching sun was revealed. She was stunned for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Did they rush out? Song-gu did not dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The thick smoke dissipated, and the light was in sight. Song-gu's ears moved suddenly, and in his peripheral vision, a huge burning tree trunk collapsed and rolled down from the mountain, and everywhere it touched was instantly on fire. Not only that, the burning tree trunk continued to roll down, and it was about to fall on the lane ahead, blocking the way. Song-gu's heart sank, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The original falling speed quickly soared from 60 to 120,130. With the roar of the accelerator, the smoke ahead became thinner and thinner. Just as Tong Seong-yu was about to happily marvel at their good luck, she saw a huge rock falling in the middle of the road ahead, and countless rocks of different sizes around it. It was too close. Tong Seong-yu screamed in shock. Song-gu had been paying attention to the firewood on the mountain. When he saw the front, his pupils shrank sharply, and he stepped on the brakes hard. The sharp sound of the brake pads hitting the bottom was heard in the car. However, the car was still too fast. Even if Song-gu stepped on the brakes hard, he couldn't stop immediately. Seeing that he was about to hit, he could only turn the steering wheel to avoid it. Song-gu subconsciously wanted to turn left, but Tong Seong-yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, might hit the boulder head-on. In just a moment, Song-gu had already turned the wheel to the right. The extremely fast speed and the rock that hit the lane when changing lanes caused the vehicle to lose control and overturn out of the lane in an instant. The hot weather was scorching the earth. The burning giant tree finally hit the lane at the foot of the mountain. Sparks and charcoal splashed and fell on the roadside field of the opposite lane. In less than a moment, it also crackled and burned fiercely. A gust of hot wind blew, and the mountain fire instantly swam towards another mountain like a fire dragon, and swept towards Taiyuan City with an encircling momentum. When Tong Seong-yu woke up, she was in a dreamlike trance for a long time. She felt no pain, nor did she feel hot, except for the low ringing in her ears. Her five senses seemed to have all faded away. When Xian Juefu found herself in a cramped space, the word car accident became clear in her mind. After Tong Seong-yu remembered the process of the car accident, she immediately called Song-gu. She shouted very loudly, but the actual volume was very low. Tong Seong-yu turned her head to look at the driver, but the supplies and water originally piled in the back were all overturned and squeezed in the front, and she could not see Song-gu at all. Song-gu. Tong Seong-yu called again anxiously, but she didn't hear Song-gu's response. She quickly stretched out her hand to pry open the box. However, as soon as she touched it, a bloody mark of 5 fingers appeared on the box. Tong Seong-yu was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at her hand and saw a cut on her arm, although it was no longer bleeding. The blood that had shed before had soaked her clothes and arms. Tong Seong-yu looked down again, and except for her right leg being temporarily pressed by the deformed door and unable to move, there was no other injury on her body. She tried to open the car door, but couldn't push it open. Song-gu, are you okay? Tong Xiangyu shouted again. But there was still no response from the left side. She couldn't help crying. Song Ge. Song Ge. No one responded no matter how many times she shouted. Tong Xiangyu took a deep breath and struggled to squeeze in with one finger to poke the seat belt button. Looking at the windshield in front of her, that was shattered into a spider web. She reached out and pushed hard. But she couldn't push it. Tong Xiangyu saw the rolling pin again. She picked up the rolling pin with trembling hands and pushed it against the corner of the window. But when she thought that Song Ge might have met with an accident, tears fell, and her hands became even weaker. No. Tong Xiangyu gritted her teeth, grabbed the rolling pin, and hit the glass window hard again and again. Finally, the already weak windshield was cracked. Tong Xiangyu was delighted, wiped away her tears immediately, took off her clothes, wrapped her left hand, and carefully tore off the glass. Tong Xiangyu was slender, with a little space left by the windshield. Her legs that were pressed down could finally move a little bit. She slowly adjusted her body and moved out of the car. The dazzling sunlight outside made people dizzy. Tong Xiangyu didn't look at where their car was. She immediately crawled to open the driver's door. Her hands were shaking violently. The completely deformed door couldn't be opened at all. Blood was dripping out from the gap of the door. Tong Xiangyu was so panicked that tears fell like rain. She picked up a stone and smashed the four corners of the window, and then peeled off the whole glass. Tong Xiangyu went inside to open the door with shaking hands. But it didn't work no matter how hard she tried. The airbag on the driver's seat had already popped out. Song Ge fell motionless on the flattened airbag and steering wheel. Her face was covered in blood. A steel pipe pierced her abdomen. Tong Xiangyu's eyes went dark. Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu cried out in a hurry and then held back. She tried her best to calm herself down, gritting her teeth, and tried to pry the car door with both hands, but her right hand was cut by the glass and bleeding, and the car door did not move at all. She had no strength to open the car door, and there was no way to rescue Song Ge, who was squeezed in the driver's seat. Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and then picked up a stone, and hammered the door hard, but she could not open the car door no matter how hard she hammered. Tong Xiangyu finally fell to the ground. She broke down and cried, turned her head to look at the empty road. Is there anyone who can save us? Help! Chapter 79. Don't cry. The fire in the distance was blazing. No matter how desperate Tong Xiangyu was, there was no one around. She was the only one who could save Song Ge. But how could she save him? Tong Xiangyu cried hysterically for a while. Her tears seemed to have dried up, and she stood up again, picked up an extremely sharp stone and grinded it. Sweat slid down her forehead, hung on her eyelashes, and fell down again, mixed with countless tear marks. Tong Xiangyu panted, smashed and grinded seriously, and didn't know how long it took. Finally the car door could be opened. Tong Xiangyu was delighted, and immediately threw away the bloody stone to see Song Ge. Song Ge. Song Ge's face was pale, and she closed her eyes, and lay on the steering wheel without any reaction. Her abdomen was pierced by the steel pipe that pulled the rolling door, and the wound continued to bleed. When Tong Xiangyu saw the scene, she became afraid again. Tong Xiangyu's lips trembled, and her hands trembled violently. She didn't even dare to touch the bleeding Song Ge. She was at a loss, and had no idea how to save Song Ge next. The tears that she thought had dried up flowed out again. Song Ge. Song Ge hadn't dreamed of her childhood for a long time. When she was very young, her parents took her out to play. The sky was blue. The water was clear. She was wobbling and riding on her father's neck, and she couldn't sit still. Her father kissed her mother and then held her with one hand, smiling beautifully. A warm breeze blew, and beautiful flowers bloomed on the grass. Then she grew a little bigger. She ran with her father, learned boxing, and learned shoulder throws. When she was 4 years old, she knocked her father down for the first time. She ran to the kitchen excitedly to tell her mother about it. Her mother was amazed, picked her up and kissed her, and said happily that our Gitch was so powerful that she could even knock down her father. Dad was holding his arm and crying in pain. She felt so sorry for her dad, so she leaned over to help him breathe, saying it hurt so much. Dad was surprised, happily took her from her mom's arms, and let her breathe again, and it really stopped hurting. Later she went from kindergarten to elementary school. One day, she didn't wait for her mom to pick her up from school. The sun went down, and the street lights were on. Her mom, who was late, got off the car and ran over. She saw her mom crying out of grievance, and her mom hugged her and coaxed her, coaxing her eyes, and saying that she would never be late again and let our baby Gage wait, and took her to buy a new dress and toys. When Dad got home from get off work, she immediately ran to tell a little tale with grievance. Dad picked her up and kissed her, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry that our little baby has been wronged." She also said that it was all because of the bad guys today, which took Mom and Dad so long to catch them. However, as long as the bad guys are caught, more children can live happily with Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, work hard and quickly catch all the bad guys, so that you can come back every day to play with Gage. Is that right? She nodded vigorously. So her mother was late more and more often. In the second half of the first grade, she no longer needed her mother to pick her up. She took the bus with her school bag on her back, and put in a coin to sit back at the gate of the community. She often woke up in the middle of the night. The big house was dark and quiet. She got out of bed to drink water, opened the refrigerator to find food, and also stood on a small stool to make fried rice for herself. When her parents had a rare holiday, they would still take her to the amusement park. She rode a horse on her father's neck, and had a lot of fun in the amusement park. When she was sitting on the merry-go-round, she looked up and asked her mother if she had caught all the bad guys. Her father, who was sitting on the merry-go-round, said that they were almost there, and that there were fewer and fewer bad guys, and that they would be caught soon. She would always remember that night, when it rained heavily outside. Her father came back and happily held her up high, saying that the bad guys had finally been caught. Her mother was also laughing happily beside her. But that night, when she was half asleep, she felt her mother kiss her. She opened her eyes and held her mother. Her mother said gently, "Be good, Gage. Dad and Mom are going out for a while. There is another bad guy who ran away. When you catch her, you will sleep with Gage. Mom promises that you will be back soon." But she never waited for that soon. It rained heavily, so hard that the school canceled classes. She waited from day to night, and from night to day. She called her parents, but no one answered. Later, the doorbell rang, and she ran barefoot to open the door. Her mother was in a hurry to go out at night, and forgot to bring the key. She wanted to tell her father that her mother lied to her. She said she would only go out for a short time, and it had been 4 days. But behind the door stood uncles and aunts wearing the same clothes. They had red eyes, holding black boxes, and holding photos of their parents. An uncle squatted down and said, "Your parents. Your uncle brought them back to you." After losing her parents, she was sent to Kuching and lived in the home of a strange uncle and aunt. After she finished elementary school and lived in the dormitory in junior high school, she never went back to that aunt's home. She skipped classes and fought. But the school did not expel her. Her academic performance was extremely bad, but she could still enter a key high school. But she didn't want to go on like this. She ran away, was caught 3 days later, and was sent to another school. If she couldn't find a way out through studying, then she could rely on connections. But her life was already a mess. She didn't want anything. She just wanted to survive. In the 3 years of Kajong, she couldn't even call out the full names of several people in the class, let alone the upper-class connections, except for the beautiful, excellent, eye-catching and dazzling daughter of a rich family who was favored by God, Tong Seong-yu. After this name appeared in Song-gu dream, her memory began to speed up. She remembered the monster virus, Kuching, Typhoon, the wildfire, and then the vehicle lost control. No, she was going to wake up. Consciousness was forced to peel off from the heaviness, and there was a helpless cry in her ears. Song-gu slowly opened her eyes, and as expected, she saw the delicate and crying young lady in her blurred vision. Song-gu moved her lips, wanting to tell her not to cry, but only a little sound came out. Tong Seong-yu's tears suddenly stopped, and she immediately approached Song-gu happily. She wiped the tears off her face carelessly, as if she had grabbed the only life-saving straw. "Great! Song-gu. Song-gu. You woke up." Song-gu panted lightly, her face pale, as she lowered her head slightly, seeing her stomach pierced by the steel bar. She wanted to reach out and grab the steel bar to pull it out, but she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. She wanted to struggle, but her body seemed to be firmly nailed to the back of the chair by the steel bar. The sun was scorching outside, but Song-gu only felt cold. Song-gu. Song-gu. What should I do? Tong Seong-yu quickly choked and tears flowed down again. Don't cry. Song-gu's voice was very small, Songgo's lips were as white as paper. She lay on the steering wheel and looked at Tong Xiangyu. She wanted to wipe her tears and ask her if she was hurt. But she had no strength at all. Okay. I won't cry. I'm not crying. Tong Xiangyu wiped away her tears quickly. But her face was covered with tears. Her face was smeared with bloody fingers. Songgo wanted to smile at Tong Xiangyu. But she didn't know if her lips moved. She looked at Tong Xiangyu. Her eyes slowly faded. And she said sorry. Little milk tea. I broke my promise. I can only let you go to find your parents by yourself. But when she spoke, only a faint breath came out of her throat. Seeing her like this, Tong Xiangyu was so panicked that her tears burst out again. She knelt beside him helplessly and fearfully and said, Songgo. Songgo. Don't talk. Songgo. Please. Please don't talk first. I can save you. Yes. Songgo's eyes suddenly became clear again. She looked at Tong Xiangyu and smiled, but frowned in pain from the wound on her body. Songgo gasped, looked down at the steel bar that pierced her abdomen, and said, Listen to me. Tong Xiangyu nodded vigorously. Songgo suddenly had the strength to raise her hand to hold the steel bar in her abdomen. She lowered her eyes, and her slightly red lips moved up and down. Pull it out, cover it with clothes to stop the bleeding, and then tie the wound. Tong Xiangyu nodded vigorously with tears in her eyes. Then what? Then. Songgo then. Was on her lips, but she couldn't say any more. The little strength seemed to be suddenly withdrawn from her body, and her vision was blurred. She didn't even have time to turn her head to look at Tong Xiangyu again, and her hand holding the steel bar fell down heavily and powerlessly. Tong Xiangyu's pupils shrank sharply, and she shouted in panic and fear, Songgo! 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 Tong Xiangyu's mind went blank. After calling Songgo several times without any response, Tong Xiangyu stared at Songgo's pale face. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and quickly stood up. Right, first, pull it out first. I know what to do. Tong Xiangyu walked to the back car and opened the door. She took out all the messy supplies inside and threw them on the ground. Then she saw the long steel bar that pierced the back of the chair. It was this steel bar that pinned Songgo to the driver's seat. Just pull it out. Tong Xiangyu grabbed the steel bar, but failed to pull it out the first time, because the steel bar was inserted too deep and stuck in the seat. Tong Xiangyu used both hands, gritted her teeth, and exerted force. Due to inertia, Tong Xiangyu fell on the back seat, holding the bloodstained steel bar that was more than 1 meter long. Tong Xiangyu immediately let it go, and ran to the front. She saw that Songgo's abdomen was bleeding, and a large amount of fresh blood covered the original blood stains on his clothes. It's okay. It's okay. Tong Xiangyu helped Songgo unbuckle his seat belt and said, Songgo, don't be afraid. I will rescue you. Just bear with it for a while. Soon. Tong Xiangyu put her hands under Songgo's armpits. She gritted her teeth. Her face flushed, and she used all her strength, sweating all over, to drag Songgo down from the driver's seat. It's not possible here. It should be farther away. Tong Xiangyu muttered to herself. The car was leaking oil. If the wind blew the mountain fire this way, the car would explode. Tong Xiangyu dragged Songgo away, then took off her clothes to cover Songgo's wound. But her clothes were already soaked with sweat and blood, and were useless. She ran back to the car and took out her backpack. The scorching sun made people dizzy. Tong Xiangyu quickly returned to Songgo's side, knelt down, and quickly searched in her bag. After finding the sanitary napkin, she opened it, turned up Songgo's clothes, and covered the black hole on the upper right side of her stomach where blood was trickling. Okay. Tong Xiangyu pressed the wound with both hands, and said, tie it up. And tie up the wound. Tong Xiangyu immediately searched her bag, but there was no rope in the bag. Her fingers were shaking, and she suddenly remembered something. She took out a folding knife from Songgo's belt, grabbed her long hair and cut it off, tied it into a knot, and then helped Songgo to pick up her, and covered the wound on her back with a sanitary napkin, and then used her hair as a rope to tie it tightly. After doing all this, Tong Xiangyu held up Songgo's face. It's okay. It's okay. Songgo. Songgo had no reaction. His lips were pale. Oh. Yes. Water. Water. Tong Xiangyu carefully put Songgo on the ground and ran back to the car to get water. She picked up a box, but fell to the ground after a few steps. She quickly got up, picked up the box and ran to Song-gu. She used a knife to cut open the sealed box, shivered, and accidentally cut her finger, bleeding profusely. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for half a second. Not feeling any pain, she put down the knife, took out a bottle of water from the box, unscrewed it, and then held up Song-gu's upper body to feed her water. But the water couldn't be poured in. Tong Xiangyu took a sip and fed it to Song-gu, but it couldn't be fed in either. All the water flowed out from the corners of Song-gu's mouth. The sun was still so bright. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song-gu's increasingly cold body tightly, her face pressed against Song-gu's forehead, whispered, "It's okay. Song-gu, just drink some water. Wake up quickly." Tong Xiangyu murmured to the back. The surging tears completely blurred her vision. "Hurry up, Song-gu. Please wake up quickly. You said you would take me to find my parents." "Song-gu. You said?" Chapter 80 Wake Up. Song-gu has not woken up. Tong Xiangyu tears have dried up. She silently hugged Song-gu motionless. From day to night. The sun sets, and night comes. The mountain fire in the distance is still burning fiercely. The dark night is lit up by the towering mountains connected one after another, and even the sky seems to be half burned red. The raging fire swept towards the direction of Taiyuan arrogantly. Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu's choice was right. Even if they turned back at that time, there was no way to escape. So they might as well rush over. They did rush over. But if she hadn't taken Song-gu out of the base, it would be fine. If this was just a nightmare, they would close their eyes and open them again. They would all sleep on the big bed in the room of the base. Even if they were tied up and locked in the garage. No matter how terrible the situation was, Song-gu would definitely protect her. And she would also try her best to protect Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu's face was close to Song-gu's cold face, and she carefully helped her cover herself with the clothes on her body. It was too cold at night, and the strong wind made Song-gu seem even colder than the night wind. She had to take good care of Song-gu. He was so badly injured. If he caught a cold again, it would be terrible. Song-gu. Under the light of the distant wildfire, Tong Xiangyu gently stroked Song-gu's cold face and said softly, "You will wake up. Right?" Tong Xiangyu had not eaten or drunk anything and was too sad. In the end, she could not bear it any longer and fell asleep while holding Song-gu. Not far away, a small thing was jumping and hopping in the dark night and approaching quickly. Woof woof. Woof woof. Tong Xiangyu heard a dog barking in a daze. And after a pause, she immediately woke up. She suddenly opened her eyes, raised her hand to block the glaring sunlight, and looked down at Song-gu in her arms. Song-gu did not wake up, and still closed his eyes. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a long time, and touched Song-gu's pale face with trembling fingers. But her fingertips suddenly stopped. Tong Xiangyu was surprised to find that Song-gu had body temperature. She touched it with her palm, and sure enough, the skin was warm. It was not her illusion. Tong Xiangyu quickly helped Song-gu sit up, and went to get some water. However, when she turned around, she saw a black puppy squatting next to the water box. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she quickly stepped back. The little black dog barked at her twice, and then happily chased its tail, and turned around in circles. Tong Xiangyu was frightened and alert when she saw this scene. The puppy suddenly barked twice, in a low voice not far away, and even pretended to pounce on it. The two mice, who tried to steal food, immediately ran away in shame. The little black dog that chased away the mice came to Tong Xiangyu again, jumping happily, as if he wanted to be praised. Tong Xiangyu hesitated and asked, "Are you Bye-bye?" The little black dog happily responded, "Woof woof." Bye-bye, who escaped from the wildfire, had all his fur black, either burnt or stained with carbon ash. The fur on his paws was also burned by the fire, and it was sparse in patches. He was skinny to begin with, and now he looked even more pitiful in this miserable state. But it looks very energetic. But Tong Xiangyu looked at Bye-bye's chaotic white eyes, knowing that Bye-bye was dead. This was just a mutant dog. Tong Xiangyu still remembered Song-gu's words, seeing cats and dogs all away. For safety reasons, Tong Xiangyu said, "Bye-bye. Please move aside. I need some water." Bye-bye seemed to understand, jumped up, and turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu immediately took the water and unscrewed the bottle cap. She gently helped Song-gu up. Tong Xiangyu already knew the process of feeding water. She first took a sip of it herself, and then passed it to Song-gu mouth to mouth. Most of the water still flowed out of Song-gu's mouth. However, Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-Gu's throat seemed to roll slightly. Tong Xiangyu was very happy and excited. Tong Xiangyu fed Song-Gu half a bottle of water, then put her down carefully, and got up to get food in the car. She stood up too hard, and felt dizzy. Tong Xiangyu stood for a while, and when she was no longer dizzy, she ran to the car. She brought back a box of self-heating rice, and a can of canned food. County by prefecture. Pour mineral water into the self-heating rice to heat it, but the can lid can't be twisted open. Tong Xiangyu scanned the area, picked up Song-Gu knife, slightly pried open the mouth of the can, and it opened easily in an instant. After preparing the food, Tong Xiangyu put on her clothes, then tore open the sunproof clothes stained with dried blood and shook them, found 2 wooden sticks to prop up the clothes, blocked the sun for Song-Gu, then opened the backpack and took out a new sanitary napkin, carefully lifted the hem of Song-Gu's clothes. Tong Xiangyu untied the hair tie and poured a little water on it to prevent the wound from sticking to the sanitary napkin. After taking off the sanitary napkin, Tong Xiangyu saw that the wound on her abdomen had stopped bleeding and was blocked by a dark brown blood clot and skin. Tong Xiangyu returned to the car and picked up a piece of car body that had fallen off. The iron sheet was hot. Tong Xiangyu shrank sharply and noticed that her 10 fingers were covered with blood. The blood had dried up, but the wound cut by the folding knife yesterday had disappeared. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, and immediately pulled up her sleeve to look at her left arm. She saw that the wound on her left arm caused by the car accident had formed a thick scab. The crooked scab was like an ugly worm. But Tong Xiangyu reached out and pressed it lightly, and she could no longer feel the pain. How could she recover so quickly? It would be normal to be like Song-Gu. How could such a long wound form a scab overnight? Mutation? Or the body is evolving? Song-Gu's words appeared in Tong Xiangyu's mind. But Tong Xiangyu didn't think much about it. She poured the water on the iron sheet and put it aside. When the sun made the water hot, she tore open the clean sanitary napkin, took out the cotton inside and dipped it in water, and then helped Song-Gu clean the blood on the edge of the abdominal wound bit by bit. After cleaning the wounds in front and back, Tong Xiangyu put on a new sanitary napkin and tied it back, to prevent the wound from getting infected or breaking. After finishing everything, Tong Xiangyu sat on the floor next to Song-Gu under the scorching sun. She ate canned food and watched Song-Gu lying motionless, with his eyes closed, under his sunscreen jacket. After a while, Tong Xiangyu carefully reached out to test the breath of Song-Gu's nose. It was too hot, and her hands were shaking, so she couldn't measure it at all. Tong Xiangyu pressed on Song-Gu's neck again, and after measuring for a long time, she finally felt a weak, but real beating under her fingertips. Tong Xiangyu's nose suddenly felt sore, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She hadn't dared to think of any bad possibilities yesterday. Tong Xiangyu quickly wiped away her tears and laughed while crying. Bai came to her side, with his short tail wagging, and called hoarsely after a while. Tong Xiangyu turned her head to look at it, poured some of the can in her hand onto the can lid, and pushed it a little bit. She didn't know if the mutant puppy would eat this kind of food. Bai sniffed it, and quickly ate the orange slice, and licked the juice. Tong Xiangyu was happy to see it, and poured some more for it. Soon, the self-heating rice was ready. Tong Xiangyu added mineral water and boiled it again. After boiling it into porridge, she pressed it into paste to make liquid food. Then she helped Song-Gu pick up and fed him carefully little by little. In this way, Tong Xiangyu took care of Song-Gu on the roadside for 3 days. During these 3 days, Tong Xiangyu also found that even the mice seemed to have mutated. The reason was that Bai caught a mouse that came to steal food and bit it to death on the spot. But when Bai was about to eat, the mouse turned over and ran away, which scared Bai. Bai chased after it and pounced on it. Tong Xiangyu followed, picked up a stone, and smashed the mutant mouse's head. Song-Gu said that headshots work. Sure enough, the mutant mouse's head was rotten, and it would never move again. It was hot, and the temperature was very high. Tong Xiangyu wore Song-Gu watch on her wrist. She kept track of the time, and fed Song-Gu food and water on time. These days, the sun rises at 3 in the morning and sets at 10 in the evening. It was exposed to the sun for a full 19 hours. Tong Xiangyu wiped Song-Gu's sweat with a wet tissue. Although Song-Gu had vital signs, he had not woken up. Tong Xiangyu was always afraid that Song-Gu would get infected and have a fever. Using her hands and forehead to measure her body temperature was not accurate. She could only comfort herself that the wound through her abdomen did not look red. swollen or festering, so it should be healing slowly. As for the wound on her arm, even the scab had fallen off, there was no scab mark, her arm was as smooth as before, as if the wound had never existed. It was really a mutation, evolution. But Tong Xiangyu didn't understand what was the trigger for the change, and Songge's physical fitness was better than hers in every way. Why did Songge recover so slowly? Tong Xiangyu opened the water, drank a little herself first, and then took a sip, lowered her head, and gently pried open Songge's lips and teeth with her tongue, and fed it in little by little. In 3 days, Tong Xiangyu had done this action many times, and had already become familiar with it. No blushing or heartbeat, no shyness or nervousness. Every action was just a hope that Songge could drink a little more water, and wake up earlier. Tong Xiangyu was praying all the time. She finally understood why Yao Yao said those words. When a person is powerless, all he can do is pray with faith. Let's take a step back. If a person who comes back from the brink of death wakes up, he may become a monster. Then Tong Xiangyu is not afraid. Tong Xiangyu thought, while feeding Songge water, even if Songge becomes a monster, he will be like bye-bye, and will not hurt himself. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Tong Xiangyu froze. She realized something was wrong. She was stunned for half a second, then she tentatively stirred with the tip of her tongue, and the tongue in Songge's mouth really followed with force. Tong Xiangyu ears and neck turned red instantly. Tong Xiangyu immediately pulled away, and was flustered for a moment, and embarrassed. But her mind was filled with countless surprises. She looked at Songge, and had accumulated countless words in her chest to say, but Songge still closed his eyes, and did not move, with no sign of waking up. Tong Xiangyu stared blankly, and lowered her eyelashes as if she was deflated after a while. However, Tong Xiangyu told herself, don't be discouraged, this is already good news. In 2 days, maybe Songge will wake up in 2 days. The ups and downs did not affect Tong Xiangyu's heart. No matter if it was 5 days or 7 days, or 5 months or 7 months, she would stay with Songge and wake him up. She had this in mind. After feeding water several times, Tong Xiangyu was not surprised even if she found Songge's tongue moving. She even pushed her to stop moving and drink water. However, this time when she was about to lower her head after feeding the water, Tong Xiangyu saw Songge slowly open her eyes. When she met her eyes, Tong Xiangyu was choked and coughed wildly. She quickly turned her face away, coughed twice, and covered her mouth to hold it back, and came back to confirm whether Songge was really awake. You're right. Songge opened his eyes. Tong Xiangyu covered her mouth, and continued to cough violently. After she finished coughing, she remembered something more important. In her joy, she hurriedly asked Songge, Songge, is there any pain in your body? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Do you want to eat something first? When she asked the question, Tong Xiangyu's vision was already blurred. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly wiped her tears. Seeing her like this, Songge moved his lips. What did you say? Tong Xiangyu leaned over to listen. Songge spoke weakly. Took advantage of me. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened. She should have blushed and tried to explain, but after nearly 100 hours, Songge finally woke up from his coma and spoke. Tong Xiangyu's chest was filled with thousands of emotions, which could not be suppressed, and all turned into tears. Tong Xiangyu choked with sobs, and no longer tried to hold back. She cried like a child in grievance. Songge closed his eyes, then opened them, and moved his pale lips. Although Tong Xiangyu cried very aggrievedly, she still heard Songge seem to speak. She immediately stopped sobbing, and looked at her with tears in her eyes. Songge, what did you say? It's just a bargain. I didn't say I wouldn't let you take advantage. Songge's voice was weak, and seemed to be full of helplessness. Tong Xiangyu burst into laughter in an instant. She wiped her tears, feeling ashamed and angry. I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm feeding you water. Chapter 81 Mutation. Songge saw Tong Xiangyu smile, and then he looked around. The strange wilderness, the bright and dazzling light, the scorching sun. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu, how long have I been unconscious? Tong Xiangyu opened a can of lychees, and fed Songge a spoonful at a time, saying, 4 days. So long? Songge was a little shocked, and looked down at his abdomen. There was a sanitary napkin stuck on it. Songge. There was nothing clean to plug the wound, and stop the bleeding. Tong Xiangyu was scared when she thought about it, but she was calm when she said it. Fortunately, I had my period, and there were a lot of sanitary napkins in my bag. Songge listened to Tong Xiangyu's words, and noticed that the hair was tied outside the sanitary napkin. She was stunned, looked up at Tong Xiangyu. The big fisherman's hat covered everything. But there were only two people here. She had short hair, and it was obvious where the long hair came from. Songge asked hoarsely, "Did you cut your hair?" Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, unnaturally raised her hand to lower the brim of her hat, and muttered with a wandering look, "It's too hot, cut it short to be more comfortable." Nonsense. Songge still remembers how much this young lady loves beauty. She thought it was ugly when she cut a small part before. She didn't wear clothes properly, and used a sunscreen jacket to cover it, and then she covered it with a hat. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu to take off her hat, so that he could see what it looked like after the haircut. Tong Xiangyu refused. "Songge, you are bullying me because I have no strength now." "Right?" Tong Xiangyu pouted. She accidentally saw her appearance in the rearview mirror yesterday. Her hair was bumpy, and looked like it was chewed by a dog. She was too ugly to face anyone. She would never let Songge see her ugly appearance. Tong Xiangyu said, "I can't show it to you even if I have the strength. There's nothing good to see. Have you never heard of a saying? If you are beautiful, you can hold any hairstyle." "Songge, then why don't you show it to me when you are so beautiful?" "Tong Xiangyu, just look at my beautiful face." Songge looked at Tong Xiangyu's face, which seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Her beautiful eyes were still red because she had just cried. And the dark circles under her eyes were also very obvious. Tong Xiangyu asked Songge to look at her face. When Songge really looked at her face, she felt embarrassed and ashamed. After all, she hadn't washed her face for several days. The weather was so abnormal. And Songge hadn't woken up. She didn't dare to use water at will. And she had to rely on sweat to wipe her face. "Let me take a look at your wound first." Tong Xiangyu put down the can and said, "I haven't seen it today." Tong Xiangyu unwrapped it skillfully. Songge looked down, and was stunned when she saw the wound on her abdomen. Didn't they say 4 days? She clearly remembered that this place was a penetrating wound. There was no suture treatment, only a simple pressure bandage to stop bleeding, and even no anti-inflammatory and anti-infected drugs. How could it heal so quickly, even scabbing? Tong Xiangyu saw Songge in a daze, and whispered, "Does it still hurt?" Songge came back to her senses, raised her hand to press the wound, and then tried to sit up. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly helped her up. After Songge sat down, she took a deep breath, and then said, "It doesn't hurt. But how come it healed so quickly? You call this fast? It's been 4 days. Tong Xiangyu saw that Songge's expression was a little reluctant, and she didn't dare to let go, and kept supporting her. "My wound will heal in 1 day. Don't use too much force, or the wound will break open, and it will be bad." Songge raised his eyes, and looked at her. 1 day? Yes. Tong Xiangyu stretched out her hand to show Songge her left arm. "Look, here, such a big wound." Songge looked at her hand. Her arm was slender and white. It was so white that it was dazzling in the sun. Not to mention the wound, even the pores were invisible. To be safe, Songge looked it up and down, making sure there was no small scratch. Songge asked, "Where?" "It's healed." Tong Xiangyu put down her hand and said, "Songge, I'm not lying." Seeing that Songge seemed a little unconvinced, Tong Xiangyu shook her hand vigorously, and threw down her rolled-up sleeves. The sleeve was covered with old bloodstains and a ragged cut. But the skin on the arm opposite the cut was white and smooth. Tong Xiangyu said, "No bleeding on the first day. Scabs on the second day. And the scars fell off on the 3rd day. And it was completely healed." Songge frowned as he listened to this bizarre thing. "So, your body is really changing?" "It should be." Tong Xiangyu said, "The human body adapts to the environment very quickly. Just like the reaction of the pupil to light. And the reaction of the pores to cold and heat. Which are extremely rapid. Songge, are there any side effects? Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head. But Songge was worried. Seeing her worry, Tong Xiangyu immediately smiled and said, "I think this is great. I am very afraid of pain. Now my injury heals so quickly, I am too happy to wait. Songge, I hope you get better soon." "Not much faster," Songge said, "compared to you. I am sure I have not mutated. Maybe it's because I didn't recharge." Hearing Songge say such things seriously, Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Songge with her face propped up, and felt calmer than ever before. She liked it so much. Songge could talk to her and chatter. Tong Xiangyu speculated, "Maybe your mutation is not here. Your physical fitness is strong enough. In order to increase your ability to survive in such a harsh environment, think about it, what are you least good at? Song-gu paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "Have I been very good at coaxing people recently?" Tong Xiangyu? Song-gu smiled to himself, picked up the can, and ate it himself. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly said, "I feed you." Song-gu said, "I can do it myself." Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was indeed not as weak as when he just woke up. His complexion was much better, and his voice was louder, so she felt relieved, and then began to check Song-gu's body, lying on his chest to listen to his heartbeat, pinch his eyelids to see if his pupils were white, and then test his hearing and vision. Song-gu cooperated very well, and let her do whatever she wanted. Only when Tong Xiangyu stopped bothering her, Song-gu would look up to the distance, where their overturned car was. Song-gu silently withdrew her gaze, and Tong Xiangyu optimistic and happy words continued to chatter in her ears. The more this happened, the harder it was for Song-gu to imagine what kind of state Tong Xiangyu was in during the days when she was unconscious. How she moved herself out of the car. How she pulled out the steel pipe when she was so weak and timid. And how she found sanitary napkins and cut her hair to apply pressure bandages. She was a crybaby, and must have been scared. Song-gu didn't know why she felt uncomfortable and suffocated when she thought of these things. How much courage, how much fear and pressure she had to endure to complete so many things. Her little milk tea saved her again. After Song-gu woke up, her recovery speed was visibly faster. She could sit on the first day, stand up and walk on the second day, and move freely on the third day. She still pinched Bai and insisted on killing it to prevent future troubles. Tong Xiangyu saw Bai struggling with its 4 short legs in the air. She knew that it was dead and would not feel any pain. But she was still anxious. She said to Song-gu in a hurry, Bai really won't bite. If it wanted to bite us, it would have eaten us all the day we fell into a coma. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu, really? Song-gu then left the little white dog with burnt fur. As soon as Bai landed, he barked at Song-gu rudely. Seeing Song-gu's sharp eyes, he immediately tucked his tail between his legs and ran behind Tong Xiangyu, rubbing her feet, and then continued to show his teeth at Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu thought that it was fortunate that Bai was smart and had quietly hidden away for the past 2 days. If it had appeared on the day Song-gu woke up, Song-gu would have killed Bai even at the risk of his wound splitting. Tong Xiangyu said something nice to Bai. Bai is very smart. Several times, the mutant mice tried to steal things, but they were discovered and driven away by it. Song-gu, the mice also mutated? Yes, but it seems that they can only be resurrected. There is no other difference. Being able to be resurrected is the biggest difference. Mississippi. I know. Tong Xiangyu was packing the things they were going to take on the road. Not even snacks. So she opened a bag of dried durian and handed it to Song-gu. Song-gu didn't eat it. Tong Xiangyu ate one herself, and thought it tasted good. So she took another one and handed it to Song-gu's mouth. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu in silence, and seeing that she didn't stop, she could only open her mouth and eat. Tong Xiangyu then said, Song-gu, let me make a deal with you. Haven't I mutated? If there is any danger in the future, you let me stand in front of you, okay? Song-gu, what nonsense are you talking about? Tong Xiangyu? Tong Xiangyu was shocked. Song-gu, you are swearing in front of me again? Song-gu paused for a moment, and said, the wound heals quickly, but it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt when you are injured. You are a noble lady, so don't do it. No, Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu seriously. No matter if I am a noble lady or not, I hope you can stay with me forever, so that I can give you an advantage? Tong Xiangyu face flushed, and she stamped her feet. Song-gu, I'm serious. Song-gu, speaking of which, I had a dream last night. Although Song-gu changed the subject very quickly, Tong Xiangyu still cooperated and asked, what dream? I dreamed that I pressed you down on the car and kissed you. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu, pointed behind her ear. It's still red here, did you forget? Tong Xiangyu eyes widened instantly. Song-gu, you didn't black out. I did? You definitely didn't. Tong Xiangyu was angry that she was playing a trick on her. Her cheeks flushed with shame, and she raised her hands to cover her ears. So it was real, not a dream? Song-gu raised his eyebrows, and said, then we're even. I took advantage of you when I was drunk, and you took advantage of me when I was unconscious. Tong Xiangyu, I told you that I was feeding you water. I didn't take advantage of you. Song-gu, okay, then I owe you one. When are you going to take advantage of me back? Tong Xiangyu blushed and was furious. Song-gu laughed, stopped teasing her, and began to sort out the supplies in the car. Song-gu didn't know if his body had mutated, but his injuries were indeed improving rapidly. The penetrating wound on his abdomen had only 2 coin-shaped scars left, one in front and one in the back. The weather was abnormal, so they couldn't stay for long, because the supplies were limited, so they had to leave early. Tong Xiangyu insisted on bringing the dog, and Song-gu had to agree. The mutated puppy was quite weird, and it actually understood human nature, or could understand human language. Tong Xiangyu asked it to stay 10 meters away, and it really followed from a distance. Let me take the bag. Song-gu wanted to take the 2 backpacks that Tong Xiangyu was going to carry. Tong Xiangyu dodged. No, you are still injured. Song-gu's wound had healed, but she was not sure to what extent her body had recovered. Seeing that Tong Xiangyu treated her as a patient who could not be carried by her shoulders or hands, she just had nothing to try, and directly carried her on her shoulders. The wound on her abdomen did not hurt at all. Tong Xiangyu was almost scared to tears. Put me down. Song-gu. Okay. Okay, I give you the bag. I give you the bag. Chapter 82 Care. From then on, the 2 of them set out again on the journey to the next city. Song-gu gave the eldest lady a shot of prevention. It will be very tiring and hard before you find a car on the road. Tong Xiangyu said, I know, I'm not afraid. Tong Xiangyu thought that the past few days were terrible. She was helpless, scared and desperate. Only when she saw Song-gu's condition getting better little by little could she comfort a little bit, but she couldn't rest assured until Song-gu woke up. Now that Song-gu has woken up, she is not afraid of anything. It doesn't matter if it's a little tiring or hard. As long as Song-gu is by her side and doesn't leave her, she is not afraid of anything. But she must not tell Song-gu these words. If she does, Song-gu might make fun of her. Song-gu frowned. Don't be afraid of anything. Just say if you are tired. Don't force yourself. Song-gu knew that this young lady was now relying on her physical mutation, and was very arrogant. She could even say such nonsense as if there is any danger in the future. Let me stand in front of you. Maybe the side effect of the mutation is to affect the smart little brain. Tong Xiangyu immediately hummed. Of course, I won't force myself. Without a map, no one knows how far away the next city is, and when they can arrive. The weather is abnormal. They can only travel and rest strictly according to the watch time. Mainly, Tong Xiangyu is still worried about Song-gu's injury. Although this guy carried himself without saying a word, what if he was just pretending? What if the injured internal organs in his body have not recovered at all? If you are injured or sick, you must take good care of yourself. Otherwise you will suffer from sequelae. The huge sun was hanging in the sky. The 2 found a cool place to rest. Tong Xiangyu had already sat down, but Song-gu was still checking the situation around to make sure there was no danger. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu's sweaty neck and the back of his clothes, and said, Song-gu, take a rest. It's safe around here. Bai didn't bark. It would bark if there was danger. Song-gu replied casually, I won't put my life in the hands of a dog. Tong Xiangyu stuck out her tongue. She knew that Song-gu was just like that. Not to mention that Bai was a dog that had died and reborn. Even if it was a person, an ordinary person, Song-gu would basically have a problem with everyone and be wary of everyone. Tong Xiangyu raised her face. Song-gu, I was thinking, if this abnormal weather continues, we will be very short of water when we get to the next city. And the longer we travel on the road, the greater the possibility that the supplies in the next city will be looted, and we may have nothing. Song-gu looked carefully, not missing any direction or corner, making sure that there was no danger, and that it was not likely to be dangerous. Then he returned to the fence on the side of the road to rest casually. They were in the shade, but everywhere they looked was covered by the scorching sun. In fact, because the sun was too scorching, and it was too long, many trees had died. Song-gu said, It's not that there is nothing, maybe rescue is on the way. Tong Xiangyu was surprised. This was not something Song-gu would say. Why? Song-gu, didn't you say that the monsters might all be dead? Tong Xiangyu said, I was just guessing based on the situation at the time. Didn't you disagree? Song-gu, I think it's possible. High temperatures can kill viruses. And it's still high for 20 hours a day. It's not the normal day divided into morning, noon and evening, with only a few hours of high temperature at noon. But the 20-hour scorching sun all day. Tong Xiangyu said, but it can't be killed at this temperature. Song-gu pointed at Bai, who looked like a pool of black slate oil melting on the ground not far away. Look! Bai is still sunbathing. It mutated after infection. but it seems to like this weather very much. Song-gu looked at it mercilessly. Silly dog. Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu stood up and walked to Song-gu. Come on. Let me check your wound first. Song-gu was used to it and lifted up his clothes. Under the clothes was a thin but strong waist and abdomen, and there was a clear vest line beside the wound. Tong Xiangyu was very concerned about Song-gu's injury. She checked it very carefully. After confirming that there was no problem with the abdomen, she went around to check the back. Song-gu stood up and turned around to let her see. He said, logically speaking, we drove for so long from Taiyuan, and the speed was not slow. We drove for hundreds of kilometers. But how come we didn't see even the shadow of a village or town along the way? Tong Xiangyu had never been there either. So she guessed, maybe it's just a bit remote? Song-gu, why don't we go along the Zitai River? There are many forks on the road. Don't go to other cities. Tong Xiangyu said, but the river is dry. There are so many dead bodies and fish, and the air is full of bacteria and viruses. Song-gu remembered what Tong Xiangyu said before, and said casually, what kind of bacteria and viruses? When it rains heavily, they have already circulated. Tong Xiangyu was stunned when she heard this, checked and put down Song-gu's clothes, and asked, Song-gu, do you think that the strange heavy rain caused my body to mutate? After the heavy rain, I had allergies and had a lot of rashes, but it was healed in 2 days. Is this recovery process also much shorter than usual? Song-gu, but I also got wet in the rain. Tong Xiangyu, I've said it before, each person's body may change in different directions. You may not have discovered it yet. Song-gu, maybe. Tong Xiangyu said again, the question now is, it didn't rain in Taiyuan. Did that rain only fall outside Keqing? Are they the only 2 people? Oh. Yes, and Yaoao. Are they the only 3 people who have physical changes? Song-gu said, impossible, we don't know where it rained. The heavy rain evaporated, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. It must have drifted to other enemy areas to make it rain. Maybe we were exposed to the sun for 20 hours, and others were exposed to the rain for 20 hours. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened slightly, because there was this possibility, and she was a little excited. If it is true that people mutate after being exposed to the rain, wouldn't many people's bodies mutate and evolve? Song-gu, right. That's great. Tong Xiangyu was happy, and she leaned on the fence with Song-gu, looking into the distance and said, if your body becomes stronger, you can adapt to such bad weather, as well as those terrible monsters, mutant animals and other dangers. Song-gu, yeah. Because the surroundings are safe, there is no need to find another place to set up camp, rest, and then build a fire to spend the night. The sun sets quickly after 10 o'clock in the evening. Song-gu is still on guard as usual, but the situation is different. Tong Xiangyu always sleeps on her. The sudden drop in temperature at night is one reason. Another reason, Song-gu guessed that Tong Xiangyu was scared by the car accident, and the young lady felt insecure. The moon is bright, and the stars are sparse, and the insects are chirping. Song-gu heard the snoring of the mutant dog in the distance, and also heard the cries of some small insects around. The noise was very small, but she could hear it clearly, and could even tell in which direction and approximate location. Her eyesight and hearing were originally very good, and she was not sure if there was any change. If it was a mutation, which part was mutated? Enhanced 5 senses? It was useless. Tong Xiangyu was right. Physical mutation could enhance people's ability to survive in special and harsh environments. However, if there were many mutants, it was not necessarily a good thing. Like Tong Xiangyu physical mutation and evolution, it enhances the ability to repair wounds, which is good for herself. But is it possible that the mutation can also go in a bad direction? For example, never mind. It's too early to worry about that now. After all, except for the zoo space, and the few people who were attacked and eaten by mutant dogs later, they haven't met any other survivors so far. Song-gu thought, if the country finds mutants, it must be studying them now. By then, it will only be a matter of time to send rescue forces to various provinces across the country. I don't know if the enhancement of her 5 senses is her mutation. If it is, this mutation is really dispensable to Song-gu. If she can choose, she hopes that she can have stronger abilities to protect herself and Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu has been thinking about her injuries these days. Song-gu feels uncomfortable when she sees her cautious and worried look. Song-gu doesn't want to be a weak person, because no matter how weak she is, No one will protect her. Instead, there will only be bullying fists from the evil people. She understood this when she was very young. She said she would take Tong Xiangyu to find her parents, which meant she would protect her. If one day in the future, facing danger, Tong Xiangyu would need to step forward to protect her, wouldn't she become a joke? Even if Tong Xiangyu volunteered, she didn't want to. Compared to being protected behind her, Song Ge hoped to be able to protect the people she cared about, to protect her from getting hurt, and not have the opportunity to use those so-called body mutation abilities. Now I don't see the disadvantages. What if there are some unknown side effects? Song Ge paused, not knowing why she felt awkward. She turned her head to look at Tong Xiangyu, who was sleeping in her arms. The one she cared about. Unconsciously, has Tong Xiangyu become the one she cared about? Yes, although their identities were very different, they had never crossed paths before, but since the outbreak of the Monster Corpse tide, this crying and delicate young lady has been by her side. Accusation, acting like a spoiled child, worrying, grievance, sometimes being cautious, sometimes pushing too far. She loves to cry but loves to laugh even more. Now thinking about it, every expression of Tong Xiangyu in her memory is so vivid and beautiful. It's like painting beautiful and heart-pounding colors randomly in her grey life. It's been a long time. No one has kept her in their hearts like this. Although the kindness and care of this little bodhisattva applies to everyone, she is just one of them. Chapter 83. The sun rose at 3 in the morning as usual. Song Ge woke up first, checked the time. It was just after 3 o'clock. Her shoulders were a little numb from the pillow, turned her head. Tong Xiangyu was still sleeping in her arms. She slept better and better every day. The last 2 nights, she was always talking in her sleep, and woke up in the middle of the night. Song Ge looked at her, raised her hand, and gently tidied up Tong Xiangyu hair on her forehead. This beautiful long black hair really got bitten by a dog. She didn't care about beauty anymore. She was probably really scared to death at that time. It was really unfair to their precious young lady. Song Ge watched quietly for a while, and then adjusted Tong Xiangyu's sleeping position quietly, letting her sleep with her head resting on his legs, then moved his right arm, and took out the whetstone to sharpen the blade bit by bit. It was unknown how long the phenomenon of short day and short night would last, so it was better to get enough sleep for 7 hours. They couldn't just stay awake for 20 hours when the sun didn't. She was used to less sleep, and the young lady had to get enough sleep. Along the way, she was treated very badly in terms of food, clothing and other necessities, and she was always allowed to sleep well. When Tong Xiangyu woke up, Song Ge had already sharpened the knife. After eating, they continued on their way. The journey was boring. Tong Xiangyu excitedly discussed with Song Ge her dream last night. In the dream, they had arrived at a new city, where there were many people, and some people could fly after mutation, growing wings, and some could control things like feng shui, fire and electricity. Song Ge, how is it possible? Mutation is just a change in body functions. You haven't seen those monsters. Zombies, cats and dogs fly. Tong Xiangyu also thought it was impossible, and said, so it was a dream. The two of them were lucky. Although they didn't find a car to drive on the first day, they saw a good abandoned car within an hour of walking. The car was old and didn't have much oil, but the car keys were there. Tong Xiangyu was surprised. Wow! Finally, I don't have to walk. Song Ge planned to drive. Tong Xiangyu didn't let him. She thought Song Ge must have psychological trauma and stress disorder after the car accident, so she wanted to drive herself. But they didn't expect that within a few minutes of the car being on the road, there was a sudden loud noise, and the car tilted and lost control instantly. Tong Xiangyu was frightened by the explosion and screamed. Because the car was abnormal, she could only subconsciously step on the brakes. The car spun twice in place, and finally hit the fence of the provincial road with a bang. It was because of the hot weather that the tire burst. Fortunately, the brakes were applied in time, and the speed was not high along the way. They were fine. But the car seemed to be unable to drive anymore. Tong Xiangyu was still in shock. Her face was pale with fear. Song Ge wanted to comfort her, but she saw something in her peripheral vision and said, "It's okay. Let's change one." Tong Xiangyu looked at her with a pale face, still confused. Huh? Following Song Ge's line of sight, she found that there were many cars parked in front of her. Unlike the long queues in Kiching, there was one every 3 or 5 days. Song Ge unbuckled his seat belt. Let's go. Try our luck. After getting off the car, Song Ge raised her hand and patted Tong Xiangyu's chest. Tong Xiangyu looked at her blankly. Song-gu, this way you won't be scared and have nightmares at night. Although Tong Xiangyu felt that it was groundless, she was still somewhat moved. However, she was still scared and didn't dare to drive again for the time being. Song-gu was brave, so she drove. Originally, stress disorder was also what Tong Xiangyu said. Song-gu didn't have any psychological trauma, even though the steel bar and the car accident almost took her life. But those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Because Tong Xiangyu had warned him, Song-gu drove slowly, keeping it at about 40 miles per hour. However, at this speed, half an hour later, they actually saw villages and towns, and soon the landmark of Zihu City, which they thought was still far away, appeared in their sight. Song-gu saw it, raised his eyebrows, and took the initiative to ask, "When we enter the city later, if we are stopped again, and someone invites you to be a guest, will you go?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head like a rattle. Song-gu smiled. "You're not going this time?" "No. No," Tong Xiangyu said. "You can't know a person's heart. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. I just need to follow you closely. Wherever you go, I go." Song-gu sighed. "It's not easy." Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. "What's not easy?" "Finally I understand," Song-gu said. "So, it's useless to teach people with words, but it's useful to teach people with things." Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this before she realized what Song-gu meant, and immediately said, "That's because this is a different time. Special cases should be treated specially. And when this disaster is over, society will return to order." Song-gu turned left into the city, and said, "Okay, then I hope that the world is full of love as you wish." Tong Xiangyu, don't be sarcastic. Song-gu, I really didn't this time. Tong Xiangyu, that was before. We agreed not to bring up the past. The situation in Zihu City is similar to Taiyuan. The whole city looks like an empty city. There are no people on the road. And there are no monsters. But there are many stray cats and dogs. They are not afraid of people at all. But they don't attack people. They just eat the rotten corpses on the roadside. Tong Xiangyu can now frown and watch these scenes calmly. No wonder cats and dogs mutate. They all eat corpses infected with the virus. How can they be normal? Song-gu said. But those who die directly should be normal people who can't bear the virus infection. Tong Xiangyu asked. Why do you think these dogs mutate? Maybe they drank poisonous water. After all, you haven't eaten corpses. So you mutated too? Tong Xiangyu suddenly remembered that they had drunk mushroom soup soaked in corpses outside kitchen, and shuddered. Ugh! So disgusting. Don't say that. However, Tong Xiangyu felt that what Song-gu said was not entirely unreasonable. After all, normal cats and dogs would definitely not be the opponents of monsters that could only be killed by headshots. It is also possible that there was something wrong with the water. As expected, all supermarkets in Zihu City were emptied. All the shelves were empty. It was not known whether everyone looted everything when the government notified them to evacuate, or whether the survivors came out to look for supplies after the monster corpse tide broke out. The car made no noise on the road, but there were stray dogs on the roadside, which were still chewing the rotten corpses and did not rush up to attack. Song-gu suddenly honked the horn twice. Tong Xiangyu was startled. Why did you honk the horn suddenly? Song-gu, try it. The horn startled a half-man-tall wild cat on the roadside, which turned its head and looked over with bared teeth. Bai was in the back seat, lying in front of the car window and yelling at the wild cat. But because the window was closed, the sound insulation was very good, and no one outside could hear it. Song-gu saw the wild cat looking at him, and then continuing to gnaw the corpse. He frowned. Will the sound not cause them to attack? Tong Xiangyu asked. When we were at the Taiyuan government building before, how did you attract the mutant dogs to chase upstairs? I made a noise. Song-gu recalled while driving. It may be that they saw and smelled the smell. But these dogs may not have mutated, so they are not so aggressive. Tong Xiangyu said. How do you judge whether they have mutated or not? I can't tell. Tong Xiangyu looked back at Bai. Bai was tied to the back seat by Song-gu with a seat belt around his neck. He could only move within a half-meter radius of the back seat and could not jump to the front. Song-gu noticed Tong Xiangyu movements and immediately said, Don't try to catch it and study it. Tong Xiangyu pouted. I just took a look, I didn't think. Tong Xiangyu watched the car drive through unfamiliar streets. Passing unfamiliar buildings, she supported her face, strange. Why can't I see anyone on the road? Logically speaking, they are just two high school students. There are so many elites in various industries, and their abilities are far superior to theirs. They shouldn't be the only two people on the road. Song-gu, they should all hide and wait for rescue. Tong Xiangyu, this is indeed the safest way. Tong Xiangyu said, I remembered a movie I watched before, in which a small town faced a sudden and terrible disaster, and the door to the other world was opened, and countless terrible monsters came out to wreak havoc and eat people. Song-gu, then what? Tong Xiangyu thought Song-gu would not be interested, but after hearing her question, she continued, the protagonists gathered in a supermarket, and then they split into several factions because of different ideas. The protagonists were targeted, and they chose to get on a car and leave together to escape the town and the fog full of monsters. Song-gu listened. Tong Xiangyu, but the gap between human power and monster power is too great. The protagonist drove all the way, and the car ran out of gas, and did not get out of the fog. He saw too many terrible monsters along the way, and saw too many people died painfully in the mouths of monsters. Everyone did not want to suffer such terrible and painful torture, so they let the protagonist kill them. Song-gu raised his eyebrows. The protagonist will not kill people, because he is a moral model like you. Tong Xiangyu said no. The protagonist killed, and he was the only one left. Without bullets, he chose to be bitten to death by the monster. However, the fog dissipated, and the National Army arrived. They closed the door to the other world and drove armored vehicles to rescue the survivors, including those who stayed in the supermarket. And here, the protagonist is left alone. Not long ago, he killed all his relatives in the world with his own hands. After hearing this, Song-gu was speechless. Seeing Song-gu's reaction, Tong Xiangyu changed the subject naturally and talked about other things. More than an hour later, Song-gu, who had no map, was about to leave Zihu City smoothly without realizing it. But just as he was about to leave the city, Song-gu suddenly remembered something and stopped the car. Little milk tea. Tong Xiangyu, what's wrong? Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu. You talked about that movie before. Did you think it was better to wait for rescue in the place than to find a way out? Tong Xiangyu said, of course not. It's just that you said that everyone should hide and wait for rescue. I just remembered the movie. You were going to take me to find my parents, weren't you? It's no use sitting and waiting for death. That's good. Song-gu restarted the car and said, don't worry. No matter what's ahead, no matter what dangers we encounter, I won't kill you or commit suicide. Tong Xiangyu smiled with her eyes curved. Why should I worry about this? It felt strange to say this suddenly. Song-gu didn't explain. In the strangely high temperature, he resolutely headed north. Chapter 84 Rescue. In the next half-month, Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu passed through many cities, including cities, counties and towns. They only got off the car to collect when they saw surplus supplies, and drove at other times. If the car broke down, they would change one, and if it ran out of gas, they would find a gas station. This half-month was not as smooth as in Zihu. Sometimes, because the city was large and the routes were complicated, they could not get out of the city after circling for 3 or 4 days. However, there was one thing that was the same in any city. There was no one. It was the same in this place called Jinan County. Tong Xiangyu's hair had grown a lot longer, as if it had been gnawed by a dog. When driving by a barbershop, Song-gu remembered what he had said before, and pulled over. Song-gu opened the door of the barbershop to ventilate, and simply cleaned up the rotten corpse on the ground, propped up the tilted chair, and wiped the dust off the chair with a piece of cloth, and then wiped the blood off the mirror. It had been too long, and the blood stains could not be wiped off. Tong Xiangyu said, it doesn't matter, so it is, no need to wipe it off. Song-gu looked over to the movable workbench. There were many kinds of scissors inside. Song-gu studied them for a while, and picked up a pair of scissors without teeth on the blade. Tong Xiangyu sat down on the chair that Song-gu had cleaned and said, just cut it neatly. Song-gu, yes. Song-gu looked around. The cloth used for cutting hair was thrown in the corner. It was covered with dust, and there were maggots crawling on the side. Song-gu frowned, and did not use the cloth. He just lifted Tong Xiangyu's hair with his own hands. And he stroked and cut it. And he lifted up the long hair of different lengths, and cut them short one by one. Tong Xiangyu was a little depressed, and said, I haven't washed my hair or taken a shower for 20 days. And I feel stinky. No, I'm not stinky. Song-gu said while cutting her hair, you always smell good. No way. Tong Xiangyu took over the conversation. And she looked at Songge in the mirror and said, when there was no car, I sweated 2 kilograms a day on the road. And I could wring out water from my clothes after taking them off. They were already marinated with sweat. Songge, can't you smell it yourself? What can't you smell? Fragrance. Tong Xiangyu certainly couldn't smell it. She looked at Songge's expression in the mirror, was doubtful for a moment, and finally didn't believe it, and pouted and said, Songge, don't lie to me. I'm not lying to you. Songge said, leaning down to sniff the back of Tong Xiangyu's neck, then stood up and said with certainty, it does have a fragrance sweet, like the taste of candy. Candy? Tong Xiangyu was sure that Songge was teasing her. She had never used skin care products, shower gels or shampoos with this kind of smell. Songji's sense of proportion in cutting hair is very good. There is no need to compare. He just lifts up the long hair and cuts it with a click. He can cut the length to make it neat without any error. It is as accurate as measuring with a ruler. However, in Tong Xiangyu's eyes, Songji's technique is obviously not professional at all. It is all based on improvisation. So Tong Xiangyu did not expect the neatness she asked for. She remembered that it had been half a month since she left Taiyuan. She did not see anyone on the road. She asked Songge again, Hey Songge? You said, if this disaster makes human beings extinct, there will only be you and me in this world. What would you do? Songge lowered his eyes and cut his hair, replied, No if. Tong Xiangyu, oh, just make an assumption. Songge, nothing. Songge said, find a country, grow food, be self-sufficient, live to old age and die of illness. Tong Xiangyu asked, just you and me? Don't we have a dog? Tong Xiangyu saw that she didn't deny it, and laughed. Songge raised his eyes to look at her. What are you laughing at? Tong Xiangyu shook her head and said nothing and asked, what should I do if I don't know how to farm? I plant it. Then I cook for you. Yes. Tong Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, don't just plant food, you should plant fruit trees and flowers. It's best to choose a big yard. There's a well in the yard, and a lot of potted plants in front of the yard. Songge heard her thinking so far, said, why think so much? It's impossible. If you don't want to find your parents, I take you to the countryside to plant crops now. But we don't have seeds. Do you really want to? Tong Xiangyu looked up at Songge. Just assume it, otherwise it's boring. How long will it take you to cut it? It be done soon. Barber. Songge said, don't move. Did you move around like this when you cut hair before? Tong Xiangyu stuck out her tongue and sat still. When the haircut was almost done, Songge suddenly stopped moving and turned to look outside the door. When Tong Xiangyu didn't speak, she kept looking at Songge in the mirror, noticing her reaction, and immediately asked, Songge, what's wrong? Songge, nothing. Songge seemed to have heard footsteps and conversations just now, about 4 or 5 people coming from a distance, but when he listened carefully, there was nothing, and the mutant dog Bye-Bye should be more sensitive. It stayed at the door of the barber's shop without making any movement, which means there was indeed no one. But just as this thought came to an end, Songge smelled a fragrance. Tong Xiangyu said in surprise, wow, where is the fragrance? While speaking, there was a sudden fierce barking of dogs outside. Songge looked over immediately, but found that the mutant dog that was originally at the door had disappeared. Songge immediately patted Tong Xiangyu to signal her to stand up, and at the same time picked up the hair dryer in the barber's shop and quietly walked to the door. The footsteps and voices outside suddenly became obvious. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Songge protected Tong Xiangyu and hid behind him. Peeking outside, there were 5 people in the group, 3 men and 2 women, all of whom looked very young. The man in the lead held a net bag in one hand and a long animal pliers in the other, holding Bye-Bye firmly on the ground. Another man took out a dagger, walked to the puppy, and was about to blow the puppy's head off. Songge knew that Tong Xiangyu valued the dog, and immediately emerged from his hiding place and said, wait a minute. The 5 people looked at Songge. The girl with bangs brightened her eyes. Wow, there are still people in this city? Hello, the girl asked again, by the way. What did you just say? Songge said, don't kill the dog. The leading man asked, is this dog yours? Songge, I think so. The man raised his eyebrows. He was used to it, and did not loosen the grip of the 2 tools in his hands, said, it's mutated. Songge said, I know. The man, mutated animals are very aggressive. If bitten by it, normal people will also become zombies. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help it after hearing this, she poked her head out from behind Song-gu and refuted, Bai won't bite people. Although it is a mutant dog, it is very smart and understands human nature. When several people saw Tong Xiangyu behind Song-gu, they were stunned again. No one expected that there was a girl. And now the situation was so critical, and the conditions were so difficult. This little girl was still so beautiful, as if she had never suffered any wind and rain. The man squatting on his knees was very surprised to see the beautiful Tong Xiangyu. He turned the dagger he was going to use to kill the dog, looked at Tong Xiangyu, and said, Do you have other companions? Where are they? Tong Xiangyu is no longer the innocent young lady, who was naive and open-hearted to everyone she met. She is very wary of the group of people who tried to kill her dog. Why are you asking this? The dagger man said. It's impossible that there are only 2 girls like you. At this time, the girl with bangs said, Are you new to Jinyan County? The last time we came, there were almost no survivors here. Song-gu, almost? The girl was not willing to elaborate. Well, there was another person at that time, and we saved him. But the man was in a very sorry state, looking like a ghost. The remaining man took out a small ID from his watch pocket. It's my police ID. Song-gu stepped forward. Tong Xiangyu was worried that it was a scam and immediately grabbed Song-gu's sleeve. Song-gu. Song-gu patted the back of her hand lightly. It's okay. Tong Xiangyu let go. Song-gu walked over, took the ID and opened it. Qiaoming Shan, Special Police. She compared the man's appearance with the photo, and the man cooperated by lifting his bangs so that she could see more clearly. Song-gu knew that the certificate was real. He felt it as soon as he touched it. And it was not easy to fake the certificate after such a huge disaster. Song-gu returned the certificate to him. Qiaoming Shan took it and put it away, explaining, We are not bad people. When the disaster broke out, we thought it was a group of people committing crimes. Our team was responsible for suppressing riots and rescue. But later, disasters occurred frequently, and the situation in the city was out of control. We took a group of people and hid temporarily. Song-gu looked at the man in the lead and holding the knife. Qiaoming Shan introduced, Zhou Bo, Xiang Wei-jun, they are also special police, my team members. Tong Xiangyu felt more and more unreliable. She took Song-gu's arm, hoping that she could understand his intention of wanting to leave and stop talking to these people. But Song-gu didn't understand. Song-gu said, You kill the dogs to prevent them from biting the survivors. Qiaoming Shan replied, Yes. Song-gu said, What if we can prove that this dog will not bite people randomly and is humane? Li Wei-jun, holding a dagger, said, How to prove it? We have seen that the owner was reluctant to kill the mutant pet. And then the pet was bitten to death and was dragged out to be dismembered with other mutant dogs. Song-gu pointed at Tong Xiangyu. She proved it. Zhou Bo, Qiaoming Shan said, Release the pliers. Yes. The pliers were released. And as a mutant dog, Bai rushed directly to bite the group of people who came with bad intentions. But because of the net, it only showed a ferocious look of mania and grinning. Tong Xiangyu immediately shouted, Bye. Zhou Bo pliers were about to control the dog again. But it braked suddenly and looked back at the girl who called it. Come here. Tong Xiangyu clapped her hands. Bai turned around, carrying the net bag and happily rushed towards Tong Xiangyu, wagging his short tail. Song-gu noticed that the man with the dagger suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes, and he was gathering strength, as if he would jump up and kill the dog instantly if the dog had the slightest intention of hurting people. Judging from this instinctive reaction, this man is indeed skilled. You said rescue? Song-gu asked Qiaoming Shan, How many people did you rescue? Tong Xiangyu immediately stopped Song-gu when she heard that he was still concerned about this. Song-gu understood what Tong Xiangyu meant and said, Forget it. Xiang Wei-jun put away the dagger and stood up. 42. 6 of them are superpowers. 6 superpowers? Song-gu's heart sank slightly, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the only woman wearing sunglasses in the group who had not spoken from beginning to end. The woman was raising her hand to take off her sunglasses. Song-gu looked at her and was shocked. The woman's right eye actually had 3 pupils. Chapter 85. The 3 pupils of the right eye were very small, as if one pupil had split into 3 different sized pupils, looking very scary. The woman looked at Song-gu and put her sunglasses back on. She is not a superpower. Then she pointed to Tong Xiangyu, who was playing with a dog not far away, and said to several teammates, That one is. Song-gu's heart sank. Can a superpower be seen? Is this the function of her 3 pupils? Then her enhanced five senses are just an illusion, and not a real superpower. Xiao Meishan said, don't act alone anymore. It will be dangerous if you go forward. Come with us. We have received orders from our superiors to escort all survivors to the target location. Target location? Superiors? Orders? Song Ge asked, can you contact the government? On the other side, Xiang Weijun walked towards Tong Xiangyu. Bai Bai saw this and immediately barked at him fiercely for warning. Don't look at its small size. It fought with a puppy that bit an adult man to death before. What's more, it is a mutant dog. If it bites a person, he will be dead. Tong Xiangyu did not stop Bai Bai. Xiang Weijun said to Tong Xiangyu, can you tell it to stop barking at me? It just barks. It won't bite you. Tong Xiangyu had no good feelings towards this man. Although he said he was a policeman and he looked handsome, her only impression was that he wanted to kill Bai Bai. Xiang Weijun smiled, stood half a meter away from Tong Xiangyu, and asked, what's your name? How old are you this year? Tong Xiangyu didn't feel the need to answer. Xiang Weijun hit a wall when he tried to strike up a conversation with her. He touched his nose awkwardly. He had been single for 30 years and had never pursued a girl. He had been waiting for his boss to assign him a partner. He went to a dinner party for a blind date. He didn't expect to fall in love with her at first sight. If he liked her, he would definitely pursue her. After all, the current situation was special. It was the easiest time for them to gain favor. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it was to feel safe. Xiang Weijun took the initiative to admit his mistake and said, well, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I almost killed your dog. Although Tong Xiangyu had a negative attitude towards this group of people, she was not the type to be unyielding. Since the other party apologized, she was no longer cold and said, forget it. You don't know either. It's all for safety. Yes. Xiang Weijun smiled and said, I like girls like you who are sensible. Tong Xiangyu heard this and did not agree. Xiang Weijun asked again, does your ability allow you to communicate with mutant animals? Tong Xiangyu, no. Then why is this mutant dog so obedient? In theory, after mutation, even the most docile pets will become extremely aggressive and will attack humans indiscriminately. I don't know. Xiang Weijun thought Tong Xiangyu didn't want to say it and touched his nose again. But Tong Xiangyu really didn't know. Xiang Weijun asked again, then what is your special ability? Hearing Xiang Weijun question Song Ge, who was originally asking the special police captain Xiao Mengshan about the situation, immediately looked at Tong Xiangyu. Don't worry, Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu had grown up. Of course she wouldn't tell him. She asked unhappily, do I have to tell you? Xiang Weijun said, no. No. I show you my special ability. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed to the distance. The next moment, the hair dryer that Song Ge put down casually seemed to be sucked in by a strong magnetic force. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Xiang Weijun put down the hair dryer and said, my hands are like magnets, which can absorb any iron products around. Tong Xiangyu was shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked calm and composed, as if she was used to it. She called Song Ge. Song Ge, stop talking. Aren't you going to cut my hair? Song Ge replied, yes. Song Ge said to Xiao Meishan, do you want to stay with you? I have to listen to my friends. Tong Xiangyu saw Song Ge still talking to the man. Since the outbreak of the monster virus, Song Ge has never ignored her for others. She has also never seen Song Ge so patient and trusting of a stranger. Tong Xiangyu felt a little depressed. She left the person who was chatting with her and walked over. Song Ge. Song Ge looked at her. Little milk tea. They said they could contact the government. Xiao Mengshan immediately patched it up and said, it's not working now. We were still in contact half a month ago. But I don't know why the signal has been so poor recently. Changing the battery didn't work. We are still looking for the reason. Tong Xiangyu said, it must be the solar flare that triggered the geomagnetic storm. Now it's exposed to the sun for 20 hours a day. And the day and night are completely disordered. The frequent solar activity will definitely affect radio communications. Can you really contact the government? Xiao Mengshan, yes. Is there any way to deal with geomagnetic storms? Tong Xiangyu said, no. Solar activity phenomenon, how can humans possibly intervene in it? At this time, the girl with bangs said, wow, this is long-lost high school knowledge. I have returned all to the teacher. Are you two still students? Tong Xiangyu looked at her, and nodded reluctantly. The girl was interested, and asked curiously, "Where are you from?" Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge. Song Ge answered for her, "Kicheng." "Kicheng?" The girl with bangs was shocked. "You came from so far away, and you two are the only ones along the way." Seeing how cooperative Song Ge was, Tong Xiangyu could only let go of her guard and rejection and said, "Yes." "What about you?" The girl laughed and said, "What a coincidence, we are from Taiyuan." Taiyuan. When this familiar and long-lost place name came out, Tong Xiangyu and Song Ge were both stunned. Xiao Mingshan asked everyone to stop standing in the sun and chat, and to find a shady place. Song Ge then took them to the barber shop. Xiao Mingshan did not hide the current strength of their team. He said that there were 6 people with special abilities in the team. Among the 5 people who came out today, only he did not have special abilities, while the other 4 did. Xiang Weijun's hands could be magnetized, and he could absorb up to 30 kilograms of metal iron within a range of about 50 meters. Zhou Bo had hyperthymesia and a strong sense of direction. However, the scope of super memory is limited to roads. He remembers every street he has walked through clearly, even how many bricks there are on each floor of a house. The woman with 3 pupils in her right eye wearing sunglasses is called Qi Nan. She can see things without any obstacles in the dark night. When she uses her superpower, she can see through the other person's heart just by looking at them. She knows that Song Ge is not a superpower user, but Tong Xiangyu is because she sees through Song Ge's mind. However, this superpower is very energy consuming and can only be used once a day. So they will first mention superpower users. Probing, if you are not curious or shocked when hearing this topic, you either have superpowers or have seen it before. Xiao Mingshan asked Song Ge to forgive him. Song Ge did not comment. The remaining girl with bangs is Fong Fong, whose superpower is to create an absolutely quiet area of 1.5 meters. That is why Song Ge seemed to hear footsteps and voices, but only for a moment, and then they disappeared. Fong Fong used her superpowers in advance because she was afraid that the mutant dog would hear the noise, and the strangulation operation would fail. Song Ge said, "If you are from Taiyuan, then do you know Zeus?" "Zhou Bo, of course I know." "Did you encounter them?" Xiang Weijun asked. "Then you didn't join the cult?" Fong Fong immediately said, "Of course not, otherwise how could we get out?" Tong Xiangyu said, "We entered their base, and then escaped." "How could you escape?" Xiang Weijun was very shocked, looked at Tong Xiangyu, then at Song Ge, and then at Tong Xiangyu. "By the way, how is their organization doing now?" Tong Xiangyu, "It's a big scale, with more than 6,000 people." "Zhou Bo, damn it!" Xiang Weijun also cursed, and felt something was wrong. How could it develop so rapidly in just 2 months? Seeing the big reaction of several people, Song Ge asked the captain, "So what's going on?" Xiao Mingshan briefly explained. In fact, it was similar to what everyone was experiencing. The disaster broke out. The situation was out of control, and they had to hide in a safe place. And the water, electricity, and internet were cut off. The difference is that they wear police uniforms and carry guns. This profession gives the people of Taiyuan a full sense of security. The country has sent police to rescue them. They will not be in danger. They have radios and have been reporting to their superiors. However, half a month later, they went out to investigate the situation and suddenly found that an organization had gathered a large number of survivors with the slogan "The country has abandoned them." They cannot sit and wait for death. They need to unite to defend themselves and save themselves. Many survivors went to seek refuge, but encountered monsters on the way, and lost their lives in vain. They had originally protected hundreds of people, but they could not resist the cult's brainwashing. And indeed, they did not wait for the rescue to come. Some people started a commotion, and they could not point their guns at those who shook people's hearts and spread panic. They had run out of bullets long ago. Once people's hearts were scattered, it would be difficult to gather them again, so they could only send those people away. However, there were also rational people who believed in their police more, and did not fall for the cult leader's trick. They risked their lives to cross half of the city to find them, and waited together for the government's response and rescue. After Zeus and his gang learned about it, they went even further and spread rumors everywhere, saying that this disaster was a punishment from the gods for the country's contempt for their existence, and that all the disloyal people would be killed. They also said that he himself was the reincarnation of the gods, and that only the believers of the gods could survive this disaster. In short, the rumors became more and more outrageous. However, the other side had many innocent people in their hands. Every time they came to provoke, the innocent and brainwashed people would take the lead, and they had no way to deal with it. Tong Xiangyu said, the reincarnation of the whole god? But when we went there, everyone shouted Zeus. Zhou Bo, I am convinced. This is a truly open and above-board cult. Tong Xiangyu, but they said the organization is called Chaoyang Self-Defense, and there is a flag. Xiang Weijun said, Chaoyang Self-Defense? Haha, it's just a cover-up. I guess they saw that you two are educated students, so they didn't use the original trick and changed the story to trick you in. How did you escape in the end? Climb over the wall. Tong Xiangyu said, it's just luck. Zeus and his team went out to search for supplies during the day, and someone was bitten by a mutant dog. Fong Fong was shocked. Bitten by a mutant dog? Not everyone will. The bitten people seem to be abandoned by them. Tong Xiangyu said, we escaped in the chaos. Fong Fong asked for more details out of curiosity. Tong Xiangyu talked about the various complete facilities and equipment in the base, and various sustainable operations. After hearing this, several people were silent. Finally, Qiao Mingshan said, thank Zeus for supporting the country with 6,000 survivors. When we meet up with the main force, we will take people back to Taiyuan to wipe out the cult and rescue everyone. They chatted again in the barber shop. Then, Song Ge decided to take Tong Xiangyu to their temporary resettlement site to take a look. Chapter 86 I don't want to. Qiao Mingshan and his friends' resettlement site is very simple. Compared to Zeus' Garden of Eden where everything is available, their resettlement site is just a small yard with 7 or 8 RVs parked inside. As soon as I entered the living room, there were 3 children playing marbles on the floor of the living room. A woman was sitting on the side watching. There was a fruit basket on the table. There were some unripe green fruits that looked sour. Further in, there were 2 elderly people talking, and a woman was coughing with a mask on. I don't know what happened to the other survivors, but just looking at the scene, the words old, weak, women and children come to my mind first. Oh, it's a big harvest. Song Ge turned his head immediately. The one who spoke was a young woman who walked out of the room. She had long hair down to her waist and dark eyes. She would be a great beauty in society. Behind the woman followed a middle-aged man who was not very tall. The man wore short sleeves and shorts, had a square face, dark skin, and a buzz cut. He looked honest and down to earth. Compared to the old, weak, women and children, these 2 are full of energy. They should be the other 2 superpowers that Qiao Mingshan mentioned. As expected, Qiao Mingshan introduced Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu. These are the remaining 2 superpowers. This is Zhu Qingwu, who has extraordinary hearing and can hear the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings 1,000 meters away. That is Lu Zhou, whose superpower is great strength and can lift a truck weighing several tons. Lu Zhou nodded to the 2. Zhu Qingwu looked at Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu, but did not say hello, but asked Qiao Mingshan first, are you in a team? Because the 2 looked very different from the survivors they had rescued in various cities. Those survivors were often in a state of distress, pale and thin, and were grateful and even a little terrified after seeing the rescue. And the 2 people in front of them looked young, but so calm, and from their clothes and figures, they did not look like they had been tortured by this unprecedented and unrepeatable catastrophe. These 2 are guests, Qiao Mingshan said, from Kaching? Kaching? Zhu Qingwu was surprised, looking at Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu. Just the 2 of you? You can ask Fong Fong about this. She has found out everything, Qiao Mingshan said as he walked into the hall, took out 2 plums from the fruit basket on the table, and gave them to Song Ge. Try them. We picked them on the road. They are quite delicious. Not sour. Song Ge took them and handed them to Tong Xiangyu. Qiao Mingshan was going to give another one to Tong Xiangyu, but seeing this, he gave the one in his hand to Song Ge as well, and then said, everyone is resting and sleeping in the room at this time. I will take you to see the RV. The RV was not luxurious, it was obviously modified. In addition to the bed, it was filled with gasoline and supplies, rice, and water. Qiao Mingshan RV was different. It was filled with a lot of guns and ammunition. One of the boxes of grenades had been used up for the most part. Song Ge ate the sour fruit, and his eyes swept over the boxes of hot weapons. After looking at the RV, he also looked around the yard, and then Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu said they would go back first. This was agreed before they came, to come and take a look first, and then discuss whether to join them. Qiao Mingshan originally wanted to let them go to the evening to meet other survivors, but Song Ge said no. He had just met them. Xiao Mingshan had no choice but to say, "We will stay here for 2 more days. Come to us anytime when you have made your decision. You don't have to squeeze into the RV with others. Just drive your car." Song Ge, yes. Xiao Mingshan, I let Zhou Bo take you back. Song Ge, don't bother. I remember the way. Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu left the yard. Bai Bai, who had been waiting outside immediately came up to Tong Xiangyu and wagged his tail. Xiao Mingshan said that Zhu Qingwu hearing was within 1,000-meter range. Song Ge did not shy away from this ability. As soon as he left the gate, he asked Tong Xiangyu what she thought. What did Tong Xiangyu think? Of course, she really wanted to be alone with Song Ge. But she didn't say it directly. Tong Xiangyu looked at Bai Bai at her feet and asked Song Ge, according to what the captain said, if we continue to move forward, leave this town before them, we will encounter monsters, mutant animals and other dangers. Right? Song Ge, yes. Song Ge said, they have enough firepower. Every time they pass a city, they will search for survivors. If there are no survivors, they will help eliminate monsters and mutant animals. The cities we passed by should have been cleared by them, so we didn't see any danger along the way. Tong Xiangyu said, this means that they stay in each place for a long time. We left Taiyuan only half a month ago, and they left for more than 2 months, but we caught up with them. Song Ge, yes. It will definitely be much slower than us. Tong Xiangyu felt that what she said was very clear, but she felt that Song Ge might not understand. So she turned to look at Song Ge. Song Ge, what about you? What do you think? Do you want to be with them? Song Ge did not answer directly, saying, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Tong Xiangyu, are you attracted by their weapons? But we don't know how to use guns and grenades. Song Ge once held a gun, when he was very young. But Song Ge didn't want to say that. She said, they have 6 people with special abilities, 3 of whom are special police officers. It is definitely safer than the 2 of us acting alone. Tong Xiangyu heard that Song Ge words were not right, and immediately said, but, Song Ge, but as you said, if we go with them, the journey will definitely be slower. If it takes us 2 or 3 months to go north, it may take them a year or 2. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge and said carefully, so? Song Ge, no. It's up to you. You decide. Tong Xiangyu hesitated. I don't know. Song Ge, I want to listen to you. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Go back and think about it slowly. Anyway, they are in this town for the next 2 days. The 2 walked for a while. Song Ge said again, in fact, there is no need to be afraid even if there is danger. At most it will be like the situation in Taiyuan. When those people left Taiyuan, the animals had not yet mutated. So the cats and dogs in Taiyuan were not disposed of. Tong Xiangyu recalled what she saw in the government building, and she was worried. It was indeed dangerous for the 2 of them to be alone. Song Ge said, we can stay in the car at ordinary times. It's only dangerous when changing cars, refueling, and looking for supplies. Tong Xiangyu was hesitant at first. She felt that she shouldn't act on impulse and treat safety as a joke. She didn't want Song Ge to get into trouble again. But after hearing what Song Ge said, she was eager to move again and asked, then why don't we stay with them? Song Ge heard her tone rising, and asked back, don't you want to? Well, Tong Xiangyu was a little depressed. Although Song Ge was slow, he was still quite sensitive to Tong Xiangyu emotional changes, and asked, are you unhappy? Why? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge twice, hesitating. Song Ge didn't urge her. Tong Xiangyu saw that although Song Ge asked, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to know, and she was a little depressed. She grabbed the hem of her clothes and said softly, don't you see that someone in their team keeps trying to talk to me? Song Ge, who? The man who wanted to kill Bai Bai with a knife. Tong Xiangyu said, when you were talking about things, he came to me alone and asked me various questions. Song Ge, isn't he curious? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge like a wooden block, and suddenly felt a little angry. Song Ge, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Have you never been approached? Song Ge said, no. Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and then a little discouraged. That's right. Song Ge is such a blockhead that he wouldn't think that even if he was approached. Tong Xiangyu could only feel depressed by herself. Now you know. That guy seems to like me. If I'm with him, he will definitely bother me. Song Ge thought Tong Xiangyu was really worried that Xiang Wei Jun would be like Fan Mingyuan, and said, no. They are special police. People's police. Tong Xiangyu was immediately annoyed. Oh! Song-gu. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After saying that, he walked forward angrily. Bye-bye turned around and barked at Song-gu twice, and then caught up with Tong Xiangyu. It wagged its tail wildly, and barked twice more, as if it hoped that Tong Xiangyu would pay attention to it, and not get angry with a person with low emotional intelligence. Song-gu was innocent, but she also knew that Tong Xiangyu was angry, which meant that he had said something wrong, and immediately chased after him quickly. Don't run so fast, be careful of heat stroke. Tong Xiangyu, don't worry about it. Just let me get heat stroke. Song-gu, look. You're talking nonsense again. Chapter 87 Meteorite. Tong Xiangyu walked in front angrily, Song-gu followed behind. The sun was blazing hot. At the second intersection, Song-gu caught up with Tong Xiangyu and pulled her hand. Tong Xiangyu's hand was pulled by Song-gu, and she felt a little embarrassed, but before he could speak, her anger had mostly subsided. She did not pull her hand away, but only muttered softly, "What are you doing?" Song-gu said, "You went the wrong way, it's this way." Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was not here to apologize. Said angrily, "I know." Then shook off Song-gu's hand and strode to the other side. Song-gu felt helpless. Back to the parking spot, Tong Xiangyu opened the passenger door, said to Song-gu, "Then go with him. Just like you said, it's safer." "No," Song-gu said, "since you don't like that special police, we will go by ourselves, not with them." Tong Xiangyu looked at her. Song-gu didn't avoid looking away. Tong Xiangyu looked at her and asked, "Song-gu, do you think I am willful?" "No." "You must have." Song-gu said, "I also think it's very time-consuming to be with them, and it's also troublesome. When there are too many people, it's troublesome. And it's easy to go wrong." Tong Xiangyu finally felt relieved after hearing this and hummed twice. "You'd better think so." Song-gu counted and sorted out the supplies in the back seat and trunk of the car, which were enough for them to eat for a long time, and said, "Since it's decided, then let's go out of the city now." Tong Xiangyu asked, "Don't we need to tell them?" "No need." Song-gu said, "Whether we go to meet up or not, they will leave in 2 days." Tong Xiangyu responded with a hum, and then said, "Let's take a break. Anyway, it's hot in the car now, and you're tired from driving all the time. Let's go back to the barber shop and sit for a while." Song-gu, Although the car was parked under the shade of a tree, but in this kind of scorching weather, the car was as hot and horrible as an oven. Song-gu started the car and turned on the air conditioner to cool it down, and then went into the barber shop. Although she didn't want to go with that group of people, Song-gu felt more at ease when she saw them. Although this disaster was unprecedentedly tragic and terrible, as long as the government was still there, civilization and order could be restored. At least she took the eldest daughter all the way north. And what she was looking for was not a hope that only existed in imagination. Song-gu sat and looked at the unfamiliar streets. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu didn't speak, and she couldn't help but start to hesitate in her heart. She knew that Song-gu should want to go with that group of people. Obviously, Song-gu seemed to trust this group of people very much, which was completely different from his attitude towards Zeus and the others. Tong Xiangyu was hesitant and depressed. She knew very well that she was not really worried that the policeman would come to harass her. She was afraid that those people would distract Song-gu's attention from her. Just like when Song-gu talked to the captain, putting her aside. But, is this psychological abnormal? The streets were dilapidated, and the shops were old. This was obviously not a very wealthy town. Even the rotten corpses on the roadside that were gnawed beyond recognition, judging from their body shapes and clothes. Most of them were elderly people. Song-gu looked at the strongly distorted air under the sun, and suddenly said to Tong Xiangyu, "Do you feel that it is particularly hot today?" Tong Xiangyu was wearing a sun-proof jacket and a hat. She was just walking back and was busy being angry. But when the back of her hand was exposed to the sun, she still felt that her pores were about to be scorched. Tong Xiangyu asked, "Isn't it this hot every day?" "That may be my illusion." Song-gu always felt that it was particularly hot today. She looked at the trash can not far away that was already full of garbage. There was a layer of transparent plastic on it. She felt that the plastic was slightly twisted, as if it was melted by the heat. Tong Xiangyu said, "Don't think too much. It's been hot for 20 hours. How can it not be hot?" "Song-gu, your hair has grown a lot. Your bangs are covering your eyes. Can I help you cut it?" Song-gu stood up. "I cut it myself." Tong Xiangyu, "You can't see it yourself. I look in the mirror. No, you cut it for me. I cut it for you too. Song-gu, okay. Song-gu sat on the barber chair, with a mirror stained with old blood in front of him. Tong Xiangyu adjusted her hairstyle in the mirror, combed it behind her ears, and it was a beautiful bob. At the time, I felt that Song-gu cut it randomly, but I didn't expect it to be pretty good. Tong Xiangyu was satisfied, and her confidence increased greatly, and she felt that she could do it. I help you cut your bangs first. Tong Xiangyu turned around and said to Song-gu, close your eyes. Song-gu saw her strange gesture with the scissors, and for the first time ever, he had the illusion of a lamb to be slaughtered. Song-gu closed his eyes and thought, forget it, it's just hair, it grows very fast. It doesn't matter if it gets cut. It's important to go along with this young lady first. If she gets angry, I have to comfort her myself. Tong Xiangyu stood in a proper horse stance, trying to be level with the sitting Song-gu, and was about to start cutting. Song-gu suddenly opened her eyes, and turned to look towards the door. Tong Xiangyu cut the hair crooked with a click, and her eyes widened immediately. Song-gu, why did you suddenly move? Song-gu said, wait a minute. Then she stood up and walked to the door. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly followed her, and when she walked out of the door, she saw that a garbage can full of garbage across the street had caught fire. Although the fire had just started, the garbage in the garbage can had long lost its moisture due to the dry weather. In the blink of an eye, the flames had already jumped high and turned into a raging fire. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Oh my god, is this spontaneous combustion? Is the weather so hot today? Song-gu looked up. The sun was too big, too dazzling, even if he squinted his eyes. He couldn't see clearly, but the light circles around the sun seemed to reveal a dangerous ominousness. Song-gu thought that 20 hours of exposure to the sun was ominous enough. Would it be ominous enough for 24 hours? Song-gu said to Tong Xiangyu, it's okay. Keep cutting. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu bangs that had been bitten off by the dog, feeling a little guilty. Well, it's a little crooked. It's okay. Cut it short. The weather is hot, and it's inconvenient to have long hair. When you sweat, your bangs will poke your eyes and make your scalp stuffy. Song-gu said to make it shorter, but Tong Xiangyu couldn't do it. Song-gu picked up the electric clippers and pushed a handful of hair from the back of her neck upwards. Tong Xiangyu screamed and quickly took it and carefully controlled the length for Song-gu to prevent her from doing anything wrong. When the temperature in the car cooled down, Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu away from Jinyun County. But this time, by chance, they drove the wrong way. The surroundings became more and more remote, and even the original cement road became an unrepaired yellow dirt road. There was a small dirt slope on the side, and there was a cave built inside. This didn't look like a main road out of the city, but rather it looked like going up the mountain. Song-gu could only turn around. It was 5 or 6 in the evening. Although the sun was blazing, it would be time to go to bed in 2 hours. Song-gu, who had been driving for a long time, simply stopped and stayed in Jinyun County for the night, waiting to leave the city the next day. Although on this night, the sun was high, Song-gu found a clean and tidy house that looked like no one had ever died. At around 8 o'clock, the two of them had dinner, drew the curtains, and went to bed. At 10 o'clock, Song-gu woke up. She had gotten used to this biological clock. She opened the curtains and watched the sun, which had been shining all day, quickly set. There was not even any sunset glow, and the whole world quietly fell into darkness. Outside the house, only the green eyes of the mutant puppy were moving. Song-gu lowered the curtains, and then closed her eyes for a while. It was during that half-asleep and half-awake period that Song-gu had a dream. In the dream, a burning fire fell from above, getting closer and closer to them, and exploded on the building next to them. Waking up from the nightmare, Song-gu opened her eyes instantly. There was a flashlight in the bedroom, and it was pitch black outside. But outside, it seemed that there was a huge bright light beam flashing. Song-gu opened the curtains, and sure enough, she saw that the yard was bright in an instant. Song-gu got up immediately and went outside. The dark night was broken by a bright object. It came from far away and near. The sky around it was almost bright. The bright beam of light was getting closer and closer to them, and then suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The bright sky turned dark in an instant. What is it? Song-gu was confused. A meteor? Just as she thought of this, Song-gu saw another equally bright object coming from far away and getting brighter and brighter, as if it fell from the end of the sky and came directly towards them. This time it was getting closer and closer. and there was no sign of disappearing. Song-gu watched it grow bigger and bigger, like a huge white and red fireball. And finally, with a boom, in the distance, flame shot up into the sky, and the earth shook. From a distance, Song-gu was in a trance for a moment. She felt that she could clearly see the dark city illuminated by the stone, and even saw the tall buildings being blown to pieces and collapsed under the fire. In the sky, there were white spots falling one after another. Song-gu was shocked, came to her senses, and immediately went into the bedroom. Tong Xiangyu had also woken up in shock. She was still half asleep, but panicked. What's wrong? What happened? Song-gu? Song-gu didn't have time to explain, and pulled Tong Xiangyu out of bed. Tong Xiangyu saw a bright and terrifying fire in the distance outside the window from the corner of her eye. She asked in shock, "Is it on fire?" Song-gu, "No. I explain it to you later." Song-gu drove all the way to the resettlement site of Qianmingshan and his friends. The car braked suddenly and stopped outside the yard. Song-gu got out of the car and heard some talking inside. She strode over and knocked on the door. Xiang Weijun quickly opened the door and was surprised to see Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu. "Why did you come here at this time?" "Song-gu, didn't you hear?" Qianmingshan was there too. He came over and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "Something like a fireball fell from the sky. There are many more." Song-gu was very calm and asked, "Is there a place to hide?" Tong Xiangyu was shocked when she heard this. "Is it a meteorite?" As they were talking, many white spots appeared in the originally dark night. They were not noticeable, as if they were just fast-moving stars. Qianmingshan looked up and saw it. His face suddenly became very ugly. "I'm afraid there is no place to hide." At this time, Tong Xiangyu suddenly remembered and said quickly, "Jinyun Town was once a revolutionary base. There should be an air raid shelter." "That's right." Song-gu, "I know. The cave on the wrong road we drove on this afternoon is the air raid shelter. Let's go there." Qianmingshan immediately said, "Then I go and call everyone to get up." Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu, "Do you remember the way?" Tong Xiangyu, "Yes, go north all the way, just look at the road signs." Most people had been awakened by the huge noise and the earth-shaking movement like an earthquake. When they heard the whistle, they quickly got dressed and gathered in the RV. Song-gu drove and led the way. However, at this moment, all the lights on the yard dimmed at the same time. The surroundings were instantly dark, and everyone was in a panic. Qianmingshan poked his head out of the RV and shouted, "Qin Nan, you go drive. All the drivers behind follow the car with flashlights." Chapter 88 Luck. Qin Nan drove the car. Tong Xiangyu couldn't identify the route in the dark. Zhou Bo told the direction with his strong sense of direction, and Tong Xiangyu pointed out the way with great effort. The rearview mirrors of the following RVs were all hung with flashlights, and they used this light to judge the distance and direction to the front. After driving a few intersections, the white spots in the sky were visibly getting closer and closer. Soon, the flashlight was no longer needed. The entire night was as bright as day under the countless fireballs. The white-red fireballs with long burning tails hit the ground fiercely. The first falling meteorite fireball was not far from the lane they were driving on. All the cars flew into the air and fell heavily to the ground under the huge shock wave. Someone was injured just by this. Song-gu and her car were fine. The RV didn't have enough seats. The people who didn't wear seat belts had their heads broken by the collision and were bleeding. But at this time, not many people cared. Everyone was tense, in extreme fear. Who has ever seen such a horrific scene? Those man-eating monsters could still hide. But who could survive such a natural disaster? Not to mention them. The entire country might not be able to escape, and even their species would become extinct. Wasn't that what happened to the dinosaurs before? God wants them dead. People were in a panic. Before, almost every car had a superpower guarding and taking care of them. This time, because two people were leading the way, there were fewer people watching over the RVs behind, so no one could comfort them. If one person started crying out of fear, everyone would cry. The old man silently prayed for the blessing of the Buddha. The child cry was piercing and sharp, and the mother cried while comforting him. No matter how frightened people were, escaping was the most important thing. Under the bright lighting of the day, even though the ground was constantly shaking and throwing the car up, Qin Nan, who was a good driver, drove steadily and quickly. Tong Xiangyu quickly and decisively pointed the way for her, and the 7 RVs behind followed one by one. However, because of the strange phenomenon in the sky, all creatures were in turmoil, and all birds, beasts, insects and rats that hid during the day and came out at night were startled. The flock of crows was like a huge net, fleeing in one direction in unison. The number of rats on the ground was even greater than the last time they encountered a wildfire. The vehicles crushed the fleeing rats on the ground, and were forced to slow down due to various bumps. The falling meteorites waited for no one. Meteorites fell one after another, and the whole city was destroyed and started to catch fire. Time was running out, and every second counted. Tong Xiangyu had already pointed out the last intersection to turn, and the rest just needed to go straight and get to the air raid shelter and hide before the meteorites fell in large numbers. She looked out the car window. The sky was as bright as day, dozens of burning meteorites were falling rapidly, explosions and earthquake waves were heard continuously. The city was shrouded in flames and thick smoke. The horrifying scene seemed to appear only in dreams. But Tong Xiangyu had pinched herself long ago. It was not a dream. She held the handle on the roof tightly to steady herself, and looked back at Song-gu. Song-gu was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Although Song-gu did not speak, Tong Xiangyu suddenly felt relieved. However, just as their convoy was about to leave the town center, the most terrifying thing happened. A huge burning meteorite split in the air, and the smaller piece of debris fell rapidly in the direction of their car. Although it was the smaller part, it was still large enough, and the falling trajectory and landing point were difficult to predict. They had no way to avoid it. At this time, they could only rely on their luck. Qin Nan's face was extremely ugly, and his face was full of sweat. Zhou Bo also cursed. Hack you, uncle. Qin Nan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He knocked away countless mice, wild cats and dogs along the way. The increasingly bright fire almost made their vision ineffective. The temperature, which was 100 times hotter than the sun during the day, seemed to be able to melt their vehicle directly. But in the moment of life and death, all senses, including fear, were replaced by an unreal trance. When the trance passed, the vehicle flew into the air heavily, and then fell back to the ground heavily. Although the meteorite was coming in their direction, it only looked that way after all. In the end, the almost blinding daylight flashed by and smashed heavily behind them. They were lucky enough to escape. However, the RV behind them was not so lucky. The RV was large, and it could not accelerate as flexibly as a small car, and it was full of heavy supplies. The meteorite hit the building on the ground heavily, and the loud noise broke the eardrums, and the high-rise building caught fire and collapsed. Although the distance was far, the building that was cut in half fell down with a bang, and no matter how good the quality of the RV at the back was, it was instantly crushed like paper and disappeared without a trace. The second-to-last RV was knocked down by the huge shock wave of the explosion. The entire RV rolled over for several weeks, and was crushed by the reinforced concrete blocks of other buildings. The wheels of the third-to-last RV were hit by the flying debris, and the tire exploded. The vehicle lost control at high speed and finally crashed into the building on the street, igniting a raging fire instantly. In the end, only Song-gu car and the 4 RVs following behind were able to escape. Finally, we arrived at the air raid shelter. The entrance was large, enough to drive in. Although the air raid shelter was built during the war, it must have been repaired over the years. There were electric lights installed on the top of the cave, and there were a lot of dead bodies on the ground. It seemed that the town committee cadres moved the people here as soon as the monster broke out. It just seemed that the disaster broke out from the inside. The car continued to drive in, and Tong Xiangyu could no longer be seen. Qin Nan drove for a long time, until she drove the car to the end of the air raid shelter, and then stepped on the brake. Her feet were shaking all the time, and when she opened the door and got out of the car, she fell to the ground. Zhou Bo went to help her. Tong Xiangyu looked very calm. She unbuckled her seat belt and opened the car door. Song-gu had been waiting outside for a long time and reached out to her. Tong Xiangyu held her hand. Her palms were full of cold sweat. She wanted to say, "I'm fine," but she couldn't say it. Tong Xiangyu choked with grievance. "Song-gu, my legs are weak. I can't get up." "Song-gu, it's okay." Song-gu bent down to pick her up. "I carry you down." Xiao Mingshan got off the RV, and with a grim face, he looked at the 3 RVs that stopped one after another. People got off the RVs, and many were injured. Xiao Mingshan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and lit it, took 2 deep puffs. His fingers trembled unconsciously. Holding the cigarette, he said to the people who got off the car behind him, "Ajuan, you take care of everyone, I go out and take a look." He saw with his own eyes from the rearview mirror how the several cars of people he had rescued from various cities along the way disappeared. He needed to calm down. What to do when it's pitch black around? Everyone already had quite a bit of experience. Take out a few mirrors. Find the angle and place them, then put the flashlight in front of the mirror. Quickly refract the beam in all directions, making the entire air raid shelter look bright. Several psychics began to place the survivors. Qin Nam was still unsteady on his feet. Now he has recovered, together with Zhu Qingwu. He took the medical kit and treated the wounds of the injured. Xian Weijun, Zhou Bo, and Lu Zhou cleaned up the bones in the air raid shelter. There were traces of life in the air raid shelter. And there were a lot of supplies. I don't know if they were stored here a long time ago, or if the town cadres took people to the supermarket and trade building to get them after the monsters broke out. They were not eaten up. Song Ge carried Tong Xiangyu to a bamboo bed that looked clean. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Ge didn't sit down, so he put his arms around her waist and leaned on her. Song Ge patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. There was still a faint sound of the explosion of the falling meteorite outside, but it was not so loud. But the ground still shook slightly. While Song Ge was comforting Tong Xiangyu, her mood became complicated. She knew how scared Tong Xiangyu was, and her body was still shaking uncontrollably. She was also afraid. When the falling meteorite hit their car, she also thought that she should not have taken Tong Xiangyu to the yard to inform Xiang Mingshan and his group. If they had not waited in the yard for so long, they would not have to take this life-threatening risk. Although the car lights were broken, her night vision was still good. Even if it was not like Qin Nan ability, she could at least distinguish the road. Then, they'd probably arrived at the air raid shelter a long time ago. Song Ge touched Tong Xiangyu's hair. Are you okay? Tong Xiangyu shook her head first, wiped her tears on Song Ge's clothes, nodded again, and said with a nasal voice, just a little scared. Much better now. Song Ge said, I'm sorry. Tong Xiangyu knew what Song Ge was apologizing for, and she said in a muffled voice, it's not your fault. Tong Xiangyu felt that Song Ge was not to blame. Although she didn't know why Song Ge's choice this time was different from before. He only cared about himself before and ran away when there was danger. But Song Ge was able to save so many lives. She was still happy and proud of Song Ge from the bottom of her heart. But she was a little scared. She needed to slow down, just slow down a little bit. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Ge tightly, released her hand after a long while, looked up, almond eyes curved. Hee, it's done. Song Ge reached out to wipe away her undried tears. Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes and let her wipe them. After wiping, she opened her eyes and looked at the people in the distance. Although she knew she shouldn't ask, and might be misunderstood by Song Ge, but she couldn't help but ask softly, Song Ge, why did you? Although she didn't finish her question, Song Ge knew what Tong Xiangyu wanted to know. She knew that this little bodhisattva would not blame her, and there was no other meaning in asking this question. She probably just wanted to know why she did this. But Song Ge felt guilty. She promised to protect Tong Xiangyu, but she almost killed her. Song Ge was silent for a long time. And then she whispered, my parents? They are the police. Chapter 89-24. This is the first time Song Ge talked to Tong Xiangyu about his parents. These special police searched for survivors along the way. Not only did they do rescue work, they also took the time to help kill monsters and mutant animals, and clear potential dangers for other people who might still be alive. Just now, they were the same. They risked their lives to knock on the door to wake everyone up, and help the elderly with disabilities get on the RV. Song Ge has always been disgusted with such kindness. Kindness is useless. She is alone, does not help others, and has never thought of getting help from others. Her life is very bad, and it can't get better. But many people in this world can die, but they are the ones who should not die. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge's face, and asked in a low voice, uncles and aunts. Are they? Song Ge, Drug Enforcement Police. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song Ge did not continue the conversation on this topic, but said, so I can't watch the police sacrifice. Tong Xiangyu finally understood why Song Ge had such different attitudes towards this group of people and Zeus and his people. Even though they were both strangers. The real difference was after Song Ge saw the police ID. Before that, Song Ge was also very cautious. Anti-drug police. Orphans whose parents died. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a sore nose when she thought about it. She hugged Song Ge's waist again and said sullenly, Song Ge, you did the right thing. It was great. You successfully saved them. And your uncle and aunt will be proud of you in heaven. Song-gu looked down at the eldest lady. Are you comforting me? She didn't need comfort. Just an explanation of the motivation for her behavior. Tong Xiangyu knew Song-gu rhetoric and logic, and said, of course not. I am communicating with you normally. Politely. Song-gu, that's good. However, although Tong Xiangyu said that, she felt very depressed and uncomfortable. Drug Enforcement Police. Everyone knows that they are one of the most dangerous types of police. Because those who dare to sell drugs in the market are criminals with deep backgrounds, and some desperate people who value money over life. They buy guns and ammunition privately, and are cruel and murderous without any humanity. However, Song-gu, the daughter of 2 deceased policemen, was slandered and ostracized on campus. Behind her back, everyone said, that orphan. Tong Xiangyu felt more and more uncomfortable. She tightened her arms around Song-gu's waist and said, but Song-gu, can I say something to comfort you? Song-gu didn't say yes or no. How do you want to comfort me? Tong Xiangyu buried her face in Song-gu's waist and said in a muffled voice, from now on, my parents are your parents. Song-gu, yes. Are you confessing? Tong Xiangyu blushed, looking up. I'm just trying to comfort you. That's not necessary. Song-gu said, I've been used to being alone for a long time, it's fine. Tong Xiangyu's heartbeat slowed down because of Song-gu's useless words. She pretended to be casual and said, what if it's a confession? Song-gu, if it's a confession, what else can I do? Of course I agreed. She knew the eldest lady was joking. She just said it casually. Tong Xiangyu was dumbfounded. Ah? So simple? Song-gu said, you will be my girlfriend from now on. Tong Xiangyu's heart was pounding, and she was even more dumbfounded. What? Song-gu smiled, seeing Tong Xiangyu cute and silly look, took away her hand around his waist, and said, I won't tease you anymore. You sit here for a while. I go out and see what's going on. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu was about to leave, and hurriedly grabbed her clothes. Song-gu looked back. What's wrong? Tong Xiangyu's mind went blank, and she forgot what she was going to say. She moved her lips, and finally said, be careful. Song-gu, yeah. Don't worry. At the end of the air raid shelter, everyone set up flashlights and mirrors. The light was bright, and the entire passage in the middle was pitch black. It was not until the intersection that it became bright again. Xiao Mingshan was standing at the entrance of the air raid shelter. There were already several cigarette butts scattered around his feet. Song-gu walked over. From a distance, Jinyun town had been completely engulfed in a sea of fire, and billowing smoke covered the sky. However, there were still burning meteorites falling from the sky, hitting the town. In the distance, anywhere within sight, clusters of fire were ignited. Thank you. Xiao Mingshan's voice was hoarse. He threw away the cigarette, but that was almost burning his fingers. Crushed it with his foot. Took out another cigarette, bit it, and lit it with a lighter. Xiao Mingshan took a puff and said in a hoarse voice, if it weren't for you, we would be dead now. Song-gu didn't say polite words to him, but only asked, how many cars didn't catch up? 3. Xiao Mingshan's tone seemed very calm when he answered. But after these 2 words fell, the hand holding the cigarette could no longer put it into his mouth. He raised his hand and pressed his eyes. After a moment, he squatted down, and his voice choked. A man doesn't cry easily, but he is not sad yet. Song-gu didn't think Xiao Mingshan was being hypocritical or pretending. There were 3 cars, and everyone in the car was rescued from one city after another. They were supposed to send these people to the country's safe base. He must be blaming himself. Song-gu didn't say anything to comfort him, but just looked at the distance in silence. Meteorites kept falling, and there were also many white spots in the sky. I don't know how long this fireball will last, and it is still a question whether this air raid shelter can hold up. They had no time to mourn those who died. Song-gu said, close the door of the air raid shelter. We don't know how long the fire will last, and the thick smoke will be choking. Xiao Mingshan knew that this was not the time to be sad. It was still unknown whether they could survive this natural disaster. Xiao Mingshan said, okay. Song-gu and Xiao Mingshan closed the stone door at the entrance. After dealing with the rotten corpses and dry bones in the air raid shelter, Xiang Wei-jun saw Tong Xiangyu alone. He looked around and didn't see her companion, so he walked over and asked with concern, are you okay? Tong Xiangyu nodded. Xiang Wei-jun, are you injured? Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Xiang Wei-jun said, go sit over there, The beds have been made, and the lights are on. Your bamboo bed is cold and hard. Tong Xiangyu. No, I wait for Songge. Where did she go? I went to the entrance of the air raid shelter to see the situation. Xiang Weijun looked back at the dark corridor of the air raid shelter and said, Thanks to you two tonight. If it weren't for you, we would have died. Thank you. Tong Xiangyu whispered. Thank Songge if you want to thank anyone. She was the one who found it, and drove to call you. Xiang Weijun just wanted to find a legitimate reason to thank Tong Xiangyu. You also found this air raid shelter. Without it, we would still die. Tong Xiangyu said. It's not certain that we can survive now. After all, this is only used to resist air raids. And it was built during the revolution decades ago. The power of the artillery fire at that time was no match for the terrible natural disaster tonight. Xiang Weijun, no way? Tong Xiangyu glanced at him. Of course not. In this situation, I would believe that the world is coming to an end and the earth is about to be destroyed. This is not what you highly educated intellectuals should say. Xiang Weijun smiled and sat down next to her, saying, I think he can live for a long time. Tong Xiangyu simply stopped talking to him. Xiang Weijun sat for a while, but couldn't find anything to talk about. He touched his nose, and got up to take a bottle of drink from the supplies he had sorted out. He also took a piece of bread, and pulled it against the light. The bread was not bad. Xiang Weijun gave the water and bread to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was silent for a moment, but finally reached out to take it. Thank you. Seeing that she was willing to talk to him again, Xiang Weijun was about to sit down and say a few more words, but he heard Zhou Bo calling him. He could only answer loudly, and then said something to Tong Xiangyu, and then he went over immediately. When Songge came back, he saw Xiang Weijun leaving. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu, he came to bother you. Tong Xiangyu shook her head. She would not confuse right and wrong, especially after knowing that Songge had deep personal feelings and filters for the profession of policeman. She would not smear casually. She showed Songge the drink and bread in her hand. He came to bring me food. Songge picked up the drink and bread to check the expiration date. Tong Xiangyu knew what she was looking at, and said, It's useless to look, and I don't know what time it is now. How could I not know? Songge raised his hand and looked at his watch. Today is December 23rd. Tong Xiangyu was surprised. It's winter already. Songge, of course, it's been 4 months since the monster virus broke out. Tong Xiangyu murmured, Time flies so fast. And this weather doesn't feel like winter at all. No matter which day it is, there is no sunshine for 20 hours a day. Songge unscrewed the cap of the beverage bottle and screwed it back, and returned it to Tong Xiangyu together with the bread. Why bother with that? Tong Xiangyu pouted, thinking, I'm not serious. I just said the end of the world is coming. But the next moment, Tong Xiangyu reacted, widened her eyes and asked Songge, What date did you say just now? December 23rd? Yeah. What's wrong? Then tomorrow is my birthday. Songge was surprised. What a coincidence. Tong Xiangyu didn't care whether it was a coincidence or not. Her bright almond eyes dimmed instantly. And she whispered, Last year when I celebrated my birthday, I also invited many good friends to my house. Now, let alone birthdays, those friends may have all passed away. Songge saw Tong Xiangyu depressed expression, and looked at his watch again. The second hand ticked, driving the minute hand to move one grid and another. Suddenly, Songge opened the bread bag and gave it to Tong Xiangyu again. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, holding the bread in both hands, looking at Songge in confusion and said, What are you doing? Songge, I'm not hungry now. I don't want to eat. It's midnight. Songge, it's already the 24th. Speaking, Songge lit the lighter, raised the small flame in front of Tong Xiangyu. Happy birthday. Make a wish, little princess. Chapter 90. Tong Xiangyu saw the light of the lighter reflected on Songge's face. Songge was very close to her. His expression was calm and serious. Tong Xiangyu looked at him for a moment, and suddenly smiled and said, Okay. Xian Jufu. Tong Xiangyu clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and made a wish. She thought about it seriously, and said softly, The first wish is that everyone can survive this natural disaster safely. The second wish is that Songge can take me to find my parents as soon as possible. The third wish is, I hope all the terrible disasters will end as soon as possible. After Tong Xiangyu made her wish, she opened her eyes and blew towards the flame. The lighter was windproof, and it didn't blow out. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song Ge immediately said, "It doesn't count just now. Blow it again." Tong Xiangyu had to blow again. Who? Song Ge cooperated by pushing his fingertips upwards. And with a click, the flame was turned off. Their corner became dark again. Song Ge put away the lighter and said, "The candles have been blown out. Let's eat birthday bread." Birthday bread? Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but want to laugh at Song Ge's dry humor. She lowered her head and cut the bread in her hand into two and handed half to Song Ge. "This is for you." Song Ge took it. "I wish your wish will come true, and all your wishes will come true." Tong Xiangyu smiled with her almond eyes curved and said sincerely, "Thank you." This was probably the only relaxing moment since the horrible natural disaster. As soon as Qiao Mingshan came back, he began to count the number of people in the cave, integrate supplies, arrange everyone to go to bed, and assign personnel to take turns to keep watch. Although the door of the air raid shelter was closed, the noise and vibration were much smaller. But Song Ge knew that the meteorites were still falling, and no one knew how long it would last, and whether the air raid shelter could last until then. At this time, who could sleep well? As time passed, people gradually felt cold in the air raid shelter. Qiao Mingshan asked Lu Zhou to dismantle a bed with his bare hands and light a fire to keep warm. Song Ge took Tong Xiangyu to sit over the fire. The firelight reflected everyone's face. The fear in the car when they were escaping before. The tears had disappeared, and only silence remained, as if everyone was using silence to mourn the companions who died in the disaster not long ago. Tong Xiangyu couldn't hold on, and leaned on Song Ge to sleep for a while. But she didn't sleep well, and woke up soon. Song Ge gently patted the back of her hand. Tong Xiangyu called Song Ge softly. Song Ge said, "I'm here." Tong Xiangyu responded softly with a hum, rubbed Song Ge's shoulder, and soon fell asleep again peacefully. It was impossible to tell day from night in the air raid shelter, and one had to rely on a watch to tell time, when the explosions and ground shaking were not so frequent. It was already 10 o'clock the next day. Qiao Mingshan took a flashlight and went out to check the situation. But before he reached the entrance of the cave, he had only walked halfway, and the corridor of the air raid shelter was as hot as if it was roasted on a fire. Even worse than the previous continuous high-temperature weather. Qiao Mingshan turned back halfway and called Zhu Qingwu. Before Zhu Qingwu reached the middle of the corridor, he could already hear crackling sounds from above. The air raid shelter had good sound insulation, and even if the meteorite hit the ground and made a deafening sound, the sound of the earth-shaking movement could only be heard as a muffled sound in the cave. Ordinary people could not hear such a slight sound. Zhu Qingwu said, "There's a fire up there. It's burning." Although he said that, Zhu Qingwu still followed Qiao Mingshan outside for a while, wanting to listen more carefully. However, the further he walked outside, the hotter it became, as if he was walking in a blazing furnace. In just a short moment, Zhu Qingwu's face turned red. Qiao Mingshan gave up. "Let's go back." When the two came back, everyone was looking forward to it, with eager eyes. "Captain Qiao, what's going on outside? Is the fireball over?" Qiao Mingshan said, "It's not safe yet. We need to stay for a few more days to observe. Now that the meteorite has hit, there are fires all around. We have to wait for the fire to go out by itself and the surrounding temperature to drop before we can go out." "Are there fires all around?" Someone panicked. "Will we be roasted if we stay here?" Zhu Qingwu said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you hot now? Why are you so cold that you need to make a fire?" The man looked embarrassed. Captain Qiao said. Qiao Mingshan said, "Don't worry. The fire will go out without burning materials. And it won't burn in. Let's eat something first." Qiao Mingshan asked Xiang Weijun to distribute the food, and put the rice in the pot to cook. Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu had their own food. But compared to rice and noodles, which need to be cooked before eating, they had processed products, canned food, dried fruits and meat, etc. They didn't eat with these people. Tong Xiangyu tore a large bag of white rabbit milk candy, took a few pieces, and distributed them to several children. After eating, they knew they couldn't get out for a while, and the air raid shelter seemed reliable. Finally, an old man couldn't hold on any longer and lay down to sleep. One person fell asleep, and the others began to rest one after another. Tong Xiangyu returned to the car. Bye-bye, who was tied to the car by Song Ge with a seat belt, immediately wagged his tail happily at her, but was sensible and didn't bark. Tong Xiangyu put the jerky that she had just eaten in front of Bai Bai. Bai Bai was a dog that mutated after death. Logically, eating would not make it grow. Just like those monsters infected with the virus. They bite people, eat people, and are driven to spread the virus. Such food will not provide them with nutrition to continue growing. The body will follow the law of death, develop corpse spots, and slowly rot. However, Tong Xiangyu didn't know if she had an illusion. She always felt that Bai Bai seemed to be growing up as she fed him. Not only did he grow in size, but his voice also became louder. Song Ge followed him to the car and saw the eldest lady feeding behavior. He said, "We don't know how long we will stay in the air raid shelter. Don't waste food. If you want to feed him, take him to eat the rotten corpses in the cave." They piled the bodies together. Tong Xiangyu muttered, "We Bai Bai don't eat people. Right, Bai Bai?" Bai Bai raised his head and barked softly, as if answering, and his short tail wagged even more happily. In this way, everyone hid in the air raid shelter day after day. It wasn't hard to bear. After all, before meeting Qiao Mingshan and others and being rescued, they were hiding in the cellar or basement, dark and dark. Now there are special police, and people with special abilities. The air raid shelter is still strong and resistant to being smashed. It should be fine. Unconsciously, the hour hand on the watch has gone around 10 times. In the past 10 days, Qiao Mingshan took Zhu Qingwu to investigate the situation every day. Finally, on the morning of the 10th day, at 9:30 in the morning, Zhu Qingwu no longer heard the sound of burning around, and the high temperature around had completely subsided. Unconsciously, they slowly walked through the corridor and came to the entrance of the air raid shelter. Qiao Mingshan asked everyone to wear sunglasses to prevent their eyes from being hurt by the overly strong sunlight outside, and then called Lu Zhou to open the stone door together. The stone door was very heavy. Lu Zhou could even lift a car weighing several tons, but it was very difficult to open it. Qiao Mingshan also felt that he couldn't push it at all. But it was not so difficult when he and Song Ge closed it together before. Lu Zhou tried several times, and finally moved the door half an inch. The tightly closed boulder opened a gap little by little. Before everyone could see the familiar and long-lost scorching sun outside, a cold wind blew in from the gap. Zhu Qingwu, who was wearing a skirt, shuddered. She took off her sunglasses and saw that the door was half open. But it was pitch black outside. Song Ge was well aware of the time it took Qiao Mingshan and his team to go out and explore every day. Seeing that they had not returned for a long time, he knew that there must be new developments. So he got up to check. Tong Xiangyu also went with Song Ge. As soon as the two moved, the other survivors followed them, taking flashlights and walking towards the dark passage of the air raid shelter. Song Ge heard the previous discussion. What is going on? What else can it be? It's dark. It's allowed to have 20 hours of sunshine. But not 20 hours of no sunshine? Could it be that the fireball a few days ago was actually the sun exploding and falling? Don't talk nonsense. When Song Ge approached, he found that the stone door of the air raid shelter was already wide open, but it was pitch black outside. It was obvious that at this time before, the sun had already baked the ground hot, and if people stood in the sun for 2 seconds, they would feel that their skin and pores were scorched. But it was pitch black now, with no light at all. Qin Nan had taken off her sunglasses, and her right eye had 3 pupils, and she was looking outside. Qiao Mingshan asked her, "Did you see anything?" Qin Nan frowned, feeling strange. "No." "Why?" Xiang Weijun asked immediately. "I can't see anything." Song Ge shone the flashlight in her hand, but the bright beam didn't reach far, as if it was confiscated by the darkness. It was even more difficult to see. Song Ge only had night vision, while Qin Nan had night vision. If Qin Nan couldn't see it, Song Ge couldn't see it either. Without light, she couldn't see the road 1 meter away. The survivors followed out one after another. Some held up torches and shouted, "Captain Qiao!" Qiao Mingshan looked back and took the torch from him. Then he tried to walk a few steps outside the air raid shelter. There was a cold wind outside. A gust of evil cold wind blew in the darkness and blew out his torch. Tong Xiangyu saw this scene and subconsciously took a step back. She raised her hand and grabbed Song Ge close. Her teeth chattered slightly. "Song Ge, it's so cold here." Song Ge turned to Tong Xiangyu and said, "Let's go back first." The situation was beyond everyone's expectations. We can only go back and discuss it carefully before making further plans. Some people with weaker hearts began to cry in panic. If the sun really exploded, then are we finished? Will the earth be destroyed too? Xiao Meishan. Who said the sun went out? Didn't Miss Yu say that? What does she know? She just said nonsense. Xiao Meishan said, it's only night now. The sun hasn't risen yet. Songge and Tong Xiangyu had coats in the car, but they didn't keep them warm. So Songge wrapped Tong Xiangyu in a blanket. The others got into the RV, which was a little warmer. Seeing the cold wind blowing into the cave, Songge asked Xiao Meishan, what's going on? Captain Xiao? Isn't the door of the air raid shelter closed? Xiao Meishan looked grim. It can't be closed. Lu Zhou and I had a hard time opening the door. And just when we were about to close it, we found that we couldn't close it at all. Songge, what happened? Xiao Meishan, is it possible that the stone gate was frozen because of the low temperature? Songge thought, how could it freeze so quickly? And to freeze, there must be water. It was very hot and sunny a few days ago. How could there be water? Songge said, I go and take a look. Chapter 91 Freeze. Tong Xiangyu leaned out of the car wrapped in a blanket. Songge, wait for me, I want to go too. Songge looked back at Tong Xiangyu and said, it will be very cold. It's okay, I'm wrapped in a blanket. Seeing that the young lady was about to get out of the car, she was a little clumsy with a blanket on her body, so Songge immediately reached out to help her. The group went back to the entrance of the air raid shelter. But this time was different from the previous time. When they were only halfway through the passage, they felt the cold wind coming in from the entrance of the cave, making people feel icy from head to toe. Although Songge was not afraid of the cold, he was also a little uncomfortable with the cold. However, even so, several SWAT officers walked in front to block most of the wind. Songge shone the flashlight far away, and it was still quite far from the cave entrance. At this moment, Tong Xiangyu suddenly exclaimed, Songge, look! Songge looked. Not only Songge, but also the people who were leading the way in the cold wind turned their heads and looked in Tong Xiangyu direction. They saw a layer of ice on the wall of the air raid shelter. The speed of freezing and spreading was very fast. It took only a blink of an eye for it to grow from thin to thick. Even though Tong Xiangyu was wearing a blanket and holding a torch, she couldn't help but shiver. Songge walked over and touched it. It was very thin and melted as soon as he touched it. It was ice for sure. Then Xiao Meishan guessed that the stone door might be frozen was reasonable, although he didn't know where the frozen water vapor came from. Songge said, let's go to the cave entrance to see the situation first. The closer to the cave entrance, the thicker the ice on the wall. When he walked to the entrance of the air raid shelter, he saw that the stone door was already half a meter thick. However, it was only more than 10 minutes before the stone door was opened. Xiao Meishan looked very unhappy. Lu Zhou tried again, but still couldn't move the stone door even half an inch. Zhou Bo saw the torch in Tong Xiangyu's hand, and asked, how about using the torch to melt the ice before closing it? Xiao Meishan immediately said, good idea. Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips, and said worriedly, it's okay to melt the ice, and temporarily close the door. But what if the ice keeps freezing, and freezes to a thickness of 7 or 8 meters, and freezes us directly in the air raid shelter? Tong Xiangyu said, more importantly, if the surroundings are frozen, the ventilation system will be blocked and damaged, and we will not be able to stay in the cave for long before we will be short of oxygen. Xiao Meishan realized that he had not considered these things, and asked Tong Xiangyu, what should we do then? Tong Xiangyu thought about it seriously and said, if the door cannot be closed, the ice will sooner or later freeze into the air raid shelter, and it will be very cold inside. Anyway, there are no meteorites outside now. We can drive the car to the entrance of the cave, and then light a fire, and wait for a few hours to see when the day breaks. We will leave here at dawn. Xiao Meishan thought this method was feasible. Okay, let's do it. He immediately ordered Xiang Weijun to go back and asked Qin Nan to back out. Songge walked to the stone door, tried to push it, but it really couldn't be pushed. She pulled out the military knife from her waist, hit the thick ice hard, and the ice broke apart. She pushed the stone door again, and it could be pushed. Lu Zhou was surprised. How can a girl like you be so strong? Songge's hands were stiff and painful from pushing the stone door. She stopped and said, just break the ice. Songge, close both sides of the door halfway. Break the ice regularly, so you don't have to worry about the ice being too thick to get out. Lu Zhou immediately said yes, then broke the ice with a punch, and pushed the door again. It was much easier to push. Soon, The RVs were backed up to the entrance of the air raid shelter one by one. Song-gu also backed out the RV. Everyone stayed in the RV. Because the elderly couldn't stand the cold. And the air conditioner was turned on to keep warm. Every 10 minutes. Xiao Mingshan and others took turns getting off the car to remove the ice on the walls and stone doors of the air raid shelter. Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu also stayed in the car. The car was ignited, and the air conditioner was on. Blankets alone were no longer enough. The temperature outside was about 10 to 20 degrees below zero. They were wearing thin clothes. At this temperature, they needed down jackets and military coats to withstand it. Although gasoline was precious and non-renewable, the city and roads were damaged by meteorites. So it should be impossible to drive down the mountain. Xiao Mingshan and his RV had a lot of gasoline reserves. Just turn on the air conditioner, and it should be able to last for a long time. However, the temperature outside was too low, and the air conditioner in the car could not warm up for a while. Tong Xiangyu rubbed her stiff fingers slowly. My hands are numb from the cold. Song-gu held her hand. Tong Xiangyu looked up at her in surprise. Song-gu, why are your hands so warm? Song-gu had a hot body, and just now she pushed the stone door with her bare hands. After freezing, she began to feel hotter. Song-gu said, if it's too cold later, I pick up a piece of ice and rub it for you. It will warm up after rubbing. Tong Xiangyu, I don't want it. Song-gu, it's really hot, I'm not lying to you. I know you're not lying to me, but I don't want it either, it's too cold. Song-gu let her do as she pleased. The air conditioner in the car would warm up in a little while. It was very quiet outside. Everyone was in the RV. Tong Xiangyu looked down at Song-gu covering her hand, and suddenly whispered, Song-gu, you say, is it really the end of the world? This situation seems to be an ice age. And there was a great ice age on Earth, which lasted for 8,000 years. Song-gu, I don't understand what glaciers and eras are. Song-gu was not very educated and felt at ease. She said, I only know that it is January now. It is the coldest time of the year. Mississippi plus. We are heading north. Normally, the temperature in the north at this time of year should not be unusual. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu, slightly surprised. Song-gu, I find that you are very good at comforting people and very optimistic now. Song-gu said, I can't help it. Our little milk tea made a birthday wish to me, and I have to help her realize it. Tong Xiangyu was amused. It's not your little milk tea. Oh, right. Song-gu looked at her and teased. It's not little milk tea, it's your girlfriend. Look at me, I haven't adapted yet. The light in the car was dim. When Tong Xiangyu heard this, her ears turned red quietly, and her voice was thin, small and soft. Song-gu, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay attention to you. Xiao Mingshan led people to light a fire at the entrance of the cave, to prevent the ice from freezing too quickly, to keep warm by the fire, and to cook soup and rice. They put a pot on the fire, peeled old ginger, and cooked 2 large pots of ginger soup. After the ginger soup was cooked, they served it to the 2 girls first. Song-gu heard the knock on the car window and lowered the window. Xiao Mingshan came to serve them hot ginger soup. The ginger soup was in a disposable cup, 8/10 full, steaming hot, and smelled spicy and sweet. Xiao Mingshan said, it's just out of the pot. It's still hot. You can warm your hands before drinking it. Song-gu took it and thanked him. Thank you, Captain Xiao. Xiao Mingshan also wanted to share the soup with others, saying, you're welcome. There's more after you drink it. We are already cooking. Eating hot food can warm you up. Roll up the car window quickly, it's cold outside. Xiao Mingshan left. Song-gu gave Tong Xiangyu a cup of ginger soup. Warm your hands first. Tong Xiangyu held the hot ginger soup in her palm, and exclaimed. Song-gu took a sip. It was not too hot, but the spicy taste of the old ginger was very strong, and the sweetness could not be suppressed. When he drank it, he felt that his mouth and stomach were burning, but his body did warm up. Tong Xiangyu held the soup lovingly for a long time, and said, actually, exercise can also warm you up. What kind of exercise can we do together? Song-gu said, let's drink the soup first. It's getting cold. It won't get cold that quickly. Tong Xiangyu took a sip, and the soup really became warm. However, after just a sip, Tong Xiangyu couldn't stand the taste and trembled all over, sticking out her tongue. Wow! It's too spicy. I can't stand it. Song-gu, I give it to you. Song-gu, drink it yourself. Or do you want me to feed you? Tong Xiangyu snorted unhappily. Song-gu deliberately said, I will feed you like you fed me water before. Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu's cheeks were red and hot. She quickly closed her eyes and drank the ginger soup. She fanned herself because of the spiciness. Then she put down the cup and hurriedly continued the previous topic. I'm serious, Song-gu. Exercise to generate heat is the most scientific. Song-gu, then take you to boxing? Tong Xiangyu, sure. Get out of the car. Tong Xiangyu excitedly opened the car door, but a biting cold wind hit her face, and her cheeks were instantly stung. Tong Xiangyu shivered and quickly retreated back to the car, admitting, Forget it. Forget it, the air conditioner in the car is warmed up. Stay in the car first. It's not suitable for exercise outside for the time being. Song-gu. You can say anything. At least 10 days have been spent in the air raid shelter, but it seems that there has never been a day like this. Time passes very slowly, as if it is also frozen by the extremely low temperature. No. Not as if. When Song-gu looked at his watch again, he found something wrong. The second hand actually moved slower. Song-gu counted 10001, 10002, 10003. 10 seconds passed, but the second hand of the watch only moved 6 seconds. This error would be more than 10 hours a day. In this way, it was already difficult to distinguish between day and night, and now it was even more difficult to calculate time with a watch. Song-gu looked outside. The firelight reflected the red faces of the special police. The environment was very difficult, but none of them seemed to complain at all. Soon, Qiao Mingshan brought hot rice and a bottle of bean paste to go with the rice. Song-gu did not refuse, and thanked him. After the meal, Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu to stay in the car, and he got out to observe the situation. The stone door was still freezing very fast, and it had to be broken every now and then, because of the high temperature of the fire in the cave. The ice on the wall could not freeze, and it only looked wet and damp. Qiao Mingshan and his team chiseled ice cubes and boiled them in a pot. So it was not all bad. At least there was enough water now. It was too cold outside. Song-gu couldn't help much, and quickly returned to the car. But as soon as the car door was opened, Song-gu found something wrong. Her eyes fell on Tong Xiangyu's knees, and her face instantly darkened. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu's ugly expression, and felt a little guilty, but the next moment she raised the bye-bye in her hand, and said in a surprised tone, Song-gu, this can actually keep you warm. Song-gu, put it down. Tong Xiangyu hadn't been scolded by Song-gu for a long time, and her voice became softer. Really, come and touch it. It's warm as if you were alive. Song-gu, will you let it go? Song-gu never allowed Tong Xiangyu to touch the mutant dog, even though it looked very human. But what if the mutant dog accidentally cut her? Who would bear the consequences of such unknown danger? Tong Xiangyu pouted, looking a little unhappy. Song-gu had no choice but to touch it with a sour face. Then he picked up the mutant dog's neck skin and took it away from Tong Xiangyu's legs. Don't hold it, don't cause trouble. Chapter 92. Try. The car was already warm. Tong Xiangyu was not so persistent as to hug bye-bye to make Song-gu angry. She knew Song-gu was doing this out of worry for her. So Tong Xiangyu could only pretend not to see the distress signal sent by bye-bye by digging her short legs, and turned to look out the car window. Qiao Mingshan and the others were still checking the wall. Tong Xiangyu asked, Is the situation outside okay? Just as we agreed, we need to defrost regularly. Song-gu said, I don't know if it's because she was frozen outside. When she got back into the car was so warm that her eyelids were heavy, and she felt a little sleepy. Song-gu threw the mutant dog to the co-pilot and tied it with a seat belt, saying, I take a nap. Call me if you need anything. Tong Xiangyu, yeah. Okay. The night slowly became endless. Tong Xiangyu found that Qiao Mingshan and his men were coming and going, constantly going in and out of the air raid shelter to carry out wood and other things to maintain the burning fire. Fortunately, the air raid shelter was well equipped, and most of the tables, chairs and beds were combustibles. The temperature during the day would be slightly higher than at night. I don't know when the sun will rise. It should be bright. Song-gu fell asleep quickly and had another dream. In the dream, there was nothing but ice and snow, with no direction. She took Tong Xiangyu to look for the way. Suddenly, the ice in front of them broke. They were walking on the sea. A strange fish with shark-like teeth and fangs flew over. She hurriedly stopped Tong Xiangyu behind her, and the strange fish bit her arm. Song-gu suddenly woke up, opened her eyes, and the dim ceiling light was on in the car. Song-gu turned to look at Tong Xiangyu. The eldest lady tilted her head slightly, and was sleeping soundly. Song-gu saw that the blanket was covering her body, but it had already slipped to her knees. Song-gu picked it up, and covered Tong Xiangyu with it. Then he looked at his watch, because he knew the time was not accurate. He wanted to calculate how much time had passed, but he was not good at math, so he gave up. Anyway, the watch showed 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song-gu opened the door, and got out of the car. Qin Nan was talking to a child. When she saw Song-gu coming out, she immediately sent the child away, and left the RV. She had night vision, but she still wore sunglasses at night to prevent the 3 pupils in her right eye from scaring people. Qin Nan asked Song-gu, "Are you looking for something?" Song-gu looked at her and said, "No. Just looking around." Qin Nan advised, "Then you'd better go back to the car. The temperature outside is more than 30 degrees below zero." Song-gu was surprised to hear her say that. She was surprised that she didn't feel cold at all. She felt the icy cold wind when she got off the car. But now, she looked down at her hands, and then looked at her clothes. It was still the same thin coat and t-shirt as before. Someone shouted, "Qin Nan." Song-gu looked over immediately. Xiang Wei-jun had just come back from removing ice with Lu Zhou with a flashlight. Both of their hands were already red and purple from the cold, lips were cracked and bleeding, and their cheeks and noses also looked red from the cold. Seeing Song-gu, Xiang Wei-jun shivered with cold, then asked, "Why did you get off the car? Is there something wrong?" As he said this, a burst of white-hot air came out of his mouth. Song-gu said, "More than 10 hours have passed. Is it daybreak?" "No." Xiang Wei-jun said, "Wait a little longer. At least 20 hours. Qin Nan looked at the time. "It's not even 10 hours. Only 6 hours have passed." Song-gu said, "It's too cold. The watch seems to be almost half slow." Song-gu, "I go to the door." Xiang Wei-jun stepped aside, blocking her way. "Don't go. It's really cold outside. The wind is strong. You're wearing so little. Don't get caught cold. Although we have regular medicines, it's not that easy to get sick." Song-gu said, "I'm not cold." He glanced at Xiang Wei-jun, and then walked around him, and went out. At the same time, he turned on the lipstick-shaped flashlight. Seeing this, Xiang Wei-jun had no choice but to follow Song-gu, and asked Song-gu again, "Hey, where is your classmate?" Song-gu remembered that Tong Xiangyu said that Xiang Wei-jun had intentions towards her, and did not answer, saying, "You don't have to follow me out. Where is Captain Xiao?" "Just got on the RV to rest," Xiang Wei-jun said. "It was freezing, and we had to persuade him to agree to take turns to remove the ice. We arrived at the entrance to the air raid shelter. The wind was indeed very strong, and it was whistling and making strange sounds." Xiang Wei-jun wanted to block Song-gu a little, but Song-gu stepped aside, and shone the flashlight outside. Just like the previous situation, the light was swallowed up by the darkness 5 meters away, and nothing could be seen. Song-gu looked for a long time, and whispered, "I want to go out and see what's going on." Xiang Wei-jun thought he had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Song-gu did not say anything else, but turned back and took a 100-meter-long rope from the car, and then told Lu Zhou his intention. Lu Zhou disagreed immediately upon hearing this. "No. It's too dangerous outside." Xiang Wei-jun thought Song-gu was joking, and said, "Go back to the car quickly. It's so cold outside. What can a half-grown girl like you do? Don't worry. If the sky falls, we adults will support it." Song-gu ignored him, and only said to Lu Zhou, "Outside is the entrance to the air raid shelter. There is a yellow mud road leading up the mountain. There will be no other dangers. Otherwise, if the gate was open for so long, something would have happened a long time ago." Xiang Wei-jun still disagreed. "We should go. Why would a student like you take the risk? Besides, it's very, very cold outside. The ground is probably frozen. If you go out like this, you will definitely freeze to death." Song-gu thought of the dream of the snowy car, and the dream of the fireball falling. Song-gu felt that she needed to prove something. Song-gu said, "I'm not afraid of the cold. I'll be back soon." Then she asked Lu Zhou, "Can I trust you?" Lu Zhou immediately fell into the trap and said, "Of course." Song-gu, "Okay. Thank you." Lu Zhou was stunned. Didn't he agree just now? Xiang Wei-jun saw Song-gu tie the rope around his waist directly, seemingly for real, and couldn't help but glared at Lu Zhou angrily. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to explain, Xiang Wei-jun turned around, and woke up Chiao Ming-shan in the RV and told her about it. Qiao Mingshan was shocked and immediately got off the RV to see. Qiao Mingshan knew that Song Ge was opinionated, and that she had taken Tong Xiangyu all the way from Kuching to Jing'an County alone, and escaped from Zhu's group on the way, so she must have some skills. But no matter what ability you have, facing these unprecedented disasters, you must not act rashly. They can't handle it. What about a student who has lived a carefree campus life since childhood? In the face of Qiao Mingshan's dissuasion, Song Ge did not give in, saying, I will pull the rope every few seconds to make sure you are safe. Qiao Mingshan saw that Song Ge had made up his mind and could not persuade him. So he had to say, since you are going, add a few more people. Lu Zhou also said, you all go. I can pull you all back at once. He subjectively thought that there was nothing outside, and the road up the mountain must have been frozen. Song Ge thought of the strange fish in his dream, and no longer insisted, and agreed to let them go together. The rope was tied around everyone's waist, and the three of them held a flashlight in their hands. Lu Zhou reminded worriedly, if there is danger, pull the rope hard. I will pull you back as soon as possible. The leader Xiang Weijun replied, okay. Got it. Lu Zhou slowly let go of the rope in his hand at the entrance of the air raid shelter. 3 people walked out of the cave one by one, leading the guards, Song Ge in the middle, Qiao Mingshan in the rear. In just a short moment, Lu Zhou could no longer see the beams of the 3 flashlights, and the rope in his hand was being pulled away bit by bit at a constant speed. Song Ge had just walked into the freezing night. Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes, as if she had sensed something. She was still a little confused in her sleep. Half asleep and half awake. She found that the blanket was all over her body. She wanted to give half of it to Song Ge, but when she raised her hand to cover the side, she felt empty. Tong Xiangyu woke up instantly. Song Ge was not in the car. Tong Xiangyu sat up immediately, looked out through the car window, and saw no one, so she quickly wrapped herself in a blanket and opened the car door and got out. As soon as the car door opened, Tong Xiangyu felt a piercing cold wind blowing and a headache, as if the top of her head was about to be completely opened. And the right foot on the ground, the coldness directly passed through the sole to the sole of the foot. Tong Xiangyu shivered violently, her limbs became stiff, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, and walked towards the burning fire with her neck shrunk. But she heard someone behind her shouting after a few steps. You, where are you going? Tong Xiangyu turned back stiffly, and saw someone. She was so cold that her voice trembled. Qin, Sister Qin Nan. Qin Nan said, why are you out in such cold weather? Come to the car quickly. Tong Xiangyu didn't move, and asked her, Sister, have you seen where Song Ge went? Qin Nan knew, but she was afraid that Tong Xiangyu would worry, and seeing that she was shivering and cold and couldn't even straighten her tongue, she got out of the RV and pulled her into the car. Let's talk in the car. The RV was warm. Tong Xiangyu immediately felt that the blood that was about to be frozen and solidified was circulating again, but her hands and feet could not warm up for a while, and they were still stiff and cold. But Tong Xiangyu didn't care. She just asked Qin Nan, Sister, where did Song Ge go? Qin Nan gave Tong Xiangyu a glass bottle filled with hot water. Warm your hands first. Tong Xiangyu didn't even look at it. She only cared about where Song Ge went. She looked at Qin Nan's evasive eyes. The more she was evasive, the more anxious she became. Sister Qin Nan, please tell me quickly. Qin Nan said, she went out with our captain. Tong Xiangyu was confused. Out? Where are you going? Isn't it still dark outside? Qin Nan said, yes, it's still dark. They said to go out and look around. Tong Xiangyu was so angry that she turned around and was about to get off the car. Qin Nan quickly grabbed her. Don't worry. You, with Captain Qiao and Aju in here, nothing will happen. There's only a road up the mountain around. The captain said, there's no danger. Tong Xiangyu didn't let Qin Nan hold her back. She ran down the RV by herself. The air raid shelter was dark. Only a pile of fire was burning, and the flames kept shaking. The cold wind was whirling and biting. When Tong Xiangyu ran to the entrance of the air raid shelter alone, she felt like crying for some reason. But she forced herself to hold it back. Lu Zhou was standing at the entrance of the air raid shelter, holding a rope in his hand, and there was a large bundle on the ground. Tong Xiangyu saw that it was pitch black outside, and she couldn't hold back her tears of fear any longer. But the temperature was too low, and the tears froze on her face as soon as they flowed. She wanted to run over and pull the rope back, but she saw Lu Zhou suddenly pulling the rope back very quickly. The 3 people who fell to the ground were quickly pulled back to the entrance of the cave, like candied haws. Tong Xiangyu saw it, and was so scared that she didn't even wrap herself in a blanket, and ran over with stiff and cold legs. Song Ge. Chapter 93. It was not dawn yet. Song Ge was fine, only his elbow was scratched a little. They did not walk very far, because the ground was all frozen and slippery than expected. There was also a downhill slope. Xiang Weijun, who was leading the way, slipped accidentally, and the 2 behind him fell down. When Lu Zhou saw that the tension of the rope was abnormal, he immediately pulled them back. Lu Zhou went to help, and was nervous about what happened. Song Ge did not let anyone help him, and he stood up by himself. Seeing Tong Xiang, who was only wearing thin clothes, standing in the cold and crying, he frowned and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Showing the housewife. Tong Xiangyu first looked carefully at Song Ge, and saw that he didn't seem to be injured. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, stopped the shock and fear in her heart, met Song Ge's eyes, stomped her feet angrily, turned around and ran back. Qiao Mingshan saw that Song Ge's elbow was injured and bleeding, and hurriedly asked Xiang Weijun to get medicine. Song Ge didn't care about these. She saw Tong Xiangyu running away angrily, just said that she would not go out for the time being, untied the rope around her waist, and took off the towel wrapped around her feet, and chased Tong Xiangyu back to the car. When Xiang Weijun took the medicine out of the RV, Song Ge was gone. Song Ge got in the car and saw Tong Xiangyu shivering, curled up in the corner of the back seat. Such a big person huddled into a small ball, with a blanket covering her head and face. Song Ge closed the car door. "It's so cold outside. Why did you come out?" Tong Xiangyu ignored Song Ge. Song Ge took off his coat and covered Tong Xiangyu with it to wrap her up. But Tong Xiangyu pushed him away through the blanket. Song Ge paused and asked, "Are you angry?" Song Ge said, "Are you worried because you didn't see me when you woke up?" Tong Xiangyu moved her body, turned her back to Song Ge, and showed with her actions that she was indeed angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. Song Ge explained, "We didn't walk a few meters away before we were pulled back." Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything. "Even if you are angry, don't cover your face like this. I can't breathe well." Song Ge said she was going to get the blanket, but Tong Xiangyu didn't let her take it down. As the 2 of them were fighting, Song Ge touched Tong Xiangyu cold fingers, which were like ice spikes, making people shiver with cold. Song Ge grabbed Tong Xiangyu fingers and squeezed them in his palm. "Why are you so cold?" Tong Xiangyu cried and lifted the blanket to look at Song Ge. "Who cares?" Song Ge, "Don't say angry words. If I don't care about you, who will?" Tong Xiangyu said angrily. "Afraid and aggrieved, anyway. You won't tell me no matter what you do. You think they are more important. I don't want to care about you anymore. I don't want to worry about you anymore. I want to break up with you." Song Ge thought that as long as you are willing to communicate, it's good. He immediately scolded, "Nonsense. How come they are more important? I don't even know who they are." Tong Xiangyu stared at her with tears in her eyes. Song Ge explained and apologized. "This time it's just a try. There's no danger. Lu Zhou will pull us all back. I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Forgive me once." Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything. Song Ge pinched her delicate and cold hand, thought for a while, said, "Actually, I had a strange dream. I dreamed that there was a sea under the ice, and there were strange fish rushing up from under the ice to bite people." Tong Xiangyu's eyelashes were still stained with tears and ice chips. She cried, "You are lying. I would lie to anyone, but not to you." Song Ge helped her wipe her tears, and found that the young lady's cheeks were also very cold. He immediately put his warm palms on her face, and worried about her delicate body. "Don't get sick." Tong Xiangyu returned to Song Ge's topic. "It's just a dream. You dream about what you think about during the day." Song Ge told her in detail, on the night when the meteorite fell from the sky. "I also had a dream. I dreamed of a fireball falling from the sky." Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song Ge said, "In the past, dreams were just dreams, but now the situation is different. What if the body has changed and has superpowers? I want to verify it." Tong Xiangyu is not an unreasonable person. Hearing Song Ge's serious words, she asked in a low voice, "Then, have you verified it?" "No, the air raid shelter is high, and far from the city. There is only yellow mud road under the ice." Song Ge remembered that he had been paying attention to the ice on the ground along the way. What was under the ground? Was it Lake Blue? But no, it was all mud. Maybe it was just a dream, with no symbolic meaning. After all, the sky was bright in the dream. Tong Xiangyu asked, "Do you want to go out again later?" Song Ge shook his head and said, "The ground is too slippery, I can't walk, I see what happens next time." Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips. Song Ge warmed her hand and asked, "Are you not angry anymore?" Tong Xiangyu nodded, but she still felt wronged in her heart. "Song Ge, you wouldn't be like this before, you wouldn't take such risks, you wouldn't ignore me." Song Ge knew that he couldn't make any excuses at this time. And he said, "I was wrong." Tong Xiangyu raised her eyes. Because she was cold. The tears on her eyelashes froze into ice chips. "Song Ge, I go ask Captain Chiao for some hot water." Tong Xiangyu held Song Ge and didn't let her go. Instead, she leaned into Song Ge's arms and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Song Ge. I lost my temper with you." "What kind of temper is that?" Song Ge immediately said. "You were even harder to serve before." Tong Xiangyu looked at her. Song Ge shut up and decisively changed his words. "I have never seen anyone more generous and reasonable than you." Tong Xiangyu hummed softly and leaned back on Song Ge again. She lowered her eyes and gently pinched Song Ge's fingers. With a puzzled tone, "Song Ge, how did you go out for so long and your body is warm?" Song Ge didn't understand either. "I don't know, I could still feel the cold before, but after sleeping and getting off the car, I didn't seem to feel the low temperature at all." "You said, is it also a kind of superpower? Is it the superpower of not being afraid of cold?" Song Ge replied casually, "Maybe." Tong Xiangyu, "That's great, it's best not to be afraid of cold in this weather. It's useless, it doesn't matter if others wear two more clothes or not." At this time, the car window was knocked. Xiang Weijun came to bring iodine and a large plaster. Tong Xiangyu was startled and immediately looked at Song Ge nervously. "Song Ge, are you injured?" "Song Ge, it's just a small scratch." Song Ge told Xiang Weijun that it was not necessary, and that he would be fine tomorrow. "Just take care of it," Xiang Weijun said. "It's cold, so the wound will heal slowly." Song Ge was about to say something, but Tong Xiangyu had already taken the medicine and thanked Xiang Weijun. Song Ge's elbow was scraped. It bled a little. Song Ge didn't take it seriously, seeing the young lady who was treating his wound with a sullen look on her face. Song Ge said, "The penetrating wounds from the previous car accident healed so quickly. There's no need to treat such a small wound. It will heal after a good night's sleep." Tong Xiangyu didn't say a word. Song Ge called her, "Little milk tea." Tong Xiangyu disinfected and helped Song Ge apply the patch. "Song Ge, big and sensible little milk tea?" Tong Xiangyu was not amused. She applied the patch carefully, and then said to Song Ge, "Song Ge, whatever you do in the future, you must tell me. No matter where you go, you must take me with you." Song Ge, "Okay." Tong Xiangyu, "Don't respond so quickly, you don't have any sincerity at all, you must remember it well, remember it in your heart." Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu looked at her. "Is it difficult to do?" Song Ge said seriously. "No. I will remember it in my heart, and I will answer your call later." Tong Xiangyu wanted to hum, but was amused. Song Ge made sure that he had coaxed the young lady, and then got out of the car again. Xiang Weijun had already told Xiao Mingshan and the others that there was no difference outside, but the extremely low temperature caused the road to freeze. Song Ge said, "Not only is the temperature extremely low, the weather was so hot before, there was no moisture in the air, but now there is such thick ice on the road. Where does the water come from?" Xiang Weijun guessed, "Maybe it rained in the past few days?" Xiao Mingshan also said, "Go out tonight. The air outside is damp and cold, and the humidity is very high." Song Ge couldn't figure it out either. But it was just the beginning. So he said, "Wait a little longer. Wait until dawn." It was not dawn. 16 hours had passed since they opened the door of the air raid shelter. It was dark and cold. The survivors hid in the RV. And the initial fear was dissipated a lot in the laughter of the children playing. Everyone calmed down again. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. If it is really the Doomsday, then it will not only die for them, all the creatures on the earth will be extinct. It was very cold. The hot rice would get cold in less than 3 or 5 minutes, and the bean paste was frozen in the bottle, and could not be dug out even with an iron spoon. Beef jerky and meat jerky are like stones that cannot be bitten. What made Tong Xiangyu uncomfortable was that she had frostbite. There were red spots on her fingers and heels, and it was a little itchy. After just a few hours, the frostbite spread from the little finger to the ring finger, then to the middle finger, and the back of her hand. Her fingers and the back of her hand suddenly swelled up completely, as if they were inflated. Not only was it difficult to bend and stretch her knuckles, but she was also very itchy and collapsed. What made Tong Xiangyu even more upset was that the abrasion on Song's elbow had not healed. I don't know if it was because of the cold weather. Even such a serious penetrating wound would heal in less than 10 days. But Song's small abrasion did not heal. 16 hours passed. 16 hours passed. 3. The dawn that everyone was waiting for did not come. Although everyone stayed in the same RV, trying to reduce the gasoline consumption of the air conditioner. But as the days passed, the gasoline reserves continued to decrease. And at the same time, the combustible materials that could be burned in the air raid shelter were getting less and less. If there is no heating, they will soon freeze to death here. They must go out and find a way out. When Xiao Meishan asked Song Ge to get off the car to talk, Tong Xiangyu secretly opened a small gap in the car to eavesdrop, and closed it before Song Ge came back, pretending to know nothing, and asked, "What did Captain Xiao talk to you about?" Song Ge knew that she was eavesdropping, and did not hide it. "We decided to arm ourselves, and go out to see the situation today. Do you want to come with us?" Tong Xiangyu said, "Do you want to take me with you?" Song Ge heard that Tong Xiangyu's tone did not seem to be tough, and asked, "Is it okay not to take me?" Tong Xiangyu smiled. "What do you think?" Song Ge, "I'm afraid you be cold." Tong Xiangyu, "I have frostbite, and it's very hot." Song Ge had no choice but to say, "Then I take you." Chapter 94 Weird. However, Qiao Mingshan and others had no objection to Song Ge going. Song Ge said he wanted to take Tong Xiangyu with him, but several people hesitated. It was not prejudice, but Tong Xiangyu looked delicate and tender, spoiled. She had only been out for 2 minutes before, and her hands and feet had frostbite. If she really went outside with them, it would be so cold, wouldn't she get sick? Facing the doubts of several people, Tong Xiangyu was picking gloves on the table. These gloves were made by women from clothes and towels, which could keep them warm to some extent. Although Tong Xiangyu's hands were swollen like buns, it was precisely because of frostbite that the skin was stretched and became more fragile and needed more protection. Tong Xiangyu picked a pair of gloves made of pink towels, and said while putting them on, "Don't forget, I am also a superpower." Xiang Weijun had asked this before, and asked again this time, "You haven't told me what superpower you are." Tong Xiangyu said, "It's not a good superpower. I hope you don't have the chance to know." Still refused to say. Xiang Weijun did not force the girl, only said, "Then you walk in front of me, and call me every now and then." Tong Xiangyu, "I will call Song Ge." "Why call you?" "The supplies stored in the RV are for hot weather. There are no winter clothes, and of course no snow boots, so in order to increase the friction of the shoes, we tied the soles of the shoes with cloth strips, and tied them around the ankles. We tried it last time, the ground was icy and slippery, and it was inconvenient to connect everyone with ropes. So Qiao Mingshan, who only had a gun, tied a rope around the waists of the 2 guards, while Zhou Bo, Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu each held the rope with their hands to stabilize their posture and center of gravity. Before setting off, Qiao Mingshan tried to fire a shot into the air. The tracer bullet drew an arc trajectory in the darkness, which was only a short distance, and then it stopped abruptly in midair and disappeared completely. This darkness was not normal at all. Tong Xiangyu put on 2 more thick clothes, wrapped a towel around her neck and face, covered it tightly with only a pair of eyes exposed, and then walked behind Song Ge. Song Ge held up the rope for her to hold. Tong Xiangyu took it. "Song Ge, hold on tight." Tong Xiangyu gave her an okay sign. Lu Zhou shouted to the backs of the people worriedly, "Remember to shake the rope." His voice was almost swallowed by the darkness. It was pitch black all around, and it was difficult to move. This time Qiao Mingshan walked in front, holding a long gun in his hand, and a flashlight fixed to his head with a rope. There was no movement around. In this darkness, even Zhou Nan's ability could not see things, but Zhou Bo's sense of direction was not affected. He said, "Captain, continue to the right is the way down the mountain." "Yes." Qiao Mingshan shouted, "It's downhill ahead, everyone be careful. Keep your center of gravity forward." Zhou Bo also shouted, "It's downhill ahead, everyone be careful, keep your center of gravity forward." It is said that when you can't see, hearing will become extra sharp, but this cold darkness is not normal. It will swallow up the surrounding light and sound. Words must be passed on one by one. Song Ge also shouted, "It's downhill ahead. Be careful, Keep your center of gravity forward. This was shouted to Xiang Wei-jun, who was guarding the rear. Because everyone was 3 to 5 meters away. And Tong Xiangyu followed behind her. The two were half a meter apart. The flashlight could clearly see each other's figures. Compared to Song Ge, who could still shout, Tong Xiangyu could no longer say a word. She shrank her neck. Her teeth chattered. The cold wind was bleak. The gloves made of towels could not resist the cold at all. She could only shiver and hold the rope tightly. Finally, Tong Xiangyu couldn't help sneezing, pulling the rope and shaking it. Song Ge heard the noise and said, "Come closer. I blocked the wind for you." Tong Xiangyu then approached Song Ge in small steps, like a little penguin. The group groped their way forward in the dark. Song Ge rope was only 100 meters long, but with several ropes connected end to end. It was no problem to reach the foot of the mountain. The slope under their feet became steeper and steeper. Because Lu Zhou held the rope tightly, the group relied on the rope to stabilize their bodies, and did not slide all the way down. They actually walked to the foot of the mountain smoothly in the dark. There was no danger along the way. It was just pitch-black darkness and extreme cold. However, they still had to face a problem. The visual range was too small. The meteorite disaster destroyed almost the entire city of Jinan County. It was difficult for them to know which buildings were destroyed and which ones were spared. Once they got the wrong direction, it would be a waste of time. They had already gone down the mountain. Qiao Mingshan, who was walking in the front, fired another tracer bullet. This time, the trajectory distance was obviously farther. And the bright arc disappeared after reaching dozens of meters away. Song Ge shone the flashlight under his feet. The ground was still earthy yellow, not the sea and no water. But the ice was not as thick as before. At this moment, Song Ge suddenly heard Zhou Bo's clear voice from the front. "Captain, is it a little warmer down the mountain?" Song Ge paused, and immediately shone the flashlight around. Sure enough, on the mountain, the beam could only shine 3 meters away, but here it could shine dozens of meters away. It was like suddenly leaving a strange barrier that blocked light and sound. Song Ge's flashlight was not professional. Qiao Mingshan and his team's flashlights could illuminate farther, brighter and wider. In the same darkness, when they arrived at the destroyed city, Xiang Wei-jun, who was walking at the back, could even see the figure of Captain Qiao Mingshan, who was walking at the front. Then, the collapsed and burned city came into view. The wind in the city became weaker, and the temperature was not so cold. Tong Xiangyu took 2 breaths of cold air without coughing. "There are houses here," Qiao Mingshan said. Qiao Mingshan's words no longer needed to be transmitted through Zhou Bo. Everyone could hear them. Even without him saying anything, everyone noticed the simple house at the foot of the mountain, a house that survived the natural disaster of intensive meteorite falls. Not too big or too small, a 3.5-story self-built house from ground to ceiling. There was no ice around, and the house was not broken or leaky enough to keep out the cold. If some old winter clothes could be found inside, it would be even better. But the rope was not long enough. In order to prevent Lu Zhou from worrying, Qiao Mingshan untied the rope around his waist, and asked Xiang Wei-jun to stay there with the rope tied to his waist. He took the others to investigate the situation. There was no one in the house. Only a few rotting corpses. Tong Xiangyu finally felt less cold. She felt like she was alive again. She rubbed her hands and let out a sigh. She followed Song Ge closely and said, "Song Ge, it's so strange. The altitude is not much different. Why is the temperature in the mountain so different from that in the city?" Zhou Bo heard it and asked, "Is it because the city was hit by a meteorite not long ago and a fire broke out, so the ground temperature is still relatively hot?" Tong Xiangyu said, "But the darkness on the mountain is very strange and abnormal. The light beams are swallowed, the sound waves are also reduced, and there is ice. Where does the water vapor come from to form such thick ice in such a short time?" Song Ge said, "Anyway, at present, the situation at the foot of the mountain is much better than on the mountain, and we can take everyone in." Qiao Mingshan said, "Yes. So let's see if there are any winter clothes. Most of the survivors are old, weak, women and children, who can't stand the cold, so we have to find some warm winter clothes to arrange the transfer of personnel. Qiao Mingshan is on the 3rd floor. Zhou Bo is on the 2nd floor. Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu are on the 1st floor. Everyone goes their separate ways. Xiang Wei-jun is still standing in the dark, checking the surroundings regularly. For some reason, even though there was no movement or danger along the way, he always feels a creepy feeling behind him, as if a hand will reach out at any time. But every time he looked back, there was nothing behind him. It must be because it was too quiet. Xiang Wei-jun was just on guard and didn't think much about it. until his ankle seemed to be touched by something. Xiang Weijun's scalp numbed, and he immediately raised his gun to look. And even though his fingers were stiff and cold, he quickly loaded the bullet at the first time. There was nothing. Where the flashlight was shining, there was only frozen ground. And this layer of ice was much thinner than that on the mountain. Xiang Weijun relaxed his gun-holding posture, pretending to relax, but his lips were secretly pursed. When his ankle was touched again, he said it in a flash, and he raised his gun and fired. The sound propagation range at the foot of the mountain was normal. When the guards fired, the people who were searching for clothes in the houses heard it. Xiao Mingshan ran downstairs quickly. Zhou Bo was about to follow him. Xiao Mingshan ordered, "I go. You stay here and protect them." "Yes, Captain." The guards fired 3 shots at the place where there was movement. But there was still nothing. There were 3 gravity bullet holes on the ground. The ice layer had completely broken, and the yellow mud also splashed. Xiao Mingshan was on guard, raised his gun, and quickly approached Xiang Weijun, asking Hajun, "What happened?" Xiang Weijun heard the captain coming to support him, and immediately reported, "It seemed that something touched my feet. Twice in total. But I don't know if I was too nervous, and I didn't hit anything after firing." Xiao Mingshan didn't think that Xiang Weijun, as a special police officer, would fire because of excessive nervousness. But why didn't he hit anything? There is something strange here, and he can't stay for long. Xiao Mingshan immediately went back to the house to call for help. Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu had already found some thick clothes, sweaters and hats, cotton jackets and down jackets, all in different sizes. "Where's some and bring some?" Zhou Bo took the 2 out. Song Ge asked Xiao Mingshan when he saw him, "What's going on?" "Something's going on. Let's go back first." Going back is much easier than coming out. After all, there's Lu Zhou at the end of the rope who can pull them up. Xiao Mingshan took a few steps and suddenly looked back. He suddenly understood what Xiang Weijun meant by the movement. Something was rustling in the dark. Song Ge also heard it. She had always had a keen sense of hearing. However, when they returned to the mountain, the severe cold was overwhelming, and the strange darkness was shrouded again. You couldn't see your hand in front of you, the light didn't reach far, and the sound was blocked. Chapter 95 Speculation. The creatures in the dark should be less dangerous than the monster corpses and mutant dogs. If it was these two, they would just bite them directly. Who would be polite first? So although Xiao Mingshan and the others were alert, they were not as nervous as if they were facing a great enemy. When distributing winter clothes to everyone, Song Ge did not keep any for himself, but only asked Tong Xiangyu not to take off her down jacket and down pants. That set was new, and the tags on the clothes and pants had not been cut off. Tong Xiangyu is 1.634 meters tall. Not short. But the light pink down jacket is very long. Longer than her calves. And the duck down inside is full and swollen, covering her whole body tightly. When she put on the hat of the jacket, the furry rabbit fur collar made her face look small, revealing only a pair of beautiful, bright, and black almond eyes. Her movements looked clumsy, but cute. Song Ge helped her tie the rope of the hat, and told her to stay in the car. Tong Xiangyu was unwilling to do so. She had down jackets on, so who would stay in the car? It was so stuffy. She followed Song Ge, and listened to what Xiao Mingshan and the others were saying. Xiao Mingshan and the others were planning to go down the mountain again. The materials collected this time were not enough, so they needed to regroup the team members. Xiao Mingshan did not bring Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu with him this time. The 3 special policemen were fully armed, plus 2 adult men from the surviving forces helped to carry the materials, and brought Zhu Qingwu who had the hearing ability. There are 3 purposes for this trip down the mountain. Searching for supplies is only one of them. The second is to fix the route up and down the mountain. The remaining goal is to find out what the creatures that move in the dark are, and whether they pose a threat to them. Song Ge had no intention of following them. She is not afraid of the cold, so she is responsible for keeping the fire burning in the air raid shelter. Tong Xiangyu also sat next to Song Ge, wrapped up like a cute little bear. Song Ge saw the fire dancing in her beautiful eyes, and said, "You don't have to freeze outside." "Frozen?" Tong Xiangyu looked up at her, turned her cartoon-covered plush gloves over to show Song Ge, and then put them on her cheeks to make a small flower. Smiling triumphantly, "Who is freezing? I'm not cold at all now." Song Ge also laughed, thinking that she must be really not cold. And she even wanted to act cute. Tong Xiangyu put her gloved hands by the fire to warm them. But after a while, The chilblains on her hands began to itch. And she couldn't help it. Took off her gloves. And asked Song-gu again, "Didn't the special police shoot?" Captain Chiao said he would come back to tell me if there was any situation. But I didn't hear anything from him. Song-gu said, "Nothing. It just seemed like there was something in the dark." "Something?" "Yes," Song-gu said, "a living thing. But it shouldn't be very aggressive." Tong Seong-yu slightly widened her eyes. "Did he tell you?" Song-gu, "No. I heard it on the way up the mountain." Song-gu recalled for a moment and said, "You should also know that there is a dividing line at the foot of the mountain. The situation on the top and bottom of the mountain is completely different." The movement almost appeared at the dividing line. Tong Seong-yu was very surprised. "But why didn't I hear anything?" Song-gu looked at Tong Seong-yu and said, "You were wrapped up like a little bear at that time. How could you hear anything?" He also said, "Don't worry. It should be some creatures that can survive in extremely cold environments." Tong Seong-yu was very worried when she heard this. She asked Song-gu, "Then do you know what species there are in the ice and snow?" Song-gu, "What are there?" Tong Seong-yu said, "Polar bears, Arctic foxes, snow wolves, penguins, seals, and seaweed. You choose for yourself." Song-gu said without thinking, "First, exclude polar bears and Arctic foxes." Tong Seong-yu, "Why?" "Because this is not the North Pole. Then this is not the South Pole either. Can we also exclude the following ones?" Song-gu did not comment. "So what is a creature that is more cold resistant than cats and dogs?" "First," Tong Seong-yu corrected, "cats and dogs are not cold resistant by themselves. It is not uncommon for stray cats and dogs to be frozen to death in winter. There are also news reports of kittens hiding under cars to keep warm at night, but the car owners did not notice and ran over them when they started the car." Song-gu took over the conversation. Secondly, there are only 3 kinds of animals in the world that can survive in extremely cold weather. One is the mammals I mentioned, including Arctic hares and snow leopards. The second is seabirds, and the third is fish." Song-gu, "It's not a bird. That's not the sound of flapping wings. It can't be a fish either, because that thing moves above the ice, and there's no water under the ice." Tong Seong-yu, "Yes, so there are only 2 possibilities left now." Song-gu glanced at her, and then said, "1. We heard it wrong. 2. Seaweed." Tong Seong-yu couldn't help laughing and fell on Song-gu. "How do you know my routine?" Song-gu was a little helpless. After so many serious preparations, how could she not know that this young lady was going to be frivolous? But Tong Seong-yu smiled, and her expression froze the next moment. "No, Song-gu. There is another possibility that we have forgotten." Song-gu asked, "What is it?" Tong Seong-yu said, "It was a natural disaster. Meteorites fell from the sky that night. And there were a lot of them." Song-gu, "So you suspect alien creatures?" Tong Seong-yu, "It's not impossible. But the meteorites caught fire. Maybe they don't have a sense of temperature? So they are not afraid of extreme heat or extreme cold." The more Tong Seong-yu thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Maybe what we experienced was the preparation for aliens to invade the Earth. Song-gu said, "Miss, please give your smart little head a rest." Tong Seong-yu snorted twice. "Don't take it lightly. Let's gather our wisdom. And this situation is unprecedented. The universe is so big. Alien invasion is very likely to happen." Song-gu had no choice but to agree. "Okay. Then we superpowers will drive the aliens out of the Earth." "You don't have superpowers yet." "I am the superpower." "Then it's up to you to protect me." "No problem." Tong Seong-yu was coaxed by Song-gu. She leaned on Song-gu's shoulder, wearing a soft down jacket, with a warm and flickering fire in front of her and the person who made her feel most at ease. Tong Seong-yu leaned on him and fell asleep soon. Song-gu waited until the young lady fell asleep. Then he carefully carried her horizontally and put her back in the car to sleep. The air conditioner in the car was turned down to prevent her from waking up from the heat. Back in front of the fire, Song-gu began to imagine the possibilities that Tong Seong-yu had guessed. Several animals, including alien creatures. As long as she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would be skeptical. Wait for Captain Chiao and his team to come back and ask them carefully. Chiao Mingshan and his team also successfully reached the foot of the mountain. Chiao Mingshan fixed the end of the rope to a telephone pole in front of the house at the foot of the mountain, tied an empty knot near the end and tightened it again, and tied it after repeating it twice, keeping the whole rope suspended and taut. In this way, When people go up and down the mountain, they only need to hold a rope to know the route, and no longer need to waste time looking for the way in the dark. Although there are flashlights, the light will not be blocked in the city. But it is dark after all, and most of the city has been destroyed. So everyone does not disperse, but acts collectively, and waits to find a building that has not been destroyed by the meteorite before going in to search for cold-proof supplies. Xiao Mingshan assigns tasks, and others obey orders. Zhou Bo is responsible for leading the way and pointing out the direction of the search. Zhu Qingwu is responsible for listening to the surrounding movements, ensuring the safety of the search route and the surrounding area. The whole process was well-trained and efficient. This time, the search yielded much more supplies than before. On the return trip, Xiao Mingshan asked the team to make as much noise as possible to attract the attention of the creatures hiding in the dark. Zhu Qingwu was responsible for listening. Zhu Qingwu heard nothing when she went down the mountain. But when she just went up the mountain, she really heard a rustling sound a few hundred meters away, as if something was crawling on the ground. And it was very light, as if the autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves. Zhu Qingwu pulled Xiao Mingshan's sleeve, pointed in a direction, and mouthed 200 meters away. Xiao Mingshan left Zhou Bo to protect the others, and he led Xiang Weijun to chase in that direction. When the two rushed over, Zhu Qingwu, who stayed where he was, had a slight change of expression, and clearly heard that Thing was also retreating rapidly. Xiao Mingshan and Xiang Weijun did not see any trace of creatures, but as far as they could see, there were traces of dragging on the ice, which were messy and disorderly. But it was certain that there was no animal hair left on the ice. After searching the area nearby, there were no living creatures. Xiao Mingshan said, "Let's go back first." This creature seemed to be very timid and not very aggressive. As long as it was not dangerous or would not attack them, it didn't really matter what it was. When Xiao Mingshan and his friends came back, Songgu got up to help unload the goods. The other survivors in the RV had cold-proof clothing, so when they saw them coming back, they were willing to get off the car to help move the sports equipment. After 2 trips, Xiao Mingshan and his friends were already frozen stiff, so they went to the fire to warm themselves. Songgu also kept the fire going, and cooked a big pot of ginger soup, but she didn't put sugar in it. As soon as the hot ginger soup went down her throat, her internal organs instantly felt warm. Songgu asked Xiao Mingshan directly whether he had encountered creatures that made the guards shoot again this time. Xiao Mingshan looked at Songgu with some surprise. Songgu said, "I heard it when I came back." Xiao Mingshan held the ginger soup, pondered for a few seconds, and stopped hiding it. He said soothingly, "I didn't see what it was, but the other party was not very aggressive and threatening, so don't be afraid. Besides, we have enough weapons. We can definitely deal with it and protect everyone." Songgu asked, "Is it some kind of animal?" Xiao Mingshan shook his head. From the traces of activity at the scene, no animal hair was seen. Songgu's heart sank slightly. She remembered what Tong Xiangyu said. It's not a bird. It's not a fish. And there is no animal hair. First rule out the most unlikely alien invasion. Is it really algae? However, animals have organs, and it is understandable that they will be infected with viruses and mutate. If plants can also mutate, wouldn't it be too incredible? Chapter 96. When Xiao Mingshan led the team to search, they found that the meteorite had destroyed at least 90% of the buildings in Jinan County. That is to say, although they could find clothes from some houses, they would definitely not find food. Xian Jufu. As a result, the food they stored in the RV had to be moved down the mountain for consumption. Because they were eating stored food, compared to the strange mountain, the temperature, visibility, sound, light down the mountain were better and safer than in the air raid shelter, so of course, the sooner we got down the mountain, the better. However, they still had to explore whether there were any dangers in the dark. After Xiao Mingshan had taken his team members to sleep and rest, he went down the mountain again after about 10 hours. They did not leave empty-handed, but first transported some supplies to the foot of the mountain. The road was smooth, and there was no movement on the way up or down the mountain. Then he tried again. It was still safe, so Xiao Mingshan notified everyone of this action. Before departure, everyone took cold-proof measures, put on thick cotton and down jackets, hats and gloves, and scarves. The elderly and children also put on non-slip snow boots. Each person held a torch or flashlight. Xiao Mingshan asked adult men to take some responsibility for transporting supplies, and women to take care of children. Before going down the mountain, each person was about 4 or 5 meters apart. This time, because there were more survivors, there were more children and the elderly, so each person was about half a meter apart, and they were visible within the field of vision. Before going down the mountain, Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu also sorted out the supplies in the car. Although Song-gu could go back and forth twice, he still had to take the necessary items with him first, in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't come back. The backpack was full. Tong Xiangyu wanted to help her share some of the burden. Song-gu said, "You can save me trouble by not letting the wind blow you down." Tong Xiangyu was not convinced. "Do you think I'm so weak?" "No. But the road is very slippery." Tong Xiangyu thought so too. If she fell, it would cause trouble for Song-gu, so she didn't insist. Qiao Mingshan had fixed a rope between the air raid shelter and the foot of the mountain before, and fixed a point every time there was a turn on the road. The route was very easy to identify, and everyone could use the rope as a handrail to stabilize their body. For safety reasons, Qiao Mingshan arranged people to stand on both sides of the rope. The survivors walked on the left side of the rope holding the rope, and a superpower or special police was arranged on the right side of the rope every 5 or 6 people. They were responsible for taking care of everyone's safety and handling emergencies. What was different from Qiao Mingshan arrangement was that Tong Xiangyu was a superpower, but stood on the left side of the rope. And Song-gu was not a superpower, but stood on the right side. But they were the same. And the two were only separated by a rope. Tong Xiangyu grabbed the rope, and compared to the others, who were excited and happy to finally leave the air raid shelter, she was carefully paying attention to the surrounding movements. Song-gu said, "There is something in the dark." Last time, she was so focused on climbing the mountain that she didn't pay attention. She had to pay close attention today. In the darkness, the wind swirled and made a strange whistling sound. Tong Xiangyu was fully alert, and from time to time she swung the flashlight left and right to see what was going on. In fact, there was no need to be afraid. There were several special police patrolling in front and behind. They were fully armed and had guns in their hands. They would definitely ensure that they could get down the mountain safely. However, after moving forward quietly for about 10 minutes, Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard the cry of a child coming from the front. The sound coming from the cold wind was particularly creepy. Tong Xiangyu shuddered for no reason. Those kids must be scared. Just thinking this, Tong Xiangyu paused, her scalp tightened instantly, and she immediately turned to look at Song-gu on the right. Sure enough, Song-gu's expression instantly became serious and tense. After a while, the team that was originally going down the mountain in an orderly manner also stopped. Obviously, Qiao Mingshan, the leader at the front, also noticed something strange. The children were basically arranged at the back of the team. How could the crying come from the front? Tong Xiangyu felt goosebumps all over her body, clenched the rope tightly, leaned towards Song-gu on the right, and whispered, "Song-gu." Song-gu was alert and watching the surroundings, whispering to comfort her, "It's okay. Don't be afraid." People around him began to ask what happened, why they suddenly stopped, and there was some worry and panic in their words. Song-gu did not explain, but Tong Xiangyu comforted the people in front and behind him, "Don't worry. Take your time. It's so dark, and the road is so slippery. Of course, you have to walk carefully. There may be a downhill slope ahead." Qiao Mingshan held up the gun. The bullets were already loaded, and he was concentrating on being alert to the movements around him. The flashlight on his head could only illuminate the surrounding area within a range of 4 or 5 meters, and the sound was farther away. Zhu Qingwu listened carefully and said, "It's just the sound of the wind." "Captain." Qiao Mingshan pursed his lips. "The wind will only change its density and make different sounds when it passes through the gaps. However, all objects on the mountain are frozen. Only at the foot of the mountain is the temperature higher and the ice thinner. So, why does the wind sound like a child crying?" Seeing that Qiao Mingshan did not relax his vigilance, Zhu Qingwu was about to say that it was true, but something suddenly touched her ankle. She was horrified, and her scream of fear was stuck in her throat. She jumped in fear. Qiao Mingshan immediately raised his gun and looked back. Zhu Qingwu hurriedly looked down, but there was nothing. But just now in the darkness, she clearly felt something touching her ankle, cold, rough, like an old man's dry hand. "Qiao Mingshan, what did you find?" Zhu Qingwu's voice trembled. "Just now, something was touching my foot." Qiao Mingshan's face froze when he heard this, and he immediately said, "Pass it on. Everyone shine the flashlights and torches at your feet." Dozens of people passed the message back one by one. Although everyone could only see 2 or 3 meters in front and behind in the dark, the message was still passed to the special police patrolling in the rear without missing a word. Upon hearing this, he immediately knew what might have happened, pointed his gun at the ground, and was ready to respond to any emergency at any time. There was nothing under his feet except a thick layer of ice. However, the fire was close to the ice for a long time, which gradually melted the ice. And under the transparent ice, something seemed to be crawling. The first person to discover this situation was a young woman. She gasped in fear. Lu Zhou noticed it, and immediately went over to ask what was going on. Yes, there is something. Something seems to be moving under the ice. As soon as she said this, people in front and behind looked carefully, and then quickly panicked. Lu Zhou saw that there were brown strips under the thick ice. It moved slowly and silently, and was extremely difficult to detect. Looking closely, it looked like flowing mud and sand. But it was definitely not mud and sand. It should be tree roots or vines. Lu Zhou immediately said, "Everyone stand still. Don't panic. I go call the captain to take a look." Lu Zhou was not a special police officer and didn't know how to use a gun. So he immediately followed the rope to the front to call Qiao Meishan, Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu. Some people also held torches in their hands. After the ice layer melted into water, the blurry ice surface began to become clear. Song Ge had sharp eyes, and suddenly found that something seemed to be moving under the ice. When he looked closely, the intertwined vines looked like ropes under the ice, swimming. Suddenly, sharp thorns grew on the vines. Song Ge's pupil shrank suddenly in shock, and he subconsciously pushed Tong Xiangyu away. But Song Ge only had time to push Tong Xiangyu away, and before he could shout, the thorns had grown dozens or hundreds of times in an instant and broke through the ice, and directly pierced the bodies of several survivors in front and behind. The scarlet blood sprayed down like raindrops. Tong Xiangyu was pushed hard by Song Ge and fell to the ground a moment ago, and when she saw the scene the next moment, she screamed in fear. Ah! The thorns were extremely sharp and extremely fast. In just a moment, they penetrated the head from under the feet of the person. The person's body was like a candied haws on the vines. His life had been taken away. Half of the blood gushed out, and the other half flowed down the vines. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that her hair stood on end. She tried to get up quickly, but the ice was too slippery. She couldn't get up at once. When she got the second hit, the vines that broke through the ice next to her were already rushing towards her. Vines. It broke through the air rapidly, making a strange whistling sound in the air. Tong Xiangyu had no time to get up. Her mind went blank, and she could only raise her hand to block it. The next moment, her raised hand was grabbed by force. Song Ge was very strong, and he almost instantly grabbed Tong Xiangyu and lifted her into the air, pulling her several meters away. At the same time, he took a military knife in his other hand and swung it directly at the attacking vine. The vine and thorn were as thick as a wrist, and Song Ge only cut half of it with one knife. The vine oozes juice, and in an instant, it shrinks back in pain as if it is life. Seeing this scene, Song Ge was horrified. What the hell is this evil thing? Is it really a vine? Without time to think, Song Ge pulled Tong Xiangyu and ran up the mountain quickly. During this time, he could hear the sound of machine guns shooting from the front and back. But the sound was blocked in the darkness, so he could only hear a vague general sound. Some people also started to run, but most of the people at the back of the team were old people and children, and their reactions were not as fast as those of the young people. They were pierced and killed by the vines one after another before they even realized the danger. The blood gushed out in the cold night and quickly fell on the ice like red rain. Tong Xiangyu saw a child fall to the ground, crying helplessly for his mother. Song Ge did not stop for a second. Tong Xiangyu was dragged, but she looked at the child. A vine attacked the child directly. At that moment, Tong Xiangyu instinctively retracted her sight and could not bear to watch, but saw a bright tracer bullet accurately hit the vine, and the vine instantly shrank back. Qin Nan, who was following Qiao Meishan, quickly picked up the child. Along the way, there were cries of fear, screams, and hoarseness. These vines seemed to have been dormant for a long time, and were specifically ambushed under the ice layer corresponding to the rope. Once they broke through the ice, they could kill everyone. Qiao Meishan pointed guns at the guards, Zhou Bo and others, and rescued as many people as possible along the way, because there were medical supplies in the RV. As long as people were still alive, they would let Lu Zhou pull them up. Fortunately, they had just come down the mountain, and the air raid shelter was not far away. The group fought and retreated to the air raid shelter. When Lu Zhou closed the stone door, they saw that the number of people in the cave was no longer half of the original number when they set out. Everyone looked panicked and frightened, and they were injured to varying degrees. Song Ge let go of Tong Xiangyu's wrist after confirming that it was safe. She looked at Tong Xiangyu and confirmed that she was fine. She was relieved, but her eyes suddenly went dark. She felt pain. Looking down, she saw a deep wound on her left arm that was bleeding profusely. Chapter 97. It was cold and dark inside the air raid shelter. Qiao Mingshan asked people to light a fire with torches for lighting and heating, and asked Zhu Qingwu and Qin Nan to go to the RV to get medicine to treat everyone's wounds. Song Ge felt dizzy and felt a little unsteady. She staggered half a step back. Tong Xiangyu, who was standing by, was so scared that she hurried to help her. Song Ge, are you okay? Song Ge wanted to say that she was fine, but in the end, she didn't know if she said it out loud, and she fell directly on Tong Xiangyu. Qin Nan came to treat Song Ge's wound. The wound was very deep. You could see the white bones of his arm. Fortunately, the RV was equipped with a complete set of medicines. Qin Nan was a doctor, and he treated the wound well and quickly, stopping bleeding, disinfecting, suturing and bandaging. He was very familiar with the whole process. After treating Song Ge's wound, Qin Nan said to Tong Xiangyu, "It's okay, he just lost too much blood, he will wake up soon." Tong Xiangyu was grateful. "Thank you, Sister Nan Nan. It's a small matter," Qin Nan said, and went to help other injured people. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge, knowing that she must have been injured in order to save herself at the most dangerous moment. She was angry at Song Ge for being stupid. She knew that even if she was injured, she would recover quickly, but she still blocked for her. Tong Xiangyu's eyes were sore, and she touched the face of Song Ge, who was sleeping. The casualties were heavy this time. Many of the people Lu Zhou brought back were seriously injured. Bringing them back to the air raid shelter was just to prevent them from dying in the ice and snow. Qiao Mingshan looked at the situation where the wounded were wailing all over the ground, knowing that it was all because of his wrong decision. His face was ashen, ugly, and he blamed himself and regretted it. He hammered the wall hard again and again. She called the guard's captain and stopped him from hurting himself to vent his anger. Tong Xiangyu asked Lu Zhou to help her carry the unconscious Song Ge to the car. Lu Zhou helped her. Tong Xiangyu thanked him, and he waved his hand to say you're welcome and left. Tong Xiangyu turned on the car heater and unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and fed Song Ge water. The car was quiet, and the air raid shelter was not busy. Qin Nan and the others helped the wounded to treat their wounds, and the survivors who had escaped death by chance had lost their initial shock and fear, and all fell unusually silent. Who could have thought that this would happen? I thought leaving the air raid shelter was a good start. Everyone was happy that they had a way to deal with the natural disaster of eternal night. When they got down the mountain, they were getting closer and closer to their goal of finding a government shelter. But who would have thought that? In just a moment, their lives were taken away. Those people would never get down the mountain and reach the government shelter. What made everyone even more desperate was that they might die here, because the monster was too powerful and too scary, and there was no way to defeat it. Tong Xiangyu fed Song Ge some water. Water flowed from the corner of her mouth. She reached out to wipe it. As a result, she found that Song Ge's face was very hot. Tong Xiangyu immediately touched Song Ge's forehead. It was hot and stuffy. She hurriedly got out of the car to find Qin Nan to get antipyretic medicine. Qin Nan said, "Fever? If the temperature is not high, antipyretic medicine will be useless. It will recur. I find a thermometer for you. You take her temperature first. When the fever reaches 38 degrees and does not subside, then use medicine." Tong Xiangyu, "Okay, thank you, Sister Nan Nan." Tong Xiangyu took Song Ge's temperature every now and then. It rose a little bit every few minutes, and soon it rose to 38 degrees. She quickly gave Song Ge antipyretic medicine. The effect of the medicine was very slow, and Tong Xiangyu was extremely anxious. Qin Nan came to see the situation and saw that Song Ge was indeed having a high fever. He took another bottle of medical alcohol and gave it to Tong Xiangyu. Take the temperature every half an hour. If Song Ge's high fever persists, you can use alcohol to cool her down physically, such as rubbing her neck, armpits, abdomen and back. Tong Xiangyu nodded hurriedly. Qin Nan, come to me if you have anything. Okay, thank you. Sister. After Qin Nan left, Tong Xiangyu took off Song Ge's watch and put it on her own hand. She remembered that Song Ge said that the watch would run slowly in cold weather, so she took Song Ge's temperature every 10 minutes or so. Every time she took it, the temperature did not drop but rose instead, and it actually went straight to 40 degrees. Tong Xiangyu did not wait any longer, and hurriedly poured alcohol on the face towel, wiped Song Ge's neck, and pulled up Song Ge's clothes to wipe his abdomen, back and armpits. Xiao Mingshan and his men transferred the wounded to the RV. Although they were wearing winter clothes, it was still cold in the air raid shelter. It would be much more comfortable to turn on the heater in the RV. After arranging the wounded, Xiao Mingshan wanted to check on Song Ge. Qin Nan said that Song Ge had a high fever. There was only Tong Xiangyu by Song Ge's side. A little girl might be flustered and unable to cope. But just as Xiao Mingshan was about to go, he heard someone calling him from behind. Xiao Mingshan looked back and saw a young woman. The woman's name was Zhao Wen. She ran down from the RV, a little panicked, and said, Captain Xiao, Grandma Chen's injury. Xiao Mingshan, what happened? Did the wound split open? No, Captain Xiao. Come and have a look. Grandma Chen is already 68 years old this year, with half white hair and a healthy body. Tonight, her thigh was scratched by a vine. The wound was not deep or large, and the old woman was thin, so she didn't bleed much. Zhu Qingwu quickly treated the wound for the grandma and helped her to the RV to rest. Zhao Wen and Grandma Chen were from the same courtyard. After the monster corpse tide broke out, Zhao Wen and Grandma Chen hid in a cellar and escaped. The two had a good relationship, so after Grandma Chen was injured, Zhao Wen always took good care of her. Until just now, Zhao Wen discovered something strange on Granny Chen's thin thigh. Cracks? Xiao Mingshan frowned. There were many spider-web-like cracks on the skin near the wound on Granny Chen's thigh. Dark gray. There weren't any. Zhao Wen was sure. No. Xiao Mingshan reached out and touched it, and was surprised to find that the thing didn't look like a blood vessel under the skin, but more like growing on the surface of the skin. The next moment, Xiao Mingshan's whole body froze. He felt that that thing was moving. Xiao Mingshan took his hand away and found that the crack was indeed moving. Like many nematodes mixed together. Zhao Wen screamed at the side, covered her mouth in fear, and took 2 steps back. Xiao Mingshan frowned and tried to pull one of the moving nematodes. He only heard Granny Chen screaming in pain. When he looked again, the bandage covering the wound was bleeding. This thing seemed to be connected to the wound. Xiao Mingshan's face was ugly. She looked at Granny Chen and had a bad premonition in her heart. On this trip tonight, there are very few people who are unscathed. If the injured people will mutate. Xiao Mingshan did not dare to take it lightly. He called Lu Zhou and Zhou Bo, and placed the survivors in RVs according to whether they were injured or not, and the severity of their injuries. In order not to scare everyone, the reason was, this will make it easier for doctors to change the medicine and take care of them. Everyone had no objection and cooperated. Xiao Mingshan asked Zhou Bo to keep an eye on the RV. Zhou Bo knew the inside story, and answered loudly with a gun, yes. Captain. After arranging these, Xiao Mingshan remembered that Song Ge was also injured, and without delay, he strode over to see the situation. You couldn't see what was going on inside the car from outside. Xiao Mingshan raised his hand, and knocked on the car window. Tong Xiangyu quickly pulled down Song Ge's clothes, and then lowered the car window to see. It was Xiao Mingshan outside. Captain Xiao. Is there anything wrong? I heard from Qin Nan that Song Ge had a fever. Has the temperature gone down now? Tong Xiangyu's nose was sore, and she tried to hold back her tears, and shook her head. Not yet. How high is the fever? 41.3. It's getting higher and higher, and it won't go down, Xiao Mingshan said. Let me see. He didn't let Tong Xiangyu get out of the car, but went around to the other side and opened the back door. Song Ge was still unconscious. She was injured in her left arm, and the bloody sleeve had been cut off, and the wound was properly treated and bandaged, and the skin around it was disinfected, and there was no blood. In order not to miss it, Xiao Mingshan turned on the flashlight to observe the area around the wound. Tong Xiangyu was very nervous. What's wrong? Captain? Xiao Mingshan, nothing. Turning off the flashlight, there were no crack-like marks. Xiao Mingshan said, you should cool her down physically first. I asked Qin Nan to come over and take a look later. Okay, thank you. Captain Xiao. You're welcome. Xiao Mingshan left quickly after saying that. Xiao Mingshan returned to the RV where the injured were placed. Song Ge was also injured, but the wound did not change, so he realized that his behavior was still a bit careless. What if only a few people had this situation? Then it would be unreasonable for him to distinguish according to the severity of the injuries. After the examination, Xiao Mingshan found that the elderly and the young were in the most serious condition. Those nematodes, or vines, had already separated from the skin and were exploring around in the air. As for the young people, the symptoms around the wounds were very small, and the injured who had cooperated with the transfer before now fell into a coma one by one. Xiao Mingshan touched their foreheads and found that they all had a fever. Zhu Qingwu was called over. She took some water and antipyretics and fed them to each of them. She said, "It's cold outside, and you're frightened. It's normal to have a fever." Xiao Mingshan tightened his jaw. He felt that the situation was not optimistic. There were zombies in front and mutant dogs behind. Is it the turn of plants now? Zombies and mutant dogs can spread viruses. Are plants the same? For example, there are mutant plant seeds on the thorns. And then they parasitize on the human body? Then the air raid shelter would not be safe. Xiang Weijun was an insider. He could not sit still after knowing this, and immediately went to find Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu saw that it was him, and continued to wipe Song Ge's skin with alcohol before opening the car window. "Is there anything wrong?" Xiang Weijun bent down, glanced at Song Ge, and said, "Song Ge is not awake yet?" "Yeah." "Well, you should be careful." Xiang Weijun was a little hesitant, because he knew that Tong Xiangyu had a good relationship with Song Ge, so he came in a hurry, and hesitantly said, "The captain said that the wound may mutate, and something similar to vines will appear." Tong Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She suddenly realized why Captain Qiao had just used a flashlight to shine on Song Ge's wound. But she immediately said, "Song Ge doesn't have those. Captain Qiao has already come to see her." Xiang Weijun said, "It's best if she doesn't have them. I just want you to be careful. Pay more attention to the situation around her wound. Come to us as soon as you find anything wrong," Xiang Weijun said. "Or put Song Ge in the RV? It will be easier for the doctor to take care of her." Tong Xiangyu immediately refused. "No. I can take care of myself." Xiang Weijun had no choice but to say, "Okay then." Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips, politely said thank you, and then rolled up the car window and continued to wipe Song Ge with alcohol to cool him down. It wasn't just Song Ge who had a fever. As time passed, the injured in the car also had a high fever. The antipyretic medicine didn't work, so they could only feed him water regularly. To ensure the safety of feeding water, Zhou Bo kept carrying a gun and protecting him on the side. The air pressure in the air raid shelter was unprecedentedly low. And just a few days ago, everyone was still very happy because they had the hope of going down the mountain. Xiao Mingshan touched his pocket. He was wearing a protective suit. He could not feel any cigarettes. He leaned against the cold wall alone and closed his eyes. He hoped that this was just a nightmare. When he woke up from the dream, everyone was still in the air raid shelter in good condition. Maybe they didn't have warm clothes, but at least they were all alive and safe. Now the problem is not only that the injured people may mutate. Also, they had carried a lot of stored supplies when they went down the mountain several times before, including tonight. Now there was not much food left in the RV in the air raid shelter. Even if there were heavy casualties, they would not be able to hold out for many days. Xiao Mingshan pulled a handful of hair hard. They had to go out and go down the mountain. Under the cover of firepower, the vines would hide. But how could they ensure the safety of everyone? It was pitch black outside. The ice was slippery, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Xiao Mingshan sighed tiredly, stood up, stepped on the ground with combat boots, and cracked the ice. Song Ge didn't wake up. Xiang Weijun began to distribute food to everyone. Tong Xiangyu got 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water. No one had an appetite at this time, so no one would cook. In fact, the number of people who were awake and able to eat could be counted on one hand. Xiao Mingshan went to the car and asked Tong Xiangyu, "Is Song Ge awake?" Tong Xiangyu stood up and shook her head. Xiao Mingshan wanted to open the car door to help Song Ge check the wound, but found that the car door was locked. Looking at Song Ge again, the sleeve of his left hand was cut off, and the area around the wound was exposed, but now he was changed into a new piece of clothing, and the sleeve covered the wound. Xiao Mingshan was a little surprised, and looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu clenched her hanging hands into fists, and looked very calm. She said something that seemed to be addressed to Qiao Meishan, and also seemed to be addressed to herself. Don't worry, Captain Qiao. Song Ge has a strong ability to recover, and will wake up soon. Qiao Meishan gave up, responded, and left. There was bread and water given by Xiang Weijun in the car. Tong Xiangyu didn't eat a bite. She just leaned into Song Ge's arms again. She really hoped that Song Ge would wake up and hug her. Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to hug Song Ge, and her fingers accidentally touched the wound around Song Ge's left arm. Through the clothes, she could clearly feel something moving underneath. Tong Xiangyu's fingers trembled, and she hugged Song Ge tighter, and whispered, Song Ge. Chapter 98. 3 special police officers took turns to guard the post. No matter who was on duty, the air pressure was extremely low, because none of the injured survivors woke up, and no way to bring everyone down the mountain safely was found. The air raid shelter was quiet and cold. There was no day or night, and time seemed to be frozen. The first mutant injured person, Grandma Chen, broke this unchanging rigidity. Grandma Chen's body had been completely covered by nematodes, or now it should be certain that vines had grown out of the wound. Sucked dry, the vines took root in her dry body and wandered around in all directions. Qiao Meishan stood outside the RV and saw the vines like cloth strips around Grandma Chen climbing everywhere. The roots were on Grandma Chen's thighs. The bandages had cracked, and several branches grew out of the wound and flesh. He carried a gun and watched this scene. His feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The worst guess happened. They brought the mutated plants into the air raid shelter with their own hands. This thing was evil and cruel, and killed people like flies. Although it looks harmless now, and has not attacked other injured patients in the RV. It may be because they know that those injured are just the soil for the same kind to grow. The vines climbed up the car window, and Qiao Meishan vaguely saw some black thorns on the vines, compared with the monster vines under the ice that have strong impact, great strength, and extremely dangerous. These few can only be regarded as newly born small vines. But from being as thin as iron wire to being as thick as cloth strips, it only took a few hours. What if it is given more time to develop? Qiao Meishan has only 2 choices. One is to stand outside the RV and shoot the vine growing from the human body. But in this way, maybe other vines will be enraged, and then they will indiscriminately attack other survivors in the RV who have not yet mutated and are sleeping. Second, open the car door and shoot Grandma Chen directly. If I guess correctly, the vines live in the human body, and once the human body dies, the vines will not survive. But this is just a guess, just a possibility, and it is impossible to guess the speed at which the vines will die. For the former, there were 2 children in the RV, who were sensible and well-behaved, who would usually call them Uncle Police Officer, which was the most vivid memory of this long journey. For the latter, if the situation got out of control, the RV door would open, he would be the first to be hit, and all the others would be in danger of being killed by the mutant vines. Qiao Meishan carried a gun and shed his first tear of regret tonight. It was all his fault, whether he brought the people down the mountain or brought them back. Finally, Qiao Meishan opened the RV and shot Granny Chen. When the trigger was pulled, the bullet pierced Granny Chen's forehead accurately. The mutant vines withered almost instantly, turned into dead vines, and began to rot. Before she died, Granny Chen opened her old eyes. She bled from the corners of her mouth and seemed to want to speak, but she had no chance to speak. The gunshot startled other sleeping people, as well as the injured and sleeping people in the RV. Everyone just woke up, didn't know the specific situation, and only saw Captain Qiao, the always reliable SWAT, shooting and killing the old man while they were asleep. In an instant, the RV was in chaos, with screams. They all thought that Qiao Meishan wanted to cover up the major mistake in his decision-making tonight and kill all the witnesses and survivors, so as to escape the sanctions and punishment of the state law. Everyone wanted to run, but found themselves tied to the seats by seat belts and unable to move. But in fact, they were tied not only by seat belts, but also by the dense mutant vines growing from the wounds. But no one noticed this. The quiet night was boiling. The injured, with a strong desire to survive, had a strong aggression and murderous intention towards Qiao Meishan. Several vines sprang out rapidly and headed straight for Qiao Meishan's face. He had experienced it before. It was as easy for it to pierce a person's head as a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. Qiao Meishan gritted his teeth and shed tears. His hand that pulled the trigger was shaking. With each shot, the bullet accurately passed through the eyebrows of the infected mutants. and the vines that attacked him would wither instantly. Sound propagation in the air raid shelter is not affected. Not to mention the gunshots. Tong Xiangyu heard it even though she was awake. She hugged Song-gu tightly and could feel the twisting things under Song-gu wound, becoming more and more active, as if sensing danger, causing Song-gu to groan uncomfortably in his coma. Tong Xiangyu was afraid. She knew these people would not tolerate them. Once Xiao Meishan knew that Song-gu wound had also mutated, he would definitely shoot Song-gu like he killed those survivors. These people have even been together for a longer time, and they are just casual acquaintances. Once there is a threat or danger, the interests of the majority will definitely be the top priority. Tong Xiangyu trembled, and tears of fear welled up. She hugged Song-gu tightly in her arms, and her tears fell on Song-gu's face. Song-gu's body temperature has finally dropped a little, but he still hasn't woken up, and is still in the fever range. Tong Xiangyu held Song-gu's face, and leaned against Song-gu. Song-gu, Song-gu, wake up and tell me. What should I do? Song-gu didn't wake up. Tong Xiangyu took a deep breath and quickly wiped the tears off her face. Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu silently for a while, calmed down. And when she heard gunshots outside again, she opened the car door and got out. The gunshots not only woke up Tong Xiangyu, but also woke up other people, including the injured in the RV with less serious injuries. A young man woke up from his coma and dragged his heavy and weak body to get out of the car to take a look. He saw Zhou Bo standing at the door of the RV with a gun. Qin Nan, Zhu Qingwu, Lu Zhou and Fang Fang were all awake, but only Zhou Bo was outside the RV. The injured subconsciously thought that Zhou Bo was protecting their safety, but they didn't know that he was guarding here to prevent them from mutating. The injured called Zhou Bo first, and then asked, "What's going on? I think I heard a gunshot." Zhou Bo looked at the injured in front of him calmly. The injury was on the back of the hand, and only some faint spider web cracks could be seen on the skin. Zhou Bo said, "Something happened, the captain has solved it. You can go back to sleep." The injured person said, "I'm a little hungry." "Zhou Bo, I have someone bring you some food, go back to the car." The man turned back to the RV without any suspicion. Xiang Weijun saw Zhou Bo talking to someone, and came over to ask about the situation. Zhou Bo lost his calmness when facing the injured person just now, cleared his throat, and asked Xiang Weijun in a low voice, "What happened?" Xiang Weijun's face was not very good, nodded, and then pointed to the RV, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "The situation is under control for now." Zhou Bo didn't know if these people would mutate sooner or later, because there were already signs around the wounds, but as long as they didn't mutate completely, he would never shoot. Zhou Bo said, "Someone is hungry, bring some food over." Xiang Weijun, "Okay." Xiang Weijun went to get food, but when he thought that the wounded were all mutating regardless of their severity, he was worried about Tong Xiangyu's situation, so he took the food, but he didn't go to the RV, but went to where Tong Xiangyu and Song-gu car was parked. After walking a few steps, Xiang Weijun saw Tong Xiangyu just getting off the car. Tong Xiangyu also saw Xiang Weijun and took the initiative to call, "Brother Xiang." Xiang Weijun couldn't help but feel flattered, because he always felt that he was the only one who was busy when chatting with Tong Xiangyu. Could it be that Song-gu had changed, and Tong Xiangyu felt insecure, so she needed his help? Xiang Weijun thought a lot, but acted very calmly. "Xiaoyu, why did you get off the car? I was just looking for you." Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to put her hair behind her ears, looked at Xiang Weijun and asked, "I just fell asleep, and suddenly I heard what seemed to be gunshots, so I came to check the situation. Is there any danger?" Xiang Weijun knew that this matter could not be concealed, and nodded and replied, "Several people's wounds have been infected and mutated." Tong Xiangyu's expression was suddenly filled with fear. Mutated? What did they become? Xiang Weijun did not see it with his own eyes, but heard it from Xiao Mingshan. He did not exaggerate, but only told the truth. Many mutant vines will grow out of the wounds, using blood as nutrients, and sucking people dry. Then it uses the human body as a base to attack other people. Tong Xiangyu clenched her fists, but her expression was worried and afraid. "What should we do? What about the people? Are they dead?" "Almost," Xiang Weijun said. "The parasitized person should not feel alive, just hanging on to his last breath." Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips, and her hands hanging by her side could not help but grasp her thighs, still with a concerned and worried expression on her face. "What should we do?" I think most people are injured tonight. Seeing Tong Xiangyu was scared, Xiang Weijun tentatively raised his hand and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. We will protect you. Then he remembered the purpose of this and asked Tong Xiangyu, how is Songgu now? Tong Xiangyu immediately said, she's fine. She's fine. Quick reaction. Strong tone. Xiang Weijun looked at the private car parked quietly in the dark and felt that his role was reflected at this time. He had to give Tong Xiangyu enough sense of security and said, I go over and help you. Walk towards Xiang Weijun. Tong Xiangyu quickly raised her hand to stop Xiang Weijun and said in a panic, No! No, Songgu just woke up once and finally fell asleep, and her fever has subsided. In fact, I have never told you that. Our ability is to heal the body by itself. Xiang Weijun was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. What ability? Self-healing, the injury will heal quickly. At this time, Tong Xiangyu did not care about hiding. She looked around and did not find any tools, so she could only grab a thick layer of ice from the wall and then rolled up her sleeves to cut her arm. Xiang Weijun was startled and hurriedly grabbed Tong Xiangyu's wrist to stop her. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? I prove it to you. No need to prove it. Xiang Weijun said, as long as you say it, I will believe it. You didn't want to say it before. Tong Xiangyu apologized first. Xiang Weijun said it was okay. Tong Xiangyu smiled at Weijun again. A little shy. Brother Xiang, you are so nice. Xiang Weijun looked at the beautiful smile Tong Xiangyu showed him, and his heart was moved. In the short second when he was distracted, Tong Xiangyu quickly seized the opportunity and immediately scratched her arm with a sharp ice blade. Her skin was white, thin and tender, and it really bled. Xiang Weijun was frightened and panicked for a moment. You silly girl. What are you doing? I get you some medicine. No need. Tong Xiangyu quickly grabbed him. Look, Brother Xiang. The blood on the wound quickly coagulated and began to scab. When Tong Xiangyu turned on the flashlight and shone it on the wound, the blood mark seemed to have solidified on the skin. After wiping off the mark, there was no wound at all, and the arm was delicate, smooth, and white like jade. Xiang Weijun was stunned. Tong Xiangyu saw that he believed her, and hurriedly said, Songgu physique is the same as mine. We both recovered very quickly. In the previous car accident, Songgu had a steel bar piercing her stomach. We didn't have medicine, but she recovered in a few days. So you don't have to worry. Xiang Weijun finally came to his senses and sighed slowly. Oh my god, your ability is too strong. No wonder you insisted on going down the mountain with us before, and said you were not afraid. With such a special ability, there is really no need to worry about getting hurt. Tong Xiangyu saw that Xiang Weijun was frightened and no longer insisted on checking Songgu's situation, so he continued to inquire. There were so many gunshots just now. Did they kill a lot of people infected with the mutation? Then how to deal with them? Xiang Weijun didn't know, because Qiao Mingshan didn't say, but he guessed. They should drive outside the air raid shelter and set it on fire. Tong Xiangyu said he wanted to open the door, but after a few thoughts he asked, when now? Xiang Weijun, it depends on the situation of the remaining injured. It would be best if there is no abnormality. If there is abnormality, we will deal with it together. Tong Xiangyu nodded and pointed to the bread and water in his hand. What is this? Oh, 4 people. Xiang Weijun said, since you are fine, I will go and deliver food to others first. Okay. Call me if there is anything. I will rush over as soon as possible. Tong Xiangyu forced a smile. Thank you, Brother Xiang. Xiang Weijun was so happy when he was called Big Brother that he said, okay, let's go back to the car. It's too cold outside. Yeah, Tong Xiangyu responded, and after watching Xiang Weijun leave, she immediately went back to the car. She quickly pulled open Songgu's sleeve and saw that there were indeed many thin vines under the bandage of the wound, as thick as pencils, twisting constantly. Tong Xiangyu grabbed them. The vines froze in Tong Xiangyu's hands for a moment, but soon they arched her palm very actively. Tong Xiangyu was so nervous that her hair stood on end. She swallowed, and her impression of these terrifying vines was still that they strung living people into candied haws in an instant. Tong Xiangyu took out the military knife from Songgu's waist, opened it, took a deep breath, and then cut off several vines in one go. Chapter 99. It worked. The severed vines struggled violently in Tong Xiangyu's palm like a few live fish. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she threw them away in a hurry. She rubbed her palm against her clothes several times. Soon, the vines lost their vitality and became motionless like ordinary plant vines. Tong Xiangyu was very nervous and frightened. When she was sure that the vines were dead, she relaxed and courageously removed the bandage on Song's wound. Although the wound had been sutured, it was still bloody. At this moment, several vines grew out of it. The scene was extremely creepy. Perhaps sensing danger, the small vines were very nervous and twisted randomly like tentacles. Tong Xiangyu endured the tingling of her scalp and reached out to grab one of them. The vine she grabbed paused for a moment, and then twisted happily. Tong Xiangyu was frightened, endured the goosebumps all over her body, and cut off all the mutant vines one by one with a military knife, sticking to the wound. It was a matter of practice. After cutting off those mutated vines, the wound looked much more normal. Tong Xiangyu was silent for a moment, and then she took a deep breath, and then she cut her palm with the blade. She was afraid that it would bleed, and she was also worried that she didn't have the courage to cut it a second time. So she cut it deeply the first time, and she only clenched her fist slightly, and the thick blood dripped down. Tong Xiangyu endured the pain and directed the dripping blood to the wound on Song's arm, until the wound on the palm healed and stopped dripping blood. Tong Xiangyu helped Song rewrap the blood-stained bandage. After so long, Tong Xiangyu also knew that Song's self-healing physique was different from hers after all. The abrasion on the elbow took a long time to heal. As for why the car accident wound healed so quickly, there must be other reasons. After thinking about it, Tong Xiangyu felt that it might be partly her fault. What if her blood could help Song recover faster? Anyway, there was no loss. Just a little pain. Last night, Tong Xiangyu fed Song half a bottle of water, and then touched her forehead, which was damp and cold. She had sweated a lot. As long as she sweated, her fever would go down. Tong Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief, and picked up the vines that she had cut and thrown in the car one by one, wrapped them with a piece of cloth, and stuffed them under the car mat. A small section of vine wrapped in the cloth suddenly twitched slightly, as if it was standing still. All the companions kept it in good condition, but it couldn't help but break it. Tong Xiangyu was afraid of this thing, and the process of handling it was hasty and quick, and she didn't notice it at all. Then, Tong Xiangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Songge again, and gently rested her face on Songge's head. Tong Xiangyu didn't know if her blood would be useful. She could only think about the next retreat. Although it was a bit scary, she could help Songge cut off the mutant vines that would grow from the wound every day. If this method didn't work, it would be hard to hide it. Then they would wait for other injured people to mutate. And when Qiao Mingshan and his men were dealing with the bodies and opening the door of the air raid shelter, they would find an excuse to drive away. Although it was freezing cold and dark outside, and the ice was slippery, there was absolutely no way to drive down the mountain. After leaving the air raid shelter, they had nowhere to hide. With a car, at least you can turn on the air conditioner to block the wind and keep warm, and it can also protect you from danger. As for the follow-up, Tong Xiangyu hugged Songge and clung to him, thinking she believed that Songge would wake up safely. It must be possible. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the car window. Tong Xiangyu was startled, because she was concentrating on thinking of countermeasures just now, and she didn't pay attention to the movement outside at all. In addition, she just helped Songge cut off the mutant vines on the wound, so she felt guilty. Tong Xiangyu looked over, and it seemed to be Qiao Mingshan. A flashlight beam shone into the car, dazzling and bright. Tong Xiangyu tried to calm down her panic and pretended to be calm as she lowered the car window. There were still some blood spots on Qiao Mingshan's face. Under the flashlight, his expression was tense, and he looked cold and numb, like a ghost from hell. Tong Xiangyu cleared her throat and asked, "Captain Qiao? What's the matter?" Qiao Mingshan didn't say anything. Instead, Xiang Weijun, who was behind Qiao Mingshan, stood up and explained to Tong Xiangyu embarrassedly, "Xiaoyu, Captain Qiao said he came to see Songge injury. I said you have the ability to heal yourself, so it's no problem. Captain Qiao said he wanted to see it for himself." Tong Xiangyu then realized that Qiao Mingshan was not alone, and Xiang Weijun was following him. After hearing what Xiang Weijun said, Tong Xiangyu realized that Qiao Mingshan wanted to see if Songge's injury had changed. She secretly felt lucky that she had just decisively helped Songge cut the vines, and then packed up and hid them. But Tong Xiangyu didn't know how fast the mutant vines grew. What if there are some now? Tong Xiangyu hesitated, the flashlight had already shone into the car again. Qiao Mingshan asked, "Is it inconvenient to see?" "Of course not." Tong Xiangyu answered hurriedly, then pursed her lips, and decided to take a gamble with a heart hanging in the air. She lifted up Song Gu's sleeves directly, revealing the wound on her arm that she had bandaged. There was nothing unusual around the wound on her arm, and the skin was also normal color. Tong Xiangyu saw this, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Mingshan saw it with his own eyes, and finally felt relieved. He remembered that Tong Xiangyu didn't want him to see Song Gu wound before, probably to hide the fact that they had the ability to heal themselves. Because when he saw Song Gu at that time, he didn't have any symptoms of being emaciated by the vine sucking blood. The current situation is special, and it is a good thing for girls to be defensive against outsiders. In fact, after Qiao Mingshan shot the mutant injured, he always wanted to come and see Song Gu. But he didn't dare. He was worried that Song Gu had also mutated. So what should he do? On the night when the meteorite fell from the sky, if it weren't for the two little girls, they would have died in that natural disaster. Where could the county officials find such a safe hiding place? If he had to kill them, he really couldn't do it. Luckily, Qiao Mingshan said that they had the ability to heal themselves, which could also explain why they were two young students, but they were able to arrive here safely. Qiao Mingshan was really relieved, asked, "Has Song Gu fever subsided?" Tong Xiangyu, "Thank you Captain Qiao for your concern, it has subsided a long time ago. Actually, he just retired." Qiao Mingshan did not doubt him, and said, "That's good, if you need anything, tell us. Or you can move to the RV, the space there is bigger than here. You and Song Gu can both sleep well." Tong Xiangyu didn't think she could sleep well in the RV at all. Those people were killed in the RV. Besides, if she went to the RV, how could she secretly cut the vines on Song Gu wound? Tong Xiangyu hurriedly shook her head, and declined, "Thank you. Captain, we are fine here, we are used to it." Then Tong Xiangyu changed the subject, with a worried look on her face, asked, "Captain Qiao, I heard from Brother Xiang that all the injured people have mutated." "Right. Qiao Mingshan, the few with minor injuries can be controlled for the time being." "For the time being?" Tong Xiangyu murmured, and asked, "Is there a way to get down the mountain safely now?" Qiao Mingshan didn't have the energy to think about how to get down the mountain now, but it shouldn't be a problem to concentrate firepower, after all. There are fewer people now. As long as the cover is proper, the vines will retreat when they are hit by firepower counterattacks. However, it depends on the recovery of the remaining injured. Qiao Mingshan said, "We are already thinking of a solution. Don't worry. Then we will leave. You have a good rest. Call me if you need anything." Tong Xiangyu, "Okay." How dare Tong Xiangyu rest? She was always worried, afraid that vines would grow out of Song Gu wound again. What if she didn't deal with it in time, and was seen by others? Then she and Song Gu died in a dream. But her eyelids were really heavy, and she had to squint from time to time. Tong Xiangyu had no choice but to get off the car and switch seats with Song Gu, letting Song Gu injured left hand close to her side. In this way, even if there was any abnormal movement, she could wake up and deal with it immediately. At this time, Tong Xiangyu had never thought that if Song Gu mutated, the vines on her hand would kill her immediately. Tong Xiangyu only felt that this solved the worry of being discovered. And then she hugged Song Gu and fell asleep leaning against him. Tong Xiangyu had experienced a thrilling experience, and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Song Gu was not having a good time either. After she fainted, she felt her body being torn apart, as if something was about to explode from her body, and she felt pain from head to toe, as if there was a force trying to plunder her body, taking away her flesh, her bones, and every inch of her skin. It was like some strange force was pouring in. Whether it was being deprived, or being given, it was extremely intense and painful. Every time, Song Gu spent all her energy to resist, and after temporarily overcoming the pain, she would think tiredly, "Fortunately, it was me who was injured, not the delicate young lady, otherwise I would not have been able to survive. It hurt so much. Even the abdominal penetration caused by the car accident didn't hurt this much." After struggling with the mysterious force for a few times, Song Gu was able to adapt, and she dreamed of some strange images. There was a huge heartbeat in her ears, and she seemed to belong to the earth. Floating up, looking down at everything, there were green and brown vines with invisible sources intertwined, and each thick vine moved autonomously as if it had life. There was light in the dream. Song Gu was watching the vines moving calmly, and suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. The pain was so intense that she spasmed all over and could not hold on any longer. She fainted instantly. After an unknown amount of time, Song-gu saw the light again and slowly opened her eyes in the light. Tong Xiangyu had not yet noticed that Song-gu had opened her eyes and woke up. She was checking Song-gu's wound. The gauze bandage was removed. Song-gu's wound had healed and scabbed, and there were no strange vines growing. But Tong Xiangyu was helping Song-gu cut off the vines. And when she woke up after a nap, she saw something similar, except that the scab was not so thick at the time, and the wound was only slightly healed. She was very surprised and shocked at the time, because it seemed that her blood took effect. But she had calmed down, because Song-gu had not woken up yet. Tong Xiangyu held a flashlight in one hand, and gently pressed Song-gu's wound with the other hand. She wanted to see if there were any vines under the wound, but there were none. She gently touched it with her palm to feel it, and the skin around the wound seemed normal. Song-gu watched Tong Xiangyu poking and touching the wound on her arm. The flashlight reflected on her pretty little face. Her eyelashes were long and thick, and her almond eyes were dark and shiny. But it was obvious that her complexion was not very good. She probably didn't sleep well. Song-gu felt guilty. Once or twice, Tong Xiangyu took great pains to take care of him. Song-gu sighed slightly. Tong Xiangyu noticed the movement, and thought she had heard it wrong at first, so she turned her head to look at Song-gu. She stared into Song-gu's eyes. Their eyes met for 2 seconds. Tong Xiangyu blinked to make sure she was right, and her almond eyes suddenly widened, and she shouted in great surprise, "Song-gu, you're awake." "Song-gu, yeah." Song-gu's voice sounded lazy and hoarse. "Every time I wake up, I see you taking advantage of me." Tong Xiangyu joy quickly turned into aggrieved tears after hearing Song-gu speak. Her nose felt sore. "Song-gu, do you know?" She paused at this point. Song-gu was listening, but didn't hear the rest. He asked, "What?" Tong Xiangyu wiped her eyes and refused to continue. Instead, she smiled at Song-gu with her lips bent, and then picked up the bandage to wrap Song-gu wound again. Song-gu said, "No need to wrap it. It's all healed." "Not healed yet." Tong Xiangyu asked Qin Nan for the bandage, and she had changed the bandage several times, because she couldn't keep using the blood-stained one, which was prone to bacterial infection. Tong Xiangyu said, "It will be healed only when the scab falls off." Tong Xiangyu asked again, "Do you know how long you slept this time?" Song-gu glanced out the window, still in the air raid shelter, and it was very quiet, and she could hardly hear any movement. She let Tong Xiangyu help her bandage her arm, and asked cooperatively, "How long did you sleep?" Tong Xiangyu whispered, "Long, long, 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 long." Song-gu wanted to ask this young lady to speak properly, but when he saw her blinking her eyes slightly, her eyelashes became wet. Song-gu was choked again, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart, paused, and said, "Little milk tea." Tong Xiangyu said with a nasal tone. Look up at me." Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Song-gu reached out and lifted Tong Xiangyu's chin. Looking at her wet and evasive eyes, he felt even more guilty, and hugged Tong Xiangyu into his arms, patted her back gently to comfort her, and said, "I'm sorry, I made you wait for so long again." Tong Xiangyu choked in Song-gu's arms, hugged her back, and whispered, "It's okay. It's okay. It's good to wake up." Song-gu was unconscious for a long time. So long that the less seriously injured people mutated one by one without exception not long ago. Qiao Mingshan and his team dealt with them all. Now, there are only 2 survivors left in the air raid shelter. A woman and a child. 3 special police officers, Qiao Mingshan, Xiang Weijun and Zhou Bo. For superpowers, Fang Fang, Qin Nan, Zhu Qinwu and Lu Zhou, and Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu. A total of 11 people. That's right. Tong Xiangyu remembered something, and hurriedly got up from Song-gu's arms, and took out the package of mutant vines she had hidden from under the car mat. However, when she opened the cloth bag, it was empty, and the cut vines had disappeared. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Song-gu asked her, "What?" Chapter 100 Vines. Before Tong Xiangyu could answer Song-gu, the car window was knocked. Tong Xiangyu quickly hid the cloth bag under the car mat, and turned to look. Song-gu also looked. Standing outside were Qiao Mingshan, Zhu Qinwu and Zhou Bo. Tong Xiangyu lowered the car window. "Captain Qiao? I heard some noise from your side, so I came to check it out." Qiao Mingshan looked at Song-gu and said, "He really woke up." "Song-gu, how do you feel?" Song-gu moved his injured left hand. "It's fine now." "That's good." Xiao Mingshan finally smiled for the first time since the attack. Although he looked tired, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "To celebrate your recovery, let's have a hot meal. We've been eating bread and water for a while, and haven't cooked for a long time." Xiao Mingshan called, Zhou Bo, Captain Xiao. Let Ajuan light the fire and cook." "Okay." Song Ge got out of the car. Knowing that Song Ge had woken up, Qin Nan and the others ran down the RV excitedly to see him, and looked him up and down. But he only dared to look, not to touch and confirm. Song Ge looked around, and found that the surroundings were extremely quiet, just like when he woke up. There were originally 4 RVs parked in the air raid shelter, but now there were only 2. Although the lights were on in the RVs, there were almost no people inside. Song Ge guessed the reason immediately. Tong Xiangyu said that she slept for a long time. During this period, the survivors who were rescued back to the air raid shelter should not have survived and died one by one. After all, the symptoms after being injured were indeed uncomfortable. She only had a small scratch on her arm, but she was in deep pain and torture. Those who were young or old, if their willpower was not so strong, would find it difficult to survive. No wonder everyone was so depressed. Thinking of this, Song Ge was once again glad that he was the injured person instead of Tong Xiangyu. Xiang Weijun quickly lit 2 fires. A woman in her 40s came down from the RV with a child of 5 or 6 years old, and also came to sit by the fire. The little boy was holding a toy in his hand, sitting silently by the side, and the woman was helping him button up his down jacket. Obviously, he was in a hurry after getting off the RV. Qin Nan said, "Sister Huang, the porridge is not cooked yet. It's too cold outside. You take Xiaozha back to the RV and wait. I bring it up to you later." The woman called Sister Huang shook her head and forced a smile. "It's stuffy in the RV. It's more comfortable outside." Seeing the tragic scene in the RV, who could live in it without any psychological burden? Originally, they were going to cook rice, but Song Ge had just recovered from a serious illness, so it was more appropriate to eat porridge. Qin Nan only made a suggestion, and Xiao Mingshan said that they should drink porridge instead. After boiling for a few minutes, a large pot of porridge began to emit a steaming and rich rice aroma. Xiang Weijun peeled 3 preserved eggs, chopped them up in his hands, and threw them in. There was no wind in the air raid shelter, but it was cold. In the cold darkness, the fire flickered. It was very quiet. No one spoke, and there was only the occasional crackling of the fire. After the porridge was cooked, Qin Nan took a few disposable bowls and served porridge to everyone. Xiao Mingshan talked about going down the mountain again. They had actually discussed this several times. The simplest and most effective way was to break in, provide fire cover, and then force their way down the mountain, because those vines will avoid attacks. Although I only saw part of the vines that broke through the ice on the ground that time, I don't know how big this ferocious mutant vine is, and how terrifying its full appearance is. But no matter when, the best defense is attack. They are few in number now, so it is relatively easy to protect them. Of course, if they want to make a detour, Fong Fong can create an absolutely quiet area, but the range of 1.5 meters is too small, not enough to accommodate everyone, and once they are discovered by the vines, it will eventually turn into a firepower confrontation. Song Ge was drinking preserved egg porridge, just listening, not speaking, but suddenly felt something was wrong. She paused, frowned and looked up at the stone door of the air raid shelter, and remained in that position for more than half a minute. Tong Xiangyu noticed Song Ge abnormality, leaned towards Song Ge, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Song Ge?" Song Ge retracted his gaze, shook his head, and continued to drink porridge. It was rare to eat hot food, so Xiang Weijun cooked more. So everyone ate until they were full. There was no sunlight in the air raid shelter, and it was impossible to feel the passage of time. After Song Ge finished eating, he took Tong Xiangyu back to the car. Tong Xiangyu didn't really listen to Xiao Mingshan and the others discussing the plan to go down the mountain. She only noticed that Song Ge seemed to be distracted 3 or 4 times, so she wanted to ask Song Ge what was going on as soon as she got in the car. After getting in the car, Song Ge took out the cloth bag that Tong Xiangyu had randomly hidden under the car mat. What he was about to say was interrupted by the appearance of Xiao Mingshan and others. Song Ge held the cloth and looked at Tong Xiangyu. "What did you want to tell me before?" Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips and looked back. Xiao Mingshan and the others didn't follow them, but Zhu Qingwu had the ability to hear. Tong Xiangyu hesitated, and felt that with Song Ge's current recovery, It didn't matter even if those words were overheard. Tong Xiangyu got into the car, closed the door, and said, all those injured by the vines that night were infected and mutated. Song Ge raised his eyebrows slightly. Mutated? Yes. Tong Xiangyu said, many vines will grow from the wounds. And those vines use human blood and flesh as nutrients, and continue to absorb until they suck the person into a mummy, and then use the body as a foundation to attack humans everywhere. Song Ge asked, how many have mutated? All. Song Ge was silent for a moment, and asked Tong Xiangyu, why haven't I mutated? Tong Xiangyu almond eyes suddenly widened. Song Ge read something from her eyes, and was about to say, so I have mutated. But the next moment Tong Xiangyu covered her mouth. Tong Xiangyu pressed on Song Ge, and hurriedly said, sh. Her other hand quickly pointed outside the car, indicating that she should speak softly, as someone might be eavesdropping outside. Song Ge nodded. Tong Xiangyu then stood up, took Song Ge's hand, and wrote on her palm. Song Ge looked at it, and said a few short words. I cut the mutant vine. Song Ge looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu picked up the cloth and shook it, frowned and said strangely, I originally wrapped it here, but it disappeared. Song Ge, why did it disappear? Tong Xiangyu shook her head, but thought in her heart, this is unreasonable. The mutant vines that Captain Qiao and his team dealt with all died as soon as they left the human body they were parasitizing, and they withered and rotted directly. But these vines disappeared out of thin air. Song Ge asked, Captain Qiao and his men shot all the infected mutants? Tong Xiangyu paused for a moment and nodded. Song Ge then said, they loaded them into a motorhome and transported them outside the air raid shelter and set them on fire. Tong Xiangyu was shocked and looked at Song Ge. How did you know? When they did that, Song Ge was clearly still unconscious. Song Ge was silent for a while and was not sure and said, I think I saw it. Tong Xiangyu, you saw it? How did you see it? Song Ge recalled the feeling when she was sitting and drinking porridge just now. It seemed that the surrounding scene changed in an instant. She arrived outside the stone door of the air raid shelter. 2 burnt and charred RVs were parked outside. The windows and seats of the RVs had bullet holes. It was quiet all around. There was no sun, but it was no longer pitch dark. Song Ge could see many things clearly. I thought it was just an illusion, but Tong Xiangyu confirmed these 2 points in person. What happened? Did she get infected and mutate, or did she have superpowers? Song Ge had no idea. The food reserves in the air raid shelter were getting less and less, most of which had been moved to the foot of the mountain by Qiao and others several times before, in order not to starve to death. The action of going down the mountain was imminent. Qiao called the other 10 people and held a meeting in the RV and made a detailed plan for the action of going down the mountain. The moment the stone door was opened, the cold wind outside cut into people's skin like a bone scraper. There were waves of stinging pain. Qiao stood at the front of the team, carrying a machine gun in his arms, and a bright flashlight fixed on his forehead. He was alert to his surroundings, paying attention to his feet, and when he was sure there was no danger, he called the people in the air raid shelter to come out. Song Ge found something wrong as soon as Lu Zhou opened the door. She could actually see the situation outside, without a torch or flashlight. Everything around her was clear, the gnarled tree roots that had emerged from the soil, the branches covered with icicles, and even the birds that had frozen to death on the branches and were trying to fly. She also heard a faint heartbeat, as if it came from underground. Thump, thump. Each beat was steady and powerful. Tong Xiangyu grabbed Song Ge's sleeve and pressed against her. Song Ge held Tong Xiangyu's wrist with his backhand. At this moment, Song Ge suddenly felt her left arm itchy. Something stirring in her clothes. Song Ge pursed her lips, making sure that no one was looking at her, and she lowered her head. She saw a thin green-brown vine quietly poking out from her sleeve. Song Ge saw it clearly. Her scalp was numb, and her whole body was nailed to the spot as if the acupuncture points were pressed. She watched the vine carefully crawl out, and it had a good sense of direction in the air, and it stretched to the front of her hand holding Tong Xiangyu. Song Ge was afraid that this thing would hurt Tong Xiangyu, so she grabbed Tong Xiangyu's wrist and instinctively wanted to hide back. But before she could do it, she saw the small vine twisting in the air in a clumsy and awkward shape of a heart. Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu didn't see anything. Seeing that Song Ge didn't leave, she raised her other hand to grab Song Ge's arm and asked, Song Ge, what's wrong? The small vine heard Tong Xiangyu's voice, and noticed that she was moving, and it quickly went back into Song Ge's sleeve like lightning. Chapter 101 Repel. Song Ge came back to her senses with shock, almost thought she was hallucinating. She raised her hand to pinch her left arm, but there was nothing unusual. She had no idea where the vine came from, and where it hid. Tong Xiangyu saw Song Ge pinching her hand, and immediately asked, "Does the wound hurt?" "No." Song Ge put down her hand, and held Tong Xiangyu again. She pursed her lips and frowned, and did not tell Tong Xiangyu about the incredible scene just now, but only took her to catch up with the main force. Although most of the 11 people have special powers, their special powers cannot protect them when they go down the mountain. Therefore, they mainly rely on the 3 special police officers and Lu Zhou to cover and protect everyone with firepower. The formation is that Fang Fang uses her special power to create an absolutely quiet area of 1.5 meters, and then takes Qin Nan, Zhu Qing Wu, women and children in. Xiao Mingshan originally wanted Tong Xiangyu to go in as well, but Tong Xiangyu refused to separate from Song Ge. So the formation was Xiao Mingshan and Lu Zhou leading the way, followed by Zhu Qingwu and others, followed by Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu, and Xiang Weijun and Zhou Bo at the end. Song Ge carried the bag he had packed last time he went down the mountain, and held Tong Xiangyu with one hand. It was just like last time, with a thick layer of ice under his feet. But Song Ge found that his feet were not slipping at all. He even took half of Tong Xiangyu's weight, letting her lean on him, and helped her to stabilize her body as steady as a pine tree. The mountain was still as cold as an ice cellar, and it was pitch black. Xiao Mingshan followed the rope that connected the air raid shelter to the foot of the mountain at the beginning and went down the mountain. When he saw the frozen corpses on the road, Xiao Mingshan hard shuddered slightly, thinking of the tragic situation last time. He calmed down and knew that he had reached the section where he was attacked last time. Xiao Mingshan fired 2 shots directly into the sky. The people following behind almost all saw the stream of light from the tracer bullets in front of him. This meant that everyone should be alert. Song Ge had been paying attention to the surroundings. The vines that broke through the ice before disappeared, and the ground was frozen again with a thick layer of ice. It seemed no different from before, but there was a difference. Several dried corpses that had been sucked dry, either frozen into ice sculptures and lying on the roadside, or buried deep under the ice. The ice under his feet even had the color of blood. Song Ge saw it clearly. Tong Xiangyu was very afraid of the cold. She shrank slightly along the way, leaning on Song Ge, and almost wanted to stuff herself into the down jacket. However, after seeing Captain Qiao firing the gun, she quickly raised her hand to flip down her hat. Song Ge noticed, and thought it was blown down by the wind, and raised his hand to help her put it on. But Tong Xiangyu flipped it down again, and whispered, "I don't wear it." Song Ge saw that her nose was red from the cold. "Why don't you wear it? The wind is so strong. And it's so cold. It's hot. I want some fresh air," Tong Xiangyu said randomly, looking around vigilantly, thinking to herself, "I have my reasons." She had prepared herself before going down the mountain. If she encountered danger this time, she would definitely stand in front of Song Ge. She had the ability to recover quickly, and she really didn't want Song Ge to have any accidents again. Song Ge thought, this kind of hot weather? Want some fresh air? Seeing that the young lady was so cold that she was talking nonsense, Song Ge couldn't resist, so he could only let her go. But he wrapped Tong Xiangyu's cold hands and put them in his pocket to warm her up. The attack section is passed, safe and sound. Zhu Qingwu has been paying attention to the surrounding movements, and there is nothing unusual. Despite this, everyone is still worried. Xiao Mingshan continues to lead everyone down the mountain in the direction of the rope. Everyone follows closely behind. But Zhou Bo at the end of the team frowned. Not right. Xiang Weijun, holding a gun, immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Bo did not answer Xiao Mingshan, but just looked down at the rope on the ground. Song Ge didn't hear Zhou Bo say that it was wrong, but she also found out that it was wrong almost immediately. This was not the way down the mountain at all. The way down the mountain was an unrepaired yellow dirt road, which was wide and had a steep slope, and the tight rope seemed to be taking all of them to another completely unfamiliar direction. Song Ge pursed her lips and frowned, and quietly drew out the military knife from her waist for defense. Xiao Mingshan, who had been leading the way for a while, also realized that something was wrong. He led the team up and down the mountain several times. There was a clear slope when going down the mountain, and a huge turn. He had fixed the rope on the tree at the turn, but now, the tree was nowhere to be seen. The rope had been tampered with. It was obvious that they were going to lead them to a more dangerous place. Xiaoming stopped at the foot of the mountain. At this time, Zhu Qingwu behind him asked nervously, "Captain Xiao, did we go in the wrong direction? I heard Zhou Bo and Xiang Weijun say that the road was wrong." Now Xiao Mingshan was sure that he was wrong. Perhaps at this time, the vines that attacked them in the dark were ready to strike, waiting to give them a fatal blow. Xiao Mingshan fired several shots into the air, warning them. Bang, bang, bang. Several tracer bullets flew through the darkness like fireworks, trying to deter the mutant vines in the dark in this way. At the same time, Xiao Mingshan turned to Lu Zhou and said, "You go to the back. Let Zhou Bo come." Lu Zhou immediately responded, "Okay." Xiao Mingshan fired, and the team stopped moving forward. Zhou Bo instantly knew that Captain Qiao had also realized that they had taken the wrong path, and immediately told Xiang Weijun to guard while he went to the front to replace Lu Zhou. The two sides were in sync. Zhou Bo and Lu Zhou met in the middle of the team and made a handover. However, at this critical gap, the attack came. The first thing that changed was the sound of the wind. The vines attacked as fast as lightning in the dark, causing the whistling of the cold wind. Before Zhu Qingwu could tell Captain Qiao to be careful, Xiao Mingshan had already heard the sound and located the vines that attacked in the dark and fired several shots. 4 or 5 vines were hit by tracer bullets and immediately shrank back. But the next moment, they rushed forward with even more ferocity. The attack was sudden, and Lu Zhou and Zhou Bo had no way to continue the handover. They could only protect the unarmed people behind them, and then raise their guns to shoot as fire cover. However, the purpose of their fire cover was to go down the mountain. Otherwise, they would be in danger if their guns and ammunition ran out. Now the route was wrong, and Zhou Bo had to go to the front to find the correct direction to go down the mountain. And he couldn't waste time here. Zhou Bo shot back the vines with a bang, and moved forward. However, Lu Zhou on the other side was not a special police officer. He only knew how to shoot, and his accuracy was not good. Captain Qiao said that if it really didn't work, the momentum should be in place. However, the momentum was in place. A vine as thick as an arm jumped out in the hail of bullets and directly swept away the child in the area. Sister Huang screamed in fear and tried her best to rush out to save the child, but was grabbed by Qin Nan. Qin Nan shouted, "Sister Huang, danger!" It was pitch black all around, and the flashlight could only illuminate a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Under the tracer bullets, the dozens of vines that attacked were elusive and ferocious. Everyone thought the child was gone, but Song Ge could see that the vine had wrapped the child up high, and dagger-sharp thorns grew from the bottom of the vine. But when they were about to grow near the child, the thorns suddenly stopped and retracted. The vine did not kill the child to absorb nutrients, but rolled the child to the middle of the vine, and then rushed down. The vines were extremely fast, unstoppable, and their sharp whistling sounds were enough to pierce the eardrums. They were invisible the moment before, but appeared in front of him the next second. Lu Zhou was so scared that he raised his gun and fired continuously. But the recoil was about to break his shoulder, and he didn't hit a single shot. Tong Xiangyu saw the vines attacking, and there was no way to avoid it. She immediately opened her arms to block Song Ge. The scene of those people being pierced by the vines into blood gourds was vivid in her mind. But Tong Xiangyu couldn't care less, and just closed her eyes tightly in fear. Song Ge's heart stopped beating. What is this young lady doing? Song Ge hugged Tong Xiangyu in her body, and grabbed the military knife with his backhand to take the attack that he couldn't avoid. However, something in his left hand was faster, and several vines quickly twisted into one, blocking the attack of the vines as they flew out. Song Ge felt his arm go numb. The next moment, he saw the vine quickly retreating away, and the other vines also quickly retreated. The attack came quickly, and ended quickly. The moment the vines attacked her, Tong Xiangyu was so frightened that her soul flew away, and she lost her 5 senses. She had no idea that Song Ge had carried her to save her. Tong Xiangyu even thought that if she opened her eyes, she would be able to see herself stuck on the vines like a candied hawes. And she was looking at everyone from a high angle, until the call of little milk tea in her ear became clearer and clearer. Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes carefully with trembling eyelashes. Seeing this, Song Ge said, "You know you were afraid, but you still stand in front of me?" Tong Xiangyu's lips moved, and she was about to explain. Song Ge said, "Let's go. I settle with you later." The sound of gunfire and grenades stopped, because it was too dark and cold, and they were scared. Everyone was busy running for their lives, and no one saw what happened to Song-gu. Soon, under Zhou Bo leadership, everyone found the right way down the mountain. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, the transmission of light and sound returned to normal. Qiao Mingshan led everyone into the house at the foot of the mountain that was not destroyed by the meteorite, and all the supplies they carried were inside. Xiang Weijun was relieved when he entered the house, but when he turned around, he saw Zhou Bo arm bleeding. Xiang Weijun's expression froze instantly. Everyone knows what happens when a vine hits you. Zhou Bo noticed something was wrong, looked at Xiang Weijun, and then followed his gaze to his arm. He immediately said, "Oh, don't look like the sky is falling. This was hit by the captain." Xiang Weijun? When the two met, a mutant vine attacked Zhou Bo from behind. At the critical moment, Qiao Mingshan raised his gun to repel the vine, and the bullet grazed Zhou Bo's arm. If he was a little slower, Zhou Bo would have been in trouble. Xiang Weijun finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall. Qiao Mingshan began to count the number of people, confirming that everyone was safe. However, at this moment, there was a cry of pain. Sister Huang fell to the ground, helplessly and painfully hammering the ground while crying and screaming that she would not live anymore, and did not want to live anymore. Since the outbreak of the monster virus, she watched her relatives die one by one, leaving only the children. Now her family is gone. Her children are gone, and natural and man-made disasters continue. She can no longer see any hope. It is impossible for them to find a shelter. The end of the world is coming, and they will all die. It is better to die early. She wants to go back to the mountain now. Die with the child. Qin Nan, Zhu Qingwu, and the others hurried to stop Sister Huang. At this moment, several people came in from outside. Song-gu, Tong Xiangyu, and Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was holding a child in one hand. As soon as Lu Zhou put the little boy down, the boy rushed to Sister Huang crying. Chapter 102. What happened? Qin Nan was shocked. She saw with her own eyes that the child had been swept away by the vines. Based on the ferocious appearance of the mutant vines, there was no way that the child would be left alive. Sister Huang recovered her lost child and cried and laughed while holding him in excitement. Qiao Mingshan, Xiang Weijun and others also looked at Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu. Song-gu certainly would not say that he saw with his own eyes that the mutant vines withdrew and dropped the little boy down. When dropped on the ice from that height, an adult would have some internal and external injuries, but a child body is soft, it is not certain. Song-gu only said, "We met him on the way down the mountain. He was sitting on the ground without crying or shouting." Tong Xiangyu could testify, "Yes. Yes." Lu Zhou also said, "Song-gu didn't recognize us as the child with us at that time, and was surprised that there was a living person on the road." The two directly confirmed the truth of Song-gu's words. Sister Huang cried while holding the child, and then she remembered to check if he was injured. Qin Nan and Zhu Qingwu went to see immediately. If he had been injured by the vines, then the joy now would be in vain, and the child would be infected and die sooner or later. Lu Zhou closed the door, isolated the cold wind outside the house. Xiang Weijun walked around, using a flashlight to illuminate every corner of the first floor, making sure that it was the same as when they moved the supplies before. There were no outsiders, and no other extra dangers. The child was lucky. There were only some bruises on his body, just because his feet hurt from crying. Qin Nan helped him to pinch it. It was not broken, maybe a slight fracture, so he used a splint to fix it more professionally. This trip down the mountain was really safe, much better than planned. Qiao Mingshan said, "There are rooms on the second and third floors. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Let's discuss the allocation." Fong Fong responded repeatedly, "Okay. Okay." Everyone has been in the air raid shelter for so long, and they haven't had a good sleep for a long time. Now they have arrived at the foot of the mountain. The situation at the foot of the mountain is not as weird as on the mountain, and there is no need to worry about mutant vines. There is a room to live in and a bed to sleep in. It can't be better. Zhou Bo followed everyone upstairs, but he couldn't figure it out all the way. He asked, "Those mutant vines are obviously well prepared tonight, and they are coming with great momentum. Why did they suddenly retreat in the middle of the fight?" Asked the guards. "Because our firepower is stronger than last time?" Lu Zhou, the counterattack speed is also faster. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he remembered something, and said with lingering fear, "But the mutant vine that attacked us at that time was really terrible. It swept Xiuzhou away in an instant, and rushed down again. I thought we were all finished. It seemed that Song Ge blocked it at that time, and then beat back the vine? Qiao Mingshan was stunned when he heard this, and looked up at Song Ge. Song Ge walked in front, didn't look back, but said in a very calm tone, "You saw it wrong. Xiang Yu was blocking in front of me at that time, and the mutant vines came down on my head. I was so scared that I couldn't move, and I don't know how the vines retreated behind me." Tong Xiangyu didn't react when Song Ge said Xiangyu. After hearing the whole sentence, she remembered the scene at that time. She immediately said in a delicate and gentle voice, "Right. I said I would protect you." In fact, Tong Xiangyu didn't remember the specific situation, because she closed her eyes. But after hearing Song Ge say this, Tong Xiangyu couldn't help feeling elated. Her behavior at that time must have been very brave. And it touched Song Ge very much. Song Ge laughed and said, "Thank you." Tong Xiangyu heard this, and felt that Song Ge was in a bad mood. She quickly hugged Song Ge's arm, and acted coquettishly. She hoped that she would forget about settling accounts because of her good attitude. The rooms on the second and third floors had been cleaned and tidied before. There were thick quilts on the beds. The floor was clean. There was also a bathroom. Compared to the cold air raid shelter and the crowded RV, this place was much better. As for the darkness, it was the same everywhere. Fong Fong looked at the room and asked, "Will those mutant vines not chase us to the foot of the mountain?" Zhu Qingwu said, "Probably not. If they could chase us to the foot of the mountain, they wouldn't have to lead us to another road and attack us again." Fong Fong said faintly, "It could have killed us directly. But it took the trouble to take us to another place to kill us. What are you doing? Showing off your IQ?" Qin Nan smiled. Zhu Qingwu didn't continue the topic, but said, "Let's live in this room. Move the sofa in the living room and the small bed in the guest room in. Together with Sister Huang and Xiaoxia. There are 5 people in total. And 3 beds. Everyone can take care of each other in one room. Which is safer?" Fong Fong asked Song Ge. "Song Ge. Shall you? How about you? Do you want to move the bed in the second bedroom over and sleep with us? The master bedroom is big and spacious enough anyway." Song Ge, "No need. We sleep in the second bedroom." After Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu left, Qin Nen said, "You know that they are always together and are not familiar with others. But you still want to make yourself unhappy." Fong Fong disagreed. "It's just a polite question. The second floor was better, where several ladies lived. The third floor was more shabby, where Qiao Mingshan and other men lived. The men took turns to keep watch, each for 4 hours. If there was any abnormal situation, they would fire a gun to notify. As soon as Tong Xiangyu entered the second bedroom, she immediately showed her courtesy to Song Ge, helping her take the bag on her shoulder. "Put it down, it's so heavy, I've been carrying it all the way." Song Ge, "It's not heavy." Having said that, Song Ge still took the bag herself, and put it on the dressing table, where she used to put on makeup. The owner of this second bedroom should be a girl, who knows how to dress up. There are so many bottles and jars on the dressing table, boxes and brushes, that it's dizzying. Tong Xiangyu secretly looked at Song Ge's expression. But after putting down her bag, Song Ge went to check the bed. She lifted the quilt to see if it was clean and tidy. After all, if you want a delicate young lady with a bit of cleanliness to sleep on it, you can't be too sloppy. But fortunately, this room was originally occupied by girls, and the quilt and bed looked very clean and tidy. Tong Xiangyu followed Song Ge like a little follower. Eagerly, step by step. Song Ge put the quilt back and said, "No problem. Go to bed early." Tong Xiangyu looked at her. "What about you?" Song Ge, "I go to bed too." Tong Xiangyu lay on the soft big bed, covered with a warm and soft quilt. This was completely different from being in a private car, where it was difficult to turn over. But Tong Xiangyu didn't have the mood to enjoy it at the moment. She was secretly worried and entangled. Was Song Ge angry? Did she need to take the initiative to admit her mistakes? But she thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a result. Tong Xiangyu fell asleep. After a few minutes, Song Ge heard the sound of gentle and even breathing from the side, and thought, this delicate young lady has been very hard over the past period of time. Tong Xiangyu fell asleep, but Song Ge was not sleepy at all. It was not entirely because she was alert in a strange place. Song Ge held her left hand. This time, she did not press empty, but directly pressed the thing under her sleeve that was ready to move. The touch was real. She was also infected. According to everyone in Tong Xiangyu description, the infected will be sucked dry of all flesh and blood by the mutant vines, and eventually become a mummy, and then the mutant vines found in the body will attack everyone indiscriminately. Songge's expression became very ugly. At this moment, Songge's ears suddenly moved slightly, and she heard the sound of the zipper sliding little by little. Songge looked immediately. It was their backpacks placed on the dressing table. Bai bit the zipper, and pulled it open little by little, and finally succeeded in sticking a small dog head out of the bag. Songge watched. She had been tying the mutant dog with a seat belt in the car. The previous time she went down the mountain, for fear of scaring the survivors, Tong Xiangyu hid the puppy in the backpack, and specifically told the dog not to bark. Who would have thought that she would be injured and unconscious after being attacked on the way down the mountain? The injured people will be infected and mutated one after another. No wonder the eldest lady was so nervous, and took care of it without taking off her clothes, and forgot to let this thing out. However, this dog is a mutant dog that has come back to life. It doesn't need to breathe, and it's okay to hide in the bag for a long time. But it is well trained. If you tell it not to bark, it really doesn't bark at all. Xian Jufu. Just as the thought came to an end, Songge heard the dog barking at him twice. Tong Xiangyu heard the noise in her sleep, and turned slightly. Songge was afraid that the dog's barking would wake Tong Xiangyu up. So he got out of bed, and grabbed the mutant dog's mouth. Although Bai was small, he was never afraid of anything. But this time, he trembled when Songge approached him. However, even so, he trembled and shouted at her, and made an attacking gesture. Songge looked in the direction of the dog, and found that it was his left hand that was barking at him. Songge's hand went to cover the dog's mouth, and he couldn't cover his left hand anymore. So several mutant vines came out of his sleeves. In the dim flashlight in the room, Songge could see it clearly. It was indeed a mutant vine. Songge's face turned very ugly. She looked at the mutant dog, and warned coldly in a low voice, "If you bark again, I will stew you." Then she stuffed the dog back into her backpack. Bai was bullied, and he huddled in his bag with his tail between his legs, shivering wildly. After Songge dealt with the mutant dog, he lifted his sleeves to look. Those vines grew out of the wound. But strangely, they did not damage the bandage on the wound. It seemed to be intangible. Songge reached out and grabbed a handful and caught it. The vines could stretch, and they were also getting longer in Songge's hand. Songge changed to holding it with his left hand, and then took out the military knife with his right hand. Who knew, when the vines saw the military knife, they immediately struggled as if they had a stress response. But they didn't seem to be as strong as Songge, and they couldn't break free. Songge's eyes were cold, but when he looked back at Tong Xiangyu sleeping on the bed, his eyes were filled with warmth. After a moment, Songge retracted his gaze, his eyes became cold and gloomy again, and he just cut them off. What's the fear of infection? Cut it off every time it grows. Thinking of this, Songge raised his knife and chopped it off. However, the next moment, Songge felt a strange yet familiar pain that made his eyes go dark, and he almost lost his balance. Only 2 vines were cut off among several vines. Songge held the military knife tightly, and cold sweat ran down his face due to the pain. At this moment, the 2 vines that had just been cut twisted in Songge's hand for a few times, and then disappeared, and then 2 new vines grew out from the wound again, but this time, they poked their heads out and hesitated, as if they were a little scared. Songge looked at the scene, and remembered that Tong Xiangyu had said before that the cut vines disappeared. So they returned to her hands? That was too weird. Is this mutant vine a real plant or a fake one? A real plant could never do this. But a fake plant. Why could it resist the attack of the fierce mutant vine? Also, it only resisted one attack, and the attacking vine withdrew directly. Why? Could it be that it had regarded her as one of its kind? Then, is she still a normal person now? Although the vines have grown back on her hands, the pain is still there. Songge didn't know whether it was because of the pain or something else, but her face was pale and very ugly. The vines seemed to know that Songge was in a bad mood, and they didn't dare to provoke her. They secretly raised their height, and looked at Tong Xiangyu, who was sleeping on the bed reluctantly, then retracted, and soon disappeared. Songge stood for a long time, and then walked back to the bed and sat down. Tong Xiangyu noticed her coming back, and instinctively leaned towards her, and even put her arm around her waist. Songge silently looked at the delicate and pretty little face in deep sleep, with mixed feelings in her heart. Heavy. Complicated. She couldn't sort it out, and 1,000 thoughts piled up in her chest, making her unable to breathe. What should I do next? Staying with Tong Xiangyu, would it only bring her danger? As she watched, Her left arm seemed to move again. Song-gu was in a bad mood. His eyes darkened. And he thought fiercely, "You dare!" The vine that was originally ready to move immediately shrank out of sight. Song-gu was stunned. This vine. Can it be controlled by her mood and consciousness? Chapter 103 Kiss. Song-gu tried to use his mind to make the vines come out again. After a while, a thin vine hesitantly and carefully poked its head out. The guess was confirmed. Song-gu suddenly remembered the scene of repelling the mutant vines on the mountain. Although he had used a military knife to block it at that time, his only thought was to stop the attack and protect Tong Xiangyu and herself. These vines may have sensed her thoughts, so they suddenly appeared and rushed out to block. However, these vines looked not very brave and thin. How could they have the courage and successfully repel the thick and aggressive mutant vines? Song-gu couldn't figure it out. She just controlled the vines, tried various exercises, and didn't sleep all night. There are still many benefits to moving to the foot of the mountain. Although it is still dark outside, everyone can walk out of the door at any time. The residential houses also allow everyone to move around in a wider range. The air is a little fresher, and it is not as damp and cold as the air raid shelter. And you have to hide in the RV. But when the flashlight shines over, the whole city is silent, and the buildings destroyed by the meteorite are particularly hideous under the light. People can't help but wonder, will the sky ever be bright again? Since the meteorite disaster, they have been in the air raid shelter for a month. The time on the mountain is not accurate. It should be said that they have been there for almost 2 months, but it has been eternal night. If the sun is gone, and they can't find a shelter, they will die from the cold or lack of oxygen sooner or later. Without light, plants cannot photosynthesize. If they were to find a shelter, with so many plants and animals mutated, their future journey would only be more difficult. There was a kitchen in the house, with stoves and cooktops. Shine a flashlight. Everyone sat around the table, eating hot meals, warming up hot dishes, and using ceramic bowls. Xiao Mingshan would take people out to search for supplies every day, and try to find a route that would allow everyone to leave the city safely, because they didn't know when the sun would rise. So they had to find a safe and convenient route. After all, there were mostly women and children in the team. 2 days later, Song-gu wounds had completely healed. Whether it was the car accident before or the mutant vine attack this time. Every time after waking up, Song-gu's body recovered very quickly. When changing the bandage, not only did the scar fall off, but even the suture marks could not be seen without careful observation. Shi Nan was puzzled. Xiang Weijun knew from Tong Xiangyu that Song-gu had the ability to heal himself, and he sighed again in his heart how powerful this ability was. Unlike him, it was the same as having it or not. Useless. Zhou Bo was fine. They were counting on Zhou Bo to leave the north to find a government shelter. In the blink of an eye, they had been at the foot of the mountain for half a month. The little boy said his leg didn't hurt anymore. Qin then removed the splint and asked him to walk a few steps and jump. The little boy jumped and jumped obediently, and he was fine. Qin then threw the splint into the kitchen to light the fire. He had seen Song-gu and human recovery speed, and then looked at Xiaozhe. Children recover quickly, and maybe it wasn't a fracture at all, so he wasn't surprised at all. The child wound healed, and the way out of the city was almost found. And a turning point unexpectedly appeared. That night it was Zhou Bo's turn to be on guard. There had been no danger since he came down the mountain for so long. So Zhou Bo was not particularly alert, until he found that a shadow of the gun in his hand fell on the ground. He was startled, and immediately turned around with the gun in his hand. Then he saw in the dark sky. There was actually a moon? The light of the moon was not very bright, but it was clearly rising and hanging in the western night sky. That's right. It's the moon. After Zhou Bo confirmed that it was the moon, he was so excited that he almost cried. Everyone knows that the moon itself does not emit light, but reflects sunlight. If there is a shining moon, doesn't it mean that there is already a sun on the other side of the earth? However, since the outbreak of the zombie virus, various abnormal celestial phenomena have appeared one after another. Zhou Bo did not wake everyone up, but just looked at the crescent moon eagerly and earnestly. Tong Xiangyu's eyes moved slightly. She felt that her whole body was wrapped in a warm temperature. It was a long-lost temperature, which was touching. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw the soft and non-glaring sunlight. The sun shone through the window, sprinkling on her body, on the quilt, illuminating the entire room. She hadn't dreamed of the sun for a long time. In fact, since the meteorite disaster, When they hid in the air raid shelter, she had hardly dreamed, because she had never had a good night's sleep. After going down the mountain, her sleep quality improved a little, and dreams became a luxury. A white whimper came from her ears. Tong Xiangyu sat up, and saw the little zombie dog scratching the bed sheet with its front paws, standing up, and wagging its short tail excitedly at her. What a realistic dream. Tong Xiangyu turned her head, and saw that Songge was there too. Songge was sitting beside the dressing table in the room, sharpening the military knife in his hand. He looked quite calm, and didn't think there was anything wrong with the dawn. It was a dream. Tong Xiangyu didn't want to wake up. When she woke up, it would be pitch black. No matter how bright the flashlight was, it could only illuminate the area within her sight. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge quietly and attentively. Songge had already noticed that Tong Xiangyu had woken up, but she found that she didn't react at all. She looked up. The winter sun gently enveloped the young girl sitting on the bed. Slightly messy black short hair, wrapped around a delicate little face the size of a palm, curved eyebrows, beautiful smiling almond eyes, delicate nose, red and moist cherry lips. She was half sitting, her slender body was well proportioned. Under the sun, her whole body was as white as if glowing. Songge looked for a long time, before reacting, cleared his throat and said, "So calm." Tong Xiangyu tilted her head. "What?" "Songge, the sun has risen again. It seems that you dream about what you think about during the day. Xiaoxia foot has recovered recently, and the way out of the city has been found. All that's left is the sun rising again." Tong Xiangyu thought, "No wonder I have such a strange, quiet and beautiful dream." Tong Xiangyu got out of bed, and her shoes were slightly warmed by the sun. She walked to Songge, then bent down and looked at Songge's face carefully, wanting to see if the Songge in the dream was exactly the same as the one in reality. Songge didn't hide. After so long, she had already adapted to such a close social distance with Tong Xiangyu. But Tong Xiangyu was more convinced that this was a dream. Because in reality, if he got so close, Songge would stretch out a finger to push her forehead away, saying, "Don't get so close." Songge. Tong Xiangyu almond eyes curved, and she smiled beautifully. It was rare to have such a beautiful dream. She didn't want to wake up and look at the dark, cold and hopeless night again. She said, "Come and watch the sun with me." "Songge, I've been watching it for a long time. I'm tired of it." Tong Xiangyu refused, stretched out her hand and gently pinched Songge's sleeve, and said coquettishly, "But you didn't accompany me to see it." Songge. "So, don't sharpen the knife first." Songge couldn't stand her coquettishness, so he could only put down the military knife on the table. "Stand up and walk to the French window in the room with this young lady. This sun, Songge has been staring at it since it rose. No, when the darkness was no longer so dark and the sky became white. Songge has been holding his breath and staring at it without blinking. By the time the sun rose, she had been watching for several hours. At first, she was worried that there would be something wrong with the sun. But after observing it, she found that there was nothing wrong with it. It was very normal. The only abnormality was that it was not as hot as before the meteorite fell from the sky. Songge basked in the sun in front of the window for 2 hours, until the vine on her left hand swayed out and looked at her curiously. Then she turned back and started sharpening the knife. Songge looked at the sun in the sky again. If we talk about the only abnormality, it is actually normal, because the time now is around the end of February and the beginning of March. The sun in late winter and early spring is not that hot, which is normal. Just thinking about it, Songge's body suddenly stiffened slightly. Tong Xiangyu leaned on Songge, holding Songge's hands with both hands, and her cheek gently rested on Songge's shoulder. She looked happy and contented, looking into the distance quietly. This posture has happened before, but never like this. It gave Songge a very special and strange feeling. She felt her heartbeat slowed down slightly, but when she listened carefully, it was clearly speeding up. Tong Xiangyu relied on the fact that she was dreaming, and only looked at the rare sun for a while, then looked up at Songge. Songge's face was calm and looked no different from usual. But Tong Xiangyu looked at him, and felt inexplicably moved, thinking that this was a dream. Tong Xiangyu slightly suppressed her accelerated heartbeat, and suddenly stood on tiptoe, and kissed Songge on the face. Songge was stunned. He didn't react. Tong Xiangyu was not happy with Songge's reaction. It was all in her dream. How could Songge still be so unromantic, like a piece of wood, just looking at the sun outside? Is the sun as pretty as her? Tong Xiangyu pouted, walked in front of Songge, held Songge's face, and asked her to look down at her. Song-gu pursed her lips. Her heartbeat was flustered and disordered. She thought, I should make a harmless joke to this young lady as usual, and then deny it with a blushing face. But she couldn't do it. Her heartbeat was irregular. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which slowed down all her body's reactions. She was just dazed and, following Tong Xiangyu actions, she lowered her head to meet those beautiful and attractive eyes. Their eyes met. Tong Xiangyu didn't know why, although she was in a dream, she felt shy and nervous looking into Song-gu's eyes, but she instantly gathered up her courage, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him with her eyes slightly closed. At this time, Song-gu finally reacted, and took a step back to avoid Tong Xiangyu's kiss. Tong Xiangyu's kiss was in vain. She slightly opened her eyes, and looked at the person in front of her. Song-gu, do you think you are dreaming? Found a reasonable explanation. Chapter 104 Recruiting People. Tong Xiangyu? Isn't it? Song-gu kindly raised his hand to pinch Tong Xiangyu's face, asking her to turn around and look. Tong Xiangyu saw the scene downstairs through the French window. Qin Nan, Fang Fang, Zhu Qingwu and the others were so happy that they were crazy, spinning around in the sun. Xiang Weijun, Lu Zhou, Qiao Mingshan, and the others were also talking and laughing. Zhou Bo was even more exaggerated, lying directly on the ground in the yard with his limbs wide open to bask in the sun from all directions. Even Xiaozhe, who had good legs, knew that the crisis had been resolved, and he ran and shouted excitedly around the whole yard, and Sister Huang asked him to run slower. But he couldn't stop smiling. This scene has been going on for the whole morning. But the soundproofing is so good that nothing can be heard in the room. Tong Xiangyu. This dream is a little too real. Isn't it? Tong Xiangyu timidly turned to look at Song-gu, carefully, with the last bit of hope. So, Song-gu, do you still think you are dreaming? Tong Xiangyu. It turns out that this is not a dream. The sun suddenly rises when it says it will rise? Tong Xiangyu thought of what she had just done to Song-gu, turned around and threw herself on the bed. Lifted the quilt and covered her face, her ears turned red, and instantly turned red to her neck. I'm dying. 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 It's over. Song-gu looked at the eldest lady's series of reactions, raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally came out of the rare passive situation just now. She crossed her arms and looked at the lump on the bed, slowly and quietly said, So why did you kiss me in my dream? Tong Xiangyu could clearly hear Song-gu question through the quilt. Tong Xiangyu covered the quilt more tightly, only wishing there was no crack in the ground for her to crawl into. Her face was completely red, and her eyes were filled with shyness. The more Tong Xiangyu acted like this, the more natural Song-gu became. Song-gu thought that those inexplicable emotions just now were just illusions, and continued to tease. Before, you said that you were not taking advantage of me, but to give me water. I think giving me water was fake, and taking advantage of me was real. Tong Xiangyu retorted muffledly under the quilt, You are talking nonsense. The voice was soft and delicate, but because it was covered, it seemed muffled and very quiet. Song-gu, what did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Tong Xiangyu lifted the quilt and said, You are talking nonsense. After saying these 3 words, she didn't dare to look at Song-gu's face, and immediately covered her face with the quilt. Song-gu. Song-gu couldn't help laughing, walked to the bed, and pulled the quilt. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Don't cover yourself like this. It will make you uncomfortable. I'm fine. Song-gu deliberately said, What are you talking about? Tong Xiangyu was embarrassed and annoyed under the quilt, and felt that her face was about to be burned. She knew that Song-gu could hear it, and there was no way to face Song-gu in this state. She could only say sullenly, Song-gu, go away. I don't want to care about you anymore. Song-gu joked, Every time I don't let you kiss me, you ignore me. Really? Although he said that, Song-gu also knew that the eldest lady must be too embarrassed to see anyone at this moment. In fact, Song-gu herself was a little confused deep down, and needed some time. She gave Tong Xiangyu space, and also gave herself time. Song-gu said, I'm going downstairs to bask in the sun with everyone. When you are ready, come down. Tong Xiangyu whispered under the quilt. Yeah. Song-gu went downstairs to the yard. Xiang Weijun saw Song-gu coming, and immediately looked behind her, but didn't see anyone, and asked, Where's Xiaoyu? Hasn't she woken up yet? In the morning, he knocked on the door, and asked them to go downstairs together to get some fresh air and sun. Song-gu said that Tong Xiangyu hadn't woken up yet, and they would go downstairs together after she woke up. As a result, Song-gu was alone now. Song-gu said, "She's awake, and will come down after she washes up." Seong Wei-jun smiled. "Okay, it's my duty." Hearing this, Song-gu looked at Seong Wei-jun, and for some reason, she once again remembered what Tong Seong-yu had said before, that this special police officer had a good impression of her. Song-gu pursed her lips, and ignored Seong Wei-jun, and put her hands in her pockets, and walked straight into the sunshine. There is a difference between basking in the sun through a glass window, and actually standing in the sun. The long-lost brightness, the long-lost temperature. Song-gu looked up, the clear sky, and some thin clouds that had not been seen for a long time. Looking around, the ice on the ground was slowly melting, and the icicles hanging on the eaves were almost melted. Song-gu looked, and for some reason, his mind returned to what had just happened in the room. Tong Seong-yu wanted to kiss her. Right? When both of them were not injured, kissing on the cheek was not enough, but he had to stand in front of her, face to face. Is it transference? Since the outbreak of the monster virus, the two of them have been together, although they met other people during this period, but for Tong Seong-yu, Song-gu is always there, and other people are always changing. They have been together for too long, so she impulsively developed some wrong feelings? Tong Seong-yu used to like boys. Should I? There are many suitors. Fan Mingyuan is one of them. I didn't see her refuse, which gave people the impression that she would agree to date sooner or later. Thinking of this, Song-gu pursed his lips. Shall you? Song-gu immediately pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked back, seeing Seong Wei-jun running to Tong Seong-yu very attentively. Tong Seong-yu looked like she had completely put her mood in order. She was wearing an apple green sweater, her short hair had grown a little longer, and was tied into a small bun, her round black almond eyes, and beautiful red lips, and her fair and slender neck was exposed. When she smiled, she looked obedient and pretty. No wonder she was so popular. Such a pretty and kind girl would be very popular no matter where she was. Moreover, she had a family background that was so rich and powerful that people would feel shocked and unattainable. It was indeed a momentary impulse. Maybe Tong Seong-yu just wanted to try in her dream what it felt like to kiss a girl. Or maybe, Song-gu couldn't think anymore. She saw Tong Seong-yu talking to Seong Wei-jun with a beautiful smile. And then she looked over. But her eyes only touched for half a second before she looked away. Tong Seong-yu quickly ran to mingle with the little boy as if she hadn't grown up. At this time, Chiao Mingshan walked up to Song-gu and said, I don't know if the weather will start to return to normal. As far as I can see, the temperature of the sun is normal. If the sunrise and sunset are normal, we have discussed that we will pack up today and leave Jinyun town tomorrow. Song-gu's eyes were always on Tong Seong-yu, who was running away. And he said, I have no problem. Seeing Tong Seong-yu playing with the little boy, and Seong Wei-jun actually followed closely, and asked to join the game. Song-gu clenched her hands in her pockets into fists. Then she cleared her throat and said loudly, Little milk tea. Tong Seong-yu, who was squatting, paused slightly. She wanted to pretend that she didn't hear anything, but she felt that it was too deliberate. She could only prepare herself mentally, and then turned around to look at Song-gu. In the past, as long as Song-gu called or waved, Tong Seong-yu would consciously run over, like a cute and clingy little animal. Today, she just turned her head and looked over. Song-gu said, Come here. Tong Seong-yu was afraid that Song-gu would make fun of her about what happened in the room just now. She was embarrassed, flustered, and ashamed. It was not until she found that there was a big Chiao Mingshan standing next to Song-gu that she realized that it should be a serious matter. She quickly stood up and ran forward. Tong Seong-yu ran closer, looking at Song-gu eagerly with her pretty eyes, said unconfidently, What do you want me to do? Song-gu said, We will probably leave tomorrow. Oh! Tong Seong-yu responded obediently, waiting for Song-gu to say the follow-up. But Song-gu didn't say anything. Tong Seong-yu? Just one sentence, do you have to run over to say it yourself? Chapter 105. Seeing that Song-gu had no intention of saying anything else, Tong Seong-yu wanted to go back. When Song-gu saw her toes move, he immediately said, Just stand here. You are so old, and you still want to play with children. Tong Seong-yu looked at her. I am helping Sister Huang take care of them. She doesn't need it. Song-gu didn't want Tong Seong-yu to go back to Seong Wei-jun, so he casually asked, Do you like children so much? Tong Seong-yu thought for a while, and replied, Not really. I just like small things, such as cats and dogs, and I like small things. Song-gu, yeah. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge and said, "You are different, you must be annoyed." Speaking of this, Tong Xiangyu remembered something again and turned to mutter softly. "You even annoyed me at the beginning." Songge put his hands in his pockets unnaturally. "Don't bring up the past, I didn't provoke you." Tong Xiangyu, humph. "You'd better not." After chatting like this, Tong Xiangyu didn't go over again. Songge said, "Let's go out for a walk." Tong Xiangyu was about to respond, but heard Xiao Mingshan say, "We have to go out and take a look." The sun suddenly rose. "I don't know if other things have returned to normal. Will there be any safety hazards? We have to confirm it today. And we can leave the city tomorrow." After saying that, Xiao Mingshan shouted to everyone. So the original activity of two people suddenly became a collective action. The three special police officers all brought their guns. And Lu Zhou closed the door. The bright and warm sunlight fell on the ruined city. As far as the eye could see, all the buildings were destroyed by meteorites. Jinyan County was not a very rich county. The mud walls collapsed. The broken walls and ruins were everywhere. And there were traces of fire everywhere. The endless ruins did not show any signs of life, including rats, cockroaches, or mutant cats and dogs. Probably all died in that horrible natural disaster. The roads didn't look like roads at all. They were either deep pits or completely covered by various stone ruins. No wonder Xiao Mingshan and his team spent more than half a month looking for a suitable route out of the city. In this case, it was not convenient to advance even when there was sufficient light, let alone in the middle of the night when there was no light. There was a pile of rocks in front. Songge reached out to Tong Xiangyu. "Be careful." "Come." Tong Xiangyu held it. After holding it, Tong Xiangyu immediately began to think wildly. "What is Songge doing? Why does he hold my hand? This road is not particularly difficult to walk. I can do it by myself. I am not a child." But in fact, before this behavior was normal between them. Tong Xiangyu was thinking wildly, while walking through the rocky area. Seeing that they were about to finish walking through this area, the two of them separated their hands. But Tong Xiangyu did not pay attention to her feet, and she stepped directly into the air. The loose bricks rolled down. Tong Xiangyu screamed in fear. Songge immediately grabbed her again, preventing her from losing her balance and falling. Tong Xiangyu was still in shock. Songge said again, "Be careful." Tong Xiangyu looked embarrassed. After this, Songge did not let go of Tong Xiangyu's hand. Tong Xiangyu was almost in danger a moment ago, and now Songge was holding her hand tightly. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated unconsciously. She secretly glanced at Songge. Songge's expression was normal. There was no change. Tong Xiangyu felt a little disappointed again. We walked and stopped along the way, and it seemed that we had returned to the place where the 3 RVs had fallen behind at night. But there was no trace of the RVs, and they were all buried. The city destroyed by the meteorite was even worse than the city after the earthquake. Many buildings more than 10 stories high were cut in half, burned black, and collapsed several times. For example, the yard where Xiao Mingshan and the survivors had lived was crushed by a collapsed and burned building next door. If they had not evacuated in time at night, this would have been the burial place of all of them. Although they fled to the air raid shelter, everyone tried their best to survive, but they were still infected and died one after another under the attack of the mutant vines. Xiao Mingshan and the others were watching the yard. Songge said, "Strange. Where is the meteorite?" Tong Xiangyu was distracted all the way, and a little happy, so she didn't hear clearly. "What?" I said, "Where the meteorite went? Didn't so many fall that night? Maybe it burned up." "Isn't the meteorite a stone? Can stones burn?" "This kind of combustion is not chemical combustion, but physical combustion." Tong Xiangyu explained to Songge. "When the meteorite falls, it moves very fast, and the friction with the atmosphere generates a lot of heat, which creates the illusion that the meteorite is burning." Songge asked again, "Then the meteorite is burned. How come the city is still like this? It should be that it is not completely burned." Tong Xiangyu said seriously, "The meteorite falling at high speed burns the surrounding air that blocks it, reducing friction while its own gravity is also increasing. Although it is not large in size, its gravity is still very large. This is why sometimes a fist-sized meteorite can smash a huge pit. According to Newton's 3 laws, after the meteorite exerted a very, very strong force on a building, the motion state of the stationary building was changed, and it collapsed on other buildings, one after another, and the force and direction would be changed, coupled with the burning air carried by the meteorite. The city became what it is now." Songge didn't understand a word, but said, "Thank you, Teacher Xiao Nai Cha." Tong Xiangyu smiled and hummed softly. Song-gu said again, then, Teacher Xiao Nai-cha, how can we find meteorites? What are we looking for meteorites for? Tong Xiangyu said, meteorites basically carry strong radiation. Song-gu said, find the alien creatures that invaded the Earth, and destroy them first. Tong Xiangyu. Song-gu turned his head to look at Tong Xiangyu, his lips curled up slightly. Didn't you say that? Aliens invaded? Superpowers defended the Earth? Tong Xiangyu realized that Song-gu was teasing her, and punched her lightly. Enough. You're making fun of me again. Song-gu smiled. They walked around for several hours. Jinyan County had basically become a ruined city, and there were almost no intact buildings that had escaped the disaster. Zhou Bo took everyone to the other side when they went back. Just like that, they happened to see a surviving women clothing store, which was crushed by a building next door. But it was not on fire. When they walked in, they saw that the women clothing store was full of summer and autumn clothes. After all, when the monster broke out, it was in that season. Before I knew it, so much time had passed. The clothes that Qiao Mingshan and others had collected were all winter clothes. If the weather warmed up, and they were sweating on the road, they would definitely not be able to wear heavy winter clothes on the road. So they asked the ladies to go in and pick a few pieces. The clothes hanging on display were all covered with thick dust, so dirty that the colors could not be distinguished. But there were bags packed under the cabinets. Several ladies were picking clothes in the store. Qiao Mingshan asked Xiang Weijun to stay behind to stand guard and protect them. He took Lu Zhou and Zhou Bo to the side to try their luck and see if anyone had survived this natural disaster. Men's clothing store. When we returned, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. After walking around, we didn't find anything unusual or hidden danger. After all, we had to pack up and leave the city the next day. We couldn't walk around outside for too long, so we walked back in the afterglow. Yes, afterglow. The sunlight had changed from bright yellow to orange, and the sun was also moving from the center of the sky to the west without anyone noticing. Song-gu stood in front of the self-built house at the foot of the mountain, watching the sunset, thinking, how long has it been since I saw a normal sunrise and sunset at 5 o'clock? Has the weather returned to normal? It's like a sunny day after a rainstorm, a sweet rain after a long drought. Humans can find out the laws of the weather, but they can never predict unreasonable natural disasters. Earthquakes and tsunamis are unpredictable, not to mention the unprecedented sun never setting and eternal night. But it's too early to say. Normal. This is only the first day. Tong Xiangyu, Song-gu, come in. Song-gu, I'm here. After dinner, everyone started to pack up. After all, after living here for half a month, there are still many traces of life. For example, Tong Xiangyu found the closet in the second bedroom where she lived, and picked out several clothes that just fit her to change into. Although Song-gu couldn't understand it. It was pitch black, and he had to use a flashlight to see people eating. So why did he need to change clothes? But apart from this, there was nothing else to do, which was better than having nothing to do and scaring himself. Therefore, Song-gu only took Tong Xiangyu to exercise for 1 hour every day, and let Tong Xiangyu arrange the rest of the time freely. Walk into the room. Song-gu just sat on the bed, but Tong Xiangyu started to sort out her clothes. The temperature was not that hot yet, and she couldn't wear the single clothes she picked in the women clothing store today, so she had to take all her sweaters and hoodies with her. Bye-bye was in the bag. He bit open the zipper skillfully and popped his head out, jumped off the table, and excitedly ran around Tong Xiangyu's feet, spinning and wagging his tail like crazy. Tong Xiangyu bent down and touched his head, and continued to fold clothes. Without anyone else, there were only her and Song-gu in the room. Tong Xiangyu was afraid that Song-gu would suddenly bring up the embarrassing things in the morning again, so she could only keep finding things to do for herself, so that Song-gu would not find a chance to bring it up. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu back. The vine came out quietly at this time. Song-gu glanced at it, and the vine paused, and then shrank back aggrievedly. For more than half a month, Song-gu had been able to control the vine quite skillfully. Her mentality changed from worry and irritability at the beginning to calmness and peace now. Although her body had irreversible infection and mutation, at least the symptoms of being sucked of flesh and blood and parasites did not appear. It's just, this is still a time bomb after all. She didn't know how to tell Tong Xiangyu. The setting sun shone into the room. Song-gu looked at her shadow being stretched, and suddenly called, "Little milk tea." Tong Xiangyu, with her back to Song-gu, grabbed her clothes and closed her eyes. She thought, "It's over, here it comes." Chapter 106 Confession. After Tong Xiangyu was mentally prepared, she continued to fold clothes, pretending to be very casual, and asked back, "What's wrong?" Song Ge did not look at Tong Xiangyu, but continued to stare at the light and shadow on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said, "You said before that vines grew out of my wound, and you helped me cut them off." Tong Xiangyu was relieved immediately. Fortunately, it was not about what happened in the morning, but soon felt puzzled again. "Yes, that's right. What happened?" Song Ge, "The vine disappeared later." Tong Xiangyu listened to Song Ge's words, and for some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart. She put down the clothes in her hand and walked to Song Ge. "Hasn't your wound healed?" To confirm, Tong Xiangyu took Song Ge's left hand and lifted his sleeves. There were only a few traces of sutures on his arm, but the wound had healed long ago. Tong Xiangyu pressed it lightly, and didn't notice anything unusual, and then looked up at Song Ge. Song Ge followed Tong Xiangyu's movements and said, "There's a saying that goes like this. Golden outside, rotten inside." "You mean the vines are still inside?" Tong Xiangyu probably understood what Song Ge meant, but she didn't quite understand. "Why do you say that? Have you been feeling unwell recently?" Song Ge was not really good at communicating and talking, and finally said, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid," Tong Xiangyu responded, but she looked at Song Ge anxiously. "Song Ge, don't scare me." "Song Ge, close your eyes." Tong Xiangyu wanted to say something, but seeing Song Ge's silent eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered, and finally she closed her eyes as he said. Song Ge held Tong Xiangyu's hand. Tong Xiangyu sensed Song Ge's temperature, but still didn't understand what Song Ge wanted to say, but the next moment, something like a slightly cold branch slowly climbed up the back of her hand. Because she closed her eyes, the touch was more real. That was definitely not the touch and temperature of human skin. Tong Xiangyu's eyelashes trembled, and her voice began to become less calm. Song Ge, can I open my eyes?" Song Ge, "Yes." Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes and looked down. As expected, there was a thin brown-green branch with some small green leaves growing on it. It was a vine. Tong Xiangyu felt a chill on her back. She watched the vine slowly climb up the back of her hand and arm, as if it had life and consciousness. The small tender leaf on the head of the vine rubbed against her back of her hand like a little animal. The mutant vine came up from Song Ge's arm. Tong Xiangyu saw such a thin vine coming out from the wound that seemed to have healed before. It didn't look scary, and it didn't look dangerous, but Tong Xiangyu's mind was already a mess, like a paste. This. When did this happen? Is it because the sun came out so? It has been there since the day we came down the mountain. Song Ge said, "I don't know how to tell you." The mutant vine seemed to sense Tong Xiangyu's slight fear, and only rubbed the back of Tong Xiangyu's hand, and then quickly and slowly shrank back obediently. Tong Xiangyu finally reacted, and took the initiative to reach out to the vine. The vine was really like a small animal, and could read body movements or emotions. It quickly became excited from its obedient or listless state, twisting its slender body quickly, and then crawled into Tong Xiangyu's palm. It was a little itchy. Tong Xiangyu shrank her fingers, but did not retreat. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge again. "After growing this, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Song Ge, "Not yet." Song Ge said, "But you also said that all the people infected before died without exception." Tong Xiangyu looked at the vine that was showing her kindness and coquettishness, pursed her lips, and asked, "Can you two coexist peacefully?" "Not peacefully." Song Ge, "I control it unilaterally." Tong Xiangyu, "How big can it grow?" Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu sat down next to him, and with a slight move in his heart, he saw the vine falling from its arm. Several thin vines twisted into one, and then grew rapidly, covering almost the entire wall in an instant. And looking closely, the vines together were about the thickness of an arm. Tong Xiangyu asked again, "How long can it be?" "I haven't tried it, but there should be a limit." "After letting them do this, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Song Ge shook his head. Tong Xiangyu asked Song Ge to take back the vines, thought for a long time, said, "Don't let Captain Qiao and the others know about this, you haven't told them yet. Right?" Song Ge, "No. Of course I won't tell them." Tong Xiangyu nodded. Actually she was very confused, but she just pretended to think calmly. Song Ge asked, "Are you afraid?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Seeing that she didn't dare to look at him when she spoke, Tong Xiangyu whispered, "Tell the truth. Tong Xiangyu grabbed her thigh with her hanging hands, and whispered, "A little bit, but I'm afraid it will hurt your body." Song Gu was silent for a while, and said, "I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to control it, and then I will become one of those infected, and finally hurt you." Tong Xiangyu looked at the vine that Song Gu had taken back, which was so small, and looked so cute and vivid, and couldn't help but reach out to pinch it. The vines shook their branches happily. Tong Xiangyu guessed, it shouldn't be. If it was going to become like that, it would have changed a long time ago. Now, it seems more like you have the ability of vines. Song Gu thought of the sunrise and sunset that returned to normal, and said self-deprecatingly, "The world has become normal, but I have become abnormal." Tong Xiangyu disagreed, and retorted, "If having superpowers is called abnormal, then we are all abnormal, and when there are more people going to the government shelter, there will definitely be more people with superpowers. You see, there are only a few of us, and none of our abilities are duplicated." Song Gu did not speak. After Tong Xiangyu had been friendly with the vines for a while, she calmed down and looked at Song Gu. "You didn't tell me before. Why did you tell me about this today?" "Because we are leaving." Song Gu retracted the vines, put his hands on his legs, and said, "My situation is a time bomb. If you are afraid, we can act separately." Tong Xiangyu was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Song Gu in disbelief. "What did you say? Separate actions? How do you separate? You want to go alone?" Song Gu didn't say anything, but obviously agreed. Tong Xiangyu got angry instantly. She stood up, questioned Song Gu, "Do I look like someone who would abandon you because of fear of such a thing?" Tong Xiangyu said excitedly, "Do you know what decision I made when the vines grew out of your wound? Those who were injured and infected were all. I'm afraid of you too. So I even plan to wait until the door of the air raid shelter is opened. And then I take you, just the two of us, away from there." Song Gu looked up at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu tried to calm down her out-of-control emotions, but her eyes were slightly red. She looked at Song Gu sadly. "I'm not afraid of those. Not even death. If I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." Song Gu knew Tong Xiangyu's attitude towards this matter, and stood up, wanting to pat her shoulder to comfort her. Tong Xiangyu took a step back, evaded, and then turned around and strode back to pack her clothes. Song Gu looked at her from behind in silence. Tong Xiangyu packed her clothes while silently shedding tears. She folded several pieces in a row before saying, "Should I thank you for at least asking me instead of leaving without saying goodbye tonight?" Song Gu heard her crying voice, and felt a little helpless and difficult. He denied, "That's not the case." Tong Xiangyu wiped her eyes. "It is. You are going to throw me to a group of strangers, you are going to break your promise, and you will not take me to see my parents anymore." "Song Gu, when did I say that? Besides, Captain Chiao and the others are not strangers." Tong Xiangyu, "Yes, that's right. It's all the same to me." Song Gu knew that he couldn't coax her, so he kicked the mutant dog that was biting his trouser legs and making threatening sounds, and let it coax people, and bye-bye barked, and turned around and ran to Tong Xiangyu's feet. It got dark very quickly. Song Gu turned on the flashlight, and placed it in front of the mirror on the dressing table, making the whole room look brighter, so that Tong Xiangyu could continue to fold clothes. But Tong Xiangyu had already folded her clothes. Tong Xiangyu was just still angry with Song Gu, so she folded and folded her clothes again and again. When it was time to go to bed, the two were still in a cold war. Tong Xiangyu even deliberately slept at the other end of the bed, not with Song Gu. Song Gu looked at Tong Xiangyu in silence for a while, turned off the flashlight, and walked back to the bed. Something seemed to be choking his heart, and he felt very uncomfortable. But Song Gu was tongue-tied, and he didn't feel that he could speak after several attempts. In the end, he didn't say anything, but just walked to the other side and sat down. At this moment, Tong Xiangyu's muffled voice rang out in the quiet room, "Turn on the flashlight." Song Gu was slightly stunned, and quickly turned on the flashlight again. Song Gu could see in the dark, but Tong Xiangyu couldn't. After the light came, Tong Xiangyu lifted the quilt and walked from one end of the bed to the other, then hugged Song Gu's waist and rested her head on Song Gu's thigh. Song Gu pursed his lips, looked down at the young lady who was particularly emotional today, and asked hesitantly, "Are you not angry anymore?" Tong Xiangyu nodded vaguely, and shook her head. Song Gu didn't understand. Tong Xiangyu said, "I thought I was dreaming this morning." "Song Gu? I don't know why the topic suddenly jumped here." Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes, hugging Song Gu's waist tightly, not letting her hide, and continued, "In reality, I can't find a chance to kiss you, and I don't have the courage, but Songgu, I think I like you. Songgu froze there. Chapter 107 Like. The room was very quiet. Songgu heard his own breathing and accelerated heartbeat. After a long while, Songgu finally found his voice, and said with some difficulty, "This should be your illusion." "No." Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes, and looked at Songgu a little depressed. "I am an adult. How can I not know who I like?" "Songgu, but we are both girls." "So what? Who stipulated that girls can't be together?" Tong Xiangyu said, "I like someone. I don't care what gender she is." Songgu's body was stiff. And his voice was also stiff. "You just like him because we have been together all the time. And you haven't contacted other people during this period." "Why not?" "Why don't I like you, Yao? Aren't there many young men and women in Zeus? And Xiang Weijun. I don't like him either. That's because you haven't spent enough time with him." "Enough?" "Songgu." Tong Xiangyu sat up, looking at Songgu unhappily. "I am confessing to you. Please don't tell me those nonsense. You only have two choices now. One is to agree to me. The other is..." Songgu asked, "Reject you?" Tong Xiangyu snorted. "You are dreaming. The second is to agree to me after thinking about it." Songgu was stunned, and then laughed. "How can you be like this?" Tong Xiangyu was extremely nervous, and the domineering look just now was just a bluff. However, seeing Songgu smile, she finally felt relieved. But she felt ashamed again, blushed, and said coquettishly, "That's it. You think about when to agree to me." Songgu looked at Tong Xiangyu, pursed her lips, and heard the uncontrolled heartbeat in her chest. She was silent for a long time before she said, "I don't know what to do." "What do you mean?" "After I agree to your confession." Tong Xiangyu paused, and her ears started to burn. She hesitated and dodged. After all, she had no experience. But her heart was already itching. She whispered, "Kiss. Just kiss me." Songgu looked at Tong Xiangyu's beautiful lips, swallowed unconsciously, and felt her heartbeat speed up again. She cleared her throat unnaturally. Then, Tong Xiangyu's fingers gently hung beside her legs. Her heartbeat was so fast. She didn't dare to look at Songgu at all. She was shy and nervous. Songgu supported himself on the bed with one hand, and gently moved closer. Tong Xiangyu suddenly raised her hand to block Songgu's action. Her almond eyes were misty. She whispered, You haven't answered my confession yet. You should say. You also like me." The more she spoke, the lower her voice became, until it was invisible. Songgu looked at Tong Xiangyu closely, seeing her long trembling eyelashes, seeing her looking away in panic, her blushing face, hearing her slightly disordered breathing and her heartbeat as strong and loud as his own. She was so beautiful. Songgu thought of the first day he brought Tong Xiangyu back to the basement. She was as beautiful as a finely carved porcelain doll, an expensive, delicate and fragile item, watery eyes, looking at him with grievance, and speaking softly and gently. Tong Xiangyu's courage was about to disappear. She thought, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. It will be the same if you say it next time. But she heard Songgu murmured, I like you. So this is love. I am willing to step out of the dark world of one person for you. I am willing to accompany you regardless of wind and rain. I like to watch you act coquettishly. I can serve your coquettishness. I can retreat my bottom line for you again and again. I don't want you to cry. I want to coax you. I don't want you to get too close to others. I only smile at me beautifully. It turns out that I have loved you for a long time. Songgu approached slowly, and finally kissed the soft lips. Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes tightly, and the hand that was originally blocking Songgu slid up carefully, and then hugged Songgu's neck. Songgu heard her heartbeat like thunder, in the deafening sound. She hugged Tong Xiangyu's slender and soft waist without any instruction, and then pried open Tong Xiangyu's lips that were slightly closed due to nervousness. As soon as her teeth opened, her soft tongues began to touch and entangle awkwardly. Tong Xiangyu was so nervous that her waist became weak and trembling. The kiss lasted for about half a minute. Songgu stepped back a little, listening to each other's panting breaths. She asked, Kiss again? Seeing Tong Xiangyu nodded shyly, Songgu kissed her again. This time he pressed Tong Xiangyu directly on the bed. Tong Xiangyu let out a small moan in her throat, as if she couldn't bear Songgu's demands, but her heart was happy and her mind was blank. She just wanted to cooperate with Songgu kiss back. So, once, again and again. When Songgu couldn't control himself and pressed Tong Xiangyu under him. And his hand touched the thin bottoming shirt. Song-gu woke up from what he was doing, and immediately turned over and left, sitting on the edge of the bed. Tong Xiangyu was already so confused by the kiss that she didn't know what day it was. Song-gu left, and only hummed and blinked. Song-gu pulled her short hair hard, and it took a while for him to calm down the inexplicable impulse. When he was sure he was calm, he turned around and lay back on the bed. Tong Xiangyu called Song-gu in a sticky voice, and crawled into Song-gu's arms. Song-gu pulled the quilt over her and himself, and within half a minute, he heard the sound of even breathing in his arms. Tong Xiangyu was relieved and slept soundly. Song-gu was awake and had no desire to sleep. If she hadn't controlled him, the vines would have excitedly crawled all over the house. Song-gu also tried to sleep. After all, he had to leave the city the next day. But he didn't fall asleep even after keeping his eyes closed for a long time. The person in her arms was so soft, scented and soft. Song-gu opened her eyes again, looking down. The darkness did not affect her vision much. Song-gu gently pinched Tong Xiangyu's soft earlobe with his fingers, recalling the memory of the drunken blackout on the road to Taiyuan that day. It is said that people often do what they want to do most but dare not do when they are drunk. It turned out that at that time, I wanted to kiss her. Song-gu's eyes moved down, and fell on the lips that were slightly swollen from being kissed and sucked. He was moved, and he couldn't help it, and he lowered his head and kissed and licked gently. Tong Xiangyu shyly hid in her sleep. Song-gu looked at her for a long time, but he finally held back, hugging her and closing his eyes to sleep. Chapter 108 Favorite. The next day, the morning sun shines into the room through the window. Tong Xiangyu had a good dream. When she opened her eyes with a smile, she saw no one around her. She sat up and looked around. Song-gu was not in the room. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, and then she attributed everything that happened last night to a dream. Tong Xiangyu was disappointed. That's right, she was clearly in a cold war with Song-gu before going to bed last night. But the disappointment lasted less than a second. Tong Xiangyu found that she woke up at the head of the bed instead of the foot of the bed. If there was a cold war, then she should have slept at the foot of the bed. Her mood suddenly brightened. She touched her lips immediately. They seemed a little swollen. Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly got out of bed and ran to the dressing table. It was indeed a little swollen. Then those things were not dreams? Song-gu accepted her confession. They are now in a relationship? What about Song-gu? He wouldn't run away at the last minute. Right? Tong Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat. Just when she thought of this, she heard the door open. When Song-gu opened the door, he saw Tong Xiangyu standing at the dressing table with a blank expression. He moved his eyes down, and saw that she was not wearing shoes. Song-gu said, "Don't step on the ground barefoot, go back to bed." "Oh!" Tong Xiangyu responded subconsciously, and was about to go back after listening to Song-gu's words. But after walking 2 steps, she found something wrong. She turned around and stretched out her hands to Song-gu. "Hold me." Song-gu was stunned. Tong Xiangyu hummed and said coquettishly, "Don't you want to hug your girlfriend?" Song-gu coughed lightly, not yet too used to this identity, but still walked over and picked up Tong Xiangyu with one hand, and put her back on the bed, and then handed her the breakfast in the other hand. "Have breakfast, and get ready to leave after eating." Tong Xiangyu took the bowl, looked up and asked Song-gu, "Is everyone ready?" Song-gu, "Not yet. You can eat slowly." Tong Xiangyu didn't eat, but just smiled at Song-gu. Song-gu looked at her. "What's wrong?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head happily, put down the porridge, put on her shoes, and ran into the bathroom to wash up. Then ran out, pouting and asking Song-gu for a kiss. Song-gu paused for a moment, thinking of the addictive memory of last night. And restrained. So unrestrained? Tong Xiangyu complained, "You are not proactive enough." Song-gu had no choice but to lower his head and kiss her. Tong Xiangyu was not satisfied. She hooked her neck around Song-gu's neck, and smiled at her with her eyes curved and seductive. Song-gu moved his throat, and directly hugged Tong Xiangyu's slender and soft waist. Tong Xiangyu enjoyed Song-gu's kiss at first, but as they kissed, she found that she was about to be kissed to the point of being out of breath, and finally couldn't help but reach out and push Song-gu softly. After pushing Song-gu away, she rested for a while, panting, and ran to get some porridge with red ears. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu kissing her without saying a word, and just now she reached out to push her. She realized that she had lost control again. Her eyes darkened, pursed her lips, and turned to check the backpack she had packed last night. Songga had no experience and didn't know how to control the scale. She could only try her best to follow the wishes of the young lady. But even so, she didn't seem to do it right. However, this kind of relationship should not be known to Chiao Meishan and others. Tong Xiangyu didn't know what Songga was thinking. After drinking half a bowl of porridge, she quietly looked up at Songga's figure and suddenly found that Songga's attitude towards her didn't seem to have changed much from before. Obviously, the relationship between them has completely changed. She is still blushing and heart-beating because of the kiss just now, but Songga is already like nothing happened, packing his bags with his back to her. Tong Xiangyu suddenly became a little unhappy. She even wondered, did Songga force her to do it last night, and only agreed to it reluctantly? In fact, he didn't intend to be serious at all. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly finished breakfast and ran to Songga, insisting on taking out a new set of clothes from the bag that had been packed and changing into them. Tong Xiangyu wanted to wear a sweatshirt. Sweatshirts look good with short pants. When Songga saw Tong Xiangyu liked it very much, he took out a pair of denim shorts and put them back in his backpack. Tong Xiangyu looked at her. Songga said, "It's still very cold outside, don't wear this." Tong Xiangyu muttered, "But it looks good with this combination." Songga, "You look good in anything, I don't want you to catch a cold." Tong Xiangyu didn't listen to the second half of the sentence at all. The first half of the sentence had already made her secretly happy. Her beautiful almond eyes looked at Songga expectantly. "Really?" Songga, "Yeah. Really. I don't want you to catch a cold." Tong Xiangyu tried to suppress the corners of her lips that were raised, looking like she was reluctant to cooperate. "Okay, then I changed my pants." Songga saw that she was a little unhappy, thought for a while, and said, "When the weather gets a little warmer, you can wear it." Tong Xiangyu, "Yeah." 2 people, 2 backpacks. Tong Xiangyu was going to carry her own. Songga took hers, and rarely let Tong Xiangyu carry a bag before. Tong Xiangyu saw her carrying 1 bag in each hand. "Then you won't have my hand to hold." Songga put both bags on his left shoulder, and held Tong Xiangyu's hand with his right hand, saying, "How old are you? Do you still need to hold hands when going downstairs?" Tong Xiangyu held hands with Songga, and hummed softly, "It's different. What a blockhead." After going downstairs, everyone was ready to go. Weapons, daily necessities, food. The backpacks carried by several special police officers were much taller than them. And Lu Zhou was even more exaggerated, because he was very strong. He didn't know where he found a shoulder pole, and hung several large bags of luggage on both sides. But this was just a piece of cake for him. Zhu Qingwu, Qin Nan, Fong Fong and the others traveled lightly, carrying only a backpack. Chiao Meishan didn't think there was anything wrong with the 2 girls holding hands, and only asked, "Have you brought everything?" Songga, "Yes." Chiao Meishan, "Okay, then we set off." Fong Fong replied excitedly, "Let's go." "Let's go!" Sister Huang also laughed. She patted the child's shoulder, coaxed, "Let's go." Xiuzha, "We're finally leaving the city." Xiuzha, "Yeah." However, the excitement of leaving the city only existed for a short while at the beginning. Although the sun was in the sky and it was bright, there was no need to travel in the cold and dark night. But the road was full of ruins after the natural disaster, and it was unknown how far away the next city was. There were no cars along the way, and we had to walk on foot. After only half a day, everyone was just busy on the road and stopped talking. Chiao Meishan and his team had searched the route out of the city many times in the dark, so there were no accidents, and they left the city smoothly. However, when they got outside the city, they found that the area destroyed by the meteorite was very large. It was not just in Jinan County. The roads and farmlands were severely damaged. As a result, they had to take a long detour or even cross mountains and ridges. At the beginning, it was smooth. They passed 2 villages one after another. They were all deserted villages, with no living people and no supplies. But later, a section of the provincial road was destroyed. Everyone took several detours but failed. Lu Zhou, who was carrying the most luggage, simply suggested, "Why don't we just stop walking and climb the mountain directly? Let Zhou Bo lead the way and go north." Xiang Weijun also thought this was a good idea. Otherwise they would just go back and forth and waste time, and be completely delayed here. Chiao Meishan asked the ladies in the team for their opinions. No one had any opinions, so the group began to head toward the mountain. I don't know what luck it was, but the first mountain they chose seemed to be a tourist attraction. The road up the mountain was covered with beautiful stone steps. And there were signs on the side. Going up further, you could see some rotten clothes and dried corpses. The trees were lush and silent along the way. No one was from Jinan County. And no one had ever been to such a small county town. So they didn't know what was on the top of the mountain. After walking for a while, we found that there were many temples scattered on the top of the mountain. The Buddha statues in the temples were covered with dust. And the incense burners in front of the hall were full of burnt incense sticks. When the monster virus broke out half a year ago, it was not a festival with a lot of incense. So there were not many bodies of passers-by and tourists. Most of the scattered bodies were those of novice monks. The blood was no longer recognizable. It was not as good as the candle wax that melted on the ground. Tong Xiangyu worshipped the Bodhisattva statue in the main hall devoutly. Everyone came to worship when they saw this. Only Sangge was not interested at all. Tong Xiangyu found out, and immediately pulled Sangge to worship as well. Sangge, do you still believe this? Of course Tong Xiangyu didn't believe it before, but on the day when Sangge had a car accident, she cried and prayed to almost all the gods and Buddhas that she could name. Now that Sangge survived the disaster, she certainly wanted to fulfill her wish. Not only does she pay it back, Sangge has to pay it back too. Sangge put her hands in her pockets, not wanting to do this at all. Tong Xiangyu glared at her angrily. Seeing this, Sangge felt that it was not a big deal, so she should just follow the young lady wishes. So she closed her eyes, and clasped her hands together, and bowed to the Buddha statue. Tong Xiangyu supervised from the side. You must be sincere, and say thank you to the Buddha. Sangge, sincere, thank you to the Buddha. Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu knelt on the mat, clasped her hands and closed her eyes, and prayed devoutly. Buddha, thank you very much for blessing Sangge to survive. I hope we can also be safe and sound on the way, and find rescue as soon as possible, and find the shelter established by the government. It was already late. This was the first time for everyone to travel on foot. The special police were used to carrying heavy loads, but the other girls were already a little overwhelmed. So they decided to spend the night in the temple. Although there were guest rooms for pilgrims in the temple, there was a lot of dust, and it had not been occupied for a long time, so it took a lot of time to clean. Everyone was tired, so they simply swept the open space in front of the main hall, and then lit a fire, and set up the tent. Lu Zhou and Xiao Mingshan were responsible for setting up the tent, while Xiang Weijun and Zhou Bo went to the forest to collect firewood. Unexpectedly, after walking around the backyard, I picked a lot of wild vegetables. Xiang Weijun was very happy and said loudly, no wonder the old people say that if you live by the mountain, you can eat the mountain. If you live by the water, you can eat the water. If we were to travel along the highway, we might not be able to eat this treasure. This is much more nutritious than those bean paste and lao gan ma. Seeing that there were wild vegetables, Huang Jie, Fang Fang, Zhu Qing Wu, Qin Nan and others followed Xiang Weijun to pick them before it got dark. After all, they were outnumbered. Since we are going to cook vegetable soup, at least everyone should have a few wild vegetable leaves in their bowls. Sangge learned that she and Tong Xiangyu also had a share in the 5 simple tents. So she watched how Lu Zhou and the others built them. After learning how to build them, she took one and built it herself. Tong Xiangyu was too tired to move, and happened to be looking after the children of Huang Jie, who was digging wild vegetables. Seeing Sangge building the tent, Tong Xiangyu immediately stood up. But Sangge seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and said without turning his head, just sit down. It's none of your business. Tong Xiangyu, really? Yes. Be obedient. Tong Xiangyu was of course obedient, and sat back obediently. Xiaozha said, Sister Tong, Sister Sangge is really good to you. Tong Xiangyu had been holding it in for almost a day, and really wanted to share her joy with others, but it was not appropriate to tell Qin Nan, Zhu Qingwu and other sisters, so she said to Xiaozha, Sister will tell you a secret, Xiaozha. You can't tell others. Xiaozha nodded vigorously. I will definitely keep it a secret. Tong Xiangyu blushed, suddenly very shy. Your sister Sangge likes me the most. Xiaozha blinked his eyes. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu immediately said, Why? Don't you believe it? Xiaozha immediately shook his head. But he said, Sister, how can this be a secret? Uncles and aunts know it. Tong Xiangyu. It's still a little too reserved. The sun set at around 5 o'clock, and it was completely dark at 6 o'clock. Everyone sat around the fire to eat dinner. The 2 fires were still burning brightly. One pot was bubbling with steaming wild vegetable and mushroom soup. The other pot was fragrant white rice. The tents were all set up. Xiao Mingshan distributed sleeping bags to everyone. There were 5 tents in total. Each tent could accommodate 2 or 3 people, but 5 tents were just enough for 2 people, and 1 person was left to stand guard at night, taking turns. After eating, everyone went to bed early. After a full day of traveling, everyone was exhausted, and soon snoring could be heard outside. The tent was not soundproof at all. Tong Xiangyu got into her sleeping bag early, and then came to Songge's arms, like a caterpillar. Songge did not wrap her in a sleeping bag, but just put it under her body. Seeing this, he reached out and hugged her through the sleeping bag. Tong Xiangyu tilted her head slightly, her beautiful almond eyes sparkled, and a little coquettish humming and urging sound came out of her throat. Songge knew she wanted to make trouble, but there were people around, and he could hear it. The soundproofing effect of the tent was so poor. If there was any movement, others could hear it clearly. Songge tightened his arms around Tong Xiangyu and whispered, "Stop it." Tong Xiangyu was unhappy. She twisted in her sleeping bag in Songge's arms, like a proud caterpillar. Songge had no choice but to lower his head and kiss her lips. Tong Xiangyu hummed softly, but was not completely coaxed. Songge knew what she wanted. In fact, Songge had been aroused a long time ago, and was very distracted. But she knew that once she started, she would lose control. But, seeing Tong Xiangyu aggrieved look, Songge couldn't care less. She controlled her movements and turned over to press Tong Xiangyu slightly. "Open your mouth." Chapter 109 Mushrooms. Songge had no skills, but Tong Xiangyu had no experience either, and would not dislike her. The heartbeats and breathing of the two gradually mixed together, but the warm and slippery tongues entangled in each other's mouths, which was enough to make people feel emotional. Songge was about to lose control. She stopped, calmed her breath, and looked at people. "Is that enough?" Tong Xiangyu looked at her with steamy eyes. Her cheeks were red, and she was so beautiful and delicate. Songge moved his throat, and finally turned over, and gently stroked Tong Xiangyu back through the sleeping bag and said, "Go to sleep." Songge accompanied Tong Xiangyu to sleep, then got up and left the tent. Zhou Bo, who was on night watch, saw Songge coming out and thought she was looking for something. "What's the matter?" "No. Just looking around." It was too easy to be impulsive inside. Songge needed to calm down outside. She sat on the steps in front of the hall. Everyone was asleep. There was no sound. Only the slight sound of the wind. The lid of the wild vegetable and mushroom soup that was not finished in the evening was placed aside. Songge casually took the lid of the pot and covered it. Before covering it, she saw a few cut white mushrooms floating on it. Songge covered the pot, stood up and looked around. Zhou Bo said, "Don't walk around. It's too dark here." Songge said casually, "Didn't you say that the Bodhisattva would protect you?" The implication was that nothing could go wrong. Although Zhou Bo was one of the people who just worshipped Buddha, he worshipped because of the customs and folk customs that have been passed down since ancient times. He maintained a fear of ghosts and gods. After all, it is better to believe in them than not to believe in them. However, who can really entrust their lives to those? Zhou Bo said, if they had been blessed, these monks wouldn't have died so miserably. It seemed that no one escaped on the day the monster virus broke out, which was why it looked like this. Songge snorted and said nothing. There was really nothing to see. So Songge only walked around twice, and felt that his desires and thoughts were almost calm. So he returned to the tent. Tong Xiangyu lay on her side, sleeping soundly and well. Songge lay down beside her quietly, stretched out his hand to hug her, stared at her in the dark for a while, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Maybe it was because she was used to sleeping in a bed, and suddenly she was not used to sleeping in a tent and sleeping bag. Songge started to dream after a while. She dreamed that something grew out of a person's stomach, and people screamed in her ears. She looked carefully, and saw that they were white mushrooms. Songge was slightly shocked, and then she woke up with a low groan of pain. Songge opened her eyes, and the strange scenes in her dream quickly faded. She listened carefully, and heard the painful groans coming from other tents. Songge glanced at Tong Xiangyu. She was not awakened. She opened the tent and stood up. Zhou Bo was still on guard. It was not his turn to change shifts. Zhou Bo looked at her. "Still can't sleep? Did you hear any sound?" Songge asked. Zhou Bo listened carefully with bated breath. She heard nothing. She asked, "What sound?" When Songge listened again, the groaning sound disappeared. She frowned slightly, but did not continue to talk. She just said, "It's gone." Maybe I heard it wrong. Then she went back to the tent. Song-gu didn't sleep in the tent, but kept listening with her ears erect. It was quiet all around, but it was impossible to hear wrongly. Song-gu didn't sleep again and remained alert. Just like the dream of fireballs falling from the sky that night, and later the dream of strange things coming out from under the ice, the dream seemed to have some foreshadowing, but maybe she was overthinking after all. She saw the pot of mushroom soup again before going to bed. Time passed quietly. When Song-gu was finally half asleep and half awake and about to go back to sleep, she suddenly heard someone screaming. This time she sat up suddenly. Tong Xiangyu was also awakened from her sleep, with a confused and flustered face. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Song-gu?" "Nothing." Song-gu first comforted Tong Xiangyu, and then said, "I go out and take a look." Tong Xiangyu was not fully awake yet, but she also wanted to get up. "No, I want to go with you." However, her limbs were still wrapped in the sleeping bag, and she couldn't get up at the first time. Song-gu had to help her. The scream was like a stone thrown into the lake. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. When Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu walked out of the tent, they saw that almost every tent had lights on. The person on guard had been replaced by Qiao Mingshan not long ago. He had entered the tent with a gun. Inside were Huang Jie and the child. Huang Jie cried out Xiaoxia's name, holding the unconscious child tightly in her arms. Qiao Mingshan asked, "What's going on?" Huang Jie raised her head while crying. Her expression panicked and helpless. However, just as she was about to say something, she saw the gun in Qiao Mingshan's arms. Her pupils shrank sharply, and then she shook her head in panic and lowered her head. She hugged the child tightly and said it was okay. Seeing that she didn't look fine at all, Qiao Mingshan frowned. "Did you have a nightmare?" Sister Huang didn't dare to look at him again, and nodded randomly while crying. Qiao Mingshan didn't believe it, and moved his eyes to the child in her arms. With such a big noise, the child was not awakened. Qiao Mingshan asked, "What's wrong with Xiaoxia? Is he sick?" Sister Huang quickly wiped away her tears, picked up the child and turned him to face her, shook her head and said quickly, No. He just fell asleep. I had a nightmare and woke up. Captain Qiao, it's okay, I'm sorry for disturbing everyone." At this time, Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu also came outside the tent. Qiao Mingshan found them. The space in the simple tent was not big. Qiao Mingshan was tall and strong and holding a gun, so he simply went out of the tent to talk to them. Qiao Mingshan said that Sister Huang refused to say what happened. Tong Xiangyu said, "Shall I go and ask?" Song-gu didn't know why he suddenly remembered the bizarre dream, pursed his lips. "I go with you." Tong Xiangyu said, "You are not good at talking. It is better for me to ask alone." Song-gu did not reason with Tong Xiangyu, but directly opened the tent and said, "I rescued Xiaoxia. Why can't I ask?" This was said to Tong Xiangyu, but in fact it was said to the woman who was crying and desperately holding her child. Tong Xiangyu thought so too, so she just zipped up the tent and isolated Qiao Mingshan. Anyway, the tent was not soundproof at all, so it just made Sister Huang feel a little safe. "Sister Huang, what happened to Xiaoxia?" Sister Huang saw Qiao Mingshan leave, leading only the two girls who brought their children back that night, and her emotions broke out again. With trembling hands, she turned over the sleeping bag that was not pulled up properly, and then lifted the hem of the child's clothes. She saw white mushrooms growing on the flat little belly. Seeing this scene, Sister Huang's emotions broke down again. Tong Xiangyu gasped in shock. "This?" She turned her head to look at Song-gu. Song-gu pursed his lips tightly. This was almost the same as the scene in her dream. Seeing that Song-gu did not respond, Tong Xiangyu said to Sister Huang, "No, we need to tell Captain Qiao and the others about this." Sister Huang grabbed her in panic. No, I beg you." You? Her eyes were filled with tears and terrified pleading. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Looking at Sister Huang, she suddenly remembered her past self. When Song-gu wound changed, she also covered it up, hoping to keep Song-gu a secret from everyone, so that Captain Qiao and the others would not deal with him. Did it fall off? Tong Xiangyu understood why Sister Huang concealed the situation, and did not tell Qiao Mingshan. For a moment, her mind turned several times. Finally, Tong Xiangyu looked at Xiaoxia, who was pale and closed his eyes in Sister Huang's arms, and suddenly said to Song-gu, "Song-gu, let me borrow your knife for a while." Song-gu took out the military knife and opened it for her. "What are you going to do?" Sister Huang was also shocked, and she hugged the child in her arms tightly, fearing that Tong Xiangyu would do something to him. Tong Xiangyu took a deep breath, and cut a line directly on the tip of her index finger, and the pain caused blood to flow immediately. She did not care about crying out in pain, and quickly fed it to the unconscious Xiao's mouth. The action was so fast that even Song Ge didn't react. Song Ge's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Tong Xiangyu didn't explain to her, but squeezed the wound that was healing quickly, hoping to get more blood out. Sister Huang was shocked. You, Sister Huang. Believe me, Tong Xiangyu was actually not sure herself, but she could only comfort her in this way. Song Ge's face was very ugly, and he pulled Tong Xiangyu's hand back. Enough. The wound on the finger was very small, and it had already begun to scab. When Sister Huang noticed this, she was stunned. Tong Xiangyu asked Sister Huang, "Do you have any such situation?" Sister Huang reacted after hearing this, and quickly pulled open her clothes to see. But no. I only drank a little soup at night. And Xiaozha kept asking for mushrooms. Sister Huang recalled, and couldn't help crying again. Before going to bed, Xiaozha scratched his stomach and said it hurt a little. So I kept rubbing it for him. And then he fell asleep. And when I woke up, I found that he was cramping all over. I thought he had a stomachache again. And I rubbed it for him again and felt these. Okay. It will be fine. Tong Xiangyu looked at the mushrooms on Xiaozha's belly. It seemed that there was no sign of withering for the time being. But at least it was not growing out. Tong Xiangyu said to Sister Huang, "Don't worry. Let's wait and see tomorrow." Sister Huang thanked Tong Xiangyu repeatedly, and then thought of what she had just seen, and asked hesitantly, "You, was that your ability just now?" Tong Xiangyu wanted to give her confidence, and nodded and said yes. Sister Huang was immediately surprised and grateful. She put the child down, and was about to kneel down to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly helped her up, a little at a loss. "Sister Huang, what are you doing?" Sister Huang held her hand tightly with gratitude. You will be our Xiaozha biological sister in the future." Song Ge frowned, and took Sister Huang's hand away directly. "It's okay. I take her back." The two left the tent. Outside, Qiao Mingshan, Xian Weijun, Zhou Bo, Lu Zhou, Qin Nan, Fang Fang, Zhu Qingwu and others were all up, and several pairs of eyes stared at them. These people should have heard something from Sister Huang's words. But they don't know what Tong Xiangyu just did. Song Ge said bluntly, "Look at your stomach to see if there are mushrooms." Everyone's expression suddenly became horrified after hearing this. They just knew that the soup in the evening might be problematic, but they only thought they would be allergic or sick. Unexpectedly, there would be mushrooms? They lifted their clothes in panic. But it was okay, nothing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Mingshan's face was not good. He looked at Song Ge, and pointed his eyes to Sister Huang's tent. Although he didn't say anything, Song Ge also understood what he meant and nodded. Qiao Mingshan pursed his lips and said, "We will pay close attention to their situation and conduct regular inspections. This is not a trivial matter. It would be bad if the mutant vines parasitized the human body, sucked the nutrients and blood of the human body, and mutated again." Song Ge did not comment, and his voice was calm and cold. "Go back to sleep." Tong Xiangyu followed Song Ge back to the tent. The surroundings returned to silence. Tong Xiangyu immediately went to gently pull Song Ge to sleep. Song Ge pulled back her sleeve. Tong Xiangyu pouted, holding the heavy military knife in her hand, and then looked at her fingertips. The wound she had just cut was gone, not to mention the scab, and there was no trace at all. She immediately showed it to Song Ge like a treasure. Song Ge took a look, but still sat down with a stern face. Tong Xiangyu leaned against her and acted coquettishly. "Song Ge, I know I was wrong. You know? Isn't this a special situation?" Song Ge's face was still not very good. She said, "Tell me, what happened?" Tong Xiangyu didn't hide it. She whispered that Song Ge was injured and had a high fever, and that she had cut her blood. Then she whispered to herself, "I really had no idea at that time, so I could only try it with a fluke mentality." Song Ge's face was ugly. She never thought that she could wake up by relying on Tong Xiangyu to hurt herself. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Ge's arm. Song Ge came back to her senses, pursed her lips, and said nothing else. Blood also has healing power. Once this matter is exposed, it will be troublesome, especially in this situation. Although they have been sharing hardships with Qiao Mingshan and his group for a while, The situation is special after all. Once Tong Xianyu's physique is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, the situation will become very, very dangerous. Song Ge frowned and looked at Tong Xianyu. Tong Xianyu looked at her pitifully. Song Ge sighed. But he couldn't get angry. He could only remind her, "Don't do this again next time." Tong Xianyu nodded repeatedly. Song Ge was about to say something. Tong Xianyu raised her hand, and promised very obediently and seriously, "I swear, I will definitely not do this next time." Seeing this, Song Ge had no choice but to hold her raised hand and take it down. The delicate and soft fingers were slightly cold, and very nice to touch. Tong Xianyu was kneaded by Song Ge so quietly on the fingertips and finger joints, and felt that the atmosphere around her had changed. She couldn't help blushing at her heartbeat, and secretly glanced at the tent, and there was no movement outside. So Tong Xianyu took the courage, and blushed and quietly leaned into Song Ge's ear and whispered, "Song Ge, do you want to help me check if there is anything growing on my belly?" Chapter 110 Go to Bed. Song Ge looked at Tong Xianyu in confusion. "Why did you grow up?" "At present, except for the child, everyone is fine, and Tong Xianyu has a very strong self-healing ability, even if everyone else gets into trouble. She may not get into trouble." Song Ge was straightforward, and did not hear any seductiveness from his words at all. Tong Xianyu choked suddenly, a little angry, endured it, and then hummed softly, "What if? No what if." Song Ge didn't like her saying unlucky things. So he let go of her hand and urged her, "Go to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow." This completely extinguished the ambiguous atmosphere. Tong Xianyu was embarrassed and annoyed for a moment, and felt that Song Ge was really the most insensitive person in the world. But she didn't have the courage to ask her to say it more clearly. So Tong Xianyu could only whisper unwillingly, "Song Ge, can you hold me when I sleep? I'm a little cold." Song Ge reached out and held her. Tong Xianyu got what she wanted. And after a while she whispered again, "Song Ge, this mattress is so hard." Song Ge thought that the bed she had used for more than half a month had made this young lady spoiled again. In the past, when she was on the road, she slept in the car or outside the car. Song Ge coaxed her, "Just make do with it for one night today, and I find a solution for you tomorrow." Since Tong Xianyu said that, she must have a solution. She immediately said, "Don't make do with it. Let's open the two sleeping bags and lay them flat together. Isn't there a blanket in the bag? Use that blanket to cover yourself." What else could Song Ge do? Of course, he would satisfy this young lady. However, after being satisfied, she was only quiet for a short while. In less than half a minute, Tong Xianyu came to Song Ge's arms again, and her little hand touched Song Ge's waist through her clothes. Song Ge asked her, "What else is wrong?" Tong Xianyu blushed and hummed without saying anything. She touched Song Ge's waist for a long time, and found that the hem of her clothes was tied in her pants. Then she whispered, "Song Ge, I want to see if you have those on your belly." Song Ge said, "No." Tong Xianyu, "How do you know?" Song Ge felt amused and angry, thinking to herself, "It's my own stomach, how could I not know?" Song Ge said, "Didn't the man say it very clearly tonight that it would cause abdominal pain? I don't feel any foreign body." Tong Xianyu pouted, "I don't believe it." Song Ge didn't think there was anything to disbelieve, but she thought Tong Xianyu might be frightened by the situation, so she didn't explain any more, but just took the flashlight and turned it on, pulling out the hem of her clothes to show her her stomach. Song Ge's waist was narrow without a trace of fat. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and his waistline between his abdominal muscles was clearly visible, full of a strong and beautiful sense of strength, except for a coin-sized round old scar on the rectus abdominis left by the car accident. There were no other external injuries, including the messy mushrooms. Tong Xianyu looked at it for a few seconds, and couldn't help reaching out to touch it. Song Ge was about to say, "Are you relieved now?" But before he could, a cool and thin finger touched him. Song Ge's eyelids twitched slightly, and her abdomen unconsciously tightened slightly. She looked up at Tong Xianyu, but saw that she was staring at the wound on her stomach with a complicated and dark look. Song Ge paused, and stopped talking. Although she still didn't quite understand Tong Xianyu's intention, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. So she put down her clothes and turned off the flashlight. Tong Xianyu, Her tone sounded very regretful. But the next moment, she was held by Song Ge and laid down. Song Ge grabbed Tong Xianyu's hand and put it back under his skirt. He thought Tong Xianyu must have remembered the car accident, and whispered to comfort her, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore." Tong Xiangyu was not worried about Song Ge pain. She knew that Song Ge injury had healed. She touched the warm and powerful abdomen again, and her cheeks became hot. It was a good way to cover up her shy little thoughts that were originally shameful. Tong Xiangyu was touching Song Ge's waist. Suddenly, she was grabbed again. Song Ge was touched in a sensitive area, and her waist trembled slightly. She pursed her lips and blurted out a word, "Itchy." "The wound is not there, so don't touch it." Tong Xiangyu's disturbing hand was caught, and she could only lean on Song Ge's shoulder and hum for a while. However, after the force on her wrist was released, she was flushed and quietly pinched Song Ge's hand and pushed it under her clothes. When Song Ge touched something, her fingertips paused, and her brain was blank for a moment, and it took a while before she felt the soft and delicate skin under her fingers. Song Ge's brain was buzzing, and his throat was dry. It was late at night, and they were alone. Such skin-to-skin contact was too stimulating. Tong Xiangyu was so nervous that her toes curled up. But she still asked in a low voice, "Song Ge, am I tall?" Song Ge could smell the pleasant fragrance of the person in her arms, which was tempting, seductive, and made her mouth dry. She wanted to indulge herself. But Song Ge's reason prevailed. She forcibly pulled her hand back and cleared her throat. But her voice was still a little hoarse. "No. Go to bed." Tong Xiangyu heard the change in Song Ge's voice, and she also became shy. She hugged Song Ge's waist tightly, buried her head in him, and felt that she would be too ashamed to face people in the future. But soon, she fell into a deep sleep. On the contrary, Song Ge kept his eyes open, controlling the vines in his body that were extremely excited and aroused in the dark, and fell asleep in the second half of the night. The next morning, she smelled the fragrance of rice. Tong Xiangyu rubbed her eyes and got up, and found that Song Ge was no longer in the tent. There were noisy voices outside. She put on her coat, unzipped the tent, and saw that everyone was busy with their own things. The morning sun shines on the lush and flourishing flowers, plants and trees, which can bring a good mood. Except for her tent. The tents beside her had been almost packed up. Tong Xiangyu found Song Ge at a glance. Song Ge took out a bucket of water from Lu Zhou's backpack. Zhu Qingwu was chatting with her. It can't be said to be chatting. Zhu Qingwu was talking unilaterally, and Song Ge didn't pay much attention. Song Ge seemed to be aware of Tong Xiangyu's gaze, and looked up at the tent. Tong Xiangyu poked her head out of the tent. Her facial features were delicate. Her short black hair made her cheeks glow white. Her moist and sleepy almond eyes blinked, and she was as smart as a cute little animal. Song Ge couldn't help but curl his lips, carrying water and walking over. "Awake?" Zhu Qingwu watched Song Ge leave. Tong Xiangyu responded to Song Ge with a "yeah," before curiously asking her, "What are you talking about with Sister Qingwu?" "Song Ge? Song Ge, are you talking?" Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu looked at Zhu Qingwu, who was still looking over here, didn't continue the topic, but looked around. "Did you see Sister Huang and Xiaozhe?" "Song Ge, I don't know. I didn't notice it." Tong Xiangyu was at a loss. Song Ge gave her the water he was carrying. "You wash up. I pack up the tent first." The water was not drinking water, but the eaves water from the melted ice that was collected earlier. It was only simply filtered, and it had to be boiled before drinking, but there was still drinking water, so everyone usually used this for simple washing. After washing up, the tent was also dismantled. It was time to eat. Tong Xiangyu then saw Sister Huang walking back from outside with Xiaozhe. Sister Huang had a smile on her face, and Xiaozhe was also jumping around as if nothing had happened. Xiao Mingshan told Xiaozhe about his condition during dinner. The mushrooms growing on his stomach had fallen off automatically, and he was no longer feeling any discomfort. Tong Xiangyu heard this, and was very happy for Huang Jie and Xiaozhe. Xiang Weijun immediately complained. Lu Zhou was so scared that he didn't sleep much. So before dawn today, I took him to clear and turn over the soil in the area where the mushrooms grew. Zhu Qingwu laughed at him. "We are all leaving. You are just wasting your time." Xiang Weijun disagreed. "What if there are others in the future? So as not to harm others?" Lu Zhou, "That's right." Everyone chatted and ate, and the scene was happy. Song Ge didn't say anything. She was not as optimistic as everyone else. Tong Xiangyu also said that she had cut her blood, and the wound on her arm was healed. But her body was still in a state of mutation after the infection, and she didn't know how long this state would last. Now it seems to coexist. What about in the future? So by the same token, the child might But it might just be that she was just worrying too much. After all, the mushrooms didn't look as weird as the vines on the mountain before. At least there was no abnormality in the whole process of picking and making soup. And they, the adults, didn't have any abnormalities when they ate it. Probably less toxins. After breakfast, we packed our bags and backpacks and set off again. The magnificent palaces were gradually left behind by the group. In the sun, the dewdrops on the leaves were crystal clear. One of them was hanging on the tip of the leaf, and fell to the ground after a while. On a piece of freshly turned land, in the pile of rotten and moist dead leaves, a bud emerged, and in a moment, a white mushroom grew out.